Chapter 1. Transcendence to Another World. It was an extraordinarily ordinary midnight, devoid of clamor or disturbance, with only a serene atmosphere enveloping the entire room. Moonlight streamed through the partially open window, casting a silvery halo upon the wooden floor, as if draping the tranquil night in a veil of mystery. The room was simply yet warmly adorned, consisting of a comfortable bed, a tidy desk, and a soft chair. Forming the entirety of this little haven, a warm desk lamp illuminated the surroundings with a gentle glow, highlighting everything within its reach. Neatly arranged on the bookshelf were various tomes, among which the particularly striking Douluo continent seemed to beckon, as if narrating its unique allure. Lin Yu was immersed in the world of his beloved Douluo continent, unable to extricate himself. Seated at the desk, book in hand, his eyes were fixated on the captivating words, as if he had wholly merged into the fantastical and resplendent realm of Douluo continent. At times, awe graced his countenance, while at others, a look of rapture emerged, completely absorbed in the unfolding narrative. As time progressed, Lin Yu's emotions fluctuated with the story's developments. He was deeply moved by the protagonist Tang San's unwavering resilience in the face of formidable foes. His blood surged with fervor at the sight of Tang San and his comrades, standing united in battle. Each turn of the page drew him deeper into this enchanting world, allowing him to experience its joys, sorrows, and all that lay in between. In this quiet midnight hour, Lin Yu forgot all worries and pressures, leaving only his love and longing for Douluo continent. He yearned to embody Tang San's courage in pursuing dreams and achieving growth. Unbeknownst to him, he had become profoundly entrenched in this realm of fantasy, relishing the endless pleasures that reading bestowed. Suddenly, without any forewarning, an overwhelming wave of dizziness crashed over Lin Yu like a surging tide. He felt his vision begin to warp, the surroundings spiraling as if drawn into a colossal vortex. His head felt inexplicably heavy, as though burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, nearly unbearable. Lin Yu struggled to break free from this peculiar sensation, attempting to regain control over his body, yet he found his limbs ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. His consciousness began to blur, the world before him dimming into obscurity, until he was enveloped in complete darkness. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, everything became indistinct, as if plunged into a state of chaos. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when Lin Yu regained consciousness, he found himself in a warm and unfamiliar place. The air around him was imbued with a gentle essence that instilled a profound sense of comfort. He struggled to open his eyes, but found his vision exceedingly blurred, allowing only vague silhouettes to emerge. These figures appeared to be shrouded in a thin veil, rendering them indistinct. He attempted to move, only to realize that his body felt diminutive and fragile, as if transformed into that of an infant. This unfamiliar sensation filled his heart with astonishment and confusion. He could not comprehend what had transpired in this unfamiliar environment. Lin Yu endeavored to comprehend the situation. At that moment, a pair of extraordinary individuals appeared before him. Their figures gradually became distinct. The man was tall and imposing, his magnificent robe accentuating his dignity and nobility. His countenance was handsome and resolute, with sharp brows and bright eyes that exuded a sense of calm and confidence. The woman, gentle and beautiful, donned a delicate blue gown, her cascading hair flowing like a waterfall over her shoulders, her gaze imbued with warmth and affection. They looked at the swaddled Lin Yu, their eyes brimming with surprise and tenderness. "My dear, look, our child is finally awakened." The woman spoke softly, her voice as melodious as the tinkling of silver bells. She stepped closer, extending her slender fingers to gently caress Lin Yu's cheek, her eyes radiating the glow of maternal love. The man also approached, his gaze fixed upon Lin Yu, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Indeed, he appears to be quite healthy," the man remarked, his voice deep and resonant. He tenderly lifted Lin Yu into his arms, his movements careful and gentle, as if fearful of causing him any discomfort. "This truly is a precious gift from the heavens," the woman said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness. The couple stood in a spacious and well-lit room, adorned with opulent and elegant decorations. Exquisite paintings adorned the walls, and a soft carpet covered the floor. In one corner rested a beautifully crafted crib, accompanied by an array of infant supplies. The windows were wide open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, carrying with it the freshness of the air and a hint of floral fragrance. Lin Yu felt somewhat bewildered, yet he gradually began to grasp his identity from their words and expressions. It dawned on him that he had indeed traversed realms and become the offspring of high-ranking officials within the spirit hall. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him: surprise, confusion, but predominantly in anticipation and curiosity about the future. In the days that followed, Lin Yu, as an infant, strived to acclimatize to this new world. He spent most of his time asleep, as though attempting to recuperate the sleep he had missed in his past life. However, during his rare moments of wakefulness, he would curiously observe everything around him. He discovered that this world was replete with peculiar phenomena, starkly contrasting his previous existence. The architectural styles were unique, imbued with fantastical hues. The streets bustled with passers-by. Their attire varied, some emanated a formidable aura, as if possessing extraordinary powers. As Lin Yu gradually matured, he began to babble and take his first tentative steps. He exhibited an intellect far surpassing that of his peers. Mastering speech and walking at an early age, he began to unravel the mysteries of martial spirits and gradually embraced his new identity. He understood that within this enchanting realm of Douluo continent lay countless unknown challenges and opportunities awaiting him. He silently vowed to carve out his own path in this world and embark on a legendary journey. One day, Lin Yu sat in his crib, wiggling his tiny hands and feet, eager to explore this wondrous world. His parents sat by the bedside, smiling affectionately as they watched him. "Darling, what kind of person do you think our child will become in the future?" the woman softly inquired. "I firmly believe he will become an extraordinary individual. After all, he is our child," the man replied with confidence. "Haha, that is certainly true. However, we must nurture him well, ensuring he grows to be responsible and accountable," the woman said with a smile. "Indeed, we will," the man nodded in agreement. Listening to his parents' conversation, Lin Yu felt a profound warmth and emotion enveloping him. He understood that he was not alone in this world. With the love and care of his parents, he would undoubtedly thrive. As time passed, Lin Yu's understanding of this world deepened. He learned about the diverse categories of martial souls, including assault type, agility type, and support type. He also became aware of the many powerful soul masters who could harness the strength of their martial souls, displaying astonishing prowess. Lin Yu was filled with yearning and aspiration, desiring to become a formidable soul master himself and explore this enchanting realm. Every night, Lin Yu would lie in bed, contemplating how to enhance his abilities. He began to meditate for an hour each day. Although his progress was slow, he remained undeterred. Simultaneously, he actively engaged in physical training to strengthen his physique. After a period of diligent effort, Lin Yu noticed his body becoming sturdier, and his meditation practice showed signs of improvement. Chapter 2: Awakening of the Martial Soul. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had resided in the Douluo continent for 6 years. Throughout this time, he gradually adapted to and immersed himself in this fantastical world. Now, at the pivotal age of 6, he was on the verge of a moment that would determine the course of his life: the awakening of his martial soul. On this day, the atmosphere within the Martial Soul Hall was particularly solemn and reverent, as if heralding the extraordinary events about to unfold. The interior of the hall was adorned with opulence, with walls embedded with precious gemstones and metals, and the ground carpeted with soft fabric, imparting a sacred and dignified ambience. In the center stood a grand circular platform, intricately engraved with complex runes and patterns. This was the Martial Soul Awakening platform. Surrounding it were 12 golden statues, each representing the guardian beasts of the 12 zodiac signs. These statues appeared lifelike, emanating a powerful aura that conveyed the mystery and majesty of martial souls. Lin Yu entered the Martial Soul Hall alongside other children of his age, all hailing from the orphanage established by the hall. Today marked their inaugural participation in the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. Dressed in tidy attire, their faces radiated excitement and anticipation. Lin Yu lingered at the back, his eyes betraying a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. After all, his knowledge of martial souls was limited, yet he understood that the quality of one's martial soul would influence their cultivation speed and strength. He hoped to awaken an exceptional martial soul, enabling him to elevate his abilities more swiftly and achieve his ambitions. Upon their entrance to the spirit hall, a middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe emerged from within. He appeared to be in his 40s, possessing a handsome visage and an elegant demeanor. An aura of formidable power radiated from him, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any casual approach. He was Lin Yi, the mentor responsible for the forthcoming Spirit Awakening ceremony. A friend of Lin Yi's father, he introduced the children to the fundamental concepts of spirit cultivation, elucidating the procedures and precautions associated with the awakening process. Subsequently, he guided the children to ascend the awakening platform, where preparations for the ceremony commenced. The runes and patterns upon the awakening platform shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, coalescing into a brilliant beam of light that soared into the heavens. Standing before the platform, Lin Yi formed intricate hand seals while softly reciting incantations. As his incantation reached its conclusion, the runes and patterns blazed with intensified brilliance, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. Lin Yi bellowed, "Spirit awakening." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the spirit hall. The runes and patterns upon the platform began to whirl, manifesting a series of peculiar symbols. With practiced ease, Lin Yi wielded the soul power essential for the awakening ceremony, his robust energy surging forth like an unstoppable tide, infusing the entire ritual with tremendous strength. A child cautiously approached, his eyes brimming with trepidation and unease, fixated upon Lin. Observing the child's nervousness, Lin Yi offered a gentle smile and reassuringly said, "Do not be anxious, relax." Upon hearing these words, the child took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. Gradually, he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the awakening. In a flash of light, a hoe materialized in the child's hand. Lin Yi nodded slightly and remarked, "You possess a farming spirit. A hoe, while it may not be the mightiest, it embodies a form of strength. Your potential is commendable. With diligent effort and practice, you may achieve great things in the future." Although a flicker of disappointment crossed the child's face, he resolutely nodded, accepting the reality of his awakening. Soon after, another child bravely stepped forward, prompting Lin Yi to initiate the awakening ceremony once more. In a swift moment, a spectral wolf materialized behind the child. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Splendid! This is a beast spirit, the wolf spirit, with innate soul power at level 7. That your talent is remarkable, and your spirit possesses a degree of aggression. If you commit to your studies and training, you are destined for greatness." The child's face lit up with uncontainable joy upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Thus, one by one, the children approached to undergo their awakenings. Some manifested ordinary farming spirits, such as sickles, to which Lin Yi offered objective assessments and encouragement. Others were more fortunate, awakening superior spirits, like leopards, prompting Lin Yi to affirm their innate talent and potential. Next, Su Yao, Lin Yi's steady voice resonated. A young girl clad in a delicate blue dress gracefully stepped forward, resembling a fresh and exquisite flower, standing out in the crowd. Su Yao possessed long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall, each strand seemingly radiating its own brilliance. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled like two resplendent jewels. Captivating the gaze of those around her, Su Yao obediently stood within the awakening array, and as the attendant infused her with soul power, a radiant glow instantaneously enveloped her. The light was akin to a dreamlike veil, gently wrapping her in its embrace. Soon, a crystal-clear magic wand gradually materialized in her hand, its tip shimmering with a soft and warm luminescence, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. An elemental martial soul, the ice magic wand, with innate soul power reaching level 8. Truly remarkable talent. Lin Yi nodded slightly, a hint of admiration gracing his features as he spoke. Su Yao shyly smiled, her expression radiant like flowers blooming in the spring, before she returned to her place in the line with a light-hearted stride. At last, it was Lin Yi's turn. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and slowly approached the awakening array, standing resolutely within it. Lin Yi began to channel soul power, a robust force surging into Lin Yi's body like an overwhelming tide. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a peculiar power stirring within him, as if it possessed its own consciousness, coursing through his meridians. He sensed something striving to break free from his grasp. The intensity of that force escalated, causing his hand to tremble. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot upward like a comet, so dazzling that all present instinctively squinted against its brilliance. Within that radiance, a long sword, imbued with an aura of mystery, gradually appeared in Lin Yi's hand. The sword was entirely translucent, as if stars were swirling along its blade, casting an ethereal glow over the entire weapon. Embedded in the hilt was a magnificent gem, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to contain boundless power. The onlookers were awestruck, having never witnessed such a unique and potent martial soul. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and exhilaration, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is the sword of time and space, an exceedingly rare and formidable weapon. Lin Yu, quickly assess your innate soul power," Lin Yi urged, hastily presenting the crystal ball for testing. Lin Yu lightly touched the sphere, which erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Lin Yi exclaimed with fervor, innate full soul power. Wow, Lin Yu, your martial soul is incredible, and your talent is extraordinary. Su Yao could not help but exclaim, her expressive eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Lin Yu smiled and nodded at her, responding, "Thank you, your martial soul is impressive as well. The ice magic wand is quite special," that Su Yao joyfully remarked. "Hee, your time-space sword must be incredibly powerful. You're bound to become exceptionally formidable in the future." Lin Yu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, "Haha, I hope so, but I will strive diligently in my training." The news swiftly spread throughout the spirit hall, prompting the higher-ups to rush over for a glimpse. Their eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration as they beheld the spirit Lin Yu held. His parents, overwhelmed with emotion, were brought to tears, embracing each other tightly, filled with immense pride for their child's extraordinary spirit. From that moment forth, Lin Yu became the center of attention at the spirit hall. He understood that he had embarked on a path unlike any other. With a firm resolve, he vowed to harness the full potential of his spirit and carve out his own brilliance on the Douluo continent. He began to train with even greater fervor, delving into the mysteries of his spirit, anticipating the day when he could change the world through his own strength. The spirit hall, too, brimmed with renewed hope and expectation for the future, inspired by Lin Yu's emergence. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Su Yao forged a close friendship, pledging to train together and face the challenges ahead, determined to leave a legendary tale of their own on this Douluo continent that, in the days to come, they would walk hand in hand, pursuing boundless possibilities and glory together. Chapter 3. The initial steps into cultivation. In the days following the awakening of his martial soul, Lin Yu found himself enveloped in an atmosphere brimming with hope and anticipation. It was as if a path, rich with fantastical hues, was unfurling before him, leading into the enchanting realm of martial soul cultivation. Within the hallowed and dignified halls of the Martial Soul Academy, the venerable mentor Amelia stood like a beacon, poised to illuminate Lin Yu's direction and guide him into this captivating domain. Upon entering the spacious and radiant training room, sunlight streamed through the pristine windows like golden drapery, casting a tapestry of mottled and exquisite shadows upon the floor. Lin Yu stood respectfully before mentor Amelia, his eyes reflecting a fervent yearning for knowledge, as if he were grasping the most precious essence of life itself. Observing the young man before her, mentor Amelia felt a surge of gratification within her heart. She recognized a child filled with potential and determination. With appropriate guidance and encouragement, he was destined to become an exceptional martial soul master. With a gentle smile, Amelia nodded, signaling to Lin Yu that he might begin to pose his inquiries. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult of emotions within him, and then cautiously inquired, "Mentor, I wish to understand how I might augment the strength of my martial soul." Amelia smiled gently and replied, "To enhance the potency of your martial soul, one must engage in relentless training and elevate one's own capabilities. First and foremost, you must familiarize yourself with and master the characteristics and skills of your martial soul, honing your proficiency through repeated practice. Additionally, it is imperative to focus on physical conditioning and the cultivation of inner strength, as the quality of your physical attributes and inner energy will directly influence the manifestation of your martial soul. Furthermore, one should continuously explore and acquire new techniques and strategies to adapt to a myriad of circumstances." Lin Yu listened intently, occasionally nodding to signify his understanding. He then posed another question. "Are there any special methods or techniques to expedite the growth of one's martial soul?" Amelia pondered for a moment before responding. "There are indeed some unique cultivation methods and techniques, but they often require specific conditions and fortuitous opportunities. For instance, certain martial souls necessitate particular environments or energies to awaken their potential. Others may require the aid of special treasures or elixirs to enhance their strength. However, these methods are not easily attainable and demand relentless effort and exploration on your part." A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he resolved to diligently seek methods to enhance the power of his martial soul. Subsequently, he continued to inquire with his mentor about various aspects of martial soul cultivation, to which the mentor patiently responded to each question. Before he realized it, an entire day had elapsed, and Lin Yu had garnered substantial insights, deepening his understanding of martial soul cultivation. Amelia's expression was notably serious and earnest, and his deep, resonant voice echoed like a mighty bell as he began to speak. "Lin Yu, your time-space sword martial soul is an exceedingly rare and formidable entity in this world. However, to truly unleash its immense potential, you must dedicate yourself to endless toil, coupled with the unwavering resolve and tenacity to pursue your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded solemnly and resolutely, vowing silently in his heart that he would give his utmost effort, never to betray the precious martial soul bestowed upon him. He was determined to carve out his own domain on this arduous path of cultivation. As Mentor Amelia commenced her detailed exposition on the characteristics of the temporal sword martial soul, Lin Yu's gaze became focused and radiant, akin to a star igniting in the vast cosmos. His ears stood erect, eager not to miss a single word or phrase uttered by the mentor. He listened intently to her discourse, resembling a parched sponge desperately absorbing the nourishing rain of knowledge. Lin Yu understood that this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for him. He must cherish it and learn as much as possible about the soul of the time-space sword. Only in doing so could he better wield this power and transform himself into a true powerhouse. Thus, he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. His attention was wholly devoted to his mentor, ensuring that he overlooked not a single detail. Gradually, he came to realize that the time-space sword embodied the enigmatic forces of time and space, capable of mastering the subtle fluctuations of both, possessing extraordinary and unimaginable abilities. It was akin to a key that could unlock the doors to unknown realms, awaiting his exploration and discovery. As Mentor Amelia delved deeper into her explanations, Lin Yu felt as if a brand new world was unfurling before his very eyes, a realm brimming with infinite possibilities and the mysteries of the soul, igniting within him both excitement and curiosity. In this world, time could be distorted and space could be folded. Every transformation concealed boundless enigmas and might. Is this the essence of the soul's power? Lin Yu mused inwardly, utterly amazed by its wonder. However, mastering such power was no trifling matter. Amelia cautioned that although the time-space sword was formidable, it also demanded relentless cultivation and enhancement to unleash its true might. Subsequently, Amelia began imparting foundational training methods to Lin Yu. She informed him that to become an exceptional soul master, one must first possess a solid grounding in the basics. Thus, every morning, Lin Yu would rise early to engage in meditation practices, enhancing his mental fortitude and control over his soul. Concurrently, he would partake in simple physical exercises to bolster his physical condition and reaction speed. Beyond these fundamental practices, his mentor also imparted to him a variety of special techniques and methods. For instance, how to harness the power of time-space to accelerate or decelerate the flow of time, as well as how to utilize spatial distortion for instantaneous movement. These techniques, seemingly straightforward, demanded an exceptionally high degree of skill and precision to master. Under Amelia's guidance, Lin Yu gently crossed his legs and slowly settled down. He closed his eyes tightly, directing his focus inward, striving to perceive the subtle yet potent soul energy within him. With unwavering concentration, he endeavored to channel and mobilize this force, hoping to coax it into a slow, flowing rhythm throughout his body. Initially, this energy resembled a mischievous sprite, eluding his grasp each time he sought to capture it. However, Lin Yu remained undeterred. On the contrary, he persevered in his attempts, continually adjusting his methods and mindset. Each setback fueled his growth, and every challenge propelled him forward with greater resolve. Gradually, his diligence bore fruit. The soul energy began to respond to his summons, becoming less elusive than before. It commenced a gentle flow within him, akin to a warm brook, nourishing his entire being. As time progressed, the movement of the soul energy became increasingly smooth and robust. Lin Yu felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him, an overwhelming sense of confidence blossoming in his heart. He knew that as long as he maintained this state, he would undoubtedly master this enigmatic power and realize his dreams. Simultaneously, in another training chamber, Suyu was diligently honing her ice magic wand martial spirit. With unwavering focus, she immersed herself in the realm of cultivation, channeling all her energy into her practice. Eager to enhance her strength continuously, her graceful figure danced lightly within the training room, the ice magic wand shimmering with a cold radiance in her hands, resembling a brilliant pearl that exuded enchanting allure. With each swing of the wand, she felt a surge of formidable power emanating from within, as if composing a unique melody of cultivation. During occasional breaks, Lin Yu would seek out Su Yao, and the two would excitedly share their insights on their respective training journeys. Lin Yu, I feel my mastery over the ice magic wand is becoming increasingly proficient. Su Yu beamed at him, her eyes sparkling with confidence. That's wonderful, Su Yao. I, too, am striving to harness the power of the time-space sword. Though the process is somewhat arduous, I firmly believe I can achieve it, Lin Yu replied, his gaze resolute, a confident smile illuminating his face. As time gradually flowed on, Lin Yu began to familiarize himself with the training of his martial spirit. He found himself increasingly adept at wielding soul energy and controlling that mysterious power. His movements became more fluid and natural, each technique imbued with formidable strength. Simultaneously, he developed a deeper understanding of the time-space sword martial spirit. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, with countless challenges and obstacles awaiting his conquest. Yet, he remained undaunted. For within his heart resided an unwavering conviction and an infinite yearning for the future. These experiences would become the wellspring of his relentless drive. Throughout his cultivation journey, Lin Yu encountered numerous challenges and setbacks. At times, he felt a surge of anxiety and despondency due to the sluggish progress of his training, as if the path ahead were shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring his vision of the future. Occasionally, he found himself bewildered and lost when faced with seemingly insurmountable obstacles, akin to being trapped in a labyrinth without an exit. However, whenever he recalled the teachings of his mentor, Emilia, those words illuminated his path like a beacon, bestowing upon him courage and strength. The gentle smile and steadfast gaze of Su Yao served as a balm for his spirit, instilling in Lin Yu the belief that with perseverance, he could indeed surmount any difficulties. Most importantly, when he reflected on the convictions and aspirations harbored in his heart, the yearning for power and pursuit of greatness compelled him to forge ahead relentlessly. These beliefs and dreams burned like an unquenchable fire, propelling Lin Yu ever forward, urging him to transcend his limits. Thus, he would regain his resolve and immerse himself once more in the arduous journey of cultivation. Lin Yu began to delve deeper into the mysteries of the time-space sword soul, submerging himself in an endless ocean of knowledge, continually exploring the potential and possibilities of his martial soul. He persistently experimented with new cultivation methods and techniques, seeking the opportunity for breakthrough. Lin Yu would sometimes remain in the training chamber for an entire day, wholly absorbed in the realm of cultivation, even neglecting the necessities of food and rest. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst Lin Yu's unwavering focus. He became oblivious to all external distractions, concentrating solely on his inner growth and progress. His sweat soaked through his garments, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, yet his gaze remained steadfast and resolute. Lin Yu understood that only through relentless effort and perseverance could he realize his aspirations and transform into a truly formidable soul master. Through his dedication, his strength continually ascended, and his soul power grew ever more solid. Each stride forward filled Lin Yu with an unprecedented sense of joy and satisfaction, simultaneously igniting within him an even fiercer determination and resolve. He was acutely aware that this was merely a small step toward success, with countless challenges awaiting his conquest. However, he remained undaunted, resolutely pressing onward. In her hands, Su Yao's ice magic staff soul flickered with a chilling luminescence. She tirelessly cultivated and honed her martial spirit, rendering it ever more powerful and enigmatic. Her ice-based abilities were as austere as a glacier and as fierce as a biting gale, each strike delivering a bone-chilling cold. Like a goddess of ice and snow, she vowed to safeguard her beliefs with her frigid might. Similar to Lin Yu, Su Yu was also unwavering in her pursuit of her dreams. She yearned to become a top-tier soul master, fiercely protecting all she held dear. For this ambition, she was willing to pay any price, including sweat, tears, and even blood. As time progressed, Lin Yu and Su Yao's renown within the Spirit Hall gradually spread across the continent. Their remarkable performances captivated countless onlookers, and the expectations surrounding them soared ever higher. They were heralded as the future stars of the Spirit Hall, a beacon of hope in the eyes of many. Yet, despite such accolades and achievements, Lin Yu and Su Yao remained humble and unassuming. They recognized that a long journey lay ahead, filled with further challenges to confront. They consistently upheld an attitude of modesty and diligence, continuously enhancing their capabilities. Only through such commitment could they truly become elite soul masters and fulfill their dreams. In the days to come, Lin Yu and Su Yao would continue to forge ahead hand in hand, penning their own legendary tales within this enchanting and challenging world of martial spirits. Their friendship would shine like eternal starlight, illuminating their path. Their convictions would burn like an unquenchable flame, granting them boundless strength. They would pursue their own glory and brilliance through their tireless efforts and sweat. Chapter 5. The Trials of Cultivation in the Radiant World of Douluo Continent, where sunshine abounds and all things awaken. Lin Yu embarked on his unique journey of cultivation. As he delved deeper into his training, he increasingly recognized that this path was far from the ease he had initially envisioned. Alas, why must it be so arduous? Lin Yu murmured to himself in the solitude of the training room. Seated upon the meditation mat, he furrowed his brow. His gaze fixed on the time-space sword martial spirit in his grasp, which shimmered with an otherworldly glow. He understood that, despite possessing the enviable time-space sword, he encountered one daunting obstacle after another during the actual process of cultivation. On one occasion, as he trained, Lin Yu's brow was tightly knitted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He gripped the time-space sword firmly, striving to concentrate his soul power upon the blade. However, no matter how hard he tried, the soul power eluded him like a mischievous child, refusing to heed his commands. "Come together," Lin Yu silently implored. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure surging from all directions, as if it intended to crush him. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to withstand this force. "No, I cannot give up," Lin Yu resolutely reminded himself. He took a deep breath, recalibrating the flow of his soul power, and once more endeavored to concentrate it upon the sword of time and space. After enduring considerable hardship, Lin Yu finally sensed a trace of soul power successfully coalescing on the blade. Yet, just as he prepared to amplify this power, an unexpected occurrence transpired. That fleeting essence vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. "What is happening?" Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sword of time and space in his hand. "Why can I never gather it precisely as I desire? It either disperses too widely or dissipates midway. What am I to do?" he murmured, his heart growing heavier. At that moment, his friend Li Ming entered the room, and upon seeing Lin Yu's distressed expression, he inquired with concern, "Lin Yu, what troubles you?" Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "I simply cannot gather my soul power. It is utterly vexing." Li Ming consoled him, saying, "Do not be anxious. Cultivation is not something to be rushed. Take your time." Lin Yu nodded, yet a trace of sorrow lingered on his face. "Alas, I am aware of it, but I simply cannot find a solution." During another attempt, Lin Yu endeavored to unleash a rudimentary martial spirit skill. He inhaled deeply, focused his mind, and exerted himself to gather his soul power. "I must succeed," he silently prayed within. However, as he sought to manifest this skill, he discovered that his soul power once again dissipated, scattering like a flock of startled birds. "Oh dear. Yet another failure," Lin Yu lamented. "What is the matter?" Li Ming inquired from the side. Lin Yu expressed his frustration, lamenting, "I always encounter problems when attempting to execute my skills. Either the skill is not fully unleashed, or it deviates from the intended effect, failing to meet my expectations." Li Ming gently placed a reassuring hand on Lin Yu's shoulder and spoke with heartfelt sincerity, "Do not lose heart. Everyone faces such challenges. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly make progress." Lin Yu nodded in understanding, yet a lingering sense of disappointment remained within him. He reproached himself inwardly, thinking, "My control over soul power is far too unrefined." He recognized that when wielding the time-space sword, he struggled to precisely regulate the intensity and rhythm of his soul power output. At times, excessive force left him utterly exhausted. Other times, insufficient strength prevented him from fully unleashing the sword's potential. This inconsistency weighed heavily on his spirit. As night fell, Lin Yu lay in bed, his mind racing, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. He incessantly pondered how to transcend his current predicament and enhance his mastery over soul power. Yet, the deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more perplexed and helpless he felt. Observing Lin Yu's distress, Li Ming softly reassured him, "Lin Yu, do not overthink it. Rest well, and tomorrow you can strive again." Lin Yu sighed, expressing his gratitude. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Li Ming." Nevertheless, deep within, he remained engulfed in anxiety and unease. Lin Yu was acutely aware that he could not afford to relinquish his ambitions so easily. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he resolved to devise means to overcome them, for this was an essential path to becoming a formidable soul master. Thus, he committed himself to discovering solutions to his problems. He delved deeper into the characteristics of his martial soul and the methods of cultivation, persistently exploring various techniques and strategies. Often, he would spend entire days in the training room, repetitively practicing intricate movements and skills, his garments soaked with perspiration, yet he showed no sign of complacency. "Hey, Lin Yu, what do you think of my approach?" One day, Li Ming excitedly approached Lin Yu to share his insights. Lin Yu listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as he replied, Perhaps it is worth a try. The two engaged in a fruitful exchange of ideas, encouraging and supporting one another. Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not neglect to seek counsel from the mentors at the Martial Soul Hall. The mentors patiently addressed his queries, advising him, Lin Yu, you must pay attention to the subtle control of your soul power. Do not be too hasty. Lin Yu listened with utmost respect, mentally noting his mentor's words, and pledged to strive for improvement. Thus, after a period of diligent effort, Lin Yu eventually discovered a cultivation method that resonated with him. His strength gradually surged, and his progress was remarkable. During a martial soul assessment, he successfully merged his martial soul into its optimal state, displaying astonishing power. The mentors lauded his performance, recognizing him as a soul master of great potential. Lin Yu gazed at his mentors with heartfelt gratitude, recognizing that his efforts had been acknowledged. He silently resolved to continue striving, determined not to let anyone's expectations go unfulfilled. In the days to come, he would carry this unwavering conviction as he embraced further challenges, advancing towards loftier aspirations. His mentor continued, emphasizing the importance of focus while wielding one's skills, urging him to attune himself to the flow of spiritual energy. Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully, expressing his thanks. I will endeavor to do my best. The mentor smiled, affirming, indeed, persevere, you possess great potential. The mentor imparted invaluable advice and guidance, and with their assistance, Lin Yu gradually began to discern various strategies and methods to tackle difficulties. However, challenges continued to mount. During a sparring session with fellow students from the Spirit Hall, Lin Yu believed he had made significant progress. Yet he found himself somewhat outmatched when faced with a formidable opponent's relentless assault. Alas, Lin Yu exclaimed as his techniques were effortlessly countered, narrowly avoiding injury. After the session, Li Ming rushed over, concerned. Lin Yu, are you all right? Lin Yu shook his head, replying, I am fine, but I feel I am still too weak. Li Ming reassured him, do not speak like that. You have worked hard. This setback is merely an accident. Lin Yu replied with a wry smile, no, this is not an accident. I have come to a profound realization that I still have a long journey ahead, with many inadequacies to address. Yet, Lin Yu was not daunted by these obstacles and challenges. Rather, he viewed these setbacks as essential trials for his growth. He silently vowed to overcome these difficulties, to continually enhance his abilities, and to truly deserve the might of the powerful time-space sword spirit. In the days that followed, Lin Yu devoted himself even more ardently to his training, consistently pushing his limits. I can surely do this, he encouraged himself inwardly. Li Ming remained steadfastly by his side, confronting challenges together. Go for it, Lin Yu. Li Ming cheered him on. Lin Yu smiled. Yes, I will. He continued his focused training, each small advancement filling him with immense excitement. As time passed, Lin Yu persevered along this arduous path of cultivation. Despite the myriad difficulties, he never wavered. He understood that only through the trials of tempestuous storms could he traverse this path of cultivation further and more securely. I will undoubtedly become a powerful spirit master, Lin Yu firmly believed. His friend Li Ming remained steadfastly by his side, together pursuing their dreams. The road ahead was long, yet Lin Yu was prepared to face every challenge and realize his aspirations. Chapter 6. Special training on a particularly radiant morning, with a gentle breeze offering a refreshing touch. Lin Yu approached the mysterious training grounds of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by his mentor, filled with both trepidation and anticipation. Upon entering this realm, Lin Yu's gaze was immediately captivated by the array of training apparatuses and the daunting obstacles that lay before him. These facilities encompass a variety of towering walls, balance beams, ropes, and an array of peculiar yet perilous obstacles. Surrounding the arena are numerous traps that instill a sense of trepidation. The instructor's expression was grave, his gaze exuding authority as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yu and solemnly declared, Lin Yu, from this day forth, you shall commence your specialized training here. These exercises are no trifling matter. They will profoundly test your physical strength, endurance, and adaptability. You must prepare yourself mentally. Lin Yu took a deep breath and nodded, signaling his readiness. He understood that this would be a journey fraught with challenges and hardships. Yet it also represented a crucial opportunity for his growth and enhancement of his abilities. The mentor then stated, every training exercise here serves a distinct purpose and has specific demands, requiring your utmost dedication to accomplish. Additionally, I will continuously monitor your progress and provide you with essential guidance and advice. Remember, it is only through relentless effort and practice that one can truly elevate their prowess. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu fixed his resolute gaze upon his mentor, nodding vigorously, and proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "Mentor, I am ready. I will undoubtedly strive to enhance my abilities through this training." His voice resonated with confidence and determination, filling the mentor with immense satisfaction. The mentor slightly inclined his head, a flicker of a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Very well, such determination is commendable. Let us commence." With that, he turned and strode towards the center of the training ground, where an array of training apparatus had already been meticulously arranged. The first challenge was the exceedingly intricate obstacle course. The course was strewn with obstacles of varying heights, with hidden traps lurking within, while torrents of water surged past. Lin Yu took a deep breath, as if rallying his courage, and without hesitation, plunged into the course. "Be careful, Lin Yu," the mentor called out anxiously from the sidelines. "I understand, mentor," Lin Yu responded loudly, his voice firm and resolute. His eyes were focused and brimming with fighting spirit as he moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, gripping the obstacles tightly while constantly seeking his next foothold, striving to ascend. Throughout this arduous journey, his body occasionally stumbled upon hidden traps or was destabilized by the rushing waters, yet he remained undeterred in his advance. Suddenly, Lin Yu let out a startled cry, "Ouch!" He had inadvertently tripped over a protruding rock, his knee crashing heavily against the ground, instantly grazing his skin. Observing this, the mentor exclaimed with concern, "Lin Yu, are you all right?" Lin Yu gritted his teeth, swiftly rising to his feet, and resolutely replied, "I am fine, mentor. Let us continue." He brushed off the dust from his attire and re-engaged in the grueling training, steadfastly pressing forward. At that moment, a singular belief coursed through his mind. He must conquer himself and transcend his limits. Next, Lin Yu faced strength training. Before him lay massive boulders and heavy barbells, each demanding significant exertion. He inhaled deeply, adjusting his focus, then gritted his teeth, gripping the barbell with all his might, striving to lift it. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his garments, yet he remained unfazed. "Come on, Lin Yu, put in a little more effort," the mentor encouraged from the side. Lin Yu summoned all his strength. His face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and finally managed to lift the barbell slowly. Each exertion left his muscles aching, yet he persevered, relentlessly pushing his limits. Sweat drenched his clothes, cascading down his cheeks. "Excellent work, Lin Yu, keep it up." The mentor nodded approvingly. Lin Yu clenched his jaw, channeling every ounce of strength to hoist the barbell above his head. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, pooling on the ground beneath him. In the agility training segment, countless small balls hurtled towards him from all directions, and Lin Yu had to react swiftly to evade them. He remained utterly focused, tracking the rapidly moving projectiles, his body darting through them with the swiftness of lightning. Every movement was executed with such precision and swiftness, as if he had seamlessly merged with his surroundings. As time progressed, Lin Yu's speed intensified, his figure flickering amidst the small spheres, mesmerizing all who beheld him. His breath became increasingly labored, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. "Stay vigilant, Lin Yu," his mentor urged. "Understood, mentor," Lin Yu responded, his focus unwavering as he fixed his eyes on the small spheres. Initially, he found himself struck repeatedly, but as time passed, his reaction time quickened, enabling him to deftly evade the oncoming assaults. "Haha, I did it, mentor," Lin Yu exclaimed with exhilaration. Subsequently, they commenced the training of soul power control. Lin Yu was required to wield his soul power with precision in various intricate environments, such as executing martial soul skills on a swaying platform or maintaining a stable output of soul power amidst fierce winds. This demanded an exceptionally high level of mastery over his soul power. "Concentrate, Lin Yu, and feel the flow of your soul power," his mentor instructed. Lin Yu closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the surging energy within, and gradually endeavored to harness it within this unique environment. Although the initial attempts were fraught with difficulties, through perseverance, he gradually mastered the technique. Alongside this, he engaged in a series of rigorous activities, including endurance running and meditation training. Lin Yu immersed himself wholeheartedly in each training session, losing track of time and fatigue, with only one thought occupying his mind: self-improvement. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the playground, Lin Yu commenced his day's training. He jogged along the perimeter, savoring the invigorating air and the gentle warmth of the sun, allowing his body to gradually acclimate to the state of exercise. Subsequently, he would proceed to the strength training area, utilizing various equipment to enhance his muscle power, from dumbbells to barbells, from push-ups to sit-ups. Each movement posed a challenge to his physical endurance. After the morning classes concluded, Linyu did not rest. Instead, he made his way directly to the meditation room. Here, he needed to concentrate deeply, entering a profound meditative state to elevate his energy levels. This was a demanding exercise of willpower, requiring prolonged focus, where even the slightest distraction could undermine his efforts. Nevertheless, through steadfast determination, Linyu overcame obstacles time and again, successfully completing his meditation training. The afternoon sessions typically involved practical combat exercises, where Linyu would engage in simulated battles with fellow trainees, testing the mastery of his skills through practice. He engaged in fierce clashes with opponents, employing the techniques he had learned, striving to identify their vulnerabilities and deliver a decisive blow. Throughout this process, he continuously reflected on his experiences, refining his tactical strategies. At the end of each day's training, Linyu would collapse onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Yet his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. He could feel his strength incrementally increasing, drawing ever closer to that formidable goal. "Master, I feel I have made some progress today," Linyu said to his mentor, fatigue evident yet joy radiating from his demeanor. The mentor smiled and replied, "Indeed, Linyu. I have seen your efforts. Keep persevering, and you shall undoubtedly become the finest soul master." Linyu nodded resolutely and declared, "I will certainly do so, mentor. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Throughout this unique training process, Linyu's body and spirit endured an unprecedented trial as he gradually underwent a profound transformation, advancing towards a higher realm. "Keep pushing forward, Linyu. The road ahead is long, and we shall strive together," his mentor encouraged. "Indeed, mentor. Let us exert our efforts in unison." Linyu's eyes sparkled with hope and anticipation for the future. Chapter 7. Joint cultivation during that intense and fulfilling period of training. The bond between Linyu and Su Yao flourished like a resilient vine, intertwining ever more deeply. Each morning, as the first warm rays of sunlight gently illuminated the expansive courtyard of the martial soul hall, Linyu would arrive early at their designated meeting place, quietly awaiting Su Yao's appearance. Before long, Su Yao's graceful silhouette would approach, her face radiant with a smile as bright as the sun, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the day's cultivation. "Hey, Linyu, good morning." Su Yao greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Su Yao. Today promises to be another day full of challenges," Linyu replied. "Indeed. Let us give our all together." Su Yao's gaze reflected unwavering determination. They walked side by side towards the training room, engaging in cheerful conversation along the way. "I broke through another level yesterday. I feel myself growing stronger," Su Yu exclaimed with excitement. "That's wonderful. I too have gained some new insights," Linyu shared. They encouraged one another, exchanging experiences and progressing together. In this process, their relationship grew increasingly intimate, as if they had become integral parts of each other's lives. "Linyu, do you think we will discover something new in our training today?" Su Yao asked curiously, her bright eyes sparkling with inquiry. "Well, I am uncertain, but I believe that as long as we put forth our efforts, we will surely reap rewards," Linyu replied earnestly. Upon reaching the training room, they each found a quiet spot and began to immerse themselves in their cultivation with unwavering focus. Linyu was entirely absorbed in wielding the soul of the sword of time and space, his hands gracefully dancing through the air, conjuring brilliant flashes of light that shimmered around him as he persistently explored new techniques and applications. Occasionally, he murmured to himself, "It seems this approach allows the power of time and space to coalesce more profoundly." Meanwhile, Su Yao stood quietly, holding the ice mage's staff. Her eyes closed as she attentively delved into the mysteries of the ice element. Softly, she whispered, "How might I better master the power of ice?" During their intervals of practice, they would gather together to exchange insights and reflections. Lin Yuxing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Su Yao, "I have just discovered a novel method of harnessing temporal and spatial power, which enhances the potency of our attacks." Su Yu responded with a radiant smile, "That's wonderful. I want to give it a try as well." She then softly shared with Lin Yu her insights and revelations during the cultivation of her ice magic wand martial soul. Her lively eyes sparkled with exhilaration, as if she had unearthed a hidden treasure, eager to share her findings with him. "Lin Yu, I have noticed that when I concentrate my soul power more intently into the ice magic wand, the strength of the ice spikes becomes significantly greater. Moreover, if I condense the elemental ice energy more tightly, the speed of the ice spikes also increases," Su Yao declared excitedly, her eyes glimmering with newfound confidence. Lin Yu listened attentively, nodding occasionally in agreement, then shared his own experiences. I believe that the Sword of Time and Space demands exceptionally precise control over soul power when executing teleportation skills. Even the slightest deviation can lead to failure. Therefore, I have been striving to enhance my mastery over soul power, making my teleportation more accurate. Ah, I see. I shall pay more attention to controlling my soul power next time, Su Yao replied thoughtfully, seemingly beginning to contemplate ways to refine her own techniques in her mind. Haha, by learning from one another, we will undoubtedly progress more swiftly, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. His eyes filled with admiration and encouragement as he looked at Su Yao. At times, they faced various challenges together. On one occasion, the Spirit Hall arranged a cooperative trial task for pairs, requiring them to confront numerous dangers and obstacles. This presented a valuable opportunity for training but also a formidable test. Before the task commenced, they motivated each other. Su Yao, we can certainly succeed, Lin Yu declared with unwavering determination, his sword of time and space glimmering with a mysterious light. Su Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with the desire for victory. During the execution of their task, they worked in close harmony. Lin Yu utilized the teleportation ability of the Sword of Time and Space to swiftly traverse the battlefield, creating optimal opportunities for Su Yao to launch her attacks. Su Yao, I am ready. You may strike at any moment, Lin Yu whispered. However, they encountered setbacks against powerful foes. Yet, Su Yao remained undeterred, encouraging Lin Yu with, do not lose heart. Lin Yu, we can surely overcome this challenge. Upon hearing Su Yao's words of encouragement, Lin Yu felt a surge of strength within him. He took a deep breath and charged towards the enemy once more. Here I come, Su Yao exclaimed, wielding her ice magic wand as a sharp ice spear swiftly shot towards the enemy. Simultaneously, she adeptly employed her ice-based skills, providing Lin Yu with solid cover and strong support. Lin Yu, watch out on your left. Su Yao, with keen eyes, spotted an enemy ambush and hurriedly warned him. Lin Yu agilely teleported, narrowly evading the attack. Throughout the fierce battle, they consistently encouraged and trusted one another. Each time they encountered difficulties, they firmly believed in their ability to overcome them. Finally, after enduring considerable hardship, they successfully completed the task. Fantastic! We did it! Lin Yu cheered with excitement. Su Yao beamed with satisfaction, and they embraced tightly, celebrating their hard-won victory. As time passed, both of their strengths showed remarkable improvement. Lin Yu's mastery of the Sword of Time and Space became increasingly adept, allowing him to respond swiftly in combat and unleash formidable power. Xiao, look! My Sword of Time and Space has become even more powerful, he exclaimed with exhilaration. Impressive indeed, Lin Yu, Su Yao replied with a smile of admiration. With the passage of time, Su Yao's ice magic wand also became more intuitive in her hands, enabling her to effortlessly execute an array of stunning and powerful ice-based skills. Whenever she brandished her ice magic wand, a chilling aura emanated from it, sending shivers down the spine. Haha, I have made progress too. Su Yao joyfully showcased her newly acquired skill to Lin Yu, her face radiating with confidence and satisfaction. Meanwhile, their friendship blossomed like a robust sapling, growing ever more solid and profound. In both their training and daily lives, they consistently supported and encouraged one another. On a tranquil night, Lin Yu and Su Yao sat quietly atop the Spirit Hall, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky. The heavens sparkled with countless stars, resembling an array of jewels embedded within, emitting a faint yet warm glow. Lin Yu spoke softly, Su Yao, how fortunate I am to be able to cultivate alongside you in the Spirit Hall. With your companionship, everything seems to become more beautiful. His voice was gentle and sincere, imbued with an almost imperceptible emotion. Su Yao smiled in response. Indeed, Lin Yu, we must always support one another and progress together. Her eyes sparkled like stars, brimming with anticipation for the future. No matter what challenges we encounter, we shall face them together, Lin Yu declared resolutely, his tone revealing a sense of determination and courage. He understood that only by standing shoulder to shoulder could they overcome the arduous obstacles ahead. Very well, it's a promise, Su Yao said, extending her pinky finger, her eyes twinkling with delight. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu also extended his pinky, intertwining it with hers, and together they recited, Pinky swear, 100 years without change. They laughed, completing this small vow, as if in that moment their hearts were bound even more closely together. Their silhouettes appeared particularly warm under the moonlight. Knowing that the road ahead would be long, Yet as long as they walked hand in hand, nothing could impede their forward march. They envisioned the future, looking forward to continually scaling new heights in their cultivation journey, together crafting a legendary tale that belonged solely to them. Within the Spirit Hall, their story continued. Their friendship and growth destined to become a cherished memory, forever etched in each other's hearts. Chapter 8. The First Soul Ring in the River of Time. Moments flowed silently like a gentle stream, yet each second harbored new hopes and possibilities. At last, that pivotal moment had arrived. Linyu was about to take a significant step in acquiring his first soul ring. On this day, the sky was as blue as a flawless sapphire, clear and profound. The sunlight cascaded softly, draping the earth like a golden veil, bringing warmth and illumination to the entire world. Linyu and Su Yao walked side by side, their figures exuding a sense of harmony. Following closely behind were several instructors from the Spirit Hall, serving as a formidable support system, bestowing upon the two an abundance of backing and protection. The group advanced with resolute strides into the vast, enigmatic Douluo forest. The Douluo forest is one of the three major gathering points for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. Legends speak of a 100,000-year soul beast dwelling at its core. Yet Linyu was well aware that this was more than mere folklore. From his readings of the Douluo continent novel, he learned that at least 200,000-year soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, resided there. This place felt like a completely alien world, brimming with boundless mysteries and latent dangers. Each towering tree reached towards the heavens, their dense foliage intertwining to form a verdant canopy, evoking a profound sense of insignificance within one's being. Linyu and Su Yao tread cautiously, their eyes brimming with vigilance and curiosity. The forest exudes an air of mystery, seemingly concealing countless secrets yet to be unveiled. They can sense the subtle changes in their surroundings. The gentle breeze rustles the leaves, as if whispering untold tales to them. Everyone must exercise utmost caution and remain perpetually alert, the lead mentor urged, his countenance grave and tone solemn. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept across each face, as though he sought to penetrate the depths of their innermost fears and anxieties. Understood, mentor, Linyu and Su Yao replied in unison. They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a shared resolve and courage. It was a brave exploration of the unknown, an intrepid pursuit of the future. Taking a deep breath, they grasped their martial souls tightly, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Once they entered the forest, each step forward seemed laden with a heavy caution. The towering, dense trees around them intertwined their branches and leaves, creating a verdant canopy that resembled a green sky. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced like mysterious symbols. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step producing a soft rustling sound, as if the earth were softly confiding its secrets. Occasionally, faint sounds drifted from afar, perhaps the chirping of birds or the howling of the wind through the trees, but more often, an oppressive silence enveloped them, so profound it was suffocating. This tranquility seemed to serve as a reminder for them to remain ever vigilant, without a hint of complacency. Gazing into the seemingly endless expanse of trees, Su Yao felt a twinge of confusion arise within her. She softly inquired of Linyu beside her. Do you truly believe that wandering aimlessly in search of soul beasts will lead us to one that is suitable for us? Linyu furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze deepening as he fell into a moment of silence before responding slowly. Indeed, it is not an easy task. However, if we observe and feel with sincerity, we are bound to make discoveries. Do you remember what our mentor once told us? Each soul beast possesses its own unique habitat and habits. And if we follow these characteristics, we are sure to reap rewards. With that, Linyu continued onward, his eyes focused and resolute. The two of them ambled along the forest path, meticulously observing their surroundings, fearful of missing any subtle signs that might hint at the presence of soul beasts. Linyu occasionally paused, crouching down to examine footprints or signs of disturbance on the ground, striving to uncover traces of soul beast activity. He immersed himself completely, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, driven solely by the desire to find the soul beast that belonged to him. Look, over there. The grass seems to have been trampled. Linyu pointed towards a patch of grass not far off. The group immediately gathered around, and after a thorough inspection, the mentor remarked, "This is likely the mark left by a small soul beast. It is not the target we seek." They pressed on, discovering several similar traces along the way, yet none were the ones they had eagerly anticipated. As time trickled by, a sense of anxiety began to permeate the group. "Do not fret," Be patient. We will surely find it, Lin Yu reassured them. At that moment, Lin Yu caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Following its direction, he peered into the distance and noticed some movement beneath a large tree. There seems to be something over there, he whispered, his eyes fixated on a particular spot. Sensing something amiss. Upon hearing this, the group halted, cautiously advancing toward the source. They dared not make excessive noise, fearing they might disturb potential dangers. As they drew closer, they discovered a soul beast, roughly the size of a small rabbit, nibbling on a plant. It emanated a faint aura of soul power and appeared rather unremarkable. This is merely an ordinary soul beast, not what we are searching for, the mentor observed after a moment. A wave of disappointment washed over the group. Yet they pressed onward. They had been searching the mountain forest for quite some time without encountering any signs of their target soul beast. As moments passed, a heavy atmosphere began to settle among them. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed through the forest, as if some fearsome creature was approaching. The group exchanged anxious glances, alertly scanning their surroundings. However, the roar soon faded, and tranquility returned to the woods. What was that just now? Someone whispered. I don't know. But it sounded like some powerful soul beast, another replied. The crowd exchanged glances, a wave of ominous premonition rising within their hearts. As they continued on their journey, they became increasingly cautious, fearful of unforeseen peril. After an arduous search that seemed to stretch endlessly, they finally stumbled upon some extraordinary signs within a secluded valley. A faint but palpable pressure enveloped the air, and the ground was marked with enormous claw prints, while the surrounding flora bore the scars of trampling and destruction. It was evident that a formidable soul beast roamed this area. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the mentor's eyes, for he realized they had finally discovered a clue. The group, brimming with enthusiasm, quickened their pace, following the trail of the claw marks. At that moment, a deep, resonant growl echoed from the depths of the valley. The expressions of the group shifted instantaneously. Lin Yu gripped his sword tightly, steeling himself for battle. Gradually, a colossal figure emerged from the shadows of the valley. It was a nether wolf, its size akin to that of a young calf, with pitch-black fur that shimmered with a chilling glow in the sunlight. Its razor-sharp fangs instilled a sense of dread, while its eyes glinted with a savage ferocity. It is the nether wolf, the mentor murmured. By its aura, it must be a century-old soul beast, perfectly suited for Lin Yu. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu's gaze ignited with determination. He understood that this was the challenge he had to confront. The nether wolf approached, each step exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation that instilled fear. Lin Yu clutched his sword firmly, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the beast. Sensing their presence, the nether wolf emitted a low growl before lunging towards them with ferocity. Lin Yu's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the attack of the spectral wolf. With a swift motion, he brandished his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that cleaved toward the beast. The spectral wolf sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Yet the sword energy etched a profound scar upon the ground. Undeterred, the spectral wolf launched another assault, opening its maw to expel a torrent of black flames. Lin Yu quickly retreated, simultaneously wielding his sword to disperse the dark inferno. However, the spectral wolf was astonishingly swift. In an instant, it had closed the distance, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged at Lin Yu. Startled, Lin Yu swiftly raised his sword to parry the attack of the phantom wolf. The creature's immense strength sent a jolt through Lin Yu's arm, rendering it momentarily numb. However, Lin Yu did not falter. He summoned all his might to push the phantom wolf away. In a flash, he maneuvered behind the beast and thrust his sword towards its back. The phantom wolf howled in pain, turning to retaliate, but Lin Yu seized the opportunity to retreat. Thus, the two engaged in an intense exchange, locked in a fierce struggle, neither yielding to the other. Chapter 9. The First Soul Ring. Lin Yu unhesitatingly unleashed the skill of the Sword of Time and Space, his figure flickering in an instant. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning as he charged towards the Shadow Wolf. The Shadow Wolf, upon perceiving this, bared its fangs, attempting to seize Lin Yu in its jaws. However, Lin Yu, with his agile physique and remarkable teleportation ability, effortlessly evaded its onslaught. What incredible speed! Su Yu exclaimed in admiration from the sidelines. She had originally believed herself to possess a sufficient understanding of Lin Yu's prowess. Yet witnessing his astonishing velocity and reflexes in this moment left her utterly astounded. Frustrated by its missed attack, the Shadow Wolf grew even more enraged, continuously roaring as it lunged at Lin Yu time and again. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's figure consistently vanished at the critical moment, rendering the Shadow Wolf's assaults futile. As Lin Yu evaded his foe, he simultaneously sought opportunities to counterattack. He would occasionally weave around the spectral wolf, only to abruptly manifest behind it, leaving the creature perpetually unable to seize him. "Be careful, Lin Yu," Su Yao exclaimed anxiously, her heart racing with trepidation at the thought of any potential mishap befalling him. "Rest assured, I am unharmed," Lin Yu replied, his voice brimming with confidence, providing Su Yao with a modicum of reassurance. Lin Yu understood that this battle could not be prolonged, for doing so might lead him into peril. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. As he maneuvered with the phantom wolf, his body leaned slightly backward, his grip on the longsword firm, his gaze focused and composed. He continuously shifted his stance, seeking the optimal moment to strike. With the passage of time, he became increasingly attuned to the wolf's attack patterns and rhythm. He discerned that while the phantom wolf possessed formidable strength, its movements were relatively sluggish, presenting him with an opportunity. Consequently, he began to deliberately entice the phantom wolf into making rash moves, seizing the chance to counterattack. On one occasion, the phantom wolf lunged at Lin Yu once more, its massive jaws agape, sharp fangs glinting ominously. Lin Yu seized the moment, his form flickering as he instantaneously shifted to the side of the phantom wolf, then swung his sword fiercely toward its flank. The wolf yelped in pain but did not retreat. Instead, it became even more frenzied in its assault. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yu's forehead as he battled on, sustaining several wounds yet unwavering in his resolve, fueled by steadfast determination and indomitable spirit. "Lin Yu, you can do it," Su Yao exclaimed anxiously from the sidelines, her fists clenched tightly, her heart brimming with concern. The mentors watched the fierce clash with bated breath, ever ready to intervene. They understood that Lin Yu had exerted every ounce of his effort, and that continuing could endanger his life. Nevertheless, they hoped to witness him surmount adversity through his own tenacity and emerge stronger. After an intense struggle, Lin Yu finally discerned a remarkable opportunity. Following a failed pounce, the phantom wolf momentarily faltered. Seizing this instant, Lin Yu unleashed the full might of the space-time sword, his form shimmering like a specter, delivering a decisive blow to the wolf's vital point. The phantom wolf let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a peculiar sight unfolded. Above the wolf's lifeless body, a soul ring of yellow tinged with purple began to rise slowly, emanating a gentle radiance, as if beckoning Lin Yu. Observing this spectacle, one of the mentors could not help but speak. "Lin Yu, based on the color, this soul ring appears to be over 700 years old. Are you truly certain you wish to absorb it? I advise against taking such a risk. After all, the higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the challenge in absorption, which could inflict severe harm on your body." However, Lin Yu remained undeterred by the mentor's words. He resolutely replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I have made my decision. I believe in my ability to absorb this soul ring, and I trust it will grant me greater strength." With that, Lin Yu sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed intently on the gently swirling soul ring. He took a deep breath, summoning the soul power within him, preparing to embrace the process of absorption. The moment Lin Yu's soul power made contact with the soul ring, a powerful force surged into his body instantaneously. This torrent of energy crashed through his meridians and bones, bringing with it a wave of excruciating pain. Yet, Lin Yu gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to allow his will to falter. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming roar within his mind, as if a torrent of information surged chaotically into him. He clenched his jaw tightly, striving to remain alert, unwilling to yield even the slightest bit. He sensed that force recklessly coursing through his meridians, the pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Yet he understood that this was an essential trial in the journey of exceeding the limits to absorb the soul ring, and he could not afford to surrender lightly. As time ticked away, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the onslaught of that power. He endeavored to guide it, allowing it to gently merge with his own soul power. In this process, Lin Yu felt as though he had entered a fantastical realm. Countless radiant lights and lines appeared before him, as if the mysteries of the universe were unfurling at his feet. He exerted every ounce of his being to comprehend these wondrous sights, seeking to uncover the strength that belonged to him. "Lin Yu, hold on. You can undoubtedly achieve this." The voice of his mentor suddenly resonated in his ears, like a powerful force continuously infusing vitality into his body. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, as if burdened by an immense pressure, yet his gaze grew more resolute. Sparkling with a brilliant light, sweat cascaded from his forehead like a fountain, soaking his garments, yet he remained unfazed, wholly engrossed in absorbing the power of the soul ring. Time passed, each second stretching into eternity. Nevertheless, Lin Yu steadfastly maintained his unwavering belief, continuously drawing energy from the soul ring. His body gradually acclimated to this formidable strength. Muscles taut, bones emitting crisp sounds. At long last, after an interminable wait, Lin Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring. He slowly opened his eyes, which gleamed with excitement and joy. That radiance resembled the most resplendent star in the night sky, illuminating the entire space. I have succeeded, Lin Yu exclaimed with uncontainable exhilaration. Upon hearing his cry, those around him gathered, their faces beaming with delight. Su Yao, unable to contain her excitement, rushed to Lin Yu's side, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her eyes filled with concern and blessings. The mentors also displayed smiles of satisfaction, fully aware of the effort and perseverance Lin Yu had invested in this training. In that moment, they witnessed the emergence of a young and promising warrior. Their hearts brimming with anticipation, Lin Yu felt a surge of newfound energy coursing through him, and a profound sense of gratitude welled up within his heart. He understood that his remarkable achievements were inextricably linked to the unwavering support and protection of Su Yao and his mentors. It was their companionship and encouragement that enabled him to overcome myriad challenges and realize his aspirations. Thank you all. Without you, I could never have succeeded in acquiring the spirit ring, Lin Yu expressed earnestly, his voice imbued with sincerity and emotion. His gaze swept across each individual present, filling him with warmth. In that moment, he deeply appreciated the strength of camaraderie and the invaluable nature of friendship. This feeling of gratitude would forever be etched in his heart, inspiring him to persist on his path of cultivation in the future. Chapter 10. Su Yao's first spirit ring. There's no need for thanks. This is the result of your own hard work, his mentor replied with a smile. Subsequently, Lin Yu began to sense and explore the newly acquired spirit ability. He discovered that this ability was named Ethereal Traverse. When he activated the skill, he could move through the void with the swiftness and silence of a phantom wolf, making it exceedingly difficult for enemies to perceive his presence. This not only significantly enhanced his mobility, but also provided him with a multitude of strategic options in combat. This spirit ability is incredible, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Haha. With this ability, you will find future battles far more effortless, his mentor remarked. Indeed, Lin Yu, you must make the most of this spirit ability, Su Yao encouraged. Lin Yu nodded emphatically, silently vowing to diligently cultivate his abilities and live up to the expectations of those around him. At the same time, he recognized the long journey ahead, realizing that he must continually enhance his strength to face the challenges of the future. Well then, Lin Yu, after absorbing the soul ring, what is your current soul power level? The mentor inquired with a smile. Mentor, I have absorbed this soul ring that is over 700 years old, so my soul power should be at level 15. However, I will need to conduct a test to determine my precise level, Lin Yu replied with excitement. The mentor nodded in acknowledgement. Very good. This marks a significant improvement. Now, let us take a brief respite. Once you have regained some stamina, we shall proceed. With that, the mentor found a spot to sit and began to meditate. Lin Yu stood aside, observing his surroundings and savoring the newfound power coursing through him. He privately rejoiced at the fortunate acquisition of the soul ring and felt an exhilarating anticipation for what lay ahead. After a while, the mentor opened his eyes and gazed at Lin Yu, saying, Lin Yu, I had not anticipated assisting you in obtaining your soul ring so early. Moreover, it is still early in the day. How have you rested? Shall we proceed to help Su Yao acquire her first soul ring? What are your thoughts? Lin Yu contemplated for a moment before speaking. No problem, mentor. In that case, let us take a half-hour respite before we embark on the quest to procure a soul ring for Su Yao. The mentor nodded in agreement. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire, Lin Yu followed suit, stretching his limbs in preparation for the journey ahead. Just then, an ominous low hiss echoed through the air. The mentor and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, both displaying expressions of vigilance. They turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. And in the distance, amidst the trees, a colossal python was slowly slithering towards them. Its entire body was adorned with translucent, ice-blue scales that shimmered with a frigid luminescence. The creature's massive and robust form loomed like a small mountain. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Wow, what an enormous ice-armored python! Standing beside him, Su Yao, with unwavering determination, replied without a hint of fear, Humph, I am not afraid of it. With that, she resolutely brandished her ice magic wand and strode boldly toward the colossal ice python. In an instant, Su Yao deftly swung her wand, uttering incantations under her breath, and unleashed a flurry of fierce ice spikes. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp ice spikes surged like a torrential downpour towards the ice python. However, the creature showcased remarkable agility, skillfully twisting its massive body to effortlessly evade the deadly ice spikes. Immediately thereafter, the ice python opened its gaping maw and unleashed a chilling, bone-biting mist. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Su Yao hastily cast an ice shield spell in an attempt to withstand the overwhelming force. The icy mist collided violently with the ice shield, emitting a hissing sound, as if it threatened to freeze everything in its vicinity. "Su Yao, be careful," Lin Yu shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Su Yao reassured him, "Don't worry, I can handle this." With a light tap of her toes on the ground, she soared into the air like a bird, gracefully executing the ice explosion spell. Orbs of ice, brimming with immense energy, hurtled toward the ice python like shooting stars. Feeling the impending threat, the ice python let out a low growl and forcefully swept its incredibly hard tail, generating a fierce wind as it collided with the ice spheres. Erupting in a dazzling display of light and tremendous impact, Lin Yu stood by, anxiously watching, his grip firmly clutching the hilt of his sword, ever ready to lend assistance. He was acutely aware that this battle served as a trial for Su Yao, yet he harbored unwavering faith in her strength and courage. Amidst the fierce combat, Su Yao, armed with keen insight, seized an opportune moment during the ice-armored python's turn. A flicker of determination ignited in her eyes as her hands moved with remarkable speed, swiftly invoking a formidable ice-based soul technique, Absolute Freeze. As she chanted, an intense, frigid radiance shot forth from her hands, enveloping the massive form of the ice-armored python. In the blink of an eye, the creature was ensnared in place, transformed into a crystalline ice sculpture. Moments later, a yellow soul ring began to coalesce upon the icy figure, eliciting excitement among the onlookers, for such a soul ring was a rare sight to behold. Siyu quickly seated herself, adjusting her posture as she commenced the absorption of the ice-armored python's soul ring. With her eyes closed, she focused intently, feeling the powerful energy gradually merging with her being. Lin Yu and the mentors stood guard beside her, safeguarding her during this critical moment. They understood that Su Yao required tranquility, free from disturbance. "Su Yao, hold on," the mentor encouraged softly. He recognized that absorbing a soul ring was no simple feat, demanding immense willpower and endurance. Su Yao bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she endeavored to assimilate the energy. Gradually, the soul ring of the ice-armored python began to integrate into her body, her aura evolving from chaotic to gradually stable and eventually burgeoning, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. As time passed, Su Yao finally completed the absorption of her first soul ring, resulting in a significant enhancement of her ice-based abilities. Her eyes flew open with exhilaration as she exclaimed, "I did it." Eager to test her newly acquired soul skill, Ice Armor Shield, she focused her intent. And a layer of chilling blue light swiftly emanated from her, coalescing into a transparent shield. This shield appeared incredibly robust, exuding an aura of coldness. Curiously, Su Yao extended her finger to gently touch the shield, feeling a piercing chill. She understood that this shield not only served to thwart enemy attacks, but also possessed the capability to inflict frostbite, harming any foe daring to approach her. Elated, she reveled in the newfound assurance this formidable defensive skill provided against adversaries. Resolute, she decided to diligently practice and master this technique to unleash its full potential in battle. Chapter 11. Training. After a protracted and arduous period of relentless training, Lin Yu and his companions finally experienced remarkable progress, a testament to their dedication and perseverance. Lin Yu stood resolutely in the training arena, grasping the sword of time and space with unwavering focus in his eyes. He took a deep breath, initiating the flow of his soul energy within. The sword of time and space shimmered with radiant light as he softly intoned, "Time and space slash." A fierce wave of sword energy, accompanied by the distorted power of time and space, surged forth instantaneously, carving a profound mark upon the ground. Lin Yu gazed upon his achievements, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "I am becoming increasingly adept at wielding the soul of the sword of time and space." Beside him, Sophie expressed her admiration, saying, "Lin Yu, your self-created soul skill of the sword of time and space is truly remarkable. When will I be able to possess a self-created soul skill like yours?" Lin Yu smiled at Su Ming and said, "Su Ming, your flame leopard martial soul is indeed formidable. You must understand that with continued dedication to your training, You are bound to achieve remarkable progress in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with determination and ambition. He replied, "Yes, Lin Yu. I will certainly strive harder. I believe I can become stronger." With that, Su Ming began to unleash his flame leopard martial soul, and in an instant, his body was enveloped by intense flames, forming a fiery barrier around him. He shouted, "Flame Leopard's first spirit skill, Flame Impact." Immediately, an enormous fireball shot forth from in front of him with an unstoppable momentum, racing towards the distance. It ultimately exploded with tremendous force, releasing an overwhelming heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its vicinity. Observing Su Ming's powerful fiery assault, Lin Yu could not help but nod in approval, acknowledging that Su Ming's strength had indeed surged. At that moment, the other companions were diligently honing their skills within their respective martial soul domains, showcasing their distinctive talents. Some were adept at defense, standing firm as they conjured a thick soul power shield, resembling an indomitable fortress. Others excelled in support, continuously radiating light from their hands, bestowing various enhancements upon their comrades. Everyone was striving to elevate themselves while learning from one another, collectively progressing. As the comprehensive assessment from the Spirit Hall approached, Lin Yu and the others appeared particularly excited yet anxious. Lin Yu looked at everyone with a serious expression and proclaimed, "My friends, this assessment is a crucial moment to evaluate our training results. It holds great significance for each of us. We must give it our all." One of the companions responded, "Lin Yu, rest assured, we understand the importance of this assessment and will exert every effort." Another chimed in, "Indeed, we will not disappoint anyone, nor will we let our hard work go to waste." Su Ming added, "Right, we must demonstrate our strength in this assessment, allowing everyone to witness our growth and progress." Encouraging one another, they exchanged words filled with anticipation and confidence regarding the upcoming evaluation. "All right, let us all strive together and work diligently towards our goals." Lin Yu rallied the group. "No problem," they replied in unison, their voices echoing in the air, as if declaring their resolve and courage. As the assessment drew nearer, everyone became increasingly focused on their final preparations, eager to excel in the evaluation. During the soul power test, the students lined up, each stepping onto the testing platform in turn. Each individual awaited the results with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. When it was Lin Yu's turn, he took a deep breath and released his soul power with all his might. As he exerted himself, the readings on the testing apparatus began to rise steadily, the numbers flashing rapidly as if racing against time. Ultimately, the value settled at an astonishing level, level 20. The attendees expressed their astonishment, and the mentors displayed looks of surprise. They had initially assumed that Lin Yu was merely an ordinary student, but now they were taken aback to discover his remarkably high soul power level. "Wow, Lin Yu, your soul power level is astonishingly high. You seem to be only 8 years old, yet you have already reached level 20. One student could not help but exclaim. Lin Yu smiled faintly as he descended from the testing platform. He understood that achieving such results was no easy feat. Yet he did not allow himself to bask in arrogance. He recognized that only through relentless effort could he truly harness his potential. Subsequently, his companions also performed remarkably, their soul power levels far surpassing those of their contemporaries, showcasing immense promise and talent. These outstanding results led the mentors to hold even greater expectations for them. During the practical assessment, the students were divided into small groups, each tasked with completing a series of challenges, including combat, puzzle solving, and collaboration. Lin Yu led his team into the simulated battlefield, where they would face various trials and tribulations. "Everyone, stay alert and vigilant," Lin Yu cautioned. "Understood," his comrades replied in unison. Not long after entering the battlefield, they were beset by a horde of formidable soul beasts in a simulated attack. "Prepare for battle," Lin Yu shouted, charging ahead. He wielded the sword of time and space, instantly traversing into the midst of the soul beasts, unleashing a fierce assault. Su Ming, not to be outdone, commanded his flame leopard spirit, releasing a torrent of fire that engulfed the soul beasts. The other teammates coordinated seamlessly, each deploying their skills to combat the beasts. "Lin Yu, there's a powerful soul beast charging at us from this side," one teammate called out. "I'll handle it," Lin Yu declared, using his temporal power to appear before the beast, striking it down with a single blow. Throughout the battle, they communicated and collaborated continuously. "Su Ming, watch out for the soul beast on the left." "Got it, I see it." After a fierce confrontation, they successfully repelled all the simulated soul beast attacks. "Next." They faced a series of tactical dilemmas. Some required them to devise offensive strategies, while others necessitated defensive formations. Lin Yu fully utilized his leadership skills, guiding his comrades with composure. Let's split into two teams, one for direct assault, and the other to flank from the side, Lin Yu instructed. No problem. His teammates readily agreed. Through their collective efforts, they adeptly resolved one tactical challenge after another. Their impressive performance captured the keen attention of the higher-ups from the Spirit Hall. The elders and mentors seated in the observation platform nodded in approval as they watched the students display. This batch of students shows great potential, remarked one elder. Especially that Lin Yu. His sword of time and space is indeed a rare find, another elder concurred. The Spirit Hall decided to grant them additional resources and opportunities. When this news reached Lin Yu and his companions, they were filled with exhilaration. This is fantastic. We have more resources and opportunities now. One teammate cheered. Lin Yu calmly remarked, this is the fruit of our labor, yet we must not succumb to pride. We must continue to strive and journey further along the path of cultivation. Indeed, we cannot betray the expectations of the Spirit Hall. Su Ming resolutely responded. From that moment forth, Lin Yu and his companions fortified their convictions. They dedicated themselves to rigorous training each day, relentlessly enhancing their prowess. We must achieve greater accomplishments in our future cultivation endeavors and strive for the glory of the Spirit Hall, Lin Yu silently vowed. In addition to their training, they would gather to exchange insights and experiences. I believe we should place greater emphasis on our synergy during battles, Lin Yu suggested. Precisely. We could engage in more practical drills to improve our teamwork, Su Ming proposed. Excellent idea, let us commence tomorrow, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Thus, they encouraged and supported one another, persistently advancing along the path of cultivation towards loftier aspirations. Their future brimmed with boundless possibilities. And they would inscribe their illustrious chapters through their diligence and perseverance. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Soul Master during this period. The training sessions at the Spirit Hall came to a brief interlude. Lin Yu felt the need for a respite, prompting his decision to depart from the Spirit Hall and explore the outside world. He hoped to discover fresh opportunities and insights while alleviating his taut nerves. Thus, he ventured alone into the bustling and vibrant town. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a rich atmosphere of festivity. The streets teemed with people, the cacophony of lively chatter and calls creating a vivacious energy that invigorated the spirit. A diverse array of individuals moved about, each face adorned with a radiant smile. Lin Yu leisurely strolled along the street, his spirits buoyant. He sensed a lifestyle that was in stark contrast to the atmosphere of the Spirit Hall. Here, there was no palpable tension of rigorous training, only the tranquil and carefree existence of the townsfolk. With curiosity, he observed everything around him, as if he had stepped into a wondrous new world. Suddenly, a vendor rushed past him, pushing a cart brimming with goods. Lin Yu quickly stepped aside, and as he watched the vendor's retreating figure, a smile crept onto his face. This small town was indeed alive with vitality. Continuing his walk, Lin Yu noticed a fruit stall surrounded by eager customers. The proprietor cheerfully beckoned, "Hey there, young man, come take a look at my fresh fruits." As Lin Yu approached, he was greeted by an array of vibrantly colored, appetizing fruits displayed enticingly at the stall. Unable to resist, he purchased a few, savoring their sweetness as he ambled along. As he wandered further, he found himself near a square at the heart of the town, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly engaged in an animated discussion about something. Lin Yu, intrigued, leaned closer, straining to listen intently. "Have you heard?" A middle-aged man, clad in simple attire, spoke animatedly. "Recently, a particularly mysterious and formidable young soul master has emerged." As Lin Yu listened, his heart stirred with intrigue. Who could this mysterious young soul master be? Could it be someone he knew, or merely a topic of idle gossip among the masses? With questions and curiosity swirling in his mind, he continued to eavesdrop. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. "I believe he is just a charlatan. There are no such extraordinary individuals," scoffed a young man clad in opulent attire. "Indeed, he might very well be a trickster, preying on the Na'vi," another voice chimed in. Nonetheless, a larger portion of the crowd remained filled with anticipation and curiosity regarding the legendary young soul master. They speculated about his identity, origins, and future prospects. Lin Yu stood silently to the side, contemplating the discussions around him. He understood that in this world, rumors and hearsay often captivated the masses more than the truth. Yet they could also conceal hidden realities. Just then, a melodic voice broke through. "Oh, please, don't argue. Perhaps this young soul master is truly remarkable." The The speaker was a vivacious girl, her eyes sparkling with lively brilliance. The crowd turned their gaze toward her, and with a smile, she added, "Maybe he is the fabled genius soul master, diligently honing his skills, preparing to astonish us all." Lin Yu could not help but chuckle. The girl's thoughts were indeed innocent and amusing. However, he also understood that in this world, anything is possible. Perhaps this mysterious young spirit master truly exists and is on the path to becoming a formidable soul master. With this in mind, Lin Yu resolved to seek out this legendary young spirit master, eager to discover just how enigmatic and powerful he might be. At that moment, a kindly old man interjected. Indeed, I have also heard some tales about that young spirit master. It is said that his combat style is exceptionally unique and elusive. He can unleash astonishing power at critical moments, leaving everyone in awe. Another person nearby quickly chimed in. Yes. I have also heard that he seems to possess a rather extraordinary martial spirit. The specifics elude me, but it is certainly not an ordinary one. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Yu's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. The rumors surrounding this enigmatic young soul master enveloped his mind like a veil of mystery, compelling him to uncover the truth within. Hey, my friend, just how formidable is this young soul master? Unable to contain his intrigue any longer, Lin Yu inquired of the middle-aged man. The man cast a glance at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before replying, "Well, young lad, it's hard to say. In any case, he is exceptionally powerful." Dissatisfied with such an ambiguous response, Lin Yu pressed on. Are there any more specific examples? For instance, who are some of the formidable opponents he has triumphed over? The middle-aged man stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, There was an occasion when he faced a particularly strong soul master known for his formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, our young hero managed to discern his weaknesses and ultimately secured victory. On another occasion, despite being besieged by a throng of adversaries, he adeptly navigated the situation and successfully escaped. In summary, his prowess is unfathomable, rendering him unpredictable. Lin Yu listened with rapt attention, secretly marveling at the extraordinary prowess and combat skills of this enigmatic young soul master. Yet, the true identity and background of this individual remained shrouded in mystery. The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. I have heard that during a competition, he faced a formidable opponent and was on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, he unleashed a peculiar soul technique that instantly turned the tide, leaving his adversary utterly vanquished. Wow, that's astonishing, Lin Yu exclaimed. Indeed, that is why everyone is so curious about him, the middle-aged man replied. Lin Yu began to envision the appearance of this young soul master in his mind, contemplating the nature of his abilities and the unique qualities he might possess. The enigmatic rumors acted as a hook, ensnaring Lin Yu's heart and igniting an insatiable curiosity to uncover more about this young soul master's story. Do you know where he is now? Lin Yu inquired once more. The crowd shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance, for he was elusive and enigmatic. Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation, pondering the potential truths concealed behind these rumors and the impact this enigmatic young soul master might have on both himself and the spirit hall. At that moment, voices began to stir among the crowd. I heard he has recently been spotted in the Douluo forest. Is that true? I only heard it from others and am not entirely certain of the details. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with realization, and he conceived a plan. Perhaps he could venture into the Douluo forest in search of this enigmatic young soul master, potentially unraveling the mysteries surrounding him. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to return home to make preparations before embarking on his journey to the Douluo forest. Do you think he might visit our town? It is quite possible. He may have already arrived. Oh, how wonderful it would be to meet him and witness firsthand if he truly possesses such extraordinary prowess. Listening to their conversation, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation swell within him. He could not help but ponder the identity of this enigmatic young soul master and the reasons behind the fervent attention and discussions surrounding him. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly turned to Lin Yu and inquired, Hey, young man, you are a soul master too, aren't you? Lin Yu nodded and replied, Yes. I am from the spirit hall. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, Oh my, the spirit hall. That is indeed the sanctum for soul masters. I never expected a young man like you to hail from there. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, those around them cast envious glances. The spirit hall, as one of the most powerful organizations for soul masters in the Douluo continent, undoubtedly holds a position and influence that speaks for itself. To be a member of the Spirit Hall is, without a doubt, a remarkable honor. Chapter 13. The Mysterious Soul Master. To Lin Yu chuckled shyly, responding with modesty, haha. It's nothing much. However, he felt a sense of secret pride within. After all, his affiliation with the Spirit Hall had indeed bestowed upon him numerous advantages. At that moment, the elder curiously leaned in and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this enigmatic young soul master?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He pondered internally, who exactly is this enigmatic young soul master? Is his strength and talent truly as remarkable as claimed? Despite the accolades bestowed upon him by the outside world, Lin Yu felt compelled to witness his prowess firsthand to ascertain his true capabilities. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu resolved to seek an opportunity to uncover the reality behind this young soul master's genuine prowess. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, "I believe that since he possesses such a remarkable reputation, he undoubtedly has exceptional qualities. However, to truly comprehend the extent of his prowess, one must witness it firsthand." At that moment, those around him concurred, saying, "Indeed, we have heard whispers of his feats, but to genuinely grasp his capabilities, a personal encounter is essential." Excitement filled the air as anticipation grew among the crowd. Subsequently, Lin Yu lingered in the square for a while longer before turning to depart. He continued his leisurely stroll through the town streets, yet his mind remained preoccupied with inquiries regarding the enigmatic young soul master. Just then, a chorus of gasps shattered the tranquility. Lin Yu swiftly turned his head and discovered a young girl recklessly charging towards a galloping carriage, perilously close to danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the soul power within him and darted towards the girl like a flash of lightning. He enveloped her in his arms, successfully evading the carriage and averting a potential tragedy. That was close. The surrounding crowd exhaled in relief, the tense atmosphere finally dissipating. "Thank you, big brother," the girl said, her pale face betraying her fright as she trembled slightly, clinging tightly to Lin Yu as if he were her only refuge. Her gaze was filled with gratitude and dependence, as though she regarded him as her savior. "Don't mention it, but do be careful next time," Lin Yu replied with a reassuring smile, gently patting her back to ease her fears. At that moment, the girl's mother hurried over, her face etched with anxiety and concern. Upon seeing her daughter safe and sound, she released a sigh of relief. She embraced the girl tightly, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Lin Yu. "Thank you, sir, for your timely intervention. The consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise." Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. "Everything is fine. But do keep a closer eye on your child in the future," he said gently. After bidding farewell to the mother and daughter, Lin Yu continued his leisurely stroll through the town, feeling lighthearted and cherishing the rare tranquility of the moment. As he wandered, he came upon a tavern. "I might as well step inside for a moment and see if there are any tidings regarding that young soul master," he mused to himself. Thus, he entered the bustling establishment. The tavern was alive with chatter and laughter, a cacophony of merriment. People were drinking and conversing, their voices rising and falling like waves. Lin Yu found an empty seat and ordered some food and drink. He listened intently to the surrounding conversations, hoping to glean some valuable information. "Hey, have you heard? That mysterious young soul master has reappeared." A nearby table was engaged in hushed discussions, their voices tinged with curiosity and excitement, capturing Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu perked up his ears and listened intently. "Is it true? Where did it happen?" a person asked, his face alight with anticipation. "It seems to have occurred in the neighboring town. They say they achieved a splendid victory," another replied excitedly. "Wow, that's incredible. I can't wait to witness it," the third person exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. As Lin Yu savored his food and drink, he quietly listened to the discussions around him, his curiosity about the enigmatic young soul master intensifying. He yearned to uncover the identity of this individual and the reason behind the considerable stir he had caused. Thus, he resolved to further explore the town in hopes of unearthing some clues. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Yu stepped out of the tavern and resumed his exploration of the town. As night fell, the lights within the town gradually illuminated the streets, casting a warm glow. Strolling through the brilliantly lit streets, Lin Yu reveled in the vibrancy and liveliness of the place. Before he knew it, darkness enveloped the sky. Gazing at the glimmering town, he felt a surge of emotions. This town thrived with vitality, and its inhabitants lived in abundant contentment. The rumors surrounding the mysterious young soul master added an intriguing layer of allure to the town. "Perhaps I should seek out this young soul master and engage in a friendly duel," Lin Yu mused to himself. He realized that he had not encountered a true rival in quite some time, and the prospect of challenging this young master promised to be exhilarating. With this thought, Lin Yu's resolve solidified. He decided to embark on his quest to find the enigmatic young soul master the following day. At the break of dawn, Lin Yu prepared his belongings and departed from the town, embarking on his journey to locate the mysterious soul master. Burdened with a heavy backpack filled with provisions and essential items, he donned light clothing and comfortable boots, his steps firm and purposeful. Along the way, Lin Yu encountered diverse individuals. Some regaled him with legends and tales about the mysterious young soul master, igniting his intrigue. Others urged him to abandon his quest, deeming it an impossible endeavor. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained undeterred, firmly believing in his ability to find the elusive young master and learn advanced soul techniques from him. As time progressed, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the rigors of travel. He learned to cope with inclement weather and challenging environments, as well as how to communicate with strangers and extract valuable information. Throughout his journey, he diligently sought news of the mysterious young soul master, gradually piecing together a more comprehensive understanding of him. It was said that this enigmatic young soul master hailed from far-off lands, possessing formidable soul techniques and exceptional combat prowess. He had demonstrated astounding strength in a fierce battle, leaving many in awe. Yet, little was known about his origins and background, save for the fact that he roamed in search of stronger opponents and deeper soul techniques. Lin Yu silently vowed to locate the enigmatic young soul master, eager to learn profound soul techniques and enhance his own prowess. Regardless of the myriad challenges that lay ahead, he would not waver. He firmly believed that with unwavering perseverance, he would undoubtedly achieve his aspirations. Chapter 14. Unveiling the veil of the mysterious soul master during the long and arduous quest for clues. Lin Yu felt as though he was ensnared in a vast enigma, each step taken with cautious yet resolute determination. He resembled an indefatigable explorer, tirelessly navigating the intricate thicket of clues, striving to draw closer to the truth. I must uncover the answers. I must reveal the true identity of this mysterious soul master. Lin Yu silently affirmed, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Day and night, he meticulously sifted through the seemingly chaotic clues, leaving no detail overlooked, in a quest to discern the pivotal connection within the tangled web. As days turned into weeks, Lin Yu's eyes grew bloodshot, yet his spirit soared ever higher. Finally, after prolonged contemplation and reasoning, he stumbled upon some faint traces. Though minute, these clues provided him with fresh insights and directions. One day, while engrossed in his research as usual, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Lin Yu's mind. He murmured, his gaze fixated intently on several clues in his grasp. He began to analyze the interrelations between these clues with meticulous care, attempting to extract hidden patterns. As time progressed, Lin Yu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a glimmer of joy breaking upon his countenance. To his astonishment, this mysterious soul master possessed the blue-silver grass martial spirit, a soul spirit universally regarded as inferior in the soul master realm. Yet this individual had managed to cultivate such formidable strength through the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Truly a miracle. Lin Yu could hardly fathom that a martial spirit deemed useless could wield such immense power in the hands of this soul master. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. According to the existing clues, this enigmatic soul master had also mastered a unique method that enabled him to engage in battles beyond his rank. This indicated that even when faced with adversaries of superior levels, he could effortlessly contend with, and perhaps even conquer them. Such an ability was undoubtedly a singular existence within the soul master world. Lin Yu silently recited these critical pieces of information, and vague images began to surface in his mind. As his contemplation deepened, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. It was as if this feeling were whispering to him that the identity of this mysterious soul master was not entirely foreign. Yet he struggled to pinpoint who it might be. Why do I feel this way? Where have I encountered this person before? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, delving into profound thought. His mind raced like a swiftly turning machine, scouring every corner of his memory, hoping to uncover something that corresponded to this sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a bold conjecture surged within Lin Yu's heart. Could it be him? Once this thought emerged, it proliferated like wild grass, consuming his entire mind. At that moment, his companion Su Yao approached. Noticing Lin Yu's intense concentration, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Lin Yu, what are you thinking about? You seem so absorbed. Lin Yu regained his composure, shifting his gaze from the clues to Su Yao. Su Yao, he remarked, the characteristics of this enigmatic soul master remind me of someone. Oh? Who might that be? Su Yao inquired eagerly. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Tang-san. Tang-san. Who is he? Is he formidable? Su Yao's eyes widened, her face a picture of confusion. Lin Yu nodded, a flicker of reverence flashing in his eyes, and continued, Indeed, the more I scrutinize these clues, the more I perceive a striking resemblance to him. He is an extraordinarily formidable soul master, endowed with a unique martial spirit and astonishing prowess. Su Yao furrowed her brows and remarked, However, this seems rather coincidental, does it not? Could it be that you are overthinking this? Lin Yu shook his head, his gaze resolute and unwavering, and declared with conviction, No, my intuition tells me it cannot be wrong. His eyes radiated a fervent determination and confidence, as if he possessed absolute certainty in his judgment. Simultaneously, fragments of memories from his past life began to shimmer in the depths of his mind, like countless stars twinkling in the darkness. Each fragment emitted a faint glimmer, representing a segment of a forgotten past. Within those indistinct images, a figure seemed to gradually converge with the identity he was piecing together in the present. It must be him, Lin Yu silently shouted within, his emotions surging. He felt an intense force rising within him, compelling him to pursue those long-lost memories. He was convinced that this figure was an essential person from his previous life, one of paramount importance to him. I must seize these memories. Lin Yu closed his eyes tightly, dedicating himself to capturing the recollections of his past existence. His thoughts galloped like untamed steeds across the ocean of memory. He struggled desperately, attempting to grasp that elusive thread of connection, to reassemble all the scattered fragments of memory. Almost there, Lin Yu murmured to himself, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. His breath quickened, his heart raced, as he immersed himself entirely in this pursuit of recollection. Suddenly, as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the dark night sky, a name soared through his consciousness, Tang-san. These two syllables acted as a key, unlocking the door to his past life's memories. Waves of imagery surged forth, engulfing him in their depths, rendering him helplessly enthralled. Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face, his eyes widening in shock. It truly is him. He sat dazed, the scenes from earlier echoing continuously in his mind, the tumult of emotions inside him akin to crashing waves, impossible to quell. How could this be? Lin Yu murmured, his gaze vacant as if he had lost focus. I am destined to intersect with such a figure. He recalled every detail related to Tang-san from his past life. Those once vague memories now surged forth like a tide, becoming vividly clear. He remembered Tang-san's unparalleled strength, his unyielding will, and his unique charisma, a profound sense of reverence swelling within him. He is destined to be the pinnacle of the Douluo continent, possessing boundless potential and talent, while I am merely a fledgling character. Could I truly face such a formidable adversary? Lin Yu pondered, a mixture of excitement and trepidation coursing through him. Yet, he was not defeated by fear. Instead, it ignited the fighting spirit deep within him. He understood that encountering a powerhouse like Tang-san was both a challenge and an opportunity. Only through confrontation with the strong could one continuously elevate oneself and transcend limitations. I will not retreat, nor can I. Lin Yu took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Whatever lies ahead, I shall give my all to embrace the challenge. Lin Yu's heart began to swirl with inner turmoil. On one hand, he yearned to encounter a formidable opponent like Tang-san, desiring to elevate himself through the trials of confrontation. On the other hand, he was apprehensive that his own strength might fall short in the face of the challenges Tang-san could present. No, I cannot retreat. Lin Yu clenched his teeth. Rallying his spirit within, I must confront this with courage. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall give my all. Lin Yu took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. He understood that this was neither the time for hesitation nor fear. He must prepare himself to confront the formidable adversary that lingered in the memories of his past life. Su Yao, we must strive even harder, Lin Yu declared, gazing at her with unwavering resolve. Su Yao nodded vigorously, assuring him, rest assured, Lin Yu, I will always be by your side. We shall face this together. Her voice resonated with determination and courage, enveloping Lin Yu in a profound warmth. Lin Yu cast a grateful glance at Su Yao, before plunging once more into contemplation about the future. He understood that the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges and obstacles. However, he firmly believed that with unwavering perseverance, he could overcome all adversities. In the days that followed, Lin Yu dedicated himself to rigorous training, continually enhancing his strength. He meticulously analyzed every clue, seeking further information regarding Tang San. Together with Su Yao, he deliberated on strategies, preparing thoroughly for the challenges that might arise. They were acutely aware that this battle was not merely a test of strength, but also a trial of intellect and courage. Lin Yu harbored a singular conviction: to locate Tang San and unravel the enigma. No matter the magnitude of the difficulties he faced, he would not relent, for he bore the hopes of an entire world upon his shoulders. Regardless of what the future held, he vowed silently to himself that he would bravely forge ahead, in pursuit of his truth and glory. Chapter 15. Embarking on a new journey upon confirming the identity of the enigmatic soul master as Tang San. Lin Yu felt as though a colossal stone had been cast into his heart, sending ripples of turmoil through his soul that refused to subside. He stood quietly in a secluded corner of the spirit hall, the world around him seemingly partitioned from his existence. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, cascading in delicate rays that danced upon him, creating a tapestry of dappled shadows and radiant light, reminiscent of a mysterious painting. Lin Yu's profound gaze grew increasingly distant, as if yearning to transcend the barriers of time and space in pursuit of everything related to Tang San. Tang San, it truly is him. Lin Yu murmured to himself, his thoughts surging like an unstoppable tide. He recalled the memories of his past life, where Tang San was a powerful and legendary figure, now inextricably intertwined with his own fate. Lin Yu gradually closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to descend into the depths of his past life's memories. The fragments of memories, long shrouded in the dust of time, unfurled like an ancient scroll within his mind. He beheld Tang San from his previous existence, exhibiting unparalleled grace across a myriad of scenes. In the midst of fierce battles, Tang San wielded his blue-silver, grass martial spirit, his form agile and lithe like that of a leopard, each movement imbued with boundless strength and exquisite skill. His gaze radiated an unwavering and indomitable belief, as if nothing in the world could hinder his forward march. The ferocity with which he fought was truly awe-inspiring, and it was no wonder he became such an extraordinary figure. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Moreover, Tang San's resolute demeanor in the face of adversity left a profound impression on Lin Yu. With a slight furrow in his brow, his eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. Even when confronted with dire circumstances, he would never concede defeat easily. This tenacity of spirit was immensely admirable, stirring a deep respect within Lin Yu. He also witnessed the profound camaraderie between Tang San and his companions, as they supported one another, advancing and retreating together, confronting countless challenges and hardships side by side. Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion. Such genuine friendship is indeed rare. He meticulously sifted through these memories, leaving no detail overlooked. It seemed that his blue-silver grass martial spirit possessed numerous extraordinary abilities. What might they be? As he pondered, he endeavored to recall. Gradually, with the passage of time, some hazy images began to sharpen. He beheld Tang San's focused demeanor during training, his composed response in the face of formidable foes, and his decisive judgment at critical moments. It appeared he had such a rich past. Lin Yu grasped some lesser-known aspects of Tang San's history, experiences that had forged his indomitable character. No wonder he was so powerful. It was all the result of his relentless efforts. Lin Yu's respect for Tang San deepened further. Lin Yu continued to immerse himself in memories, unearthing further insights about Tang San. He discovered that Tang San possessed not only exceptional strength, but also noble character and unwavering conviction. Tang San steadfastly adhered to his principles, remaining unshaken by external influences. His sincere treatment of friends and mercilessness towards foes endowed him with a commendable duality that made him a figure of great respect. Moreover, Lin Yu observed Tang San's attitude towards spirit beasts. He understood that spirit beasts were sentient beings, not mere tools or resources. Tang San respected the life of each spirit beast, never harming them lightly. This approach reflected the profound kindness and compassion nestled within Tang San's heart. Throughout his exploration of Tang San's memories, Lin Yu gained a deeper comprehension of this formidable opponent. He realized that to triumph over Tang San, he needed not only to enhance his own capabilities but also to assimilate the virtues Tang San embodied. Only by continually refining himself could he truly reach the pinnacle of strength. Acquiring these invaluable insights, Lin Yu developed a more comprehensive and profound understanding of Tang San. He recognized the immense strength and potential Tang San wielded, and that a lack of caution could pose a significant threat to himself. However, He also acknowledged that mere knowledge of his adversary was insufficient. He needed to devise effective strategies and plans to gain an advantage in the competition against Tang San. Thus, Lin Yu began to meticulously analyze Tang San's character traits and behavioral patterns, striving to identify his weaknesses and predict his next moves. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to leverage his own strengths and utilize surrounding resources to bolster his power. After considerable reflection, Lin Yu finally crafted a detailed action plan. He resolved to commence by enhancing his own strength through relentless training and learning, thereby improving his soul power and combat skills. Additionally, he aimed to strengthen coordination with his teammates to collectively confront Tang San. I must be thoroughly prepared. I cannot act rashly, Lin Yu silently reassured himself. At that moment, Su Yao approached him. Noticing Lin Yu's contemplative demeanor, she curiously inquired, Lin Yu, what are you thinking so intently about? Snapping back to reality, Lin Yu smiled and replied, nothing much, just pondering a few matters. Su Yao widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, oh, really? You certainly don't seem to be contemplating mundane issues. Are you thinking about Tang San? Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging, indeed, I am reflecting on Tang San. After all, he is our future rival, and I must understand his circumstances to better confront him. Su Yao furrowed her brow with concern and asked, but is Tang San truly that powerful? Can we defeat him? Lin Yu gently patted Su Yao's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Do not worry. As long as we unite and strive to enhance our abilities, we shall undoubtedly overcome him. Moreover, I have already devised an action plan, and I firmly believe we will succeed. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words imbued with confidence, Su Yao felt a slight easing of her spirits. With a smile, she replied, all right, I will trust you this once. However, you must not let me down. Lin Yu chuckled and assured her, rest assured, I will not disappoint anyone. Curiosity piqued, Su Yao scratched her head and inquired, what have you thought of? A glimmer of contemplation crossed Lin Yu's eyes as he slowly articulated, I considered his formidable strength, that awe-inspiring power, his unique martial soul and skills, seemingly bestowed by the heavens, and his character and experiences, concealing countless untold stories. Admiration illuminated Su Yao's face as she exclaimed, wow, you have thought of so much. What do you plan to do next? Furrowing his brow, Lin Yu resolutely replied, I must train even harder, continuously enhancing my strength. Only then will I have the means to confront him. Su Yu nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, yes, I support you. But do not be too tense. Together we shall strive, and I believe we can overcome any obstacle. Lin Yu cast a grateful glance at Su Yao and sincerely expressed, thank you, Su Yao. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease. To better confront the myriad challenges that may arise in the future, Lin Yu committed himself to rigorous training. He immersed himself in the study of martial arts, working tirelessly day and night, which resulted in a significant enhancement of his soul power. Each night, as most people succumbed to slumber, Lin Yu remained steadfast in the training room, drenched in sweat, yet devoid of any inclination to relent. Deep within, he clung to a singular belief, to grow stronger. I must surpass myself to stand a chance against Tang San. Silently motivating himself, Lin Yu also proactively engaged with other skilled practitioners, seeking their guidance to glean invaluable experience and wisdom. During a sparring session with a seasoned soul master, Lin Yu focused intently on countering each of the opponent's attacks. Suddenly, the soul master unleashed a fierce onslaught, prompting Lin Yu to react swiftly. Deftly sidestepping while his mind raced to devise a countermeasure. Prepare to receive my strike. Lin Yu seized the moment, calling out as he executed a newly learned technique. This move, evolved from a martial arts skill remembered from his past life, though not yet fully mastered, held considerable potency. The opposing fighter, caught off guard by Lin Yu's unexpected maneuver, displayed a flicker of surprise. However, being a seasoned soul master, he quickly regained composure and responded adeptly. Thus commenced an intense exchange, with both sides trading blows, neither yielding an inch. In the end, Lin Yu was slightly outmatched, as his opponent discovered a flaw and emerged victorious. After the sparring session concluded, Lin Yu respectfully inquired, Senior, what shortcomings do you believe I exhibited earlier? The seasoned soul master replied with a smile, your reflexes are quite sharp, and your grasp of that technique is commendable. However, you could employ your moves with greater adaptability. Do not confine yourself too rigidly to the technique itself, but rather learn to respond with agility to the unfolding circumstances. Lin Yu nodded humbly and said, thank you for your guidance, Senior. I shall remember it. Throughout the preparation process, Lin Yu maintained a heightened sense of vigilance and keen insight. He continuously analyzed the information gleaned from his past life memories, endeavoring to predict Tang San's possible courses of action. If I were Tang San, what would I do in this situation? Lin Yu often posed this question to himself. Through this empathetic reasoning, he gradually comprehended Tang San's thought processes and decision-making habits, thus better equipping himself to face the forthcoming challenges. At last, after thorough preparation, Lin Yu felt ready to embark on his new journey. He packed all the essential items into his satchel, slung it over his shoulder, and, with unwavering conviction and dreams of the future, resolutely departed from the spirit hall. Before leaving, Su Yao came to bid him farewell. Her eyes shimmered with concern and reluctance as she softly said, Lin Yu, you must be careful. I will wait for your return. Lin Yu paused, turned around, and smiled at Su Yao, gently patting her shoulder in reassurance. Do not worry, Su Yao. I will take good care of myself. When I return, we shall continue our adventures together. With that, Lin Yu turned away, not casting a glance back. His strides were firm and vigorous, imbued with a sense of determination and purpose. He understood that this journey would pose formidable challenges. Yet he firmly believed that only through such trials could he truly grow and become stronger. Lin Yu embarked on a new journey, fully aware that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yet, he remained undaunted. For he believed that with the knowledge gleaned from his past life and his continuously enhancing abilities, he would undoubtedly carve out his own path amidst the intertwining fates with Tang San and achieve his aspirations. His steps were resolute and powerful, each stride seemingly infused with anticipation for the future and unwavering determination. Within his heart burned a flame, a fervent desire for exploration of the unknown and an unrelenting pursuit of his dreams. Chapter 16. The Nodding Layout 1. After departing from the Spirit Hall, Lin Yu set forth in accordance with the memories of his previous life. Heading towards the city of Nodding in the Barak Kingdom, the very locale where Tang San would attend school. Upon his arrival, the sights before him evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth. At this moment, Lin Yu stood on the bustling streets of Nodding City, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the horizon. He understood well that, although this city appeared unremarkable, it was indeed the starting point for the realization of his grand ambitions. In this world brimming with uncertainty and challenges, connections would prove to be the key to unlocking the doors of success. Therefore, he took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and resolutely made his way towards the social venues teeming with unknowns and opportunities. Lin Yu began to make frequent appearances at various aristocratic banquets. There, the resplendent palaces, dazzling lights, and melodious music collectively created a unique ambience. This exceptional stage became the ideal setting for him to showcase his personal charm. Lin Yu donned an exquisitely crafted and impeccably tailored gown, his strides both steady and composed. Each of his movements appeared as if meticulously sculpted, perfectly showcasing an air of elegance. The instant he entered the banquet hall, countless gazes instantly converged upon him. Wow, he has arrived. Someone whispered in astonishment. Look at him. He is resplendent once again today. A noblewoman could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Yu wore a gentle smile, courteously nodding to those around him, his calm demeanor evoking a sense of affection. He gracefully navigated through the crowd, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with this nobleman and exchanging polite pleasantries with that noblewoman. His comportment was both poised and fitting, with every detail executed to perfection. Your gown today is truly exquisite, Lin Yu remarked to a lady with a smile. Oh, thank you. You certainly know how to flatter, she joyfully replied. In Lin Yu's heart, a sense of quiet pride blossomed. However, he refrained from displaying such emotions upon his visage. Instead, he maintained a demeanor characterized by a polite and humble smile, as if it had become second nature to him. His steps were light and graceful, weaving through the crowd, creating a striking contrast with those around him. He seemed to possess a unique charm that drew people to him almost involuntarily. Each movement appeared so natural and fluid, giving the impression that he had emerged from an aristocratic lineage. His gaze was sharp and discerning, always adept at swiftly identifying influential figures and approaching them for conversation. His voice, deep and gentle, exuded an irresistible warmth. Greetings, esteemed sir. It is a true pleasure to encounter you here, Lin Yu greeted a nobleman with a smile, his tone infused with a hint of excitement and anticipation, as if the gentleman were precisely the person he had long desired to meet. Oh, and who might you be? The nobleman's expression bore a trace of confusion, his eyes fixed intently upon Lin Yu. Unfazed, Lin Yu exhibited remarkable composure. aware of the necessity to leave a lasting impression. He succinctly introduced himself. I am Lin Yu, having just arrived here not long ago, and I sincerely hope for your esteemed guidance in the future. His tone was earnest and heartfelt, his eyes reflecting respect and gratitude towards the nobleman. Upon completing his introduction, Lin Yu continued to wear that courteous smile. His gaze filled with reverence for the gentleman. He understood the importance of honoring others in such a setting, recognizing that it was essential for winning their goodwill and trust. The nobleman offered a slight nod, a flicker of barely perceptible appreciation glinting in his eyes, seemingly pleased with Lin Yu's demeanor. Observing this, Lin Yu's heart swelled with delight, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He was acutely aware that earning this nobleman's recognition signified that he had successfully made an impression on the elite, which was crucial for his future endeavors. He gracefully continued to navigate the banquet hall, his keen eyes searching for the next significant individual to befriend. Each step radiated an air of unhurried confidence, as if the entire world lay at his command. Throughout his interactions with these influential figures, Lin Yu maintained a humble stance, engaging sincerely in conversation, striving to comprehend their needs and thoughts. Esteemed sir, what do you perceive as the current developmental trajectory of Notting City? Lin Yu inquired softly, his tone revealing respect and curiosity towards the nobleman. The nobleman furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. Notting City indeed harbors substantial potential for growth. Yet, as he spoke, he hesitated, a shadow of concern crossing his features. Lin Yu eagerly nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he concurred. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I have always held great optimism for the future of Notting City. His face radiated a serious demeanor, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the city's development. He then continued to engage in dialogue with the influential figure, discussing various topics concerning Notting City. He listened intently to each word spoken by the dignitary, occasionally interjecting with his own insights and perspectives. With a gentle yet resolute tone, he articulated his affection and confidence in the city, hoping to garner the other's endorsement and support. The nobleman regarded Lin Yu with a smile and nodded in acknowledgement, beginning to share his understanding and aspirations for Notting City, emphasizing the city's potential and opportunities. Lin Yu attentively absorbed the conversation, nodding in agreement while also offering some of his viewpoints and suggestions. Through this exchange, Lin Yu gained a deeper understanding of the noble's perceptions and expectations for Notting City, which provided him with a clearer vision and direction for his future endeavors within it. He recognized that maintaining a good rapport with these influential individuals was essential for establishing and advancing his position in Notting City. As the conversation progressed, Lin Yu increasingly felt that his decision to proactively engage with the noble was indeed a wise one. They deliberated on matters such as enhancing the economic strength of Notting City, improving infrastructure, and attracting more talent, exchanging ideas and thoughts. Lin Yu discovered that although these nobles held esteemed positions, they were remarkably approachable and willing to consider others' opinions and suggestions. Ultimately, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to the nobleman, affirming his commitment to actively participate in the city's development. The nobleman encouraged him with a smile, confident that he would find success in this vibrant city. Chapter 17. The layout of Notting 2. Regarding those exceptionally powerful soul masters, Lin Yu approached them with a humble attitude, eager to learn from their expertise. He understood that these individuals were seasoned and formidable experts, and receiving their guidance would accelerate his growth. Thus, he consistently engaged with these strong figures with a sense of reverence, absorbing invaluable knowledge and skills from them. At a certain banquet, Lin Yu encountered an extraordinary soul master named Carlos, renowned for his title as the Stellar Minter. His presence enlivened the entire gathering, prompting many to approach him with greetings. Lin Yu, too, was no exception. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he swiftly made his way to Carlos, bowing respectfully and stating, "Esteemed Minter, are you indeed the illustrious Stellar Minter Carlos? I have long admired your esteemed reputation, and I hold your formidable prowess in the highest regard. It is truly an immense honor to meet you today." Carlos, gazing at the young soul master before him, offered a slight smile and nodded, inquiring, young one, how did you recognize me? Do you have any questions? Lin Yu hurriedly responded, "Respected Mentor Xingqian, I find myself perplexed regarding the cultivation of soul skills. I wonder if you could offer me some guidance." Upon hearing this, Mentor Carlos of Xingqian displayed a faint smile and replied, "Certainly, please share your concerns." Lin Yu proceeded to articulate the challenges he encountered in detail, while Mentor Carlos listened intently, occasionally nodding in understanding or furrowing his brow in contemplation. Once Lin Yu finished, Mentor Carlos pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I see. I comprehend your predicament. The issues you face are not overly complex. Yet they do necessitate a certain level of skill and experience to resolve. First and foremost, you must pay attention to your breath control. Secondly, when confronted by adversaries, do not be overly rigid. Instead, employ a flexible array of tactics and skills. Lastly, maintaining the right mindset is paramount. Remain calm and confident, and trust in your ability to overcome challenges. Lin Yu listened with rapt attention, nodding frequently in agreement, secretly marveling at the profound knowledge and unique insights of his mentor. Master Xingqian. Once the master concluded his discourse, Lin Yu rose respectfully and bowed to him, his voice trembling with gratitude as he expressed, Thank you, esteemed elder. For your guidance, I have truly gained invaluable insights. His face radiated sincerity and appreciation, with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Master Carlos, the mentor, smiled and gestured for Lin Yu to take his seat, earnestly stating, There is no need for such formality, young man. I perceive your exceptional talent. With diligent effort, you are destined for greatness. It brings me joy to assist you on this fortuitous occasion. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly, affirming his commitment to heed the elder's teachings and to intensify his cultivation efforts. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the rare opportunity to receive guidance from the extraordinary star mentor and resolved to make the most of it to enhance his own abilities. Observing Lin Yu's earnestness and eagerness to learn, the star mentor could not help but admire him even more. He recognized that a young man like Lin Yu, brimming with potential and diligence, undoubtedly had a boundless future ahead. It was not inconceivable that he might one day seek Lin Yu's assistance. In dealing with certain influential figures, Lin Yu deftly catered to their preferences. On one occasion, he learned that a particular dignitary had a profound fondness for a specific type of exquisite artwork. Determined, Lin Yu began to inquire widely, hoping to locate a similar piece. After considerable effort, he eventually discovered the whereabouts of the coveted artwork, only to find that it had already been purchased by another party. Yet, Lin Yu refused to relent. Through various channels, he managed to reach the buyer and persuaded him to part with the artwork. Thus, after much endeavor, Lin Yu procured a remarkably similar piece of art. When he met with the dignitary, he wore a bright smile and said, My lord, I happened upon a small object that I believe perfectly compliments you, and I have brought it as a gift. With that, he gently opened the box to reveal the artwork within. Upon seeing it, the dignitary's eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed, Oh my, this is truly a delightful surprise. You are incredibly thoughtful. Lin Yu smiled modestly and responded, You flatter me, my lord. It is my utmost honor to bring you joy. He then added, In truth, I am merely fulfilling a request from a friend to present this gift to you. However, since you cherish it so dearly, I consider my task accomplished. The nobleman nodded with a smile, expressing his satisfaction. Indeed, your friend is quite remarkable. I must insist on being introduced to him when the opportunity arises. That being said, this piece of art truly aligns with my tastes, and I am utterly enamored with it. Lin Yu promptly replied, I am delighted to hear that you appreciate it. I shall convey your admiration to my friend. The two then engaged in further discussion about art, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Ultimately, the nobleman extended an invitation to Lin Yu for dinner, wishing to express his gratitude. Thus, Lin Yu forged a commendable relationship with these influential figures. Through his attentiveness and diligence, he garnered their favor, laying a more solid foundation for his advancement within this circle. Lin Yu was acutely aware that to establish himself within this realm, it was imperative to cultivate amicable relations with the influential elite. Thus, he tirelessly endeavored to cater to their preferences, aspiring to earn their acknowledgement and support. For these powerful figures, Lin Yu's presence represented a valuable asset. Not only was he endowed with remarkable talent and capability, but he also possessed an innate understanding of interpersonal dynamics, rendering him a most sought-after individual. As time elapsed, Lin Yu's standing among the elite became increasingly secure. He began to attract greater attention and admiration, simultaneously gaining access to more opportunities and resources. He adeptly leveraged these connections, continually enhancing his prowess and influence in pursuit of his aspirations. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu encountered various challenges and obstacles. Nonetheless, he steadfastly believed that perseverance would enable him to surmount any adversity and realize his dreams. Ultimately, through his diligence and talent, he emerged as a figure of considerable prominence within this circle. Chapter 18. The Nodding Layout 3 on a Splendid Day. As the sun shone warmly and a gentle breeze caressed the air, Lin Yu strolled through the streets of Notting, relishing the delightful ambience. At that moment, he fortuitously encountered an individual adorned in resplendent attire, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that this person was none other than the influential merchant, Ma Hu, renowned in Notting. When Lin Yu first laid eyes upon Ma Hu, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within him. Surely, this was the illustrious merchant Ma Hu. Indeed, seeing him in person was far more impactful than mere hearsay, Lin Yu mused to himself. Without hesitation, he approached, his face radiating genuine warmth, and politely greeted Ma Hu, saying, "Greetings, esteemed merchant Ma Hu. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and it is truly an honor to meet you today." The merchant, intrigued, appraised Lin Yu from head to toe, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes as he smiled and inquired, "Oh, who might you be? How is it that you know of me?" Lin Yu promptly smiled and replied, "I am Lin Yu. I have always held profound admiration for your remarkable achievements in the business realm. I believe your successful experiences are an invaluable treasure for our younger generation. Therefore, it is indeed a stroke of luck to be able to meet you here today." Through extensive and in-depth conversations with the wealthy merchant, Lin Yu gained insight into his unique philosophies and invaluable experiences in business. These insights greatly benefited Lin Yu, who could not help but exclaim, "Sir, the decisions you have made in the business world are truly sagacious. I am deeply impressed by your wisdom and insight. As a junior, I hold you in the highest regard." Upon hearing this, the wealthy merchant burst into hearty laughter and waved his hand, saying, "Ha, you flatter me. It is merely a collection of experiences. Young people, as long as you are willing to learn and put in the effort, rewards will naturally follow." Lin Yu eagerly nodded in agreement and seized the opportunity to inquire about various business matters from the affluent merchant. Observing Lin Yu's earnestness and thirst for knowledge, the merchant generously imparted his extensive experience accumulated over the years. He meticulously elucidated everything from market trend analysis to product positioning, and from marketing strategies to various intricate facets of commerce. Lin Yu listened with rapt attention, frequently posing questions or offering suggestions, engaging in spirited discussions with the merchant. As time gradually passed, through relentless learning and practical application, Lin Yu progressively mastered a wealth of business knowledge and skills. Simultaneously, with his sincerity and talent, he successfully earned the trust and friendship of the wealthy merchant. The merchant not only provided substantial assistance and support in business endeavors, but also introduced Lin Yu to numerous other significant connections. Lin Yu cherished this hard-won friendship and resources, striving even harder to learn and enhance himself, aspiring to achieve greater accomplishments in the commercial realm, so as not to betray the merchant's trust and aid. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu discovered that his perspective had broadened, and his thinking underwent a profound transformation. He began to view the business world through a novel lens, no longer confined to immediate gains, but rather focusing on long-term development and strategic planning. This shift allowed Lin Yu to navigate the business landscape with remarkable ease, witnessing his career flourish. All of this was indebted to the guidance and teachings of the merchant. Moreover, Lin Yu actively sought connections with certain clandestine forces lurking in the shadows. Although these entities remained largely unknown to the public, they possessed formidable influence. Lin Yu was acutely aware that engaging with them required utmost caution, as any misstep could lead to unforeseen complications. When meeting with a representative of a mysterious faction, Lin Yu's heart brimmed with vigilance. He understood the significance of this encounter, yet also recognized the inherent risks involved. The background and motives of this enigmatic force were shrouded in secrecy, making collaboration undoubtedly a perilous venture. Nonetheless, Lin Yu perceived this as a rare opportunity. Should he successfully forge a positive relationship, it could potentially unlock new avenues for his future. "What brings you to us?" the other party inquired in a deep, resonant tone, reminiscent of a voice echoing from the abyss, sending a chill down Lin Yu's spine. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. Meeting the representative's piercing and profound gaze, he replied without faltering, "I wish to collaborate with you. I firmly believe that we can aid one another, thus achieving mutual benefit." The other party fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Lin Yu's words. Finally, he spoke, "What are your terms?" This question struck Lin Yu like a sharp blade, piercing deep into his consciousness. He was acutely aware that every subsequent word would dictate the course of this dialogue. Lin Yu elaborated on his thoughts and plans in great detail, encompassing his vision for the future and the potential for mutual growth. He underscored his strengths and resources, expressing a willingness to share these invaluable assets with the other party. Concurrently, he articulated several reasonable requests, hoping for corresponding support and cooperation in return. After listening intently, the other party fell into a deep contemplation, refraining from an immediate response. As each second ticked by, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Lin Yu's heart raced. He was uncertain whether he had successfully persuaded the other party, or even if they truly cared about his words. At that moment, the other party suddenly lifted their gaze, a flicker of subtle illumination dancing in their eyes. "This matter requires thorough consideration," they remarked earnestly, fixing their eyes on Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded slightly, signifying his understanding. After all, they were about to confront a world replete with uncertainties, where each step necessitated utmost caution. As he departed, Lin Yu silently prayed for a successful collaboration, fully aware that such an outcome would enable him to better fulfill the forthcoming tasks. With the passage of time, Lin Yu's network of connections continued to expand. He often found himself reflecting in solitude during the late hours of the night, reminiscing about his experiences and the accomplishments he had achieved. At last, he observed that his strategic networking was beginning to bear fruit, laying a robust foundation for his exploratory journey in Nottingham. Deep within, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. A plethora of challenges and opportunities awaited him on the horizon. He was determined to persist, continually broadening his connections and enhancing his capabilities to tackle the myriad difficulties that lay ahead. In this enigmatic world, Lin Yu resolved to forge ahead, utilizing his wisdom and courage to carve out a domain uniquely his own. Undoubtedly, these invaluable connections would serve as a significant support along his path forward. Chapter 19. The Nottingham strategy. For Lin Yu was acutely aware that in order to navigate the future landscape, brimming with both challenges and opportunities, the preparation of ample resources was paramount. Thus, he resolutely immersed himself in the rigorous and bustling preparatory work. "Hey, my friend, I see you have been quite busy in the materials market lately," remarked an individual who was also scouring the market alongside Lin Yu. Lin Yu responded with a smile, acknowledging the necessity of diligent preparation for future endeavors. His keen gaze was directed precisely towards the bustling and vibrant markets of rare materials in Nottingham City. Each day, he tirelessly navigated through the throngs of people and the dazzling array of stalls, his eyes reflecting a sense of determination and focus as he meticulously sought out the unique materials that could play a pivotal role in his grand ambitions. In recent days, Lin Yu had made it a routine to visit this market, earnestly searching for the materials he required. As he wandered, he examined the various items displayed at the stalls, occasionally picking up some objects for a closer look, though most often he would simply shake his head and move on. On this particular day, Lin Yu finally discovered the material he had been seeking, a mineral known as amethyst chalcedony. This stone could be refined into a liquid called amethyst essence, which possessed immense energy, suitable for crafting high-grade soul guides and elixirs. However, this mineral was exceedingly rare, found only in specific locales. After a round of haggling, Lin Yu successfully acquired the amethyst chalcedony at a relatively reasonable price. He carefully stored it away and continued his quest for other necessary materials within the market. In addition to the amethyst chalcedony, Lin Yu also gathered numerous other precious materials, such as Millennium Spirit Wood and 10,000-year cold iron. While these materials were not as rare as the amethyst chalcedony, they were nonetheless essential for crafting high-grade soul guides and elixirs. In his dealings with the merchants, Lin Yu displayed remarkable wisdom and eloquence. He understood that these traders were cunning, and acquiring favorable prices from them was no simple task, yet he had his own strategies. "Good sir, don't you think this price is a bit excessive?" Lin Yu queried with a smile, negotiating with one merchant, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "I genuinely wish to make a purchase, but your price is quite burdensome for me." The merchant furrowed his brow, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Oh, but this price is already quite fair. I cannot lower it any further." Lin Yu chuckled inwardly, recognizing the tenacity of these merchants, yet he remained undeterred. With a calm demeanor, he said, "Sir, I urge you to reconsider. I shall be a frequent patron in the future, and we could establish a long-term partnership." The merchant hesitated for a moment, clearly intrigued by Lin Yu's proposal. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu elaborated, "Moreover, I can introduce more friends to purchase your goods, which would undoubtedly enhance your business prospects." Finally, the merchant relented, saying, "Very well, what price do you have in mind?" Lin Yu felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a facade of tranquility. He quoted a price significantly lower than before, causing the merchant to widen his eyes in astonishment. "No, this price is far too low. I simply cannot turn a profit," the merchant exclaimed in anger. Lin Yu remained undeterred, fully aware that this was merely a tactic employed by the merchant in the art of negotiation. He replied calmly, "My dear sir, there is no need for haste. We can deliberate at our leisure." After an exchange of sharp wit and eloquence, Lin Yu ultimately leveraged his intellect to acquire a substantial quantity of high-quality metals at a relatively reasonable price. These metals glimmered captivatingly under the sun, as if foretelling their imminent significance in the future. Subsequently, he diligently embarked on a quest for rare herbs. These herbs emanated a unique and enigmatic aura, seemingly imbued with boundless power and secrets. Anticipation surged within Lin Yu, for he understood that these herbs could potentially serve as invaluable aids on his path of cultivation. In addition to the extraordinary herbs, Lin Yu also stumbled upon some rare crystals. These crystals sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, each one as precious as a radiant star. He cautiously gathered them, savoring the warmth and strength they imparted. These crystals may prove pivotal at crucial moments, offering Lin Yu formidable energy support. Lin Yu profoundly understood that knowledge held a pivotal role in all of this. It was an intangible, yet immensely vital resource. Consequently, he frequently traversed the solemn and dignified library in Nottingham, alongside various establishments steeped in academic ambience. Each time he entered the library, it felt as though he were immersed in an ocean of knowledge. Voraciously perusing an array of texts and documents related to the cultivation of soul masters and the mysteries of martial spirits, he devoted himself entirely to reading each line, as if striving to absorb every essence contained within. Whenever he encountered valuable information, he would promptly seize pen and paper, meticulously recording his findings, his focused demeanor reflecting his reverence for the world's most precious treasures. Throughout this process, he not only amassed a wealth of knowledge regarding martial spirits, but also gained a deeper understanding of the methods to acquire soul rings. He was aware that only by hunting soul beasts could one obtain these rings, yet the effects of soul rings varied significantly depending on their age. Moreover, he learned of certain unique cultivation techniques that could aid him in enhancing his strength. This wealth of knowledge proved immensely beneficial, establishing a solid foundation for his future development. As time progressed, Lin Yu's reservoir of knowledge continually expanded, akin to a treasure trove that grew ever more abundant. The wisdom contained within this trove not only guided him along his cultivation journey, helping him avoid unnecessary detours, but also equipped him with a plethora of solutions when confronted with challenges. At the same time, he recognized that the acquisition of knowledge was not an instantaneous endeavor, but rather a pursuit requiring sustained accumulation and effort. Thus, he resolved to maintain this fervor for learning, tirelessly enriching his repository of knowledge in pursuit of his ambition to become a formidable soul master. "Hey, why do you spend every day here? Don't you ever feel tired?" inquired a curious reader seated nearby, observing Lin Yu. Lin Yu lifted his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Haha, I am not weary at all. The knowledge contained herein is as captivating as a treasure." Simultaneously, he did not overlook the whispers of hidden treasure troves and ancient relics within the city of Nottingham. He understood profoundly that within these locales might lie precious artifacts and formidable cultivation techniques for martial spirits, which were essential to his future endeavors. To acquire such invaluable information, Lin Yu was willing to pay a considerable price, even at the expense of significant time and effort to befriend those who might possess insider knowledge. At an unexpected gathering, Lin Yu's gaze was drawn to a rather enigmatic elder. A jolt of recognition surged through him, and without hesitation, he approached the old man, initiating a dialogue. "Good sir, you appear to be a man of great wisdom," Lin Yu remarked with a smile. The elder regarded him with a glance, remaining silent, yet smiling. Undeterred, Lin Yu continued the conversation, ranging from mundane topics to the legends of Nottingham. Gradually, the elder's demeanor softened towards him. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu subtly inquired about the secret vaults and ancient ruins. Under the influence of Lin Yu's sincerity and perseverance, the elder finally divulged a few cryptic hints. "Young man, there are matters that are perhaps not meant for your ears. However, I can assure you that Nottingham does indeed conceal some unknown secrets. Though they belong to a bygone era, and few mention them now," the elder spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart and continued to inquire, "Are these secrets related to treasures, or perhaps some formidable artifacts?" The old man gently shook his head and replied, "I cannot ascertain whether they are connected to treasures, but those places have been the backdrop for many tales. and it is possible that some precious items lie buried therein. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, for he realized that he had finally unearthed a clue. He continued his dialogue with the elderly man, yearning to glean further information. After an extensive exchange, Lin Yu learned of a potential location where a secret treasure trove might lie. Guided by the clues provided by the elder, Lin Yu embarked on a quest to locate this enigmatic site. Following a strenuous exploration, he ultimately stumbled upon an ancient ruin concealed within the depths of the mountains. This place was replete with traces of history, its walls etched with the passage of time's vicissitudes. Lin Yu cautiously stepped into the ruins, searching for traces of treasure. In a hidden chamber, he stumbled upon a colossal treasure chest brimming with golden soul coins and an array of exquisite artifacts. This discovery filled him with unbridled joy, for he knew that his adventurous endeavors had finally borne fruit. Additionally, Lin Yu diligently gathered various intelligence resources in secrecy. Through myriad covert channels, he endeavored to comprehend the power dynamics and key figures within the city of Notting. Recently, it seemed that a particular family was planning something significant, as rumors circulated about the impending arrival of a notable individual. These fragments of intelligence were meticulously collected by the protagonist. As time progressed, Lin Yu's network of information expanded, deepening his understanding of Notting. Simultaneously, he continuously enhanced his own strength to better confront future challenges. One day, a thrilling piece of news arrived through his intelligence network. A grand auction would be held in Notting City 3 days hence, featuring a remarkably unique storage soul guide. Lin Yu's access to such crucial information was solely attributable to the formidable intelligence network he had painstakingly established. This soul guide bore an enchanting name, A Heart of the Stars. Its origins were said to be extraordinary, a labor of love from a legendary master who had devoted a lifetime of wisdom and skill to its creation. The Heart of the Stars was adorned in a mesmerizing deep blue hue, exuding an air of cosmic mystery. Its surface was intricately engraved with delicate star patterns that shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if the radiant stars of the night sky had been encapsulated within. Not only was the Heart of the Stars aesthetically stunning, but it also boasted a vast internal capacity of 100 cubic meters, capable of accommodating a multitude of items. Even more astonishing were its unique functionalities, such as the automatic categorization of belongings and the preservation of food, indispensable features for one frequently embarking on adventures. Moreover, the Heart of the Stars possessed a singular quality. It could morph into various forms at the user's whim. Whether a ring, necklace, or earrings, it would instantly transform into the desired ornament with but a thought from the user. This design rendered it both beautiful and convenient to carry, making it a coveted treasure among many formidable individuals. However, acquiring such a precious soul guide was no simple feat due to its rarity and practicality. Numerous factions coveted it, leading to fierce competition. Thus, securing this treasure would require a considerable price. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was well prepared. He had already begun to amass funds and formulate a series of strategies to ensure he could successfully obtain the Heart of the Stars. On the day of the auction, Lin Yu arrived at the venue early, filled with anticipation and excitement. The atmosphere was electric, as throngs of buyers from far and wide gathered to witness the grandeur of this remarkable auction. As the exhibition and bidding of rare artifacts reached a crescendo, the auction gradually approached its climax. At last, the enigmatic soul guidance device, known as the Heart of the Stars, was presented on stage. Once the bidding commenced, the price soared upwards like a rocket, swiftly surpassing the formidable threshold of 50,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 gold soul coins! One buyer exclaimed. Lin Yu tightly gripped the bidding paddle in his hand, his fingers turning pale from the exertion, while his palm became damp with sweat. His gaze was fixed intently on the auction platform, revealing an unwavering determination and resolve, his expression both tense and focused. 60,000 gold soul coins, Lin Yu declared through clenched teeth, his voice laced with a hint of tremor. The other bidders, unwilling to concede, quickly raised their offers. 70,000 gold soul coins. Another voice called out. 80,000 gold soul coins. Lin Yu felt a slight bead of sweat form on his forehead, yet he resolutely raised his paddle once more. At that moment, another bidder, seemingly equally determined, shouted 90,000 gold soul coins. A profound silence enveloped the entire venue, as everyone held their breath, anticipating the next round of bids. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch, with each individual on edge, their hearts racing, as though a thrilling battle was unfolding before them. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to quell his inner tension, though the steadfastness in his gaze remained unmistakable. He turned to his assistant beside him and whispered, "It seems we are faced with formidable competition this time." The assistant nodded in silent agreement, then replied, "However, this soul guide is indeed exceptionally rare, young master. If possible, it is worth pursuing." Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with resolve, and he clenched his fist, stating solemnly, "Indeed, no matter what, I must acquire it." He then raised his paddle once more, proclaiming loudly, 100,000 gold soul coins. This declaration resounded like thunder, reverberating throughout the auction hall. The attendees gasped in astonishment at this price, and a momentary hush fell over the crowd. However, after this brief silence, a wave of astonished murmurs erupted, as people exchanged whispers, captivated by Lin Yu's audacity. The bidder competing with Lin Yu appeared momentarily hesitant, clearly intimidated by the exorbitant figure. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose to withdraw from further bidding. The auctioneer, witnessing this, trembled with excitement as he announced, 100,000 gold soul coins once, 100,000 gold soul coins twice, 100,000 gold soul coins thrice, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring the Heart of the Stars. As the final gavel struck, the auction hall erupted into thunderous applause, cheers and congratulations echoing throughout. When the host proclaimed the sale, the venue resonated with a cacophony of applause and jubilant shouts. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Yu's face as he slowly ascended the stage to personally receive the Heart of the Stars from the host. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment surged within him, as if the entire world belonged to him. Returning to his seat, Lin Yu eagerly cradled the Heart of the Stars in his palm, examining it closely. The gemstone was translucent and radiant, seemingly filled with countless twinkling starlights, resembling a resplendent pearl of the cosmos. Its exterior was lavish and exquisite, exuding an intoxicating aura that captivated all who beheld it. Lin Yu gently caressed the surface of the Heart of the Stars, feeling the immense power it contained. This force flowed into him like a warm current, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort and joy. He understood that this Heart of the Stars was not merely a precious treasure, but also an indispensable companion for his forthcoming adventures. "This Heart of the Stars shall be a vital ally in my future quests," he murmured, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. He was acutely aware that possessing this artifact would greatly enhance his strength, enabling him to better confront various challenges. He believed that through diligent cultivation and relentless exploration, he would inevitably unlock the Heart of the Stars' fullest potential and emerge as a true powerhouse. Chapter 21. The initial layout amidst the seemingly tranquil city of Notting. Lin Yu quietly embarked on a meticulous and comprehensive plan regarding Shrek Academy. On this day, he found himself alone in his exceedingly secretive chamber, its walls adorned with an extensive array of detailed maps of Shrek Academy and its surroundings. Additionally, a wealth of information related to Tang San and the Academy filled the space. These materials, gathered through various channels, had been meticulously sifted and organized to present such a complete and intricate picture. At that moment, Lin Yu sat at his desk, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, his gaze sharp and penetrating like that of a keen-eyed hawk, fully immersed in profound contemplation. His fingers lightly tapped on the tabletop, producing crisp sounds, as if each tap echoed his inner deliberations and decisions. In his mind, countless plans surged and intertwined, as he sought to uncover the most impeccable strategy from these complex threads. This plan needed to account for the current state and future trajectory of Shrek Academy while fully leveraging the resources and advantages at his disposal. Simultaneously, he had to ensure that this scheme would not attract undue attention or suspicion, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. As time passed, Lin Yu maintained an unwavering focus and composure. He recognized the significance of this layout. Its success would lay a solid foundation for his future, while failure could thrust him into unprecedented predicaments and challenges. Thus, he had to proceed with utmost caution to ensure absolute security. Finally, after prolonged contemplation, Lin Yu conceived a preliminary plan. He began by meticulously analyzing Tang San's character traits, his habitual behaviors, and the likely patterns of his actions. He knew that to defeat such a formidable adversary, he must delve deep into his psyche and uncover his vulnerabilities and flaws. Tang San was a clever and resolute individual, whose intelligence and tenacity propelled him to continually surpass himself on the path of cultivation, ultimately becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Lin Yu understood that luring Tang San into the trap he had meticulously devised was no trivial endeavor. It required meticulous consideration of every minute detail. He repeatedly simulated the possible courses of action Tang San might undertake in his mind, from his activities within the academy to the potential routes he might choose when venturing outside, leaving no possible variable unexamined. He even contemplated the various unforeseen circumstances Tang San could encounter and made ample preparations for them. After extensive reflection and analysis, Lin Yu finally formulated a flawless plan. This strategy not only accounted for Tang San's personal characteristics but also integrated the environmental context and prevailing circumstances. He was confident that adhering to this plan would inevitably lead to Tang San's entrapment. However, Lin Yu remained vigilant. He knew that Tang San was a remarkably cautious individual, and any lapse in attention could spell disaster for the entire scheme. Subsequently, Lin Yu immersed himself in studying the terrain surrounding Shrek Academy. He meticulously scrutinized every street and corner, his pen tirelessly marking the map. He annotated every location that might conceal traps, sparing no detail. He contemplated how to leverage the terrain to execute his plan, ensuring that Tang San would unwittingly fall into his snare. He envisioned creating disorienting mazes at critical junctures, ensnaring Tang San within them, and setting up triggered mechanisms and narrow passages to deliver a sudden blow. Moreover, he considered Tang San's potential use of hidden weapons to retaliate, thus deliberately avoiding positions susceptible to such attacks in his layout. Simultaneously, he pondered how to counter Tang San's other skills and abilities to ensure the seamless implementation of his scheme. After thorough contemplation, Lin Yu completed his study of the terrain around Shrek Academy and devised a detailed layout plan. He believed that executing this plan would certainly result in Tang San's capture. Concurrently, Lin Yu was fervently contemplating how to influence Tang San's decisions through the manipulation of public opinion. He understood that to successfully alter Tang San's mindset, he needed to begin with the narrative. Thus, he began to craft plausible rumors and false information, discreetly disseminating them around Shrek Academy in an attempt to guide Tang San towards decisions aligned with his own expectations. Lin Yu conceived a myriad of potential plots and scenarios, pondering how to ignite Tang San's curiosity about certain matters, thereby leading him into the meticulously devised trap he had set. He meticulously examined Tang San's character traits and psychological state, seeking the most effective method to guide him. Ultimately, Lin Yu resolved to exploit Tang San's concern for Tang Hao as a focal point, fabricating a rumor about Tang Hao to capture Tang San's attention. In this rumor, Lin Yu claimed that Tang Hao had been abducted by a mysterious force and imprisoned in a distant and perilous location. This enigmatic entity appeared to have some connection to Tang San, although the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. The rumor not only piqued Tang San's curiosity, but also instilled a sense of anxiety within him, as Tang Hao was a pivotal figure in his life. Furthermore, Lin Yu meticulously crafted certain details to enhance the credibility of this rumor. Subsequently, Lin Yu began strategizing how to disseminate this rumor. He identified reliable channels to convey the information to the students of Shrek Academy. These students swiftly spread the rumor throughout the academy, eventually reaching Tang San's ears. As time passed, Tang San became increasingly engrossed in this rumor. He began to inquire extensively, striving to uncover more regarding his father, Tang Hao. Witnessing Tang San's reaction aligned perfectly with his expectations, Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. He understood that as long as he maintained pressure, Tang San would likely act in accordance with his plan. However, Lin Yu also recognized that completely altering Tang San's decisions would not be a simple task. He needed to continually adjust his strategies and remain vigilant. Throughout this protracted process, Lin Yu found himself ensnared in an endless vortex of thoughts, perpetually overturning his previous conjectures and generating a continuous stream of new ideas and strategies. At times, he would meander slowly around the room, as if in search of inspiration. At other moments, he would abruptly halt, intently gazing at a large map, seemingly intent on unearthing hidden clues. And at times, he would plunge into prolonged contemplation, remaining motionless like a statue. As time ticked away, an array of thoughts surged through Lin Yu's mind, each brimming with infinite possibilities. He relentlessly analyzed, compared, and contemplated, striving to discover the most exquisite solution. Occasionally, a sudden inspiration would exhilarate him, yet he would soon find himself torn by the allure of an even more superior option. Thus, after extensive deliberation and meticulous design, Lin Yu finally sketched a comprehensive and coherent layout plan for Shrek Academy in his mind. This plan not only considered the safety, functionality, and aesthetic appeal of the academy, but also integrated numerous innovative elements that captivated the imagination. However, Lin Yu was acutely aware that this was merely a beginning. Many details required further refinement and practical implementation. Only in this manner could he truly transform this plan into reality, guiding Tang San step by step into his trap. Chapter 22. The on-site arrangement. As night fell, the moon shrouded by clouds, and the world lay in profound silence. Lin Yu, with a heart brimming with determination and a meticulously crafted blueprint, stealthily entered the vicinity of Shrek Academy like a specter. His figure flickered in the darkness, seemingly merging with the night, unnoticed by any onlookers. He moved with the grace of a wraith, every action imbued with an extraordinary caution. First, he arrived at a tranquil and secluded alley, rarely trodden by others, yet potentially a remote path that Tang San might traverse. With utmost care, Lin Yu retrieved specially prepared materials from his cloak and began to intricately arrange an illusionary formation at the entrance of the alley. He delicately buried crystals that flickered with an otherworldly glow in specific positions, and then he pulled taut, nearly invisible threads, weaving them into a complex network. Each step was executed with unparalleled precision, ensuring that the formation would operate flawlessly, ensnaring Tang San in an endless fog upon his entry. Having completed the arrangement of the illusionary formation, Lin Yu swiftly departed the alley, continuing his search for the next suitable ambush location. His gaze was sharp and vigilant, leaving no corner that might harbor danger overlooked. Next, he navigated to the edge of an unremarkable forest. Lin Yu scrutinized the surroundings meticulously, capturing every detail. Upon identifying several critical positions, he began to install offensive mechanisms. He securely embedded cleverly modified concealed weapons within the tree trunks, positioned in such a way that they would elude detection by the untrained eye. Simultaneously, he meticulously set up triggering devices that would unleash devastating power with a mere accidental touch from Tang San. In addition to the concealed weapons, Lin Yu also laid hidden traps on the ground. These traps were cleverly camouflaged with fallen leaves and dust, rendering them nearly imperceptible. Yet, once stepped upon, they would instantaneously activate, releasing immense energy to inflict grievous harm upon any foe. At several pivotal intersections, Lin Yu cautiously placed herbs that emitted a unique fragrance. These enchanting herbs, purchased at a high price from a herbalist, possessed a subtle aroma capable of disrupting one's mental perception and judgment, while also bewildering the soul's essence. Lin Yu contemplated privately, considering that the fragrance must be faint enough to remain undetected, thereby influencing Tang San's perception and judgment without arousing suspicion. A sly smile crept across his lips as he entertained this thought. Subsequently, Lin Yu approached some walls, his expression focused and earnest as he etched intricate, elusive symbols upon them. As he meticulously etched the symbols, he murmured to himself, "These symbols must be sufficiently obscure, revealing themselves only under specific lighting, thus allowing me to convey misleading information to Tang San, leading him step by step into the trap I have meticulously laid." Once all the symbols were inscribed, Lin Yu carefully inspected them several times, ensuring that everything was flawless. Lin Yu was wholly absorbed in the task at hand, exhibiting an extraordinary level of patience and meticulousness in every arrangement and detail. He meticulously scrutinized each aspect repeatedly, leaving no potential issue unexamined, and diligently calibrated the mechanisms to ensure that every element operated flawlessly. At this moment, he pondered silently. Not a single error, no matter how minute, must occur. He was acutely aware of the significance of this mission. Any lapse in vigilance could yield dire consequences. Thus, he was resolute in ensuring that these traps and mechanisms functioned seamlessly, remaining undetected by Tang San. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be rendered futile, possibly placing himself in peril. With this determination, he immersed himself fully in the endeavor, repeatedly verifying every minuscule detail. He carefully assessed the sensitivity of the triggering devices, the concealment of the traps, and the robustness of the connections. He spared no effort in each step. As time ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yu's forehead. Yet he maintained an unwavering focus, undistracted in the slightest. He understood that only through such dedication could he ensure the smooth execution of the plan and maximize its impact at the critical moment. Lin Yu hurriedly traversed from one location to another, tirelessly engaged in his endeavors. Within his heart, he quietly murmured, to meticulously orchestrate this intricate layout, any amount of time and effort expended is undoubtedly worthwhile. He firmly believed that by ensnaring Tang San within this trap, akin to an inescapable net, he could allow him to truly appreciate the extent of his prowess. Thus, through his diligence and intellect, he adeptly integrated every corner surrounding Shrek Academy into his grand design, rendering each element an indispensable part of the whole. Once all the on-site arrangements were successfully completed, Lin Yu stood elatedly atop a higher vantage point, passionately surveying his magnificent creation. A profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. He mused to himself, "Ah, Tang San. This time I shall see what means you have left to escape from my grasp." A surge of intense anticipation and self-assurance welled up within Lin Yu, as if he could vividly envision Tang San struggling in agony within the meticulously crafted trap he had designed. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward, revealing a smile imbued with a sense of triumph, as if victory were already assured. He merely awaited Tang San's entrance into the snare, at which point he could leisurely revel in the sight of Tang San's profound embarrassment. Lin Yu was acutely aware that his efforts would not be in vain. This meticulously crafted trap would undoubtedly serve as a crucial means to achieve his objectives. He firmly believed that this time, he would certainly attain resounding success. In his heart, he resolutely told himself, "Just wait and see, Tang San. It won't be long before you fully comprehend my prowess." He was confident that once Tang San fell into this snare, he would possess ample assurance to ensnare him in a predicament from which he could not escape. Consequently, he would emerge victorious, realizing his aspirations. With this thought, Lin Yu's spirits soared even higher as he eagerly anticipated the moment's arrival, looking forward to witnessing Tang San's struggles and despair within the trap. Chapter 23. The guidance of public opinion. Lin Yu was acutely aware that relying solely on on-the-ground arrangements was woefully insufficient. For the power of public opinion is immense and must never be underestimated. Thus, he embarked without hesitation on a meticulously contemplated and artfully orchestrated campaign of opinion manipulation. In this moment, he silently vowed to himself that everything must advance flawlessly according to the meticulously crafted plan. "Tang San," he mused, "I am eager to witness how you will evade my grasp." A confident glimmer sparkled in his eyes, as though he could already envision Tang San writhing in agony under his control. He pondered over every detail with utmost seriousness, carefully orchestrating each step to ensure that this campaign of public influence would yield optimal results, gradually ensnaring Tang San in the web he had so intricately woven. He was steadfast in his conviction that this endeavor would undoubtedly succeed, allowing Tang San to profoundly experience his formidable power and cunning tactics. Lin Yu repeatedly reminded himself, "Wait for it, Tang San. Soon you shall willingly fall into my trap, and then you will understand my formidable prowess." This is an exhilarating moment. For Lin Yu is orchestrating a scheme against Tang San. Lin Yu began to diligently seek out the villagers surrounding Shrek Academy, who had long been adept at disseminating information. These villagers were inherently interested in various pieces of gossip and rumors, always brimming with enthusiasm, employing subtle tactics and promising generous rewards. Lin Yu successfully enlisted them as the proponents of his public opinion strategy. In a dimly lit corner, Lin Yu clandestinely convened a secret meeting with these villagers. He deliberately lowered his voice, carefully recounting the intricately fabricated falsehoods he had concocted. Although a sense of unease lingered in Lin Yu's heart, it was overshadowed by a profound anticipation for the future. Lin Yu endeavored to keep his voice low, yet not so subdued as to be inaudible, imbued with an air of intrigue as he softly uttered, "If you were to speak of this matter, then convey that within a forsaken courtyard near the academy lies a particularly enigmatic treasure. It is said that this treasure has the capacity to significantly enhance a soul master's prowess. Should you disseminate this information, each of you shall be rewarded with 10 gold soul coins." As Lin Yu spoke, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any eavesdroppers, ensuring that their conversation would remain unheard by others. Lin Yu spoke so vividly that the students listened with their eyes alight, their faces betraying expressions of excitement and anticipation. Lin Yu observed the exhilarated expressions of his students and could not help but feel a sense of secret delight, as if he had already envisioned the scene that would unfold once Tang San took the bait. Lin Yu contemplated that as long as the villagers disseminated this news, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar within the academy. At that point, Tang San would surely be drawn in, bringing his plan closer to fruition. With this thought, a subtle smile of satisfaction graced Lin Yu's lips. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he felt, brimming with confidence in his public relations strategy. Convinced it would successfully ensnare Tang San in the trap he had meticulously set, the villagers listened intently, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They appeared profoundly captivated by the tale, eager to share it far and wide. Observing their expressions, Lin Yu felt a sense of secret triumph. All that remained was to await the news's propagation, at which point Tang San would find himself ensnared, while Lin Yu would reap the benefits. The villagers swiftly grasped Lin Yu's intentions, each donning a look of eager anticipation. They understood this would be an exhilarating adventure and promptly set about their task. They began to spread the rumor in every nook and cranny of the academy. Whether during breaks, dining in the cafeteria, or casually chatting in the dormitories, they would inconspicuously mention the so-called mysterious treasure, described in almost mythical terms. I've heard that treasure is truly extraordinary. Whoever possesses it can soar to greatness in an instant. One villager declared with feigned mystery. Indeed, it is said to be an ancient legacy, imbued with boundless power and wisdom. Another villager chimed in. Various versions of the rumor surged through the academy like a tidal wave. Some claimed the treasure was hidden in a secret corner of the library. Others insisted it was locked away in the dean's office safe. Still others maintained it lay buried deep beneath the campus garden. Each version was steeped in intrigue and allure, inciting imaginations and speculation. As the rumors proliferated, students began to develop a keen interest in the enigmatic treasure. They eagerly speculated about its true location and sought clues. Some intrepid students approached the villagers spreading the tales, inquiring for more details, yet they always received vague responses, further shrouding the entire affair in mystery. Lin Yu gazed upon the unfolding scene, and a heavy burden within his heart finally lifted. He silently rejoiced in the success of his initial plan, while also eagerly anticipating Tang San's swift discovery of the rumors surrounding the enigmatic treasure. He could almost envision the exhilaration that would illuminate Tang San's face upon receiving such news, causing him to secretly delight in the moment. Lin Yu was acutely aware of Tang San's fervent desire for power enhancement. He was confident that once Tang San learned of a treasure capable of significantly elevating a soul master's prowess, he would undoubtedly be captivated. Such a treasure held immense allure for any soul master, especially for someone like Tang San, who relentlessly pursued ultimate strength. With this thought, a subtle smile graced the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. However, he also recognized that ensnaring Tang San would not be a simple task. Although he had already set the trap, he needed to wait for the opportune moment to ensnare his target. During this period, he must remain vigilant, ensuring that no one perceives his intentions. Otherwise, not only would his efforts be in vain, but he could also inadvertently invite unforeseen complications upon himself. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He reminded himself that this was not the time for relaxation. There were numerous tasks awaiting his attention. He must continue to refine his plan, ensuring that every detail was meticulously addressed. Only in this manner could he hope to successfully apprehend Tang San. In the days that followed, Lin Yu closely monitored Tang San's movements while persistently adjusting and perfecting his strategy. He understood that a thrilling confrontation was on the horizon, and he had to exert every effort to secure victory in this battle. Chapter 24, Covert Surveillance. Lin Yu, like a phantom concealed within the depths of unending darkness, stealthily lurked in the most secretive corners surrounding Shrek Academy. Cloaked in a dark mantle that seamlessly blended with his environment, he rendered himself nearly undetectable. He lay quietly in these shadows, becoming one with the darkness, emitting no sound and leaving no trace, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to initiate his plans. A glimmer of sharpness occasionally flickered in his eyes, as if he were plotting something or scrutinizing his surroundings for any subtle movements, missing not a single fleeting change. In this shroud of obscurity, he transformed into an enigmatic presence, elusive and inscrutable, his intentions and schemes shrouded in mystery. Perched atop a towering rooftop, Lin Yu wielded a specially crafted telescope, resembling a vigilant hawk, his gaze sharp and fixated on every movement of Tang San below in the academy. His eyes, like arrows, conveyed an unsettling intensity and focus, ensuring that not even the slightest shift in Tang San's expression or gestures would escape his notice. Whenever Tang San engaged in conversation, Lin Yu would immediately perk up, wholly absorbed, straining to catch the nuances of their dialogue, endeavoring to glean any critical information pertinent to his meticulously devised plan. He observed with unwavering concentration, leaving no detail overlooked, as if executing a vital reconnaissance mission. His demeanor was grave and tense, fearful of missing any crucial clues. He gripped the telescope with utmost care, as if cradling a rare treasure, anxious that a moment's lapse could lead to its ruin. His eyes remained fixed on Tang San, his focus akin to that of a hunter tracking its prey, intent on imprinting every action of Tang San deeply into his memory. As Tang San conversed with others, Lin Yu's anxiety heightened, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he remained oblivious to his own distress. In that moment, he was entirely absorbed in listening to their exchange. Even his breathing became cautious, fearful of producing any sound that might disrupt his auditory focus. He listened intently, missing not a single word, even striving to decipher their lip movements in hopes of uncovering advantageous clues. Such clues could potentially illuminate his understanding of Tang San, allowing him to refine his plans for a more seamless execution. As Tang San stepped out of the academy, gradually approaching the direction Lin Yu had strategically prepared, his focus intensified, his entire being taut like a tightly drawn string. He watched Tang San's every step with heightened tension, silently calculating the distance between Tang San and the various traps he had set. If Tang San's course of action deviated even slightly, Lin Yu would swiftly utilize a unique method of communication to decisively issue commands to his subordinates strategically positioned nearby, instructing them to create seemingly trivial disturbances. This would artfully guide Tang San back onto the predetermined path. His gaze remained fixed on Tang San, unwavering, with beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, revealing the profound tension and concentration within him. As time ticked away, and Tang San drew closer to the first trap, Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened in tandem. He could almost hear the sound of his own heart throbbing, and his palms began to sweat. He understood that should this plan succeed, it would spell considerable trouble for Tang San, but it might also expose him. Nevertheless, for Lin Yu, all of this was worthwhile. He had grown weary of Tang San's indifference and neglect, and he sought to prove his strength and worth. Just as Tang San was about to step into the trap, Lin Yu was suddenly seized by a profound unease. He realized that he had seemingly overlooked a crucial detail: the concealed weapons on Tang San. These weapons could easily dismantle his meticulously laid traps, rendering the entire scheme futile. Lin Yu widened his eyes, inwardly lamenting. How could he have made such a simplistic error? What should he do now? If Tang San discovered the trap, he would surely become vigilant, making it far more challenging to deal with him in the future. Lin Yu's expression darkened, his jaw clenched tightly as he struggled to devise a countermeasure. Lin Yu's hand was tightly clenched, his knuckles turning pale as if he were on the verge of crushing something. The tautness of his posture resembled a bow drawn to its fullest, poised to release a lethal arrow at any moment. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, emanating a sense of resolve and decisiveness, as though he intended to see straight through the person before him. Lin Yu's mind raced with the speed of a finely tuned computer, meticulously calculating every conceivable scenario and corresponding response, leaving no room for relaxation or carelessness. He understood profoundly that this was a contest of life and death. Any misstep could lead to utter failure. He maintained a vigilant watch over every subtle movement of Tang San, his gaze sharp as that of a leopard, missing not a single shift in the atmosphere. His breathing was steady and deep, seemingly attuned to the slightest changes in his surroundings, fearful of missing any opportunity to guide Tang San. Upon detecting any deviation from the predetermined path, he would unhesitatingly issue commands to his subordinates, his voice low yet resolute. Imbued with an undeniable authority, his team sprang into action, employing minor distractions to steer Tang San's direction, ensuring that everything unfolded according to his meticulously crafted plan. In that dim corner, Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with a keen light as he closely observed Tang San, noticing the latter's sudden interest in a particular rumor, causing him to pause momentarily. This slight gesture sparked a realization in Lin Yu. He recognized it as a potentially rare opportunity. His mind whirred into action, contemplating whether to amplify the rumor's influence or strategically introduce new clues to maximize Tang San's attention. Weighing the pros and cons internally, he ultimately resolved to act decisively, issuing a new directive to his subordinates without hesitation. His expression conveyed shrewdness and determination, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. In that shadowy corner, he silently scrutinized every action of Tang San, continuously devising the next step of his strategy in his mind. He understood that this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Should he miss it, there would be no second chance. Thus, he mustered every ounce of effort, allowing no margin for error. He meticulously considered each detail, pondering how he could make his plan impeccable, ensuring that Tang San would develop precisely as he envisioned. After careful deliberation, he resolved that this was indeed the wisest course of action. Consequently, he conveyed his thoughts and instructions to his subordinates in a distinctive manner, commanding them to adhere strictly to his directives. As Tang San delved deeper into the territory he had meticulously orchestrated, Lin Yu felt a mix of tension and excitement as he observed from the shadows, secretly musing, "Ah, Tang San, you have finally stepped into the trap I have so carefully laid." His heartbeat quickened slightly, beads of sweat forming in his palms. His eyes fixated on Tang San's every move while continuously making subtle adjustments based on Tang San's real-time reactions. When Tang San found himself ensnared within the illusionary maze, Lin Yu could not suppress a chuckle, thinking, let us see how you fare against the might of this enchanting trap. Escaping will not be so simple. He watched with a sense of accomplishment as Tang San stumbled within the maze. Yet, contrary to Lin Yu's expectations, Tang San remained composed, surveying his surroundings with a calm demeanor, seeking a way out. Lin Yu could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Yet he soon donned a look of disdain and remarked, "Humph, even if you manage to find an escape, there are far more traps awaiting you ahead." Subsequently, Tang San discovered a concealed offensive mechanism, prompting Lin Yu to swiftly alter the triggering conditions of this trap. With a smug expression, he thought to himself, "I shall see how you respond to this unforeseen change." Indeed, Tang San was caught off guard by the suddenly activated offensive mechanism. Yet he quickly regained his composure and evaded the attack. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yu was inevitably engulfed by a wave of frustration. However, he swiftly regained his composure, continuing to observe Tang San's movements, poised to make new adjustments at any moment. As Tang San stepped into this territory, an inexplicable sense of vigilance surged within him. He acutely sensed that the atmosphere around him was somewhat unusual, as if a pair of concealed eyes were lurking in the shadows, watching his every move. His brow furrowed slightly, and his steps became increasingly cautious, while he meticulously scrutinized his surroundings. Just as he perceived the effects of the mesmerizing array intensifying, a sense of foreboding washed over him. This enchantment seemed far more formidable than any he had encountered before, necessitating heightened caution. As time progressed, he grew increasingly aware of the array's complexity, understanding the need for meticulous attention. Suddenly, he detected a subtle shift in the aura of a particular area, as if some kind of trap was on the verge of being activated. His gaze sharpened instantly, his mind racing as he contemplated countermeasures. Simultaneously, his body instinctively assumed a defensive posture, bracing itself for the imminent peril that might arise. Lin Yu observed Tang San with great amusement, noting the latter's cautious demeanor, as if he were facing a formidable adversary. This portrayal was exceedingly entertaining, as though Lin Yu had transformed into a master capable of controlling all. Such sentiments swelled his pride, prompting him to invest even greater energy and thought into every detail, striving to refine the entire scheme to a flawless perfection. Achieving an impeccable state devoid of any vulnerabilities, Lin Yu was intently observing every move of Tang San, ready to respond swiftly to any subtle shifts in his demeanor. At times, he would amplify the effects of the illusionary formation, rendering Tang San increasingly disoriented. Other times, he would deftly alter the triggering conditions of the traps, leading Tang San unknowingly into peril. His meticulousness and attention to detail were astonishing, bordering on the obsessive, as he spared no minute factor that could influence the efficacy of his setup. Like a master craftsman in pursuit of perfection, he painstakingly honed each element to present a flawless masterpiece. He aimed to create an impregnable layout, ensuring that no matter how hard Tang San tried, escape from his grasp would be nearly impossible. His eyes radiated confidence and resolve, firmly believing that his strategy would ultimately ensnare Tang San. Throughout this process, Lin Yu maintained an extraordinary level of vigilance, embodying a calmness that transcended the ordinary. He was acutely aware that even the slightest misstep could render all his previous efforts futile, leading to catastrophic failure. Thus, he resolutely refused to allow any hint of relaxation or negligence. As Tang San steadily advanced into the core of the formation, his demeanor was as calm as still water. His gaze sharp and alert, seemingly capable of perceiving all latent dangers. He cautiously stepped forward with his left foot, gently placing it on the ground as if to test for any anomalies. His movements were light and deliberate, as though the ground beneath concealed countless traps. His right foot followed slowly, each step imbued with unwavering strength, revealing the courage and decisiveness within him. His right hand gripped his weapon tightly, held horizontally before him, ever ready to confront any imminent threats. The weapon gleamed menacingly, exuding an aura that declared its formidable power to any adversary. His left hand was raised slightly, adopting a defensive posture, poised to shield against attacks from all directions. Leaning slightly forward, his head turned ever so slightly. His gaze scanned the surroundings with the precision of a hawk, missing not a single detail. With each short distance he traversed, he would pause momentarily, attentively listening for any disturbances that might signify danger. His ears were as sharp as those of a cheetah, capable of detecting the faintest variations in sound. Upon sensing anything amiss, he would react instantaneously, responding to the crisis with utmost swiftness. In that moment, Tang Xin exemplified the demeanor of a top-tier Tang sect assassin, composed, decisive, and resolute, evoking a sense of awe. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained concealed in the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding scene. His heartbeat quickened, as if it might leap from his chest, a complex swirl of tension and anticipation coursing through him like a tumultuous tide. Lin Yu's palms were thoroughly drenched in sweat. His jaw clenched tightly, and his eyes fixed intently on Tang San, fearful of missing any subtle detail. His heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he yearned for Tang San to unwittingly descend step by step into his carefully laid trap. On the other hand, he was plagued by the anxiety that Tang San might sense something amiss and escape, causing him immense anguish and torment. Nonetheless, he could not suppress the deep-seated fantasies and desires for success that stirred within him. Each vivid imagination ignited a rush of exhilaration, compelling him to scrutinize Tang San's every movement with unparalleled focus. Chapter 26. The net tightens in an exceedingly concealed observation point. Lin Yu leaned forward slightly, his expression grave and tense, his fist clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand stood out. His piercing gaze resembled twin torches, fervent and unwavering, locking onto Tang San's slowly advancing figure. His breath quickened, and the sound of his heartbeat resonated starkly in the stillness of the surroundings. At this moment, Tang San, whose brow had previously been smooth, now bore a subtle furrow, as if lost in contemplation or perhaps sensing an unusual aura. His steps were extraordinarily cautious, inching forward like a snail, each movement executed with the utmost care, as if wary of treading upon some hidden peril. His right hand gripped his martial soul, blue-silver grass, with the tenacity of a vice, the grass seeming to meld with his palm, exuding an indomitable strength. His vigilant gaze swept across the surroundings, leaving no corner unexamined, his eyes brimming with caution and doubt. Tang San's movements were remarkably slow, each action imbued with a sense of careful deliberation. A glimmer of alertness flickered in his eyes, maintaining a heightened sensitivity to his environment. His ears perked slightly, attuned to the slightest sounds, even the faintest noise capturing his attention. His steps were light, yet steady, as if perpetually prepared to confront any potential threat. Lin Yu quietly observed all that transpired, a wave of admiration swelling within him. He was astonished by Tang San's caution and vigilance, which also made him acutely aware of his own shortcomings in the face of danger. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Tang San's every movement. Just as Lin Yu had anticipated, Tang San was profoundly influenced by the orchestrated public opinion and the meticulously laid traps around him. He resembled a puppet, pulled by invisible strings, progressively edging closer to the concealed snares and mechanisms. Lin Yu felt a mix of exhilaration at the impending success and a tinge of anxiety, silently repeating to himself, soon, very soon, he will fall into the trap. As seconds ticked by, Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened, his breath grew slightly rapid, and his eyes remained fixed on Tang San, as if etching each of his actions into his memory. In his mind, he vividly imagined the scenarios that would unfold once Tang San fell into the trap, a triumphant smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He could almost envision Tang San's disarrayed figure within the trap, hearing the startled exclamations that would inevitably follow. At that moment, he would emerge as the victor of this game. As Tang San stepped into the realm of the disorienting maze, Lin Yu's lips subtly curled upward, a hidden delight flickering within him. The moment Tang San entered, his pace faltered slightly, as if he sensed something amiss, yet remained uncertain. Soon after, he found himself seemingly engulfed in an illusory world, the surroundings blurring and distorting. A look of confusion crept into his gaze as he began to spiral in place, lost and disoriented. The once crystal-clear sense of direction evaporated like mist in an instant. Furrowing his brow, he strained to discern the correct path forward. Tentatively, he took a small step to the left, hesitating as though an unknown peril lay ahead. Then, with utmost caution, he stepped to the right, as if aware of a lurking trap. Thus, Tang San continued to pivot in place, time slipping away. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, trickling down his cheeks and saturating his clothing. His lips quivered with tension, fists clenched tightly, fingernails digging into his palms, leaving deep imprints. His heart raced, breaths becoming shallow, as fear enveloped him. Yet, despite this, Tang San did not surrender. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, recalling the knowledge and experiences he had acquired regarding formations. He urged himself to trust his judgment and abilities, resisting the illusions that sought to deceive him. Determined, He ventured to take a step forward once more. After taking that initial step, he suddenly seemed to grasp something, halting abruptly, his eyes filled with contemplation and doubt. Gently shaking his head, it appeared he questioned the validity of his recent decision. Then, he swung his weapon to the right, the motion imbued with a sense of caution and unease, as if he were earnestly seeking a breakthrough. Yet each attempt only deepened his perplexity. A profound confusion gradually manifested upon his face, resembling a gathering storm cloud. Increasingly evident as it enveloped his features, his eyes darted restlessly, striving to extract a thread of insight from the chaotic scene before him. However, no matter how fervently he tried, he could glean no useful information. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, beads of sweat forming on his brow, rendering him visibly flustered and helpless. Internally, he felt a mounting urgency, acutely aware that this impasse was untenable. Yet, the predicament loomed like an enormous enigma, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. He could not help but ponder what his next steps should be, how he might shatter this stalemate. Through that peculiar device, Lin Yu captured every subtle expression on Tang San's face, even the hints of confusion and doubt were laid bare before him. He understood that this was the opportune moment to ensnare his prey, a chance he could not afford to miss. Lin Yu's gaze intensified with fervor, and a wave of elation surged within him, overwhelming his senses and stirring his excitement. He fixated intently on Tang San, his hands trembling slightly, as if victory were already beckoning him. Suddenly, as Tang San stepped down, a faint crack resonated, causing the ground to yield slightly, followed by the unmistakable sound of a mechanism being triggered, indicating the activation of a concealed trap. At that moment, a series of swift whooshes filled the air, as numerous hidden weapons shot towards him with piercing velocity, akin to a tempestuous storm. The projectiles approached Tang San in the blink of an eye. True to his prowess, Tang San reacted with remarkable speed. Almost instantaneously, he executed a swift roll to the side, his movements fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a leaping cheetah. In tandem, he wielded his blue-silver grasp with fervor, creating an impenetrable barrier before him. His eyes remained fixed on the incoming projectiles, his expression grave and focused, fully immersed in the perilous evasion. Yet, the onslaught of hidden weapons showed no signs of abating. They traced arcs through the air, relentlessly pursuing Tang San. His body twisted and rolled, the blue-silver grass in his hands danced tirelessly, deflecting each projectile with precision. Each swing generated a fierce gust, as if striving to rend the very air. As time elapsed, Tang San's stamina and spirit energy began to wane, yet he persevered, refusing to yield even a fraction of his focus. The consequences of being struck by one of those weapons were too dire to contemplate. Gritting his teeth, he silently prayed for the mechanism to conclude swiftly, fearing he might soon be overwhelmed. However, despite Tang San's utmost efforts, the barrage was relentless, akin to a tempest, leaving him with no refuge. Ultimately, one of the hidden weapons grazed his sleeve, leaving a shallow cut. His expression shifted slightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet, this fury was fleeting, swiftly replaced by heightened vigilance and composure. In the shadows, Lin Yu observed with a spark of exhilaration illuminating his gaze. Filled with pride and excitement, he clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, overwhelmed with joy. For he knew all too well that Tang San had unwittingly fallen into the meticulously crafted trap, everything unfolding as per his design. At that moment, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within Lin Yu, as he envisioned the dawn of victory beckoning him forth. He stifled his excitement, focusing intently on Tang San's every move, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. He believed that as long as he maintained this rhythm, he could gradually lead Tang San into the trap, ultimately achieving his goal. As Tang San struggled desperately within that snare, a smirk of triumph appeared on Lin Yu's face, his mind secretly reveling. Ha! At last, you have fallen into my clutches. Let us see how you escape. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. He promptly initiated further schemes. A faint rustling sound echoed, and several exceedingly concealed ropes suddenly sprang forth with an alarming swiftness, catching one off guard. These ropes crisscrossed like a vast net, endeavoring to ensnare Tang San's movements. They resembled venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, launching a sudden assault, granting Tang San no time for reaction. Simultaneously, some cleverly disguised sections of the ground sank abruptly, forming hidden pits that were difficult to detect. The once solid ground instantly turned pliable. As Tang San stepped upon it, he nearly lost his balance and fell. This unexpected shift rendered Tang San unsteady and ensnared in dire straits. At this moment, Tang San resembled a bird struggling for survival amidst a tempest, confronting an unprecedented predicament. His silhouette flickered under the onslaught, moving with breathtaking speed, akin to a streak of lightning tearing across the sky. At times he leapt high, graceful as a swallow, attempting to evade the troublesome ropes. At others, he crouched low, his movements agile and nimble, showcasing his extraordinary skills and remarkable reflexes. However, despite his utmost efforts, he could not avert disaster. Suddenly, a rope, like a crafty serpent, coiled around his ankle, significantly hampering his movements. He tugged fiercely at the rope. Anxiety etched upon his face, exerting all his strength to break free from the binding. Yet the rope clung to him as if it possessed a life of its own, plunging him into a perilous predicament. In this moment, Tang San found himself completely engulfed in a quagmire of chaos and turmoil, unable to extricate himself. Danger and obstacles surrounded him, rendering each step arduous. His eyes betrayed a hint of panic and confusion, yet predominated by determination and resilience. He tirelessly sought a way to escape, valiantly battling against his plight. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood a short distance away, quietly observing the unfolding events, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware that the trap he had set had successfully ensnared Tang San. Now he merely needed to bide his time to ensure complete subjugation. The protagonist harbored a sense of secret glee, believing the outcome of this contest was already determined, eagerly anticipating the moment of Tang San's defeat. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was precisely his arrogance and underestimation that had complicated the situation. Within this chaotic realm, Tang San trudged forward, his heart brimming with doubt and unease. Confronted with the dire circumstances, he continually pondered and explored, striving to discover an escape route. Despite the myriad of challenges, he resolutely clung to hope, firmly believing that persistence would ultimately lead him to a solution. At this moment, Tang San exhibited an indomitable will and an unwavering spirit, embodying the very essence of his lifelong conviction. In this pivotal instant, he suddenly discerned a subtle clue. With keen perception, he became aware of the anomalies in his surroundings and began to observe meticulously. After an in-depth investigation, he ultimately unearthed the key to surmounting his predicament. Tang San seized this opportunity with fervor, dedicating himself to unraveling the enigma while employing the knowledge and skills he had acquired to confront various challenges. Although the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, he held steadfast in his belief that he possessed the fortitude to overcome all adversities. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon Tang San, excitement shimmering in his eyes. He observed as Tang San struggled desperately within the intricate web he had meticulously woven. A profound sense of elation swelling within him. Every detail unfolded exactly as he had anticipated, with Tang San gradually succumbing to the trap, unable to extricate himself. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. This smile was not born of arrogance or mockery, but rather a deep sense of fulfillment. He was acutely aware that victory in this battle was tantalizingly close. Lin Yu silently sighed within his heart. I have awaited this moment for far too long. He recalled the countless days and nights spent in planning and preparation, the innumerable instances of contemplation and refinement. Each step was meticulously orchestrated, every detail meticulously scrutinized. Now, everything was unfolding as he had anticipated, filling him with immense pride. Tang San's struggles grew increasingly fervent, yet Lin Yu understood that it was futile. Tang San was destined to become his quarry, to be vanquished by him. Lin Yu was filled with anticipation, eager to witness the culmination of his efforts. He believed that this battle would elevate him to the center of attention, showcasing his strength and intellect. At this moment, Lin Yu felt an unprecedented confidence surging within him. He understood that his plans would ultimately bear fruit, and all his endeavors would be rewarded. This sense of accomplishment was akin to that of a victor standing atop a lofty peak, gazing down upon the world below. It was also reminiscent of a fisherman returning home, reveling in the joy of a bountiful catch. Tang San struggled desperately within the web, yet he remained ensnared, unable to break free. His strength gradually waned, while Lin Yu's resolve only grew stronger. As time passed, Lin Yu's excitement intensified. The moment he had long awaited was approaching, and his plans were on the verge of a flawless execution. However, despite the joy and sense of achievement swelling within him, Lin Yu remained vigilant, fully aware that he could not afford to relax even slightly in such a critical moment. He knew that the closer he got to the climax, the more crucial it was to maintain focus and caution. Thus, he remained utterly engrossed, keenly observing the developments around him. his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tang San and the slightest movements and changes in his surroundings. He continuously reminded himself to exercise utmost caution. He understood that any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. His nerves were taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, perpetually alert to avert any unforeseen disruptions to his meticulously crafted plans. In this tense atmosphere, time elapsed slowly, each moment steeped in uncertainty. Yet Lin Yu steadfastly trusted his instincts. He believed that perseverance would ultimately lead to victory. At last, after a prolonged wait, the opportunity presented itself. Tang San began to act according to Lin Yu's stratagem, and he seized the moment with seamless coordination. In that instant, Lin Yu felt that all his toil had been worthwhile. He silently vowed to himself that he would transform this perfect outcome into reality. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to face the final challenge with unwavering determination. Chapter 28. The Rescue Amidst the Chaos That Enveloped Him. Tang San felt as though his mind was shrouded in a dense fog, his thoughts growing increasingly muddled. He fought to disentangle his ideas. Yet each attempt only plunged him deeper into confusion. Just then, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, revealing a startling realization. Had he unwittingly fallen into an immense conspiracy? This thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he involuntarily gasped. Tang San lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, where he beheld a myriad of treacherous traps and mechanisms, each presenting insurmountable obstacles. These hindrances were like invisible shackles, binding his every movement and stifling his freedom to act. As time wore on, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. He recognized that he had become ensnared, finding it increasingly difficult to extricate himself. Like an insect caught in a vast spider's web, the more he struggled, the tighter the bonds became. Lin Yu stood silently by, observing Tang San with keen interest. He noted the gradually emerging expression of despair in Tang San's eyes, which elicited a derisive chuckle from him. His gaze brimmed with arrogance and disdain, as if mocking Tang San's folly and ineptitude. He was acutely aware that this contest was nearing its conclusion, and he would soon emerge as the ultimate victor. Everything unfolded precisely as he had envisioned, advancing steadily according to his meticulously crafted plan. Tang San would become the prey in his intricate web, akin to a defenseless lamb, firmly ensnared within his grasp, to be manipulated at will. He could almost envision Tang San trembling beneath his oppressive presence, utterly powerless to resist. A thought that filled him with exhilaration. He recognized that both his strength and intellect far surpassed those of his opponent. For him, this battle was merely a one-sided domination. Lin Yu envisioned the scene of triumph, and the joy within him grew ever more intense. He could picture himself standing atop the pinnacle, gazing down upon the vanquished opponents, relishing in the boundless glory and power that awaited him. This sensation intoxicated him, ensnaring him in its grasp. He fixated his attention on Tang San, awaiting the decisive moment. Yearning for the instant he could overpower Tang San entirely. The passage of each second filled him with exhilaration, for he was drawing closer to victory. His resolve and confidence solidifying with each heartbeat. The sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, enveloping Shrek Academy in tranquility. The teachers busied themselves with their respective tasks. Some prepared lessons, others graded assignments, while a few engaged with students. However, when a teacher named Zhao Wujing concluded his lecture, he instinctively scanned the classroom, his brow furrowing slightly. Tang San was nowhere to be found. Tang San had always been a model student, rarely absent without cause. Thus, Zhao Wujing could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Where had the young lad suddenly vanished? He turned his gaze toward Dai Mubai, his expression filled with curiosity, and inquired, "Mubai, have you seen Tang San today?" Dai Mubai shook his head, indicating he was equally in the dark. Oh, Zhao Wujing's brow knitted further, a hint of worry creeping in, and he then asked Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, have you seen Tang San today?" Ning Rongrong, equally perplexed, replied, "I haven't seen San good today." His frown deepened, and his anxiety intensified. Just then, Ning Rongrong seemed to recall something and suggested, "But Teacher Zhao, you might want to ask Xiao Wu. She is closest to Tang San and should know." Upon hearing this, he immediately turned to Xiao Wu, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiao Wu blinked and softly replied, "There have been some rumors circulating in the village lately." Sangu said he would investigate the source of these rumors and would return shortly. Zhao Wujing felt a growing sense of unease and resolved to search for Tang San himself. He scoured the teaching building, playground, cafeteria, library, and even the dormitories, yet found no trace of him. He muttered to himself as he walked, Where on earth has this fellow gone? Has something happened? The more he pondered, the more he felt an unsettling sensation, prompting him to gather several other teachers. He informed them of Tang San's disappearance and requested their assistance in the search. Upon learning of the situation, the teachers immediately set aside their work and joined the quest to locate Tang San. They combed through the campus, leaving no corner unchecked. Yet, as time ticked away, they still had not caught sight of Tang San. The teachers grew increasingly anxious, fearing for his safety. Ultimately, they decided to widen their search, encompassing the surrounding forests and rivers. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon and night fell, the lights of Shrek Academy flickered to life. The teachers, in a state of frantic urgency, called out Tang San's name, hoping for a response. Yet, apart from their own voices, the campus remained eerily silent. Their spirits grew increasingly heavy, uncertain of what had befallen Tang San. Just as the teachers were engulfed in anxiety, a particularly observant instructor suddenly noticed some irregularities on the ground. Leaning down for a closer inspection, he discerned faint scratches and peculiar marks that seemed to indicate something or someone had dragged an object across the surface. A thought sparked within him, leading him to recall Tang San's disappearance. Could these traces be connected to his vanishing? Without hesitation, he shared his discovery with the other teachers and proposed they follow the clues left behind. The group unanimously agreed, and they cautiously advanced along the path of the markings, maintaining a vigilant watch over their surroundings. After a strenuous pursuit, the teachers arrived at a location that appeared ordinary yet carried an eerie undertone. It was in proximity to where Tang San was ensnared, and they could sense a mysterious and formidable aura enveloping the area. Exchanging glances filled with tension and concern, they heard the sounds of commotion and Tang San's cries emanating from within, instantly grasping the gravity of his predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, the teachers unleashed their formidable soul skills, swiftly dismantling several of the mechanisms that had posed such a challenge. Under the might of their powers, the once formidable traps became ineffectual. With unwavering determination, the teachers forged a path to freedom for Tang San, exerting their strength against the mechanisms while vocally guiding him towards safety. Upon hearing their calls, hope surged within Tang San. With their assistance, he began to extricate himself from the perilous predicament that had ensnared him. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon him, he pressed on, step by step, toward the sound of their voices. At last, he successfully escaped from that dreadful place. In that moment, he felt as if he had been reborn. Though his body remained weak, his spirit brimmed with newfound strength. He inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air as it filled his lungs, a sensation that enchanted him. However, when he glanced down at his body, marred with scrapes and dust, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He realized his disheveled appearance must be quite unseemly. Yet he dismissed such concerns, for he understood that, in the face of life itself, these were trivial matters. With heartfelt gratitude, he gazed at his teachers, his eyes brimming with emotion. They had not only saved his life, but had also imparted the invaluable lesson of teamwork. Without their unwavering support and assistance, he might have perished in that dire situation. Thus, he resolved to cherish this bond and repay their kindness with sincere actions. This experience profoundly deepened his appreciation for collaboration, instilling in him a profound respect for his teachers. He recognized that only through unity and collective effort could they overcome adversity and achieve success. Consequently, he silently vowed that, regardless of the challenges ahead, he would face them with courage and never surrender. At the same time, he must strive to enhance his abilities in order to better safeguard himself and others. Chapter 29. Reflection. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief as he stared at the unfolding events, as if unable to comprehend the reality before him. In an instant, his countenance darkened, brows furrowing deeply, his gaze betraying an abyss of regret and fury. He clenched his teeth, fists tightly balled, nails embedding into his palms, drawing forth beads of crimson blood. Yet, at this moment, he was oblivious to the pain radiating from his hands, as his heart brimmed with self-loathing and helplessness in the face of his predicament. He could scarcely fathom how circumstances had spiraled to such an extent. What had once been an impeccably crafted plan now lay in tatters. That abruptly appearing teacher stood before him like an insurmountable chasm, rendering all his efforts futile. His gaze fixated on the direction in which Tang San had departed, flames of wrath igniting in his eyes, wishing nothing more than to dismantle him piece by piece. However, reality was merciless. He could only remain helplessly rooted to the spot, Witnessing Tang Xin being led away by the teacher, his meticulously devised trap crumbling into dust before his very eyes, Lin Yu was engulfed in profound anguish and despair, his heart heavy with self-reproach and regret. He had thought himself meticulously prepared, yet an unforeseen variable had emerged, leading to his current predicament. Not only had he forfeited his chance for revenge, but he now faced the prospect of greater troubles. He was acutely aware that this failure would have monumental repercussions, potentially altering the trajectory of his destiny. His mood was as burdensome as a mountain, as if the weight of the entire world rested upon his shoulders. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, he must confront this harsh reality. Though his heart brimmed with resentment, he realized that there was no turning back. He had no choice but to accept the situation and seek ways to mitigate his losses and reclaim opportunities. However, Lin Yu did not easily surrender. Concealed in the shadows, his gaze was somber yet resolute, akin to a wounded wolf poised to strike. His eyes were fixated on the retreating figures of Tang San and the instructors, flickering with sparks of indignation and fury. He bit down on his lip with such ferocity that blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. A tumult of bitterness surged within him, a relentless inferno that rendered him restless. "Why?" he murmured softly, his voice laced with endless suffering and resentment. He recalled the sacrifices he had made to become a soul master, the countless days and nights of relentless training, the sweat and tears that had now vanished into thin air. He felt as though his efforts were disregarded, his worth diminished, leaving him in a state of profound agony and despair. Yet, he refused to be engulfed by these emotions. He understood that only through his own efforts could he alter his circumstances and validate his worth. Taking a deep breath, he gradually rose, his gaze regaining its determination. He resolved that, no matter the challenges and setbacks he faced, he would not yield. He would persevere, proving his value through strength, allowing everyone to witness his brilliance. For he believed that one day he would become a formidable soul master and fulfill his dreams. Upon returning to his concealed stronghold, Lin Yu's countenance was ominously dark, as if drenched in shadows. His jaw clenched tightly, eyes shimmering with anger. He forcefully swung his fist, striking the table before him with a resounding thud. Standing still, he breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling with intensity. After a moment, he slowly sat down, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He recognized that this was not a time for fury, but rather for calm reflection to identify the source of the problem and devise a solution. He began to quiet his mind, meticulously reviewing the entire incident. He replayed every detail and every phase in his mind, realizing that he had underestimated the vigilance and responsiveness of the Shrek Academy instructors. He had initially thought they would be slow to detect any irregularities. Yet they had arrived with astonishing swiftness. This made him exclaim in awe. These teachers truly deserve the titles of Soul Emperor and Soul Sage, for their strength and experience far surpassed his imagination. Lin Yu was consumed by deep regret, lamenting the flaws in his meticulously crafted plan. He chastised himself for not having considered every angle, for failing to anticipate that the instructors from Shrek Academy would pose an obstacle. He reproached himself for his overconfidence and inadequate preparation. Yet, regret could not alter the reality of what had transpired. He understood that he must learn from this experience to avoid repeating his mistakes. His heart was heavy with guilt and remorse, but simultaneously, he made a silent vow to himself. Next time, he would strive for perfection, ensuring that his plans were flawless and that he would never again commit the same errors. He was determined to prove to everyone that he possessed the capability to achieve his goals, regardless of the magnitude of the challenges and adversities he might face. Lin Yu sat by the window, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze profound and piercing, as if capable of penetrating all. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he finally resolved to devise a more meticulous and flawless plan. In pursuit of this objective, Lin Yu began to take active measures. He tirelessly roamed about, diligently collecting powerful mechanical apparatuses. Whether through purchase or barter, he spared no effort in acquiring items that would aid him in achieving his goals. Each piece of equipment was meticulously selected, destined to play a pivotal role in his new scheme. Simultaneously, Lin Yu did not neglect his own preparations. He continually refined his strategies, scrutinizing every detail with meticulous attention. He understood that only by achieving absolute precision could he ensure success. To that end, he repeatedly examined each component, ensuring not a single oversight occurred. However, Lin Yu's endeavors were not confined solely to his own actions. He closely monitored the happenings within the academy, leaving no whisper or rustle unnoticed. He silently observed the behaviors of those around him, seeking to uncover opportunities that could be exploited. This keen observance allowed him to discern numerous concealed pieces of information beneath the seemingly tranquil surface. As time progressed, Lin Yu felt increasingly ready. Like an experienced hunter, he patiently awaited the moment his prey would reveal a flaw. Once the opportunity presented itself, he would strike without hesitation, delivering a decisive blow to his adversaries. In this silent conflict, Lin Yu exhibited extraordinary wisdom and courage, evoking admiration. Chapter 30. A renewed strike. Simultaneously, he remained covertly vigilant, closely scrutinizing every movement within the academy, meticulously searching for the most opportune moment to act. He resembled a patient hunter, quietly awaiting the moment his prey would falter. In the days that followed, Lin Yu worked tirelessly, devoting nearly all of his energy to the preparations of his new plan. Seemingly tireless as his mind was consumed by its intricate details, he silently vowed that next time, he would ensnare Tang San completely, leaving him utterly defenseless and ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would disrupt his scheme. He aimed to employ his intellect and strength to make Tang San his captive, redeeming his past failures. During this period, Lin Yu appeared increasingly enigmatic. His actions became shrouded in mystery, leaving others perplexed. No one could discern what he was truly engaged in, as if enveloped in a fog. Yet, from his confident gaze, one could unmistakably sense the brewing of formidable power. This confidence was not blind, but stemmed from his grasp of the future and his meticulous planning. Clearly, he was orchestrating a momentous event, a storm capable of shaking the entire world. Yet, it is only when the tempest truly descends that all shall be taken aback. At long last, an exceedingly rare and splendid opportunity quietly presented itself before Lin Yu. It turned out that Lin Yu had long since embedded his own informants within the Shrek Academy. These informants were the villagers who regularly prepared meals for Tang San and his companions. While they maintained an appearance of nonchalance, behaving no differently than usual, they were, in fact, vigilantly observing the various movements and developments within the academy. The intelligence they gathered was continuously relayed to Lin Yu, providing him with invaluable support. Naturally, these informants were also handsomely rewarded by Lin Yu for their services. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the adage that knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Thus, he meticulously orchestrated everything in advance to adeptly monitor his opponent's movements and devise appropriate countermeasures. The spies embedded within Shrek Academy served as Lin Yu's invaluable aides, silently observing and recording events within the institution, subsequently relaying crucial information back to him. This enabled Lin Yu to gain a profound understanding of the circumstances at Shrek Academy and to formulate more effective strategies targeting its vulnerabilities. Furthermore, these informants provided Lin Yu with deeper insights into the Academy's layout and strength, which held paramount significance for his future endeavors. On this particular day, under the radiant sunlight, the spies meandered through the campus as usual. Suddenly, they overheard a group of teachers discussing the organization of a wilderness trial for the students, specifically regarding Oscar's quest to obtain his third spirit ring. Intrigued, the spy drew closer to listen, only to discover that Tang San was also included among the list of participating students. The spy's heart raced as he realized this could be an exceptional opportunity. Hastily departing the scene, he sought a secluded corner and swiftly conveyed this pivotal information to Lin Yu. Upon receiving the news, a triumphant smile graced Lin Yu's face. He recognized that this was the moment he had long awaited. His nerves instantly tensed, and his heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Lin Yu secretly rejoiced, feeling that he had finally awaited his opportunity. He was eager to act immediately, yet reason urged him to remain calm and devise a meticulous plan. He began to ponder how to leverage this wilderness trial to secure Oscar's third soul ring while ensnaring Tang San in a predicament. He envisioned the scene of Tang San struggling within the trap he had intricately designed. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. Lin Yu was immersed in his own thoughts, a resolute glimmer illuminating his eyes. He firmly believed that with careful caution, success was within his grasp this time. He had meticulously prepared everything, awaiting the moment when Tang San would unwittingly fall into the trap he had meticulously laid. In that instant, Lin Yu's determination was as unyielding as steel. He was convinced that victory was imminent. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation, ready to seize this opportunity, transforming it into the pivotal turning point for his ultimate triumph over Tang San. He intended to make it abundantly clear to everyone that he was indeed the rightful victor. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the significance of obtaining the third soul ring, for he vividly recalled that in the narrative of his previous life, Tang San and his companions would pause at a quaint town on the periphery of the Douluo forest to rest and dine. However, their mentor, Zhao Wujie, tasked with escorting them, would not partake in the meal alongside them. Moreover, Tang San would face numerous perils when he ventured deep into the Douluo forest alone. Having consumed a mushroom sausage crafted by Oscar in an attempt to rescue Xiao Wu, who had been captured by the Titan Great Ape, he would encounter formidable soul beasts, such as the Faceless Spider, and engage in fierce combat that would deplete his stamina, ultimately acquiring an external soul bone known as 8 spider lances from the Faceless Spider. These intricate details inspired Lin Yu, revealing multiple opportunities to conspire against Tang San. Thus, Lin Yu promptly commanded his subordinates to investigate the various towns surrounding the Douluo forest, seeking potential lodgings for Tang San and his companions. Once informed of their resting place, Lin Yu could meticulously recalibrate his strategy. He aspired to intercept the invaluable external soul bone Tang San would procure from the Faceless Spider, while contemplating the possibility of eliminating Tang San in advance, thereby neutralizing the future threat posed by the Spirit Hall. After all, preemptively dealing with Tang San would undoubtedly serve the interests of the Spirit Hall, facilitating their ambition to unify the Douluo continent. "My lord, what troubles you?" Lin Yu furrowed his brow, inquiring with curiosity. "My lord, we have ascertained the hotel where Tang San and his companions are likely to rest," a subordinate cautiously replied. "What shall we do next?" Upon hearing this news, a sly smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips. He gently beckoned his subordinate closer. Then, he retrieved several packets from the heart of the stars and handed them to the man before him. "Since you have discovered the hotel where Tang San and his companions may reside, it simplifies matters," Lin Yu spoke in a low tone. "You may first bribe the hotel staff, instructing them to discreetly add this powder to the food ordered by Tang San and his companions during their meal. Remember, it must be executed with utmost stealth. No one must suspect a thing." Upon concluding his instructions, Lin Yu placed the packets into the hands of the awaiting man. The man, intrigued, queried, "My lord, what exactly are these?" Lin Yu's gaze turned cold, and he replied in an icy tone, "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Knowing too much could be detrimental to your well-being." The man was taken aback and hurriedly lowered his head, admitting his fault. "My lord, I apologize. It was my imprudence." Observing the man's subservient demeanor, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction and gestured for him to withdraw. Once the man had departed, a triumphant smile crept onto Lin Yu's lips as he murmured to himself, "Tang San, oh Tang San, I have once again taken action. I wonder if you will be fortunate enough to evade this calamity once more." Chapter 31. A second strike. After Lin Yu had relayed all necessary instructions to his subordinates, he rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards the Spirit Hall in the city of Nodding. Lin Yu pondered silently within himself. This time, the Shrek Academy was to have Oscar acquire his third soul ring, and it was to be led personally by the formidable unmoved king, Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie had previously harbored grievances against the Spirit Hall. At one time, they sought to punish him, yet he managed to escape from the siege of 16 bishops. Eventually, that matter was left unresolved. The bishops of the Spirit Hall are formidable beings, each at least at the Soul Emperor level, and at that time, Zhao Wujie was likely only in the 60s in terms of soul power. Now, he had ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, and his strength was on an entirely different level compared to before. On the other hand, the strongest among my subordinates barely surpasses the 40s in soul power. To contend against Tang San and his team led by the unmoved King Zhao Wujie would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. To effectively confront them, one would need at least the strength of a soul Douluo. It seems I must request assistance from my parents. I had initially hoped to resolve matters using my own strength, yet it appears I must rely on my parents after all. With this thought, Lin Yu could not help but let out a sigh. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, where he observed a bustling scene outside. People came and went, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, individuals entered the Spirit Hall, only to emerge shortly thereafter, their faces reflecting a mix of joy and disappointment. Curiously, Lin Yu inquired of a bystander, "Why are there so many people at the Spirit Hall, constantly entering and exiting? Isn't the Spirit Hall solely responsible for awakening spirits and suppressing evil soul masters?" The man beside Lin Yu turned his head upon hearing his words, sizing him up with a glance, and remarked with a smile, "Judging by your splendid attire, it seems you have yet to visit the Spirit Hall to collect your soul master subsidy. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for you to be unaware of such matters." Lin Yu nodded slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Indeed, that is why I have these questions. I kindly ask this esteemed brother to enlighten me. The man let out a hearty laugh, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. The spirit hall is not merely tasked with awakening martial spirits and suppressing evil soul masters. It bears a greater responsibility. It also provides subsidies to soul masters below the rank of soul sect. Those who come and go within the spirit hall are here to collect these subsidies. While the amounts may not be substantial, they are certainly sufficient for these individuals. The existence of such subsidies significantly diminishes the likelihood of these recipients straying onto the path of evil soul masters. After all, with these aids, the soul masters are less burdened by the struggles of daily life, thereby reducing their temptation to resort to crime for survival and cultivation resources. It is crucial to understand that even a mere 10th rank soul master is not someone an ordinary person can contend with. Thus, the act of distributing subsidies to lower-ranked soul masters is indeed a commendable endeavor. Lin Yu nodded in understanding, silently marveling at the multifaceted nature of the Spirit Hall. Previously, he had only perceived Spirit Hall as a formidable organization responsible for upholding the order and security of the Douluo continent. Yet he had little knowledge of its specific operations and policies. Now, after listening to the man's elucidation, he gained a more profound insight into the workings of the Spirit Hall. Lin Yu couldn't help but reflect on his own circumstances. Had his parents not been high-ranking officials within the Spirit Hall, and had he not been a second-generation member of the Spirit Hall, but rather an ordinary soul master, he might have found himself waiting at the gates of the Spirit Hall, relying on subsidies to sustain his livelihood, much like those soul masters who stood in line for assistance. This thought deepened his gratitude towards the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, Lin Yu recognized that becoming a soul master is no simple feat. It requires not only innate talent, but also dedication and time devoted to cultivation. The subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall offer essential support and assistance to novice soul masters, enabling them to better develop their abilities. Lin Yu resolved that if the opportunity arises in the future, he would diligently exploit the resources and opportunities afforded by the Spirit Hall to enhance his strength, laying a solid foundation for his future growth. He firmly believed that with relentless effort, he would one day become a formidable spirit master, contributing his strength to protect his family and friends. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and resolutely stepped into the Spirit Hall. Although the branch of the Spirit Hall in Notting City was not as grand as the main hall, it still exuded the dignity and solemnity befitting the Spirit Hall. As Lin Yu entered, his gaze swept over the resting attendants, and he calmly requested, "Please have the bishop come out to see me." Upon hearing this, one of the attendants raised his head, scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe, and responded rudely, "Who are you?" "The bishop is not someone you can meet at your whim." Lin Yu was not angry. He merely smiled faintly before retrieving the token bestowed upon him by his father from the Heart of the Stars. Presenting it to the steward with the inquiry, "May I now request the bishop to come forth?" The steward cast a glance at the token in Lin Yu's hand, his face reflecting astonishment. He immediately recognized it as the elder's token of the Spirit Hall, a privilege typically reserved for those of title Douluo rank and the leaders of the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects. The steward respectfully bowed to Lin Yu and stated, "My lord, I shall summon the esteemed bishop at once." With that, he hurriedly made his way towards the bishop's quarters. Upon reaching the entrance of the bishop's resting room, the steward gently knocked on the door. After a brief moment, a voice from within commanded, "Enter." The steward cautiously opened the door and stepped inside with purpose. Approaching Bishop Skiki, who was reclining on the bed, the steward respectfully announced, "Lord Skiki, there is a young man outside holding an elder's token seeking an audience with you." Upon hearing this news, Bishop Skiki was taken aback. Quickly rising from his bed to adjust his attire and hair, then hastening toward the door, filled with curiosity and intrigue. Meanwhile, Lin Yu leisurely strolled within the Spirit Hall, admiring the surrounding architecture and embellishments. Before long, he noticed the steward approaching him, accompanied by another individual. Lin Yu came to a halt, patiently awaiting their arrival. As Bishop Skitch approached, Lin Yu smiled and inquired, "I presume you are the esteemed Bishop of Nottingham?" Bishop Skitch promptly replied, "Indeed, my lord. I am the bishop of this Nottingham branch of the Spirit Hall. May I inquire what brings you to our humble abode?" While speaking, he discreetly scrutinized the enigmatic young man before him, who wielded the elder's token, pondering his identity and purpose. Chapter 32, Arrival. Lin Yu, without further ado, I have come to request the utilization of the information transmission channel of your Notting City Spirit Hall branch to convey some messages to my parents. Bishop Sketch, may I inquire, esteemed sir, as to the identities of your parents? Would you be so kind as to enlighten me? Lin Yu, it seems that Archbishop Sketch harbors doubts about me, which is understandable. If I were in his position, I would likely feel the same. With this thought, Lin Yu addressed Archbishop Sketch, saying, My father, Lin Chun, known by the title Time and Space, is a venerable presence within the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall. This is the inherited martial spirit of my father, the Sword of Time and Space. As he spoke, Lin Yu summoned his martial spirit, which radiated a golden brilliance and emanated an overwhelming aura of power. Surely, Archbishop Sketch no longer harbored any doubts. Archbishop Sketch's eyes widened as he gazed at the martial spirit in Lin Yu's hand, his voice filled with excitement. So you are the son of Lord Lin Chun. I am truly honored. He finally comprehended why Lin Yu had so effortlessly acquired the Elder Token. It was because he was indeed the descendant of the legendary title Douluo. Presumably, the token in his hand was bestowed upon him by Lord Lin Chun. Archbishop Sketch respectfully lowered his head and, with a sincere tone, inquired, Lord Lin Yu, may I ask what message you wish to convey? Shall it be expedited? Lin Yu retracted his martial soul and replied with a smile, There is no need for urgency. Merely inform them of my current circumstances and assure them that they need not worry about me. Additionally, please deliver this letter to my parents. Bishop Sketch nodded earnestly in response, Very well, Lord Lin Yu. Rest assured, I shall convey your message to your parents at the earliest opportunity. He silently rejoiced at not having offended this significant figure, for the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, he resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with this future powerhouse, hoping to secure his protection in the days to come. After attending to these matters, Lin Yu turned to Bishop Sketch and instructed, Should anyone inquire about me, direct them to room XX at the XX Hotel in Notting City. I shall be residing there for the next few days. With those words, Lin Yu turned and departed, leaving Bishop Sketch with an understanding smile, as if he had grasped an unspoken truth. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yu pondered deeply over the contents of the letter. The primary request within was for his father to dispatch a formidable soul Douluo of level 80 or above to assist him in acquiring a second spirit ring. While this request posed no significant challenge for his father, identifying a suitable candidate would require some time. Meanwhile, upon receiving the letter, Lin Yu's father carefully opened it to read its contents. After finishing, he fell into a contemplative silence. Subsequently, he summoned Luo Mei, an esteemed soul Douluo of level 85, whose martial soul was the Meteor Bow, and who served as a vital member of the Lin family. Father Lin addressed Luo Mei, saying, Luo Mei, I must convey to you a matter of great significance, and I wonder if you would be willing to undertake this task. With utmost respect, Luo Mei replied, Please. My lord, instruct me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill the assignment. Father Lin continued, I hope you can journey to Notting City, protect Lin Yu, and assist him in acquiring the second soul ring. This task is of paramount importance, and there must be no missteps. Upon hearing this request, vivid memories of her childhood with Lin Yu flooded Luo Mei's mind. Back then, he was merely a child, yet he exuded an irresistible charm and innocence. He would cling to her side like a little shadow, and the sight of his youthful face would invariably bring a smile to her lips. Now, that once adorable boy had matured into an exceptional soul master. Though much time had elapsed, those cherished memories remained indelibly etched in Luo Mei's heart. With this in mind, Luo Mei did not hesitate to agree, stating, I am willing to accept this mission. I shall depart for Notting City immediately. She understood that this was not only a crucial task, but also a demonstration of support and trust in Lin Yu. She hoped that through her efforts, she could aid him in realizing his dreams and becoming a more formidable soul master. Thus, Luo Mei swiftly packed her belongings, preparing the necessary items and equipment. Clad in comfortable attire and wielding a sharp sword, she embarked on her journey to Notting City, filled with confidence and anticipation, certain that she would accomplish her mission and reunite with Lin Yu. With deep longing for Lin Yu in her heart, Luo Mei stepped into the spirit hall of Notting City with resolute strides. A sense of urgency and expectation adorned her exquisite features as her gaze fell directly upon Bishop Sketch. Lin Yu, has he mentioned where I might find him? She inquired softly, her voice imbued with concern and yearning. Bishop Sketch, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Luo Mei, felt a tightening in his chest. The woman before him radiated an astonishing power, boasting a configuration of 8 optimal soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, instilling in him a profound sense of reverence. Lord Lin Yu has said that if anyone comes seeking him, They may find him at room XXX of the XXX Hotel in Notting City. Bishop Skitch promptly replied with deference. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Luo Mei's face. She gradually retracted her released soul power, alleviating the pressure on Bishop Skitch. Turning, she exited the spirit hall and proceeded toward the address provided by the bishop. Once Luo Mei departed, Bishop Skitch breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and silently marveled, what tremendous strength. Her soul power must be around level 85. Truly, Lord Lin Yu is the most cherished child of the time and space Douluo. To have such a powerful protector sent by Lord Lin Chen. Upon returning to his hotel room after a meal, Lin Yu closed the door behind him, only to be enveloped in sudden darkness, as if something had been placed over his eyes. Just as he was about to retrieve an item from the heart of the stars to defend himself, a familiar voice whispered in his ear, "Guess who I am?" Recognizing that voice, Lin Yu promptly withdrew his hand from the heart of the stars, opting instead to remove the covering from his eyes. As he pulled it away, he uttered, "Is it you, Sister Luo Mei?" The moment I heard that familiar tone and those well-known words, I knew it was you. Indeed. As he unveiled the delicate hands that had obscured his vision, he turned to behold a flawless, enchanting visage adorned in the distinctive attire of the Lin family, which did little to conceal Luo Mei's captivating figure. At that moment, Luo Mei looked at Lin Yu with a playful smile, her eyes glimmering with mischief and curiosity. She tilted her head slightly and inquired softly, "Really? How did you guess it was me so quickly?" Lin Yu smiled gently, gazing at Luo Mei's exquisite visage, and replied tenderly, "It is because your voice is so distinctive, and only you would make such a jest." His eyes lingered on Luo Mei, captivated by the enchanting aura she exuded. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a satisfied smile graced Luo Mei's face. She nodded softly and remarked, "I suppose you are quite clever. However, my visit this time is not solely for jest." Chapter 33, The Herbal Compendium. Lin Yu, filled with confusion, inquired, "By the way, Sister Luo Mei, how could my father have entrusted you to assist me? I recall requesting that he send a soul master of at least the rank of Soul Douluo to aid me. Yet I believe your strength was merely that of a soul sage, was it not?" Luo Mei smiled and replied, "Indeed, that was the case. However, I am no longer just a soul sage. After more than a year of diligent cultivation, I have successfully transcended to become an 85th level assault-type Soul Douluo. Thus I am now fully qualified to assist you." Lin Yu gazed at her in astonishment and inquired, "Sister Luo Mei, how have you managed to enhance your strength so swiftly? In just a little over a year, you have ascended from Soul Saint to Soul Douluo and remarkably increased your soul power by 6 levels. Could this rapid advancement not adversely affect your foundation?" Luo Mei smiled gently and replied, "In truth, all of this is connected to you." Lin Yu blinked in bewilderment and asked in confusion, "Because of me?" "Sister Luo Mei, I haven't done anything particularly special." Luo Mei reminisced about the past and slowly replied, "Do you remember when you initially decided to venture out for some experience? Witnessing your unwavering determination to pursue growth greatly inspired me. I thought to myself, if you could bravely explore the world beyond, why shouldn't I? At that time, my soul power had already reached level 80, allowing me to seek my 8th soul ring. Thus, I requested Lord Lin Chen for permission to embark on my own journey, and he readily agreed, granting me the opportunity to venture forth. I then made my way towards the Stardow Forest, gradually honing my skills along the path. During this journey, I elevated my state of mind. Once, deep within the Stardow Forest, I stumbled upon a ghostly magic wolf with an impressive age of 80,000 years and a soul-devouring bird nearing 90,000 years. Locked in a fierce battle over a rare plant, both severely wounded and on the brink of collapse, I cautiously approached, concealing myself behind a nearby thicket, and quietly observed their movements. They were battered and breathless, yet still glared at each other with unyielding animosity, refusing to relent. A surge of excitement coursed through me, as I recognized a prime opportunity. Gripping my weapon tightly, I awaited the perfect moment, when they finally succumbed to their injuries and fell to the ground. I dashed forward with lightning speed, aiming a decisive strike at the ghostly magic wolf's vital point, extinguishing its life entirely. The soul-devouring bird attempted to rise and retaliate. However, I quickly unleashed several precise strikes, ultimately vanquishing it as well. In this manner, I successfully seized the opportunity to eliminate both the soul-devouring bird and the ghostly magic wolf, absorbing the dark red 1,000-year soul ring that emerged from the former. To my astonishment, this absorption endowed my 8th soul skill with the ability to attack souls. Following this, my soul power smoothly advanced to level 81. Lin Yu expressed his confusion, saying, "Isn't that incorrect, Sister Luome? Even if the soul ring you absorbed from the soul-devouring bird is nearly 90,000 years old, it should not have enabled you to break through to the 85th level of soul power in less than half a year." Luome's lips curled into a charming smile as she softly replied, "Have you perhaps forgotten the mysterious plant I once mentioned to you, which was fiercely contested by the 80,000-year phantom wolf and the nearly 90,000-year soul-devouring bird?" Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet it carried a hint of playful amusement. Linyu suddenly slapped his forehead, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ah, could it be, Sister Luome, that you actually consumed that plant?" His gaze was filled with incredulity and curiosity. Luome smiled faintly, nodding gently, a mischievous sparkle dancing in her eyes. Linyu, instantly animated, eagerly inquired, "So, what exactly is that plant? Does it possess some wondrous effects? Sister Luome, could you enlighten me?" His tone brimmed with anticipation and yearning. Luome, observing the eager expression on Linyu's face, couldn't help but chuckle. She patiently elucidated, "You see, having not perused the herbal compendium borrowed by Lord Linshan from Douluo, you naturally lack the knowledge to analyze a plant's capabilities based on its appearance. This time, in addition to requesting my assistance in procuring your second soul ring, Lord Linshan specifically entrusted me with delivering this herbal compendium to you, hoping that you would study it diligently, lest you encounter precious medicinal herbs in the future while remaining utterly oblivious. You must understand, the value of these herbs can sometimes far exceed our imagination. Now then, Linyu, this herbal compendium is yours to keep. You must safeguard it well and ensure it remains intact, as I shall be returning it to Lord Linshan for him to return to Douluo." With that, Luome carefully retrieved the herbal compendium from the storage soul guide at her waist and gently handed it to Linyu. Linyu solemnly accepted the herbal compendium, his heart brimming with gratitude and curiosity. As he opened the compendium, he was greeted by a plethora of meticulously recorded information and illustrations of various herbs. Dazzling to the eye, with great care, Linyu perused each page, his intrigue deepening for every herb he encountered. He discovered that some herbs appeared quite ordinary, yet possessed extraordinary properties, while others bore peculiar shapes, yet were exceedingly rare treasures. The more he read, the more enthralled he became, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. Before long, Linyu had completed the compendium, after which he closed the book and handed it to Luome, declaring, "Sister Luome, I have finished reading and have memorized it." Luome smiled and replied, "Then I must put your knowledge to the test." Linyu confidently responded, "Bring it on, Sister Luome." After a moment of thought, Luome said, "Let me challenge you. Please describe the appearance and effects of the fragrant and enigmatic celestial herb." Linyu quickly recalled in his mind and confidently stated, "Its appearance resembles a large blossom of pale pink, devoid of leaves, with a stem measuring 3 feet in length. The flower itself is remarkably large, boasting a diameter of over a foot, and each petal appears as if crafted from crystal, translucent and resplendent. The stamen of the pale pink flower is a delicate shade of lavender, reminiscent of purple diamonds embedded within, creating a particularly enchanting sight. Its fragrance, while capable of reaching great distances, is not overpowering. It possesses a subtle, refreshing aroma akin to the alluring scent of a maiden. The fragrant ethereal blossom is indeed a formidable antidote, possessing the ability to neutralize all toxins. While it does not directly detoxify, it effectively restrains poisons. The fragrance of the fragrant ethereal blossom is serene and elegant, rendering any toxins ineffective within its vicinity, as its aroma has the remarkable ability to counteract various poisons. However, it is important to note that if one has already succumbed to poison before entering its fragrant domain, the fragrant ethereal blossom will be of no avail. It can be said that it is an exceptional antidote herb, albeit regrettably incapable of curing poison. Linyu mused to himself, chuckling inwardly, "This little issue is no challenge for me. I have memorized it thoroughly." Chapter 34, The Millennium Zhu Fruit. Luome, smiling Linyu, "I never expected your memory to be so remarkable. You have memorized this thick compendium of herbs so swiftly." Linyu, smiling with pride, "Hee. My memory has always been exceptional, hasn't it, Sister Luome?" Luome, reminiscing about the time spent studying soul beast knowledge with Linyu, she can't help but sigh, "Indeed. I remember when we were learning about soul beasts together. It took me 2 weeks to finish one soul beast encyclopedia, while you managed to master it in just 2 days. It appears that the herbal encyclopedia is merely a trifle for you now. However, I still wish to test you further to see if you have truly grasped all this knowledge completely." Linyu, brimming with confidence, said, No problem, Sister Luo Mei. Feel free to pose any questions. No matter how you test me, I shall answer correctly. Luo Mei, with a sly smile, replied, very well. Can you guess what plant I just consumed? Lin Yu, stunned, scratching his head. Luo Mei, could you at least provide a hint? At the very least. Enlighten me about the plant's appearance or its effects, so I might have a chance of guessing correctly. Luo Mei smiled and replied, allow me to describe the plant's appearance and its effects. It stands approximately 10 feet tall, its trunk erect and unwavering. Boasting a vibrant crimson hue reminiscent of the most resplendent coral, its color striking and captivating. The leaves, a delicate and intricate green, resemble meticulously crafted jade. Their veins distinctly visible, and under the sunlight, they seem to emit a faint, ethereal glow. What captures the eye most, however, is the singular fruit that adorns the tree. This fruit exhibits a rich purplish-red hue, akin to a dazzling amethyst, round and plump, its shape charmingly reminiscent of an apple. The skin of the fruit is smooth and refined, glimmering with a mysterious luster, as if it harbors boundless vitality within. Furthermore, this fruit emanates a peculiar and enchanting fragrance. Subtle yet profoundly penetrating, intoxicating all who catch a whiff of it. Once the fruit is plucked, the entire plant disintegrates into ashes. Upon consuming the fruit, I noticed a dark stain appearing on my body, and my soul power surged from level 81 to 85. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu swiftly contemplated within his mind before articulating, it resembles an apple, adorned in a deep crimson hue. Once plucked, the plant transforms into ash. Consuming it seems to cleanse the marrow and elevate one's soul force. Could it be that Sister Luo Mei has partaken of the Zhu fruit? Furthermore, this is not the ordinary variety that flowers and bears fruit every 100 years, but rather the rare Zhu fruit that blossoms and fruits once every millennium. Am I correct, Sister Luo Mei? Lin Yu pondered, believing such a unique plant must indeed be the Zhu fruit. Fortunately, he had retained a clear memory of the herbal compendium. Luo Mei, pleasantly surprised, nodded and remarked, it appears you have truly memorized the herbal compendium, being able to deduce the name of the plant I consumed from my description. Quite impressive. Lin Yu said enviously, Sister Luo Mei, you are truly fortunate. Upon hearing this, Luo Mei displayed a hint of confusion on her face and retorted, in what way am I lucky? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, how unfortunate your luck seems. Just look at the wonders of your journey. Not only have you significantly enhanced your inner peace, but during your quest for the 8th spirit ring, you encountered an 80,000-year-old phantom demon wolf and a nearly 90,000-year-old soul-devouring bird, both of whom were locked in a fierce battle over the Zhu fruit and ended up gravely injuring each other. What a remarkable stroke of fate. This has allowed you to effortlessly acquire your 8th spirit ring. Moreover, you have also obtained the Zhu fruit that those two spirit beasts were fighting over. Lin Yu became increasingly animated, as if he could already envision Luo Mei's fortune within reach. Just think about it. After consuming that Zhu fruit, your soul power astonishingly surged by 4 levels. This is the caliber of soul power typically associated with a soul Douluo. Under normal circumstances, a soul Douluo can only enhance their soul power by 1 level per year. Yet you, merely by consuming a single Zhu fruit, you ascended by 4 levels. And the residual potency still aids your continued cultivation, potentially elevating you to the rank of a title Douluo. Is this not a stroke of remarkable luck? Had you been less fortunate, perhaps when the phantom magic wolf and the soul-eating bird were vying for the Zhu fruit, they would have discovered you long before. In such a case, obtaining the soul-eating bird's spirit ring and the millennium Zhu fruit would have been utterly impossible. Worse still, you might have met your demise in the Star Dough forest, leaving you with nothing at all. As Lin Yu spoke, he marveled at Luo Mei's extraordinary fortune and genuinely felt happy for her. However, Luo Mei listened quietly, her heart not entirely in agreement with Lin Yu's perspective. To her, this so-called fortune was merely the confluence of hard work and opportunity. Had she not diligently trained, how could she possess such formidable strength to confront various challenges? The opportunities she encountered were also the result of her relentless exploration and pursuit of advancement. Thus, true fortune is not a mere coincidence, but rather something to be earned through one's own efforts. With a smile, Luo Mei inquired, all right, Lin Yu, when do you intend to acquire your 2nd spirit ring? What type of spirit beast do you plan to hunt, and what age range are you considering? Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement, thinking that he could finally share his plans with Sister Luo Mei. He immediately responded, Sister Luo Mei, I have long decided which soul beast to hunt, and for how many years. I was just waiting for your arrival. This time, I have resolved to hunt the nightmarish spider, a small soul beast that devours life, a being loathed by all soul beasts, a terrifying and malevolent killer. Moreover, the age of the beast is over 2,000 years. Deep down, Lin Yu felt a hint of trepidation, unsure of how Sister Luomei would perceive his audacious decision. Upon hearing this, Luomei could not help but furrow her brow, her heart filled with concern. She asked, "Why do you wish to hunt the nightmarish spider as your second soul ring? Are you certain you can absorb a soul ring that is over 2,000 years old? It is known that, according to the records of the Spirit Hall, no one has ever surpassed a 1,000-year limit for their second soul ring. Are you truly certain?" Luomei thought to herself, how can this child be so reckless? This is no trivial matter. Although Lin Yu harbored a tinge of doubt within, his heart was predominantly filled with steadfastness and confidence. He resolutely declared, "Sister Luomei, there is no need for further persuasion. I have made my decision, and it shall remain unaltered. I believe that my physical form, having undergone rigorous training, can endure the 2,000-year limit of the soul ring." He contemplated the immense effort he had invested to reach this moment, convinced that success was within his grasp. Luomei sighed, feeling a blend of helplessness and admiration for Lin Yu's courage. She replied, "Lin Yu, since you have made up your mind, I shall cease my attempts to dissuade you. Rest well tonight, for tomorrow we shall embark on the journey to assist you in hunting your second soul ring." In her heart, Luomei silently prayed for a smooth endeavor, hoping that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. Chapter 35. Departure. Lin Yu. "Very well, Sister Luomei. We shall set off tomorrow. It is time for rest now. Luomei, good night." Lin Yu. Good night, Sister Luomei. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed as Lin Yu and Luomei opened their eyes to greet the new day. They swiftly rose, completed their morning routines, tidied themselves, checked out of their room, and descended to enjoy breakfast. After their meal, Lin Yu and Luomei exited the hotel. The streets were already bustling, with people engaged in their daily activities. The two made their way to a car rental agency, where they rented a modest horse-drawn carriage and set off towards the Douluo forest. As the carriage progressed, the path became increasingly rugged, yet their spirits soared with excitement. At last, they beheld the dense expanse of the forest ahead, the renowned Douluo forest. This vast and boundless woodland is one of the most famous habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo continent, sprawling over an area nearly equivalent to that of the Baloch Kingdom. It constitutes a colossal primeval forest, characterized by its complex and varied terrain, including wetlands, swamps, and diverse ecological environments. Countless powerful and enigmatic soul beasts inhabit this realm, each claiming its own territory. The deeper one ventures into the heart of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become, with whispers of century-old soul beasts lurking within. For Lin Yu, these were not mere legends. He was well aware that within the annals of Douluo continent's history, the core region of the Douluo forest harbored the ancient sky-blue cattle python and the titan giant ape, both of which had yet to be hunted. Not to mention the tragic fate of Xiao Wu's mother, a transformed 100,000-year soul beast, who perished at the hands of Bibi Dong. It was also rumored that Tang San's mother, the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, emerged from the depths of the Douluo forest, though the veracity of such tales remains uncertain. As they drew closer to the Douluo forest, Lin Yu expertly maneuvered the carriage until they reached a small town on the forest's outskirts. Upon returning the carriage to the rental agency, he noted that further advancement would lead directly into the Douluo forest, where the terrain was too treacherous for the carriage to traverse. Entering the town, Lin Yu was taken aback by the vibrant scene that surpassed his expectations. The town scale was approximately 3 times that of the village housing Shrek Academy. Though it lacked imposing city walls, it thrived like a miniature metropolis. The streets were lined with shops, each one more dazzling than the last, offering a plethora of diverse goods and services. Lin Yu observed intently for a while and discovered that the majority of the shops here were remarkably related to soul masters. Some specialized in selling an array of weapons, their displays brimming with diverse armaments. Others offered armor, which appeared both sturdy and stylish. There were even those peddling antidotes and potions designed to restore vitality. Even the clothing stores exclusively offered garments equipped with numerous pockets, ideal for soul masters embarking on adventurous quests. As Lin Yu strolled along, his heart brimmed with curiosity about this quaint town. Lin Yu remarked, "This must be what it means to thrive upon the mountains when near them, and to subsist by the sea when close to it, to depend upon the starry forest for sustenance as well. I can only imagine how many lives this starry forest has supported." Would you not agree, Sister Luome? At that moment, Luome pointed towards a nearby two-story hotel and said, "Let us rest here for today. The expenses will need to be covered by you." Lin Yu glanced at the hotel indicated by Sister Luome and couldn't help but smile, for it was the very establishment acquired by his own faction. He promptly turned to Sister Luome and said, "No problem. Feel free to order whatever you desire." With that, he accompanied her to the entrance of the hotel. Upon entering, Lin Yu addressed the hotel staff, saying, "Please summon your manager." The staff member responded with polite deference, "Certainly, sir," and proceeded towards the manager's office. Shortly thereafter, the hotel manager approached and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Lin Yu smiled gently, fixing his gaze upon the hotel manager, and in a calm tone inquired, "I would like to ascertain whether this hotel is part of the Starry Pavilion's esteemed portfolio." The hotel manager momentarily appeared taken aback, followed swiftly by an expression of astonishment as he replied, "How did you know?" "Indeed, this hotel is indeed one of the properties under the Starry Pavilion." Lin Yu's smile radiated even more brightly as he continued, "I am a member of the Star Pavilion, and I happen to be passing through this area, hoping to find accommodation here. Therefore, I kindly request some special consideration." Upon hearing this, the hotel manager immediately adopted a posture of utmost respect, exclaiming, "Ah, it is indeed an esteemed guest from the Star Pavilion. Please rest assured, we shall do our utmost to cooperate and ensure that you receive the highest quality of service." Lin Yu nodded, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he remarked, "That is splendid. Moreover, the lady accompanying me is my friend, and she too requires a comfortable room." The hotel manager promptly acquiesced, eagerly leading Lin Yu and Luo Mei to select their accommodations. Throughout the journey, he effusively extolled the various facilities and services offered by the hotel. Upon reaching the room, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings and was struck by the spaciousness, the abundant natural light, the exquisite decor, and the comprehensive amenities. He felt an immense sense of contentment. Beside him, Luo Mei chuckled joyfully and remarked, "It seems your reputation truly precedes you. It's remarkable how warmly the hotel manager has attended to us." Lin Yu responded with a modest smile, "This is merely because we are members of the Star Pavilion. It is only natural for us to assist one another. However, I must admit, being afforded such treatment truly brings joy to one's heart." In the ensuing hours, Lin Yu and Luo Mei indulged in an extraordinarily sumptuous dinner at the hotel before setting out to explore the quaint charm of the town. Lin Yu arrived at a hotel named Uli Inn just as he was about to depart, when he suddenly heard a commotion emanating from within. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a discussion was underway regarding Tang San and Shrek Academy. Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart and immediately halted his steps, striding into the hotel. He approached the two individuals engaged in conversation and, with a sense of urgency, inquired, "Could you elaborate on the matter concerning Tang San?" The two individuals turned their heads, appraising Lin Yu from head to toe, yet chose not to respond, resuming their dialogue instead. Lin Yu, noticing their indifference towards him, hastily added, "Waiter, please bring several hearty dishes to this table, along with a fine bottle of wine, and charge it to my account." As he spoke, he placed a gold soul coin on the table. Upon hearing this, the waiter promptly complied. In no time, the food and drink were served. Lin Yu smiled at the two gentlemen and said, "Gentlemen, please enjoy." He then inquired once more about Tang San. Chapter 36. News of Tang San. The two men, seeing Lin Yu's eagerness to engage, invited him to sit beside them and began to recount their tale in detail. "Last night, a group of students from some academy called Shrek came to our hotel for a meal. Initially, everything seemed perfectly normal, but what transpired afterward was simply unbelievable." "Oh, what happened?" Lin Yu asked, intrigued. During their meal, the hotel staff inexplicably delivered a jug of poison wine to those students. Fortunately, one of the students, named Tang San, sensed something amiss and promptly knocked over the jug of poison. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "What? Poison wine?" Lin Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Indeed, and this was no ordinary poison. When Tang San spilled the wine, it splattered onto the floor, producing a hissing sound as smoke began to rise, releasing a foul odor. Had anyone taken a sip, they would surely have perished on the spot, with no hope of survival. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine and could not help but exclaim, "How terrifying this is! Who are these people? And why would they resort to such nefarious acts?" The two continued, after spilling the wine, that waiter contemplated fleeing. Yet, he failed to realize that as an ordinary individual, he could never outrun a soul master. Before he could take more than a few steps, The student named Tang Sin swiftly employed a technique known as the shadowy steps, effortlessly apprehending the waiter and summoning the hotel manager to address the situation. The hotel manager stormed over, visibly enraged, and demanded, "Long Tiao Jia, what on earth is happening? How could you serve a customer poisoned wine?" At that moment, the waiter, Long Tiao Jia, shook his head vigorously. A look of confusion etched on his face as he asked Tang San, "Who are you? Why are you holding me?" It seemed he had completely forgotten the events that had transpired, as if he had lost his memory. Tang San furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. The waiter's reaction was peculiar. Could there be something amiss with the poisoned wine? Or had he fallen victim to some sort of narcotic or mind-controlling soul skill? Observing this, the hotel manager's expression darkened further. He glared at the waiter, sternly rebuking him. "How dare you question us? Are you unaware of your own actions? You have poisoned a customer." Long Tiao Jia looked bewildered at the hotel manager and Tang San, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He struggled to recall the events, but his mind was a blank slate, unable to recollect anything. Suddenly, Tang San sensed that the situation was amiss. He released his grip, allowing Long Tiao Jia to regain his footing. The waiter swayed slightly as he steadied himself, his gaze still vacant. Tang San glared at the individual before him, his eyes ablaze with fury, and shouted, "Do you not comprehend what you have done? Just moments ago, you served me poisoned wine. Had I not been on high alert due to a prior attack, I might have succumbed to your deadly concoction today. And yet, you still dare to question why I apprehended you? It is utterly absurd." Long Tiao Jia struggled to stand tall, his expression gradually sharpening with clarity as he slowly began to articulate, "I believe I recall certain details. Weren't you all meant to rest here tonight?" Shortly after you entered, someone followed closely behind and beckoned me aside. He handed me 10 gold soul coins and instructed me to add this package to your order, compelling you to consume it. Instinctively, I sensed something was amiss. If it were harmless, why the secrecy? Thus, I resolutely declined the request. However, he menacingly retorted, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Suddenly, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged from him. He bellowed, "Third soul skill, hypnotic ray." After that, my consciousness plunged into oblivion, and I have no recollection of what transpired until you captured me. Tang San's brow knitted in concern, his expression grave as he murmured to himself. Could it be that mysterious individual once again? During his time at Shrek Academy, he had once attempted to take my life, but fortunately, Teacher Zhao arrived just in time to save me. In recent days, he had not made another move, leading me to believe he had abandoned his pursuit. Little did I expect him to lie in ambush here, waiting. It appears that I must exercise utmost caution in the forthcoming journey to avoid falling into his trap. Tang San silently cursed the wretched mysterious figure, daring to strike at me time and again, which is truly infuriating. If I ever catch you, you shall witness the might of the Tang sect. However, Tang San was acutely aware that his predicament remained perilous, with the enemy lurking in the shadows, ever watchful. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into an abyss from which there is no return. Thus, he must maintain a heightened sense of vigilance, allowing no room for complacency or negligence. Only then could he ensure his safety and assist Oscar in acquiring the 3rd spirit ring. Having contemplated this, Tang San addressed the hotel manager. "Since this incident occurred within your establishment, what do you propose as a resolution?" At that moment, Tang San was keenly observing how the hotel manager would handle the situation. Should he perceive any unfairness in the resolution, he would not let it slide easily. The hotel manager, with a broad smile, hastily responded, "Of course, esteemed spirit masters. How about this? I will personally compensate you with 1,000 gold spirit coins and dismiss this waiter. What do you think?" Upon uttering these words, he gazed at Tang San, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. He was anxious, fearing that Tang San and his companions would not be satisfied, as offending spirit masters is no trivial matter. Tang San waved his hand, calmly stating, "Very well, we shall accept the compensation, but let the waiter keep his position." He thought to himself, the waiter was also coerced, and it is understandable, one must show mercy where possible. After all, everyone has moments when they are not in control of their circumstances. Hearing this, the hotel manager sighed in relief and quickly said, "You should thank the esteemed spirit masters." The waiter, relieved from the brink of despair, was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears of joy filling his eyes as he fervently nodded, "Thank you, esteemed spirit masters. Thank you so much." He felt an overwhelming sense of appreciation, silently vowing to work even harder in the future to repay their kindness, for without his job, how would he provide for his family of 6? Chapter 37. Conflict after Tang San and his companions accepted the hotel's compensation and finished their dinner. They had just stepped outside the hotel when Ma Hongjuan's old habit resurfaced. His gaze seemed fixed as he stared intently at a female student from another academy, particularly at her prominent features, not only gazing but also commenting audibly. This drew the ire of a male student from the other academy, who angrily exclaimed, "Curse that fatso! What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes dug out." Ma Hongjun, thinking to himself, huffed, "Daring to be so fierce with me? I will not be intimidated." Upon hearing those words, he immediately shouted back, "My eyes are on my face. I shall look wherever I please. Besides, isn't that what they're there for? Don't you agree, Boss Dai?" After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance in Dai Mubai's direction. Dai Mubai shook his head in exasperation, thinking that this guy was truly beyond salvation. Meanwhile, the other boys were incensed by Ma Hongjuan's words, their eyes wide with fury, itching to rush over and give him a beating. However, Ma Hongjuan remained unfazed, rather smugly continuing to gaze at the girl. Dai Mubai contemplated that Ma Hongjuan was his close buddy, and thus he ought to defend him. Without a second thought, he chimed in, "Exactly. If it grows, why hide it?" After saying this, Dai Mubai smiled triumphantly, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up beside him. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to find Zhu Zhuqing staring at him with a frosty gaze. Zhu Zhuqing was inwardly furious, thinking, "Humph, this Dai Mubai remains so irreverent." She shot him a fierce glare before turning away, ignoring him entirely. It was at that moment that Dai Mubai realized he had misspoken. He hurriedly attempted to explain, but it was already too late. Zhu Zhuqing had walked far away, disregarding him completely. Dai Mubai silently lamented, thinking he was truly doomed. Regret washed over him. How could he have been so foolish? A careless remark had driven Zhu Zhuqing away. Now, he would have to expend considerable effort to win her back. Nevertheless, he knew that he could only blame himself for his loose tongue. He resolved to be more cautious in the future, determined not to repeat the same mistake. With this thought in mind, Dai Mubai hastened his pace to catch up with Zhu Zhuqing, urgently explaining, "Zhuqing, I only wanted to support Fatty this time. Rest assured, I have turned over a new leaf and will never make the same mistake again. Please don't stay angry with me." As he spoke, he scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's expression, hoping for some sign of forgiveness. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing did not respond immediately, continuing to walk with an impassive face. Dai Mubai felt a wave of regret, wishing he could slap himself for his impulsive defense of Ma Hongjun. He muttered to himself, "Why did I impulsively defend him? Now, not only have I failed to assist, but I have also irked Zhuqing to no end. What should I do? I cannot let her truly ignore me." As he berated himself, he racked his brains to devise a plan to mend the situation and regain Zhu Zhuqing's trust and affection. Zhu Zhuqing was overwhelmed with grievances. Her thoughts tangled like a web. She recalled the perils and hardships she had endured for Dai Mubai, having been pursued from the Douluo Empire to this point. How many times had she faced danger, braving the elements and living in fear, teetering on the brink of death? Yet, what about Dai Mubai? He had repeatedly disappointed her. The encounter with the twin sisters at the Rose Hotel had already left her unsettled, and now, he had gone so far as to support Ma Hongjun in teasing others. Zhu Zhuqing, beset by profound sorrow, pondered, "How can this man remain so stagnant in his growth? Does he not appreciate the sacrifices I have made for him? How can he repeatedly inflict such pain upon my heart?" The more she contemplated, the heavier her heart grew, as feelings of grievance surged within her like relentless tides, battering her emotional defenses. Crystal-clear tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, resembling pearls that had lost their strings, with each drop bearing the weight of her anguish and helplessness. She felt as though her heart was gradually sinking, descending into an abyss of darkness and torment from which there was no escape. Memories of her past flooded her mind, those moments of mockery and humiliation, days spent in disregard and neglect. Now, after finally obtaining an opportunity, she found it slipping away due to her own fragility. A wave of guilt and regret washed over her. Why could she not be stronger? Why did she always feel so powerless? Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, causing a sting, yet this pain paled in comparison to the torment within. She loathed her own ineptitude, despised her weakness, and resented the injustice of the world. Yet, no matter her grievances, reality remained merciless, leaving her to endure in silence. Once again, Zhu Zhuqing found herself ensnared in turmoil, allowing her thoughts to spiral. Where could she go after leaving Dai Mubai? The vast world seemed devoid of a refuge for her. Despair and helplessness enveloped her, as if the entire universe conspired against her. Was she to languish until Daimubai and their families conspired to end her life? She whispered to herself, her voice tinged with trepidation. The prospect of such a tragic fate was unbearable. She refused to be a pawn in the power struggles of her lineage. Yet, she remained at a loss for how to alter her circumstances, resigned to silently endure her inner agony. Recalling the hardships and dangers she faced while fleeing the Douluo Empire, she reminisced about the myriad challenges she overcame in search of a new life. Yet now, she found herself still shackled by the chains of fate. Was it not for the purpose of escaping this dreadful destiny that she had traversed countless trials to reach the Balak Kingdom in search of the very man who had abandoned her? Tears glistened in her eyes as memories flooded back. She had resolutely departed from her homeland, yearning for a sanctuary, far removed from familial discord. However, the harshness of reality left her feeling utterly despondent. I refuse to yield. I have sacrificed so much, forging my path through thorns and adversity. How can I relinquish my resolve over such trivial matters? I have endured too much suffering, borne too many tribulations. These are testaments to my perseverance. Yet, he continues to break my heart time and again. I am uncertain whether I should still believe in the possibility of his genuine transformation, that he will cease to cause me pain and tears. Each time, I convince myself to grant him another chance, yet the outcome invariably leads to disillusionment. Perhaps this time is no exception, yet I cannot help but harbor hope for him, yearning for him to recognize his mistakes and sincerely enact change. After all, we once shared beautiful memories and profound emotions. If we were to relinquish it all so easily, would not everything we experienced together be rendered futile? Yet, I am truly terrified of enduring pain once more. Chapter 38. Choice 1. Zhu Zhuqing's heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. One half was brimming with anticipation and hope for Daimubai, while the other was shrouded in past wounds and disappointment. These conflicting emotions clashed vehemently within her, plunging her into a profound agony. Should she choose to continue granting Daimubai another chance, she would once again immerse herself in this relationship. Yet she could not ascertain whether he could genuinely change. If he remained unchanged, she would endure even greater suffering and torment. This choice resembled a gamble, wagering her heart and future. However, if she resolved to walk away, she would forfeit all her past efforts and sacrifices, reducing everything to mere illusions. Simultaneously, she would confront the uncertainty of the future, unsure of what awaited her ahead. This decision demanded immense courage to sever ties with the past and face the unknown future. Zhu Zhuqing found herself enveloped in confusion, unsure of how to make the right choice. Should she place her trust in Daimubai once more, granting him an opportunity, or resolutely turn away, severing all ties with him? Each option loomed like a heavy mountain, nearly suffocating her. Caught in a cycle of endless struggle and entanglement, Zhu Zhuqing sought a way out. In her turmoil, her body trembled as her heart swirled with contradictions. At that moment, Daimubai rushed towards her, desperation evident in his demeanor. He grasped one of Zhu Zhuqing's hands tightly, while his other hand struck his own face with force. With a sharp crack, his cheek instantly swelled, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain. With a face full of guilt and remorse, Daimubai gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and implored, "Zhuqing, it is entirely my fault. My words were too hurtful. Please forgive me. This was a moment of impulsiveness on my part, without consideration of the consequences. If you grant me another chance, I promise I shall not repeat the same mistakes. Please do not leave me, will you?" Daimubai's voice resonated with sincerity and self-reproach, his eyes reflecting profound regret. He understood that his actions had wounded Zhu Zhuqing and only wished to salvage their relationship. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, merely gazing into the distance, her eyes betraying a hint of resolve. Seeing her demeanor, Daimubai's anxiety deepened. He realized that without action, he might forever lose Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he resolved to set aside his pride and apologize once more. "Zhuqing, please listen to me. I truly regret my words, having failed to consider your feelings. Yet my love for you is genuine. I hope we can start anew." Daimubai's tone softened as he endeavored to move Zhu Zhuqing with his heartfelt words. He understood that to earn Zhu Zhuqing's trust, he must first relinquish his pride and self-esteem. At this moment, Daimubai was consumed by regret and self-reproach, incessantly berating himself. "I am truly a fool, so incredibly naive." The memories of all that Zhu Qing had done for him flooded his mind, intensifying his feelings of guilt. Each time, It was his own impulsiveness and stubbornness that had caused Zhu Qing heartache. He felt like an irredeemable fool, and if Zhu Qing chose not to forgive him this time, he truly did not know how he would face the situation. Losing Zhu Qing was simply not an option. Consequently, Dai Mubai resolved that if Zhu Qing was willing to grant him another chance, he would cherish it immensely, dedicating himself to protect her and ensuring that she would never again suffer any injustice or harm. He closed his eyes, envisioning a future devoid of Zhu Qing's presence. A future that would plunge him into an abyss of solitude and anguish. This sensation felt akin to an unbearable nightmare, sending chills down his spine. With this thought, he instinctively clenched his fists, his palms beginning to sweat as his heart raced. How he wished for Zhu Qing to reconsider and return to his embrace. With this in mind, Dai Mubai declared once more, "I shall rectify my flaws. Together we shall confront our destiny and strive to shatter it. I swear by my ancestors' names that I will treat you well from now on, ensuring you will never feel sorrow again. Nor will you feel that your escape from the Star Luo Empire to the Balik Kingdom to find me was in vain. Thus, Zhu Qing, could you grant me one final opportunity?" Upon uttering these words, Dai Mubai's gaze became resolutely steadfast, locking onto Zhu Qing with eyes that sparkled with sincerity. In that moment, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He was genuinely fearful that Zhu Qing would decisively leave, causing his world to shatter completely. Yet, he still hoped to receive Zhu Qing's forgiveness, for only then could he have the chance to begin anew. In his heart, he silently vowed that if Zhu Qing could forgive him this time, he would devote all his sincerity and effort to amend his mistakes, providing her with a future filled with happiness. Listening to Dai Mubai's words, Zhu Qing felt a flicker of uncertainty within her. She could distinctly sense the sincerity and urgency in his voice, as if it carried an invisible force attempting to penetrate her emotional defenses. However, the wounds of the past remained sharp, embedded deeply in her heart, making it difficult for her to let go. She grappled internally. He seems genuinely aware of his wrongs this time. Should I trust him once more? Perhaps he has truly reformed, yet he has made promises before, only to leave me disappointed. Can I endure such pain again? Yet, if I do not grant him this opportunity, can I genuinely release this relationship and face the future alone? Zhu Qing felt her heart being tugged by two unseen forces. One side was her profound affection for Dai Mubai and a flicker of possible hope, while the other was the lingering pain and disappointment of the past. She found herself at a crossroads, uncertain of how to make a decision. For each choice carried immense risks and consequences. The wounds of her past pierced her heart like sharp thorns whenever she reminisced about those painful memories. An indescribable anguish surged within her. As for the future, it loomed before her with an air of dread, leaving her unsure if she could endure such suffering once more. These intricate emotions intertwined, plunging her inner world into chaos. A cacophony of thoughts echoed in her mind, her reflections scattered like leaves caught in a tempest. She incessantly questioned herself. What am I to do? This query weighed heavily upon her heart, making it hard to breathe. She understood that before her lay but two options: to bravely trust him once more, granting each other another chance, or to decisively turn away, thereby ending their relationship. Yet, regardless of the path she chose, both seemed unbearably arduous, akin to standing at a crossroads, utterly disoriented. She endeavored to compose herself, contemplating the potential repercussions of each choice. Should she opt to continue trusting him, she would need to relinquish the shadows of her past and rebuild her faith in him. However, if she were to be hurt again, it would be a devastating blow. Conversely, should she choose to leave, she could evade further pains. Yet it would also signify relinquishing the possibility of breaking free from fate alongside him, rendering her past suffering self-imposed. This internal conflict tormented her, leaving her at a loss. Chapter 39. Choice 2. Zhu Qing's mind was awash with thoughts, recalling countless moments of disappointment with Dai Mubai, those heart-wrenching instances flashing before her like scenes from a film. She found herself in a painful struggle. Should she grant him another chance? Was he truly worthy of her trust? Simultaneously, she reflected on the arduous journey of her escape. The hardships endured in the open air, fraught with anxiety, each moment a trial to bear. After all the suffering she had endured for him, could she simply abandon it all? Furthermore, she felt a deep sense of resentment and rebellion against the fate dictated by her family. Did she truly have to bow to destiny, allowing her family to manipulate her life? All these emotions intertwined, ultimately solidifying Zhu Qing's resolve. Enough was enough. She would give Dai Mubai one final opportunity and, in doing so, grant herself a chance to defy her fate. After all, she had invested so much. How could she so easily forsake it? Taking a deep breath, it was as if she had made a solemn vow. She would trust him this time. If it proved futile, then she could only blame her own misfortune. Zhu Zhuqing gazed quietly at Dai Mubai, her heart a tempest of thoughts. She understood that this moment could potentially mark a significant turning point in their relationship. Drawing in a deep breath, she spoke with conviction. Dai Mubai, I will give you one last chance, and this is indeed the final opportunity. Should you disappoint me again, we shall await our fates. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing was deeply conflicted and in pain. On one hand, her feelings for Dai Mubai remained profound. On the other, she feared the prospect of being hurt once more. However, she understood that this was her final boundary. If Dai Mubai remained unrepentant, she would have no choice but to resign herself to fate. Alas, Dai Mubai, I find myself in a profound quandary. I am terrified of being hurt again, yet I cannot relinquish the bond we share. I fervently hope that this time he can truly transform and cease to bring me sorrow. I am utterly exhausted. Wishing for this to be the last time I fear for him, the last time my heart shatters because of him, if he remains unchanged. I genuinely do not know if I possess the courage to persevere. This time, it all hinges on his actions, Zhu Zhuqing silently reflected. She was acutely aware that love is rarely a smooth journey, yet she still wished to believe in Dai Mubai's capacity for change. However, how the future would unfold remains a mystery only time could unravel. Dai Mubai grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand tightly, tears glistening in his eyes as he fervently patted his chest and said, Zhuqing, thank you for granting me this opportunity. I am truly grateful. Rest assured, I will strive to change and will never disappoint you again. His heart brimmed with gratitude and determination, for he understood the preciousness of the chance Zhu Zhuqing had bestowed upon him and recognized his past transgressions. At that moment, he resolved to transform completely, to substantiate his sincerity through tangible actions. How fortunate I am that Zhuqing can grant me another chance. Her feelings for me run so deep, and I had not cherished them as I ought to have. This time, I must not betray her expectations. I must change entirely and ensure she leads a joyful life. I will devote all my efforts to protect her, never allowing her to suffer harm or injustice again. Dai Mubai made a silent vow, his gaze resolute and filled with affection. Having said that, Dai Mubai raised his right hand towards the heavens and swore, I, Dai Mubai, solemnly pledge before the heavens that from this day forth, I will wholeheartedly cherish Zhu Zhuqing and will never let her down again. Should I violate this oath, may I face dire consequences. His voice was firm and resonant, as if he intended to engrave his vow upon the very fabric of the universe. He silently vowed to treasure this chance and never allow Zhu Zhuqing to feel sorrow again. He knew that only through sincere actions could he earn Zhu Zhuqing's trust and love. I shall prove my promise through my deeds and make Zhuqing believe in me. Dai Mubai murmured, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, eyes brimming with deep emotion. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's vow, though her expression remained frosty, a flicker of fire ignited deep within her, a flame named hope. May he truly fulfill his words this time, Zhu Zhuqing silently mused, her tone betraying a hint of anticipation and anxiety. She was acutely aware that she had granted Dai Mubai too many chances, each fraught with disappointment and pain. Yet, once more, she chose to believe, despite the lingering unease in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing halted her steps, standing still in place, her gaze fixed on the horizon, as if contemplating something profound. Upon witnessing this, Dai Mubai was filled with overwhelming joy. He hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand, his eyes brimming with excitement. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback as the words Dai Mubai had just spoken echoed in her mind, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. Initially, she contemplated freeing herself from his grasp, yet ultimately abandoned that thought, allowing him to hold her hand tightly. She resolved to trust him once more, silently vowing that if Dai Mubai were to disappoint her again, she would sever all ties to this relationship, no longer harboring any illusions, for she could not endure further heartache. Dai Mubai held Zhu Zhuqing's hand as if fearful that loosening his grip would cause her to vanish. Slowly, he guided her back to Tang San and the others. At that very moment, a profound joy surged within Dai Mubai, prompting him to reflect. I must exert my utmost effort to showcase my finest self, ensuring that Zhuqing experiences genuine happiness and satisfaction. It is imperative that she witnesses my transformation and revels in boundless joy. I cannot afford to indulge in the reckless abandon of the past. I must embrace responsibility and provide her with a sense of security. I am determined to prove to the world that I, Dai Mubai, am a man worthy of Zhu Zhuqing's trust and lifelong commitment. With unwavering resolve, he silently vowed, his gaze alight with determination and hope for a brighter future. Meanwhile, the argument among Ma Hongjun and the others intensified. Ma Hongjun shouted, his face flushed and voice raised. What if I merely glanced? Am I not allowed to look? His eyes widened defiantly, as if he had committed no wrongdoing. The students from Tsanghue Academy were equally unwilling to back down, retaliating with furious glares. Was that merely looking? Your gaze is nothing short of sacrilege. They clenched their fists, seemingly poised for a confrontation. Enough with the baseless accusations. I, Ma Hongjun, stand upright and just, he retorted, hands on his hips, brimming with indignation. He puffed out his chest, attempting to assert his integrity and innocence. Your denial only underscores your lecherous demeanor. It is clear you are no virtuous person. The opposing voice rose in pitch, filled with anger and reproach. Chapter 40. The wager. The two sides exchanged heated words, refusing to yield, embroiled in a fierce dispute. At that moment, the team leader from Tsanghue Academy, Yi Zhiqiu, stepped forward and declared, I shall not engage in your quarrel. In the realm of soul masters, strength dictates the outcome. If you can defeat me, this matter will be settled. However, should you lose, that chubby fellow will have to bow and apologize to my female student. Do you accept this wager? If you prefer not to gamble, then let the chubby one simply apologize. But if you lose, he must bow an apology. Yu Zhiqiu was calculating in his heart, exuding confidence in his own abilities. He mused, what formidable skills could these inexperienced youngsters possess? I shall seize this opportunity to teach them a lesson, instilling within them the understanding that Tsanghue Academy is not to be trifled with, and ensuring they remember not to provoke our people carelessly. A slight smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of disdain, while his eyes sparkled with self-assuredness. He believed that victory in this gamble was all but assured. After all, the opposition comprised merely a group of youth, incapable of matching his seasoned prowess as a formidable five-ring soul king. In contrast, Tang San and his companions appeared somewhat hesitant and anxious. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of their adversaries, but were equally unwilling to capitulate easily. Upon hearing these words, Ma Hongjun's anger erupted like a volcano, his indignation surging forth. He contemplated inwardly, these individuals are truly overstepping their bounds. I have merely cast a few glances, and yet I am subjected to such disgrace. Nevertheless, he understood that this confrontation was not solely about personal honor, but also concerned the reputation of the entire Shrek Academy, and retreat was not an option. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his true capabilities, ensuring they would not underestimate him. Meanwhile, Tang Sen rapidly strategized, contemplating his response. He recognized that accepting the challenge too readily could lead to a passive predicament. However, he also knew they could not afford to lose face for Shrek Academy. Observing the opponent closely, he thought, Yu Zhiqiu appears quite formidable. His strength cannot be underestimated. We must proceed with caution. Yet, we cannot allow ourselves to be subjugated. We must devise a comprehensive strategy that preserves our dignity while successfully navigating this trial. Just then, as Dai Mubai returned with Zhu Qing, they encountered the tense standoff. Dai Mubai's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze exuding authority and dominance. He inquired loudly about the situation, soon learning of Tsanghue Academy's provocation. With a cold snort, he disdainfully proclaimed, what is there to fear? Let us confront them head-on. We must not forget the principles of Shrek Academy. He thought to himself, how dare they act so arrogantly before Shrek Academy? As a student here, I cannot show any weakness. Tang Sen appeared somewhat puzzled, hesitantly asking, principles? Does Shrek Academy have any rules? He felt uncertain as they faced the opposing team's lead mentor, whose strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, he also recognized Dai Mubai's character. If a confrontation were to arise, it would be inescapable. He pondered inwardly, if a fight truly breaks out, will we be able to handle it? Dai Mubai crossed his arms, tilting his chin upward, his expression radiating an air of invincibility as he confidently declared, of course. Besides the recruitment rules, we have another principle. Not provoking trouble is a sign of mediocrity. So, do not fear engaging them. And let us not forget about teacher Zhao Wujuan. He is a soul sage. Even if we were to lose, we have teacher Zhao to support us, so what is there to fear? Dai Mubai silently encouraged himself, believing that with teacher Zhao Wujin present, even if mistakes were made, they could be resolved. Surely, they wouldn't dare to harm him. With this thought, his confidence soared. As if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Tang San's eyes brightened at these words, and he suddenly realized, indeed, we still have teacher Zhao. Even if we lose, what can he do to us? His anxieties began to dissipate, and the tension within him relaxed. He silently contemplated the worst-case scenario. At most, they would fight back, for with teacher Zhao supporting them, what was there to fear? Seeing Tang San's newfound clarity, a flicker of excitement crossed Dai Mubai's eyes. He straightened his posture and strode forward without hesitation. His steps were resolute and powerful, each footfall resonating with strength and determination, as if the very earth trembled beneath him. He approached Yi Zhiqiu with his head held high, exuding the regal presence of a lion. His eyes blazed like twin infernos, radiating unmatched confidence and authority. With a slight smirk, he spoke in a tone both firm and slightly provocative. "We accept this wager." His voice thundered across the arena, drawing the attention of all present. At that moment, a fiery fervor ignited within Dai Mubai, who indignantly thought, "Humph, no matter what, we cannot lose our momentum. We must make it clear that the members of Shrek Academy are not to be trifled with. Who am I, Dai Mubai? I shall not yield to you. Let us see the extent of your capabilities." Clenching his fists, his knuckles turned pale from the pressure, as if gathering strength for the impending battle. Yi Zhiqiu, observing Dai Mubai and his companions unhesitatingly accept the wager, furrowed his brow slightly, as a fleeting expression of surprise crossed his otherwise calm face. However, this astonishment quickly vanished, replaced by an icy, sharp gaze. "Then let us duel outside the town to avoid damaging the surroundings," he said coldly, disdainfully flicking his sleeves before leading the members of Tsunghui Academy outside, without a backward glance. Inwardly, Yi Zhiqiu calculated, "Humph, these naive youngsters dare to accept the wager. They're utterly overestimating themselves. Soon, I shall demonstrate my prowess and show them just how foolish and arrogant they are." With this thought, his pace quickened. Seemingly eager to commence the duel and impart a profound lesson to Dai Mubai and his companions, Dai Mubai and the others, undeterred and resolute, followed closely behind. Their expressions steadfast and their steps swift and powerful, resembling arrows released from a bow as they raced towards the outskirts of the town. Each stride was imbued with strength and determination. Upon reaching the designated area, Yi Zhiqiu clasped his hands in a formal salute, slightly bowing as he adopted an exceedingly serious expression. "I am Yi Zhiqiu, a 56th level defense-type soul master, with a martial soul of the beast variety, the Xiangui." His voice was deep and resonant, seemingly capable of penetrating the very essence of one's soul. Upon finishing his words, he suddenly bellowed, a sound akin to thunder, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Immediately thereafter, a radiant aura enveloped him, and a formidable spiritual power surged forth from within, summoning his martial spirit. A colossal black tortoise materialized behind him, its shell as impenetrable as iron, adorned with intricate mystical runes that exuded an ancient and solemn presence. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, sparkled brilliantly, encircling him in a majestic display, emanating an overwhelming pressure that instilled a sense of reverence, as if one were confronting an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 41. The battle. Dai Mubai and his companions clasped their fists, their expressions solemn as they addressed Yi Zhiqiu. Dai Mubai, a level 34 assault-type beast spirit master, with the martial spirit of the evil eye white tiger. His gaze was resolute and confident, reminiscent of a fierce tiger poised to strike, radiating an immense aura. Clenching his fists tightly, he silently vowed, "This battle will make my prowess undeniable." Next, Oscar, with a cheerful demeanor, declared, "Oscar, a level 30 food-type spirit master, with the martial spirit of sausage." Although appearing relaxed, he harbored a fierce determination within, thinking, "I must not bring shame to the team. I too can play a vital role." Finally, Tang San spoke with an impassive expression. Tang San, a level 29 control-type spirit master, with the martial spirit of blue silvergrass. His demeanor was composed and calm, his eyes reflecting wisdom and resolve. Internally, he remained as tranquil as a still lake, contemplating, "No matter how formidable my opponent, I shall maintain control of the situation." Ma Hongjun, a level 27 assault-type spirit master, with the martial spirit of the evil fire phoenix. Ma Hongjun crossed his arms, exuding pride, as if victory was already assured. Confidence surged within him. "My evil fire phoenix is not to be underestimated." Standing tall, his gaze revealed a powerful aura, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Ning Rongrong, a level 24 support-type spirit master, with the martial spirit of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Ning Rongrong slightly lifted her chin, a hint of pride gracing her delicate features, silently affirming, "With my support, our strength will undoubtedly increase." Her petite form radiated a unique charm, captivating those around her. Zhu Zhuqing, a level 26 agility-type spirit master, with the martial spirit of the nether cat. Zhu Zhuqing wore a stern expression, akin to a feline in the night, ever ready to pounce. She resolved to end the battle swiftly, denying her opponent any chance to recover. Standing quietly, her eyes conveyed a sense of determination and decisiveness, as if she had already prepared for the impending conflict. Upon hearing Dai Mubai and the others announce their martial spirits and spirit master levels, Yi Zhiqiu felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, and his countenance darkened considerably. He inwardly lamented, contemplating the formidable strength of his opponents, which was indeed a source of great distress. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing hailed from the royal family in the Duke's estate of the Douluo Empire, their noble lineage and profound backgrounds rendering them formidable adversaries. Whereas Ning Rongrong, belonging to the esteemed Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, was not one to be trifled with lightly. As for the other four, despite their current soul master levels being merely in the 20s and 30s, their youthful achievements hinted at boundless potential for the future. Faced with such a formidable assembly of foes, Yi Zhiqiu felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, beads of fine sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his composure, silently encouraging himself, regardless of the circumstances. I, Yi Zhiqiu, am not to be underestimated. The outcome remains undetermined. Just as he bolstered his resolve, Dai Mubai and the others surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains. The first to strike was Ning Rongrong, who let out a sharp cry, her melodious voice seeming to pierce the heavens. Her hands danced like agile butterflies, her charming visage now etched with focus, radiating an earnestness that was impossible to ignore. Slightly tilting her head back, she proclaimed loudly, "The seven treasures unleash the glazed light. The first speaks of strength, the second of speed." No sooner had the words left her lips than two resplendent beams of light shot forth from the magnificent Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, streaking across the sky like meteors, trailing brilliant tails, and hurtling at astonishing speed directly towards Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon the two beams, her heart silently praying for her companions to gain strength. Upon receiving Ning Rongrong's assistance, Dai Mubai felt as though he had transformed into a lit powder keg, an explosive force surging within him. This power coursed through his body relentlessly, igniting his blood, quickening his heartbeat, and endowing every muscle with explosive vigor. He could distinctly feel his speed surpassing previous limits, elevating to a new echelon while his strength surged by 20%. In that moment, his eyes became piercingly sharp, akin to two icy blades, and his muscles tensed instantly, veins bulging, transforming him into a fierce tiger, poised to pounce on its prey. His overwhelming aura evoked a sense of trepidation in those who beheld him. He then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a deep, thunderous roar, which was the manifestation of his second soul skill, the White Tiger's fierce light wave. A dazzling white light rapidly coalesced, forming a spherical orb of light, imbued with unparalleled energy, akin to a cannonball, erupting forth from his mouth at an astonishing velocity. The brilliance of that light was blinding, so radiant that it seemed capable of mercilessly consuming everything in its path. Dai Mubai fixed his gaze upon the luminous orb, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve. He silently vowed to deliver a heavy blow to his opponents, ensuring they recognized his prowess. Simultaneously, Tang San, employing the ghost shadow phantom steps, moved with the agility of the wind, his figure elusive and indistinct, akin to a specter that was exceedingly difficult to capture. His hands were tightly clenched. The blue-silver grass in his grasp seemed to be imbued with vibrant life, moving with grace and fluidity. Tang San appeared like a bolt of blue lightning, racing across the arena with a speed that dazzled the eyes. His movements were seamless and natural, devoid of any hesitation, as if he were one with his surroundings. Everything unfolded with an effortless elegance. The blue-silver grass, reminiscent of a serpent, arched through the air, tracing beautiful yet menacing curves. Its sharp whistle aimed directly at Yi Zhiqiu. They shot forth like arrows, imbued with formidable force and an intimidating aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Tang San's gaze was resolute and piercing, his heart resolutely contemplating. What if you are the Soul King? We, the members of Shrek Academy, fear no formidable foe. This battle shall demonstrate our might. His heartbeat was steady and powerful, each thump infusing him with greater courage and resolve. In that moment, Tang San seemed to transform into a valiant warrior, his silhouette towering and majestic beneath the sun. Zhu Zhuqing moved like a wraith, her form flickering with such rapidity that it was nearly impossible to capture her image, akin to a streak of lightning that vanished and reappeared in an instant. Her speed was extraordinary, resembling a shadow gliding through the air, leaving behind ghostly afterimages. Her movements were lithe and agile, each step brimming with strength and determination. The claws in her hands glimmered with a cold, lethal radiance, as if capable of slicing through the very air. Her eyes reflected unwavering resolve, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. She fixed her gaze on her adversary, flames of battle igniting within her eyes. One thought consumed her mind: she must defeat him. This thought echoed in her heart, a war drum urging her to forge ahead. She understood the significance of this battle, beyond personal honor. It was crucial for the triumph of her team. She silently vowed, regardless of the cost, she would vanquish her foe, never retreating, never surrendering. She aimed to prove her worth through her strength, responding to everyone's expectations with victory. Chapter 42. Battle 2. At that moment, Ma Hongjun unleashed a thunderous roar, a sound akin to a clap of thunder, shaking the very air around him. He exerted tremendous force with his legs, stomping down heavily, sending tremors through the ground beneath him, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball. In an instant, flames enveloped his body, a scorching fire raging, as if determined to reduce everything around him to ashes. Without hesitation, he unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. A searing blaze erupted from his mouth, resembling a ferocious, roaring fire dragon, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, advancing towards Yi Zhiqiu with overwhelming might. Despite Yi Zhiqiu being a soul king of over level 50, presenting a significant disparity in strength, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun remained undaunted. In their eyes, there was not a trace of fear, only unwavering determination and fearless courage. Deep within their hearts, they firmly believed that as long as they worked together, no enemy was insurmountable. Faced with the fierce onslaught from Tang San and his companions, Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened, and a wave of panic surged within him. These youngsters were indeed formidable. Their relentless assault caught me off guard. However, he quickly took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Clenching his jaw tightly, every muscle in his body tensed, resembling solid rock. His first and second spirit rings simultaneously radiated a brilliant light, illuminating everything around him. Subsequently, an icy chill emanated relentlessly from him, a chill so profound it seemed capable of freezing one's very blood. As the battle commenced, Yi Zhiqiu decisively unleashed two formidable spirit abilities. The first, Xian Shui Bing Feng, and the second, Xian Gui Hu Ti. The incessant cold that enveloped him stemmed from his first spirit ability, the frosty aura swiftly spreading in all directions, aiming to thwart the fierce assault of Tang San and his three companions. Yi Zhiqiu sneered inwardly, contemplating. Humph, these youngsters possess some skill, yet they remain too young. Nearly in their teens, how much spirit power could they possibly wield? No matter how potent their martial spirits or how high their innate talents, they could never bridge the vast chasm between us. I refused to believe that with my strength and experience, I could be bested by a few fledgling novices. With this thought, a hint of arrogance crept onto his face, and he brimmed with confidence, feeling as though victory was within his grasp. Having navigated the world of spirit masters for many years and endured countless battles, what spectacle had he not witnessed? To think that he would be challenged by mere children was nothing short of a jest. His gaze flickered with disdain, regarding Tang San and the others with derision. As Tang San had surmised, Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Gui martial spirit boasted remarkably high defensive capabilities. Dai Mubai felt a surge of anger and frustration, once more gathering his spirit power to unleash a more potent attack. His muscles were taut to their utmost, bones cracking crisply, each muscle as hard as steel. He summoned all his strength, channeling his spirit power into his hands, and the powerful white tiger's fierce light wave, imbued with the force of thunder, surged forth like a ferocious lightning bolt, striking fiercely at Yi Zhiqiu. He roared within, I refuse to believe I cannot harm you. Yet, this astonishing strike landed on Yi Zhiqiu but seemed to vanish into the void, causing scarcely any damage. Yi Zhiqiu remained unmoved, standing steadfastly in place with a look of scorn, as if mocking Dai Mubai's audacity. Witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai felt a mix of anger and shock. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. He had not anticipated that his all-out attack would have no effect on Yi Zhiqiu whatsoever. He felt an unprecedented sense of frustration swell within him, yet it simultaneously ignited a stronger fighting spirit. He resolved to no longer hold back his strength, determined to make this arrogant individual aware of his true prowess. At that moment, Tang San's gaze resembled an unyielding boulder, its resoluteness and calmness evoking an awe that left onlookers shaken. His form danced like a whispering breeze, light and agile, with steps that shifted unpredictably, akin to a sprite flitting through the wind. He executed the mysterious and wondrous ghost shadow misty steps, his feet weaving swiftly and precisely, each movement filled with enigma, propelling him towards Yi Zhiqiu with dazzling speed. Just then, an overwhelming chill radiated from Yi Zhiqiu, akin to surging icy waves, bringing with it an endless sense of coldness and pressure that surged violently towards Tang San. That icy aura seemed to possess a life of its own, clawing and grasping, as if intent on swallowing Tang San whole. The powerful chill tousled his hair wildly, and he instantly felt its bone-chilling coldness against his cheeks, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat or fear. In an instant, Tang San was engulfed by a piercing cold that swept over him like countless sharp ice needles stabbing deep into his marrow. He felt as though his blood began to congeal within this extreme cold, and every pore of his body instinctively tightened, as if striving with all its might to resist the terrifying chill. A wave of shock coursed through his heart. This cold was indeed formidable, fiercely tyrannical. However, in the blink of an eye, he quickly steadied his mind, silently reflecting. I cannot allow this chill to obstruct me. I must find a way to break through. Having traversed countless hardships and obstacles, how could I, Tang San, be easily daunted by this mere cold? I must conquer it. He gritted his teeth, the sound echoing in the air, veins bulging on his forehead. His hands swiftly came together in prayer, movements as rapid as lightning, and he immediately began to channel his Xiantian skill with all his might. At that moment, the soul power within him surged forth like a torrential river, a force uncontainable and overwhelming. As the soul power coursed rapidly through his meridians, a warm energy gradually spread throughout his being, akin to the gentle sun of spring dispelling the harshness of winter. Tang San could distinctly feel the warmth dissipating the cold, bringing him a sense of relief. He let out a long breath, confidence swelling within him. Yet, the once agile and flexible blue-silver grass now felt as though it were ensnared by a mysterious and potent force, unable to extend freely. The chilling aura clung tightly to each strand of blue-silver grass, penetrating every fiber with its icy breath. These once supple and resilient strands had become unyieldingly rigid, as if encased in a thick layer of frost. They had lost their former pliability and agility, each movement appearing to be an arduous struggle. Tang San was consumed by anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his brows furrowed tightly in distress. His heart raced with urgency as he pondered his strategy. How could he contend with such ferocious cold? What means could he employ to extricate himself from this predicament? Surely, there must be a solution. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady his mind. His gaze remained fixed on the adversary ahead while he attuned himself to the subtle shifts in his surroundings. He understood that only by maintaining composure could he uncover a means to resolve his plight. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in fury, his voice erupting in a thunderous roar. Ah! The sound was like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, deafening and terrifying, akin to the rumble of thunder that instilled fear in the hearts of all. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, the muscles in his arms tensing fiercely, veins bulging like iron. Then, he summoned every ounce of strength he possessed and unleashed a torrent of flame. In an instant, an incredibly intense phoenix fire burst forth from his mouth, surging like a violent flood, imbued with an aura capable of annihilating all in its path. Recklessly directed at Yi Zhiqiu, where the flames passed, the air appeared to warp under the searing heat, creating visible ripples of scorching waves, as though the very fabric of space were contorted by this terrifying temperature. Though Ma Hongjuan's tempestuous phoenix fire had its temperature significantly diminished upon colliding with Yi Zhiqiu's icy Xian water, which sealed it, the once blazing flames, seemingly capable of incinerating all, now resembled a fire doused with cold water, its momentum visibly waning. Nevertheless, despite the waning ferocity of the phoenix fire, it continued to burn tenaciously, striving to break free from the icy confinement. The clash between the phoenix fire and the Xian water resulted in a fierce conflict and confrontation. Simultaneously, the chilling aura emitted by Yi Zhiqiu experienced a slight rise in temperature after the impact of the phoenix flames. The previously unbearable cold, reminiscent of a frigid polar gale, was now less oppressive, no longer inducing the sensation of bones turning to ice. However, despite the diminished intensity of the cold, it still lingered in the air, imparting a bone-chilling sensation. Yi Zhiqiu was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated that Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames could be so formidable as to weaken his frigid aura. He could not help but exclaim, "This lad's flames are unexpectedly fierce, capable of diminishing my icy chill." Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan gritted his teeth, resolutely thinking to himself, "No matter how powerful your Xian water may be, I will not be easily subdued." His gaze was steadfast and resolute, determined not to yield to anyone. The evil fire phoenix, a rare mutated martial soul possessed by Ma Hongjuan, carried flames of extraordinary potency. The purplish-red flames resembled a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, displaying its fangs and claws with an aggressive demeanor. The flame shimmered with an eerie purplish-red hue, akin to the eyes of a demon, glinting with a menacing light. It leapt through the air with a ferocious roar, seemingly proclaiming its might and inviolability to the world. Wherever the flames spread, the air appeared ignited, crackling with an ominous sound. These flames seemed alive, constantly twisting and morphing in search of new targets to engulf. Despite Yu Zhiqiu's formidable turtle shell defense, it appeared somewhat fragile in the face of the crimson blaze. The flames rapidly enveloped the shell, burning fiercely. Each flicker of fire seemed to possess its own consciousness, desperately striving to consume everything in its path. The ferocity showed no signs of abating. This sudden turn of events startled Yi Zhiqiu, causing his heart to constrict as he inwardly gasped. This fire is truly formidable, so difficult to contend with. He hastily summoned the soul power within him, attempting to withstand the encroaching flames. However, the fire seemed to possess boundless strength, relentlessly battering against his defenses. Yu Zhiqiu dared not let his guard down. His brow furrowed, and his gaze remained fixed upon the burning inferno, contemplating a countermeasure. He understood that if he could not swiftly devise a solution, he risked being vanquished by the flames. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seized the fleeting opportunity, her lithe form quivering as if a streak of black lightning had flashed by. Her steps were as swift as a phantom, each one infused with unparalleled speed and power, instantly transforming into a blurred shadow that darted to the blind spot behind Yu Zhiqiu with astonishing velocity. Her figure moved with ghostly swiftness, eluding capture. At this juncture, her once gentle visage now bore no trace of softness, replaced instead by a steely resolve. Her gaze was piercing, as if it could penetrate all, fixating intently upon Yu Zhiqiu's head. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhuqing summoned all her strength, which surged like a tide into her hands. Her muscles tensed, and her joints whitened from exertion, reflecting her unwavering determination. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her first soul skill, the spectral thrust. In her heart, she cried out, "Yi Zhiqiu, brace yourself." She aimed to demonstrate her prowess to all, affirming that she would not be easily defeated. The spectral thrust was Zhu Zhuqing's signature skill, capable of instantly enhancing her attack power and speed. As she activated the technique, a tremendous energy erupted from her hands, forming a sharp, dark shockwave that surged towards Yi Zhiqiu's back. This strike encapsulated all of Zhu Zhuqing's strength and skill. She firmly believed it would pose a significant threat to Yi Zhiqiu. Simultaneously, Tang San furrowed his brow, his intense concentration seemingly capable of crushing a fly. His eyes were fixated on Yi Zhiqiu, filled with focus and determination as he exerted his control over the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass, animated as if imbued with life, swiftly lunged toward Yu Zhiqiu under Tang San's mental command. They traced elegant yet menacing arcs through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle. In the blink of an eye, the blue-silver grass surged toward Yi Zhiqiu, as if infused with a will of its own, resolutely entwining around him. Each strand of blue-silver grass tightened fiercely, as if intent on binding Yi Zhiqiu completely, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Tang San mused inwardly. "Yi Zhiqiu, let us see how you evade this time." Chapter 44. Battle 4. As the saying goes, time is of the essence. Yi Zhiqiu reacted with remarkable swiftness. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's attack approached, a sense of foreboding flashed through his mind. This is bad. Almost instinctively, his head retreated into his shell with the astonishing speed of a turtle, executing the maneuver with practiced precision at the perfect moment, successfully evading Zhu Zhuqing's formidable strike. Within the confines of his shell, Yi Zhiqiu silently rejoiced. That was close. I nearly took a hit, but my reflexes saved me. He couldn't help but marvel at his own fortune and adaptability. fully aware that had he not made that timely decision, the consequences could have been dire. At this moment, he felt a genuine pride in his cleverness and decisiveness. Having successfully dodged Zhu Zhuqing's assault, a stormy gloom settled on Yi Zhiqiu's face. His expression reminiscent of a tempestuous sky laden with dark clouds. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination, akin to a ravenous wolf, brimming with intent to kill. Then, the third spirit ring on his body shimmered brilliantly, illuminating the surrounding area with its dazzling radiance, signaling his readiness to unleash a formidable attack. Gradually, he emerged from his shell, opening his mouth wide, his cheeks puffing out. With a sudden exhalation, he released a jet of mist from his shell, the forceful spray akin to that of a high-pressure water gun. Yu Zhiqiu thought with fierce resolve, "Let me show you my counterattack this time." His gaze radiated confidence and determination, as if he possessed absolute assurance in his offensive capabilities. Despite Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire being notoriously destructive, capable of incinerating all in its path, Yi Zhiqiu's spirit power far surpassed it, highlighting the vast disparity between them. Additionally, Yi Zhiqiu's mysterious water was immensely powerful, brimming with potent energy. Suddenly, with a soft sound, the roaring phoenix fire ablaze on the shell was unexpectedly extinguished by Yi Zhiqiu's sudden spray of mist. The once brilliant purplish-red flames vanished without a trace, leaving only a wisp of faint smoke. Observing this scene, Ma Hongjun felt an urgent anxiety, as if countless ants were crawling within his heart. He thought to himself, "This guy is truly formidable. I cannot allow him to gain the upper hand. I must find a way to suppress him once more." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing darted like a wraith, her speed so swift that her movements were nearly imperceptible, transforming her into a mere shadow. A resolute glimmer flickered in her enchanting eyes, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, firm and resplendent. She raised her feline claw high, its sharp talons glinting with a chilling light beneath the moon's glow, carrying an unyielding gale as she struck forcefully upon Yu Zhiqiu's turtle-like back with the might of a thunderclap. In that fleeting moment of impact, her figure transformed into a wisp of ethereal smoke, agile and swift, as she departed without hesitation. Yet, in that singular instant, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though her claw had grazed an ancient block of ice. A bone-chilling coldness surged up her arm with ferocity, akin to countless icy needles piercing her skin. Alarm surged within her. She realized she might have underestimated her opponent's prowess, yet there was no time for further contemplation, as the frigid sensation rapidly enveloped her entire being. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her inner soul power to resist this biting cold while hastening her escape. In that very moment, her claw felt as if it had been ensnared by an icy force, becoming utterly rigid, as though it had lost all sensation. Zhu Zhuqing marveled inwardly at the potency of this chill, which stirred an unsettling coldness deep within her heart. She understood the peril of this frost, if left unchecked. It could bind her limbs, preventing her from unleashing her true strength. Thus, she resolved to remain ever vigilant, adeptly wielding her abilities to counter this formidable chill. Simultaneously, Tang San's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination, as if he had made a pivotal decision in an instant. The handsome contours of his brow furrowed deeply, forming two pronounced lines that conveyed seriousness and gravity. Without a trace of hesitation, he resolved to retract the blue-silver grass entwined around Yi Zhiqiu. The blue-silver grass seemed to sense Tang San's resolve, swiftly retracting as if a disciplined army responding to its commander's call. With agility, they returned to Tang San's side, each strand imbued with vitality as if possessing its own will. Tang San anxiously observed the retracted blue-silver grass. Pondering silently, it was imperative to shield the grass from harm, lest it jeopardize the forthcoming battle. He understood the crucial role the blue-silver grass would play in the impending conflict, thus he must safeguard it. As the grass returned, Tang San's countenance gradually regained its composure, yet his gaze remained sharp, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. At that moment, Dai Mubai's eyes widened like copper bells, his pupils seemingly on the verge of bursting from their sockets, as he unleashed a low, powerful roar, "White Tiger Shield." This bellow echoed like a ferocious beast from the deep mountains, resonating with the souls of those present. In an instant, his muscles swelled, each one akin to hardened rock, brimming with explosive strength. A faint glow of white light rippled around his body, casting him as a celestial warrior descended upon the earth. Suddenly, he surged forth like a frenzied white tiger, launching himself from the ground with explosive force, akin to a cannonball propelled into the air, hurtling towards Yu Zhiqiu with astonishing speed. His powerful arms were raised high above his head, accompanied by the roaring wind, crashing down upon Yujichio like an imposing mountain. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of thunderclaps, deafening in its intensity. Yujichio was forcefully pushed forward 2 steps, each footfall echoing like a heartbeat that sent shivers down spines. The ground beneath him bore the marks of his advance, 2 deep impressions carved into the earth, dust swirling as if the very ground trembled beneath his onslaught. Yet, seasoned as he was, he quickly regained his composure, his expression darkened, ominous enough to suggest it could drip with water. Through gritted teeth, he bellowed. Third soul skill, profound water surge. His voice was laced with fury and defiance, as if he aimed to unleash all his pent-up wrath. With fervent gestures, he orchestrated a torrent, each movement imbued with overwhelming might. A raging torrent of water erupted from his hands, akin to a ferocious dragon, roaring as it charged menacingly towards Daimubai. Daimubai, with a cold scoff, thought, "Come on, I fear you not," his resolve unwavering. He remained composed in the face of such formidable aggression. At that very moment, Ma Hongjun shouted, "Behold my power." His cherubic face now bore a fierce determination, eyes wide and focused. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned the soul power within with renewed vigor. A formidable force surged through him, stronger than before, causing his skin to flush a fiery red as if ablaze. Then, with a whoosh, a second wave of phoenix flames erupted from his mouth. This time, the flames blazed hotter and brighter, as if capable of incinerating all in their path. Wherever the flames traveled, the air crackled ominously, ready to ignite. Though this flame did not entirely evaporate the surging profound water, it successfully diminished its ferocity, granting Daimubai a precious moment to react. A surge of elation filled him as he thought, "What an opportunity." With agility, he deftly sidestepped, his movements fluid and unencumbered, showcasing his remarkable skill and combat prowess. Panting heavily, Ma Hongjun mused, "Do not underestimate my phoenix flames." However, the sequence of actions from Yujichio left Tang San deeply perplexed. His brow furrowed, almost pinching a fly, his gaze revealing abundant doubt and confusion. Deep within, he pondered incessantly. Could he be anything other than a defensive soul master? Yet, the Xian Gui martial soul was indeed supposed to follow a defensive path. Had he perhaps misremembered? No, there was no way he could be mistaken. Tang Sin shook his head vigorously, convinced that something was amiss. What exactly was wrong? Why did his method of attack starkly contrast with that of the average bearer of the Xian turtle martial spirit? The more he pondered, the more he sensed that a profound secret lay hidden within this matter. Yet he found himself unable to untangle the threads of thought. In truth, it was not only Tang San who was perplexed. Yujichio was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Inside, he felt as though a tempest had erupted. Tumultuous waves churning incessantly. Despite the vast disparity in soul power levels between himself and them, Tang San and his companions had managed to create so much trouble for him, which was utterly beyond his expectations. Particularly striking was the little chubby boy named Ma Hongjun. Yujichio felt a surge of trepidation. Had it not been for the boy's relatively low soul power, he might have truly found it impossible to extinguish his flames. He seemed to possess an innate ability to counter him. Moreover, the synergy among the 4 was astonishing. Their every move appeared to be in perfect harmony, far surpassing the capabilities of his own students. Yujichio clenched his teeth. Steeling himself, he could not afford to lose face before his students. No matter what, he had to turn the tide. With this thought, his gaze sharpened, and he formed hand seals, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power. He resolved to no longer underestimate these youngsters, preparing to confront the battle with all his might. Just as Daimubai was about to employ his third soul skill, and Tang San was poised to extract the hidden weapon from the 24 Bridges bright moon night, a thunderous voice erupted like a clap of thunder in their ears. "Why are you all out at this late hour? Hurry back to rest. Tomorrow we must enter the Star Doe Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring a soul ring." The sudden admonition startled both Dai Mubai and Tang San, freezing them in their actions. Dai Mubai stood awkwardly in place, while Tang San swiftly withdrew his hand from the 24 Bridges bright moon night, silently relieved that he had not actually drawn the weapon. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, the others emerged from behind, their faces betraying expressions of shock. They were acutely aware that being caught like this would surely lead to considerable trouble. After all, gathering clandestinely at such a late hour could hardly bode well. An unsettling anxiety surged within them, each uncertain of what punishment might await, particularly for Dai Mubai and Tang San, who had originally intended to support the chubby boy. It now seemed that their plan was likely doomed. However, since they had been discovered, they could only brace themselves to face the music. Daimyo Bai took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and approached Zhao Wujie. Tang Sen followed behind, his expression impassive, contemplating how to navigate the ensuing situation. As they drew closer, Zhao Wujie's imposing figure gradually came into view. He regarded them with a grave expression, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity that made it difficult to meet his gaze. With Zhao Wujie's intervention, Yu Zhiqiu ignited like a powder keg, his fury blazing fiercely. He sprang forth like a coiled spring unleashed, his speed creating a gust of wind. His complexion instantly flushed crimson, his face contorted with rage akin to the ominous clouds before a tempest. He bellowed, his voice thunderous, "Are you the leader of Shrek Academy? That little rotund boy from your institution just harassed a female student from our Tsanghui Academy, while that fellow named Daimyo Bai insulted me. What do you propose we do about it?" His voice trembled with seething fury, as if each word was forcibly extracted from between clenched teeth, brimming with indignation. His eyes bulged, nearly bursting from their sockets, radiating an intensity that seemed to manifest as tangible flames. Yu Zhiqiu's chest heaved like a volcano poised to erupt, each breath an attempt to draw in the very air surrounding him. His visage was a portrait of wrath and resentment, his gaze betraying an uncontrollable animosity. Clenching his fists, his nails dug deeply into his palms, as if to channel his discontent in this manner. Today, Shrek Academy must provide an adequate resolution, or I shall not relent. Yu Zhiqiu seethed internally, his thoughts echoing like thunder in his mind. He felt a profound injury to his dignity as a Soul King. He had been so grievously disdained and insulted. This ignited an even fiercer flame of anger within him, urging him to confront his adversary without delay. Zhao Wujie emanated a radiant glow as 7 soul rings materialized in succession: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 each a dazzling spectacle against the night. He strode forward with a commanding presence, each step resonating with immense power that caused the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Upon reaching Yu Zhiqiu, Zhao Wujie looked down upon him, his voice icy as he inquired, "What kind of explanation do you seek?" No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a torrent of his formidable soul power, a tidal wave of energy surging forth to envelop Yu Zhiqiu. Zhao Wujie scoffed inwardly. "Dare to act so brazenly in my presence without measuring your own worth." Yu Zhiqiu felt an overwhelming force bear down upon him, nearly suffocating him, as his legs trembled involuntarily. Chapter 46. The battle concludes. Yu Zhiqiu experienced an overwhelming pressure crashing upon him, akin to a colossal mountain weighing down, halting his breath. It felt as though an invisible hand had ensnared his throat, rendering him nearly breathless. His complexion rapidly paled to a ghostly white, devoid of color. Yet, despite this, Yu Zhiqiu gritted his teeth, steadfastly enduring the discomfort of his body and the dread within, striving to maintain his composure. He struggled to raise his hands, preparing to summon his Xian Gui martial spirit. As he moved, a mysterious light emanated from within him, gradually coalescing into the form of a gigantic tortoise. Immediately, 5 resplendent soul rings gradually emerged around him, emanating a dazzling radiance. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Zhiqiu's heart involuntarily sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He quietly lamented, thinking, "This is it. I have encountered a grave predicament. The opponent is a formidable soul sage, their strength far surpassing my own." Yet, he felt an undeniable reluctance to retreat in defeat. How could he possibly withdraw in such a cowardly manner? Gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve, determined to reason with Zhao Wujie. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. "Esteemed soul sage, do you not adhere to reason? This is a mistake on the part of your Shrek Academy." However, despite his efforts to maintain composure, a slight tremor betrayed his underlying fear and unease. He repeatedly encouraged himself internally. Fear not, fear not. I must not be intimidated. I shall persist and argue my case." Upon hearing Yu Zhiqiu's words, Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of disdain gracing his features. He parted his lips, revealing a row of immaculate teeth that sparkled under the moonlight. Following this, he let out a low, mocking laugh, filled with derision. With an air of arrogance, he replied, "Reason? Huh? Do you not understand that in the world of soul masters, strength is paramount? Only the powerful are entitled to speak of reason. In that case, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall entertain a discussion on this so-called reason." Before his words had fully dissipated, Zhao Wujie showed no hesitation. Swiftly raising his arm, as robust as a tree trunk, veins bulged from his arms, muscles taut, brimming with immense power. A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he swung his hand towards Yu Zhiqiu with a forceful motion, intent on delivering a blow that could reduce him to mere pulp. Internally, Zhao Wujie scoffed. Humph, do you think you can reason with me? Truly overestimating yourself. Today, you shall witness the true disparity in power. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu was thoroughly infuriated by Zhao Wujie's unreasonable demeanor. Feeling as if a volcano was about to erupt within his chest, a raging fire threatening to consume him entirely. He thought to himself, what if you are a soul sage? I shall fight back and prove that Yi Zhiqiu is not to be trifled with. Clenching his teeth so tightly that the muscles in his jaw bulged, his eyes widened to the point of nearly popping out, tiny veins appearing at the corners from the strain. His gaze was filled with fury and defiance, as if he intended to tear Zhao Wujie apart. Xian Shui Bing Feng. Yi Zhiqiu shouted in anger, unleashing his third soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Feng, with full force. A wave of icy energy erupted from him, instantly freezing the surrounding air into ice. Countless sharp ice blades rained down upon Zhao Wujie, each glimmering with a chilling light and exuding a bone-piercing cold. At that moment, Yu Zhiqiu harbored but a singular thought. He must ensure that Zhao Wujie, this soul sage, suffers a significant setback, even if just a little. For him to comprehend that he is not a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will, he aimed to demonstrate to all that he, Yu Zhiqiu, is a person of dignity and fortitude, one who would not permit anyone to trample upon his honor. Alas, reality often defies expectations. The one who suffered was not Zhao Wujie, but rather Yi Zhiqiu himself. Zhao Wujie's palms surged forth with an unparalleled might, akin to a tidal wave crashing down, a force seemingly capable of obliterating all in its path. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. He had never anticipated that Zhao Wujie's power could be so formidable, the force of that blow far exceeding his imagination. With effortless ease, it shattered the protective shell upon which Yi Zhiqiu relied, reducing it to countless splintered fragments that scattered in all directions. As the shell broke, a tremendous recoil surged into Yi Zhiqiu's body, compelling him to expel a mouthful of blood. In swift succession, Zhao Wujie, as if swatting a fly, effortlessly sent Yi Zhiqiu hurtling through the air, propelling him a dozen meters away. Yu Zhiqiu had no means of resistance, akin to a kite severed from its string, entirely devoid of control. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After the heavy fall, a sweetness surged in his throat, and with a sudden gasp, he coughed up blood that arched through the air, staining the ground in a horrifying splash. His complexion instantly paled to that of parchment, devoid of color, lifeless as a blank sheet. At that moment, his body felt as though it were falling apart, racked with intolerable pain. Every joint, every muscle felt as if they had been mercilessly struck with a heavy hammer, both sore and numb. Particularly, a sharp agony radiated from his chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. His mind was a tempest of confusion, buzzing as if 1,000 bees were swirling about. His vision began to blur, the surroundings shrouded in a mist that obscured his sense of direction. He struggled to rise, yet his body betrayed him. Every movement brought forth new waves of pain and discomfort. He could only lie there, gasping for breath, striving to quell the rising tide of fear and unease within him. It felt as though his very insides had been displaced, the excruciating pain akin to countless daggers thrashing within him, causing his vision to darken as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. It was only then that the members of Tsanghui Academy, as if awakening from a dream, rushed over in a flurry to assist him. Their faces bore expressions of panic and concern, their voices calling out his name incessantly. Teacher Yi, are you all right? Have you been hurt? Teacher Yi, hold on. We shall take you for treatment at once. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu lay quietly on the ground, eyes tightly shut. His complexion as pale as parchment, seemingly devoid of consciousness. The hearts of the crowd plummeted to the depths of despair, as they found themselves at a loss in the face of the unfolding situation. Zhao Wujie, sensing the atmosphere, swaggered over with an air of arrogance. He elevated his chin, casting a condescending gaze upon Yi Zhiqiu, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips as he disdainfully inquired, "Do you still wish to reason?" Supported by those around him, Yi Zhiqiu struggled to lift his head, confronting Zhao Wujie's haughty demeanor with a heart brimming with indignation and resentment. His lips trembled slightly, yearning to articulate a response. Yet ultimately no sound emerged. Despair and helplessness flickered in his eyes, as if all hope had shattered at that very moment. He found himself devoid of the strength to resist, merely gasping for breath, his body quaking uncontrollably. He sensed his life ebbing away gradually, yet felt utterly powerless. He understood that this battle was a crushing defeat, yet he bore no regrets, for he recognized that only through such sacrifice could he safeguard his students. Chapter 47. Aftermath of the battle. Upon hearing the words, Yi Zhiqiu shook his head fervently, repeating, "I dare not, I dare not." His voice was frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, tinged with an unmistakable terror, each syllable seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Yet within him surged a tide of bitterness. As he silently vowed, "This score, I shall remember. One day, you will answer to me, Shrek Academy. The humiliation endured today shall be repaid tenfold." With the support of his comrades from Tsanghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu turned away, retreating in disgrace. His steps were unsteady, his form wavering, presenting a picture of utter disarray. At that moment, Zhao Wujie remained oblivious to the seething hatred in Yi Zhiqiu's gaze directed towards Shrek Academy as he departed, a look that seemed lethal. Whispering vengeance. "I swear, this grudge shall not go unavenged." Flames of fury nearly ignited in Yi Zhiqiu's eyes, as his intense animosity appeared capable of engulfing Shrek Academy entirely. He silently vowed to seek an opportunity for retribution, to ensure they too experienced the bitterness of humiliation. Zhao Wujie's countenance darkened like ink, the furrows in his brow tightly knit, resembling a profound chasm. His anger propelled him forward with great strides, leading the group towards the hotel. His broad chest heaved, as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Each step he took resonated with power, as though the very ground beneath him trembled in response to his wrath. His strides were so expansive that others had to quicken their pace to keep up. Simultaneously, his voice thundered like a storm, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. His roars echoed down the street, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone, sending ripples cascading outward. "Mubai, you have truly brought me disgrace. Upon our return, I shall ensure you are rigorously trained." His voice brimmed with fury and disappointment, sending a chill through the hearts of those who heard. His gaze was fierce and piercing, reminiscent of a cornered beast, revealing an intense dissatisfaction with Dai Mubai and the others, as if he longed to consume them whole. He bellowed furiously, wielding his robust arms as if such actions could liberate his pent-up emotions. At that moment, Zhao Wujie contemplated inwardly, These youngsters possess considerable strength, yet remain oblivious to their limitations. If they do not engage in diligent practice, who knows what calamities they may unleash in the future. His gaze swept over Tang San and his companions, and his ire subsided slightly. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. They silently communicated their thoughts through a mere exchange of looks. Daimubai curled his lip, muttering to himself, Can we truly be blamed for this? It is well known that our opponent is a Soul King, while we are merely Soul Masters and Soul Venerates of the second and third tiers. Nevertheless, despite his inner musings, he dared not voice his dissent, choosing instead to bury his dissatisfaction deep within. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow slightly, pondering, Teacher Zhao is indeed strict, but it is ultimately for our benefit. She gently bit her lip, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue, seizing a moment when Zhao Wujie was distracted to make a silly face at Tang San, as if to say, "Look at Teacher Zhao's fearsome countenance." Oscar scratched his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his face as he inwardly lamented, "How unfortunate. Returning to the academy will undoubtedly result in punishment." Ning Rongrong pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Yet her thoughts raced. Though Teacher Zhao is stern, he genuinely wishes for us to grow stronger. In contrast, Tang San felt a twinge of skepticism. He mused silently, If I can retrieve the hidden weapon, the Zhuge crossbow, from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and meticulously coat the bolts with poisons, the power it wields will surely catch my enemies off guard. Alternatively, employing the dragon whisker needle that previously injured Zhao Wujie, a slender yet exceedingly sharp needle, would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow to my adversaries. Not even someone of Yi Zhiqiu's caliber could withstand this. Even against more formidable foes, I am confident in my exquisite control of concealed weapons and unexpected tactics, ensuring my ability to defeat or even slay them. Tang Sen understood that the true strength of concealed weapons lay in their element of surprise. Their greatest efficacy emerged only when deployed at pivotal moments. Hence, he refrained from hastily showcasing his abilities, opting instead for a more discreet approach. Simultaneously, He contemplated how to better utilize these hidden weapons to navigate the myriad of challenges that may arise in the future. Though brimming with self-assurance, his countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake, betraying none of his thoughts. He knew well that it was not the time to reveal his brilliance. One must learn to conceal their trump cards, waiting for the most critical moment to unleash their full potential. After all, in this world, true power often lies hidden beneath the surface. Yet, they all comprehended that this was precisely Zhao Wujia's unique way of safeguarding them. On the surface, it appeared as if he was reprimanding them, but in truth, it stemmed from a profound concern and lofty expectations for their growth. They are acutely aware that Zhao Wuqi hopes to temper them through such trials, guiding them to gradually evolve into formidable soul masters. Zhao Wuqi, seemingly still harboring unquenched fury, felt his chest heave violently, as flames of indignation burned in his eyes, threatening to consume everything before him. He then bellowed, "You must remember, the 7 of you are a cohesive unit." Each word seemed to be forcefully extracted from between his teeth, laden with strictness and urgency. As Zhao Wuqi's voice resonated, the surrounding air appeared to solidify, an intangible pressure enveloping the atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. His gaze was piercing, fixated on the 7 individuals before him, as if he sought to penetrate their very souls and grasp their innermost thoughts. With your talents, you are all exceptional. As long as you can work together, aligning your hearts and unifying your strength, overcoming challenges beyond your level is not insurmountable. Zhao Wuqi declared, his robust arms gesturing emphatically, reinforcing the weight of his words. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and encouragement, hoping the 7 students would comprehend the significance of teamwork. You must all remember this. Stop engaging in frivolous antics that squander your potential. His voice reverberated down the quiet street, startling a few birds resting on branches. A hint of helplessness and disappointment flickered across his face, yet it was overshadowed by his hopes for his students. He wished that this lesson would illuminate their shortcomings, enabling them to better unleash their potential. At that moment, Zhao Wuqi inwardly lamented, "These children possess considerable talent, yet they remain exceedingly youthful." He shook his head slightly, a glimmer of concern crossing his eyes. In his view, though these youngsters were gifted, they lacked a profound understanding of teamwork and practical experience. He knew well that only through collaboration could each individual's maximum potential be realized, leading to greater achievements. Yet, it seemed these children were oblivious to this truth, overly reliant on their individual capabilities. Chapter 48. Interception 1. Upon hearing Zhao Wuqi's admonishment, Tang San and the others dared not linger, promptly responding in unison, "Understood, Teacher Zhao." Tang San pondered inwardly. Although Teacher Zhao is strict, his intentions are undeniably aimed at the betterment of the entire team. After this battle, I have profoundly recognized the importance of teamwork. Henceforth, we must place greater emphasis on coordination, fully leveraging each member's strengths to achieve greater victories in combat. With this thought, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement of Teacher Zhao's teachings. Dai Mubai felt similarly moved. He silently vowed to intensify his training upon returning to the academy, enhancing his strength so as not to further provoke Teacher Zhao's ire. Moreover, he would learn how to better collaborate with his teammates, collectively facing various challenges. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, appeared somewhat indifferent, mumbling, all right, I got it. I will pay more attention in the future." Yet, deep within her heart, she comprehended the earnest intentions of Teacher Zhao, though she was reluctant to acknowledge it verbally. Oscar, Zhu Zhiqing, and Ning Rongrong silently reflected upon their own shortcomings. They were acutely aware that in order to become exceptional soul masters, it was imperative not only to enhance their individual strengths, but also to learn the art of collaboration and mutual advancement. Meanwhile, the onlookers cast envious glances in their direction. Their eyes filled with admiration and longing as they regarded Tang San and his companions. Whispers floated among the crowd, "Look at them, achieving so much at such a young age." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, being guided by Teacher Zhao Wujia, a soul sage, surely promises a bright future." A third voice expressed, "Is this what the students of Shrek Academy are like?" Remarkable. These words reached the ears of Tang San and his companions, filling them with immense pride. Under their watchful gaze, Tang San and the others quickened their pace and returned to the hotel. Walking ahead, Tang San felt a whirlwind of emotions, exhilarated by the day's experiences, yet slightly burdened by the challenges that lay ahead. The others, too, harbored their own thoughts as they followed behind. The next morning, as dawn broke and a few scattered stars lingered in the sky, the world seemed to still be enveloped in slumber. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's thunderous voice erupted like a clap of thunder. Get up. No dawdling. He furiously pounded on the door, the resounding knocks reverberating as if shaking the very panels, while his voice boomed, veins bulging in his neck. Hurry up. Is everyone dead asleep? Zhao Wujie shouted, his frustration evident, for he knew that a firm approach was the only way to rouse these youngsters. His relentless knocking and shouting pierced the morning tranquility, each thud challenging the limits of human hearing, rendering it impossible to ignore. His calls surged forth like a torrent, crashing against the eardrums of the slumbering, as if to awaken the dreamers from their reveries. Standing in the corridor, Zhao Wujie continued to pound and shout, his face etched with urgency. He understood the constraints of time and the necessity of seizing every precious moment. He hoped that through this vigorous method, he could swiftly awaken all the students to prepare for a new day of training. Thanks to Zhao Wujie's fervent efforts, individuals within the rooms gradually stirred awake. Some rubbed their sleepy eyes, while others grumbled in annoyance. Nonetheless, everyone quickly donned their clothes and gathered their belongings, ready to set forth. Get out of bed. You have 1 minute to dress and assemble downstairs. Anyone who is late will face punishment. Teacher Zhao's voice thundered through the corridor, startling the birds resting on nearby branches into flight. The suddenness of his roar jolted everyone awake, their eyes still heavy with sleep, minds somewhat foggy. Damubai rubbed his eyes, muttering, this teacher Zhao is far too fierce. Xiao yawned widely, stretching her arms in a languid manner, reluctantly rising from her bed while inwardly lamenting her insufficient sleep. Oscar, still in a state of drowsiness, sat up and scratched his disheveled hair, murmuring about the early hour that offered no respite. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, struggling against her fatigue as she quickly dressed. Ning Rongrong wore a look of helplessness, slowly putting on her shoes. Meanwhile, Tang San swiftly shook off his slumber and tidied his bed with alacrity. After breakfast, the sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, its warm rays dispelling the morning chill. Golden light cascaded over the earth, adorning all things with a gilded hue. Following the settling of their accounts, Tang San and the others embarked on their journey to the Douluo forest alongside Zhao Wujie. A sense of anticipation mingled with nervousness welled up within Tang San. He was uncertain of the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Clutching the blue-silver grass tightly in his hand, he felt the strength it imparted, silently encouraging himself. Damubai strode ahead with an upright posture, his step strong and purposeful, exuding a confidence and determination that seemed to declare war against the unknown dangers. Xiao bounced along, her face alight with excitement and curiosity for the impending adventure. Oscar, internally praying for a smooth journey, chewed on a sausage in an effort to alleviate his anxiety. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained stern, her gaze fixed resolutely ahead, as though she was prepared to confront any difficulties. Ning Rongrong inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. She understood that this mission was a significant test for everyone. Yet she firmly believed that united, they could overcome any obstacle. They followed Zhao Wujie, step by step, toward the Douluo forest, their figures gradually receding into the distance. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon them. Their footsteps echoed in the tranquil forest, imbued with unwavering resolve. In that moment, they transcended the role of mere soul masters, transforming into a united force, resolutely advancing forward. They were poised to face the unknown challenges ahead, ready to embrace their own glory and growth. Upon hearing the news from the two, Lin Yu's expression instantly turned anxious, akin to a restless ant on a hot pan, as he eagerly inquired, how many days have they been gone? His voice trembled, reminiscent of leaves drifting in the wind, the slight quiver betraying his inner turmoil. His eyes burned with urgency, ablaze with a fervent desire for answers, as if caught in a bottomless whirlpool threatening to engulf him entirely. Lin Yu felt as though he harbored a small rabbit within his chest, its heart racing fervently. He pondered anxiously, fearing that any prolonged absence would render him unable to catch up. Unconsciously, his hands clenched into tight fists, palms slick with sweat, as he awaited an answer that could determine life or death. In Chapter 49, Intercepting, one individual, noticing Lin Yu's palpable anxiety, was taken aback and hurriedly replied, do not fret, do not fret. It has not been long since they departed this morning. As he spoke, he gestured emphatically, striving to soothe Lin Yu's turbulent emotions. If you pursue them now, you might still catch up. His words flowed rapidly, his gaze earnest and concerned, as if he feared that the news might provoke Lin Yu into a state of distress. At that moment, the man mused internally, wondering why this young fellow was so frantically agitated. It seemed evident that those who had left meant a great deal to him. However, judging by Lin Yu's demeanor, it appeared he bore no ill intent. Otherwise, why would he exhibit such urgency? It was better to divulge the information, lest Lin Yu continue to inquire relentlessly. With that thought, he continued, they headed north. I am unaware of their precise destination. After speaking, he scrutinized Lin Yu's reaction, contemplating whether he had revealed too much. What if this young man had some grievance with those individuals? He might inadvertently invite trouble upon himself. Yet, observing Lin Yu's sincere and anxious expression, he reassured himself that perhaps he was overthinking the situation. After listening, Lin Yu's mind began to function like a high-speed machine, racing with thoughts. He quickly recalled the information from the book regarding Tang San and his companions' endeavor to assist Oscar in obtaining the third soul ring. It was on the second day of their entry into the Douluo forest that Tang San and his friends seized the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake from the snake lady. Shortly after Oscar absorbed the soul ring, Xiaowu was captured by the Titan giant ape. On the third day, Tang San alone consumed the mushroom sausage crafted from Oscar's third soul skill in an attempt to rescue Xiaowu. During his journey, he experienced a breakthrough in soul power, reaching level 30, and hunted a 2,000-year-old faceless spider, from which he acquired an external soul bone. Lin Yu incessantly murmured these pivotal details within his mind. His brow furrowed deeply as his thoughts fluttered like drifting willow catkins, swiftly untangling the intricate threads of the narrative. He silently contemplated, based on this timeline, they surely would not yield any results today. Tomorrow would be the crucial moment. I must seize this opportunity with utmost diligence, for I cannot afford to let it slip away. Lin Yu furrowed his brows tightly, his two eyebrows twisting as if to form a braided shape. He pondered silently within. In essence, today yielded no results for them. Only tomorrow could Oscar successfully acquire the third soul ring, and the day after, Tang San would break through to Soul Sage in his quest to save Xiaowu, ultimately vanquishing the man-faced demon spider to obtain an external soul bone. Thus, I still have ample time to prepare. Given this, I must proceed with caution and refrain from taking unnecessary risks. His thoughts were as tangled as a mass of yarn, as he endeavored to untangle the threads of his mind. With this in mind, he took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the air surrounding him into his lungs. He strained to calm himself, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated his next course of action. At this juncture, a slight smile of confidence graced Lin Yu's lips. He gently brushed off the dust from his attire, then saluted his two elder brothers with a respectful gesture, bidding them farewell with courtesy. Thank you, my esteemed brothers. Today has been immensely beneficial. We shall converse again another day. With that, he turned and departed, his steps light as he made his way back to the hotel where he was staying. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yu sought out Luo Mei. Smiling as he addressed her, Sister Luo Mei, we shall set out for the Douluo forest early tomorrow morning. Let us rest early tonight. Luo Mei nodded gently, responding with warmth. All right, Xiaoyu, I understand. Subsequently, Lin Yu ascended to the second floor, entered his room, and prepared for rest. As night fell, the moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a mystical glow upon the floor, enhancing the tranquility of the evening. Lin Yu lay on his bed, closing his eyes to allow his body and mind to relax thoroughly. Yet, his mind was inundated with the challenges and uncertainties he would face on the morrow. He envisioned himself stepping into the Douluo forest, enveloped by thick mist, with the calls of various soul beasts echoing around him. Clenching his fists, he quietly reminded himself to confront every difficulty with courage. Simultaneously, he looked forward to encountering formidable soul beasts in this enigmatic forest, eager to engage in fierce battles. As the night deepened, Lin Yu's thoughts gradually settled, and he slipped into a peaceful slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to have entered that mysterious forest, embroiled in a fierce battle with soul beasts. His body soared through the air, the weapon in his hand shimmering with dazzling light, each strike imbued with unparalleled power. The soul beasts clawed and roared, attempting to impede his progress, yet he remained undaunted, pressing forward fearlessly. In this dreamlike clash, Lin Yu experienced an unprecedented thrill and sense of accomplishment. He firmly believed that as long as he maintained his courage and resolve, no matter the obstacles that lay ahead, he would conquer them. On the following day, as the eastern sky began to blush with the first light of dawn, Luo Mei gently approached Lin Yu's door. She softly knocked, her voice calling out tenderly, Lin Yu, it's time to rise. Her voice was like a clear spring, gentle yet resolute, bearing an irresistible power. It was as if the first ray of morning sunlight had brushed against Lin Yu's ear, awakening him from his sweet dreams. Lin Yu, with sleepy eyes, rubbed them gently, and, upon hearing Luo Mei's call, mumbled in response, Got it, Sister Luo Mei, I'll get up right away. After saying this, He turned over and continued to linger in bed, savoring the last remnants of warmth enveloping him. Standing outside the door, Luo Mei quietly listened to the sounds within, a faint smile gracing her lips. She understood that this little fellow needed a bit more time to adjust to early rising. Yet she was confident he would rise on time. With a gentle nod, she turned and descended the stairs to arrange for breakfast preparations. Lin Yu reclined upon his bed. His eyes closed as he lingered for several minutes, reluctantly rising from his slumber. He stretched languidly and yawned, his heart filled with a deep affection and reluctance for the warm embrace of his blankets. With a sluggish gait, he ambled into the bathroom, completed his morning rituals, and then leisurely donned his attire, preparing to greet the dawn of a new day. As Lin Yu finally descended the staircase, the sun had only just begun its ascent. Golden rays of sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns upon the floor and enveloping the room in a warm ambience. He noticed that Luo Mei had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him, and he made his way directly to the dining table, taking a seat opposite her. The two sat across from one another, indulging in the delightful meal while engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and joyous. After breakfast, Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, contentedly patting his belly. The sunlight gradually intensified, its golden beams spilling onto the window frame, reflecting off the glass and creating beautiful patches of light upon the walls. All of this signified the commencement of a new day. Lin Yu sat upright at the dining table, his eyes brimming with anticipation and trepidation. He fixated on the breakfast before him, as if attempting to pierce through its essence. Deep within, he silently urged himself that today must mark the successful acquisition of his second spirit ring. Luo Mei stood beside him, her gentle yet resolute gaze resting upon Lin Yu, as if imparting a silent encouragement. "You can certainly do this." Lin Yu nodded slightly, seemingly acknowledging Luo Mei's expectations. Grasping the chopsticks firmly in his hand, he slowly extended them towards the plate, lifting a morsel of food to his lips. Each bite was imbued with strength and courage, reminiscent of the challenges he was about to confront. Though simple, this breakfast radiated the warmth of home. Each dish had been meticulously prepared by Luo Mei, tailored to Lin Yu's palate, and infused with her care and blessings. He savored each bite, absorbing the warmth and fortitude it provided. After finishing his meal, Lin Yu rose. Inhaling deeply, he closed his eyes, as if he could hear the call of nature and feel the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheek. Opening his eyes, he gazed out the window. Sunlight bathed the earth in a brilliant glow. In that moment, his heart swelled with vigor and determination, ready to embrace the forthcoming challenges. After breakfast, Lin Yu packed his belongings. Together with Luo Mei, he embarked on the journey to the Douluo forest. Standing by the window, he gazed at the sunlight outside, his heart filled with both eagerness and anxiety. The radiant sun enveloped him, seemingly infusing him with boundless energy. He inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air, as if he could scent the forest and hear the songs of the birds. His pack was carefully assembled, each item selected with intention, brimming with a yearning for the unknown. He looked at Luo Mei, his eyes sparkling with steadfast resolve, feeling her support and encouragement. Together, they would face the uncertainties ahead, exploring this mysterious and perilous world. He hoisted the backpack onto his shoulder, feeling its weight, a symbol of his motivation to move forward and pursue his dreams. His strides were firm and purposeful, each step brimming with strength and speed as he advanced towards the sunlight, ready to confront the challenges of the future. As he departed the room, he glanced back, leaving behind a smile infused with confidence and courage, tinged with anticipation for what lay ahead. He knew that regardless of what awaited him, he was fully prepared. Approaching the window once more, he took a deep breath, attuning himself to the call of nature. His gaze drifted towards the horizon, the direction of the Douluo forest. He envisioned himself amidst the dense woods, encountering wondrous creatures and experiencing the allure of the natural world. With his belongings neatly packed, each item suffused with a thirst for adventure, he was ready to face the trials and tribulations that awaited him, poised for new growth and breakthroughs. He believed this journey would become a pivotal experience in his life, one that would render him stronger and more mature. He exited the room, closing the door behind him. His footsteps were light, yet resolute. As he ventured forth into the unknown path ahead, his heart brimmed with hope and fervor, ready to venture into that mysterious and enchanting world. "Sister Luo Mei, how far are we from the starry forest?" Lin Yu inquired wearily, his voice betraying a hint of exhaustion and unease. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his collar. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his palm slick with perspiration, and his heartbeat quickened, as if he could hear the profound fear echoing within him. Luo gazed at him, her eyes filled with encouragement and resolve. Sensing his tension, she softly replied, "We shall arrive shortly. At our current pace, we will reach it in just 15 more minutes." Her voice resonated with confidence and strength, instilling a sense of reassurance. Gently, she patted Lin Yu's shoulder and offered him a warm smile, attempting to alleviate his anxiety. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He reminded himself to trust Luo's judgment and experience, for they had encountered numerous adventures together. He raised his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, silently vowing to confront the impending challenges with courage. As time passed, they drew ever closer to the starry forest. The air was rich with the fragrant aroma of foliage. Birds joyfully sang atop the branches, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Yet, this seemingly tranquil and beautiful forest concealed endless dangers. Before long, Lin Yu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the starry forest. The scenery before them was breathtaking. They were greeted by a verdant sea, with trees towering at least 20 meters high. It was important to note that this was merely the periphery of the starry forest, where the trees were so majestic and abundant that not even a proper pathway could be found. Lin Yu and his companions were utterly astonished. The spectacle before them was truly breathtaking. They began to advance cautiously, careful to avoid being tripped or scratched by the branches. A mysterious yet tranquil atmosphere enveloped the forest, evoking a sense of reverence and curiosity. Shortly after entering the woods, they noticed the air transforming into a refreshing and pleasant embrace, as if the temperature was several degrees cooler than outside the forest. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the gifts of nature. He felt as though his body had become lighter, blending harmoniously with the essence of the forest. Luo remarked, "Xiaoyu, we have now entered the starry forest. The dangers here far exceed those of the soul-hunting forest, so you must stay closely behind me and absolutely cannot fall behind." She turned to face Lin Yu, her gaze serious, as if seeking to impart her knowledge of the starry forest to him. Upon hearing the grave tone in Sister Luome's voice, Lin Yu felt an involuntary tightening in his chest, a chill ascending his spine. He immediately recognized the perilous nature of the starry forest. This was no place for jest. He promptly nodded at Luo, affirming, "Understood, Sister Luo." His voice bore a hint of tension, yet it was predominantly imbued with resolve and determination. Having spoken, Lin Yu heightened his vigilance to its utmost, resembling a startled rabbit. His eyes darted around the surroundings, meticulously observing every detail. His ears perked up, akin to a radar, attuned to any potential sounds. He closely trailed behind Luo, daring not to lag even a step, fearing that a moment's inattention might render him lost within this vast and treacherous forest. Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened, and his breath became increasingly labored. He could feel the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, splattering onto the ground. His hands clenched into tight fists, poised to confront any imminent danger. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to safeguard himself and not to disappoint Sister Luo. As time passed, Lin Yu gradually acclimated to the tense atmosphere. He began to keenly observe his surroundings, learning to discern genuine threats from mere ordinary sounds. His footsteps grew lighter, striving to create no noise, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. However, despite his vigilant efforts, peril lurked everywhere. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached Lin Yu's ears, prompting him to halt, his gaze alertly fixed in the direction of the noise. Chapter 51. A sudden interruption. Luo, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" She slightly furrowed her crescent-like brows, her eyes brimming with concern. Her voice, akin to a gentle breeze weaving through the forest, caressed the air, soft yet tinged with urgency, as if she feared for Lin Yu's safety. She subtly tilted her body, her gaze intensely locked onto Lin Yu's face, her expression rife with worry and inquiry. "Lin Yu, Sister Luo, there seems to be something over there." His voice trembled slightly, betraying his anxiety as he pointed toward the thicket ahead, his finger quivering ever so slightly. At this moment, on the outskirts of the starry forest, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a myriad of dappled light, as if countless golden sprites were dancing. The air was imbued with a humid essence, a harmonious blend of earthy aromas and the fresh scent of grass and trees. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound, as if nature itself were whispering a gentle song. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves and dry twigs, occasionally disturbed by the busy scurrying of small insects. Following Lin Yu's gaze, Luo Mei noticed a fleeting shadow darting through the brush ahead, causing her heart to constrict with sudden alertness. Gradually, her martial spirit, the meteor bow, materialized in her hand. Glinting with a cold light, she whispered to Lin Yu, "Do not fear, stay close behind me." With that, she proceeded cautiously forward. Her steps as light as those of a prowling leopard. Lin Yu closely followed Luo Mei, his heart racing and breath quickening. He gripped the time-space sword tightly, bracing himself for any imminent danger. As they approached, the shadows within the thicket became increasingly distinct, revealing a soft-boned rabbit. This was a rabbit of over 20 years. Its coat as white as snow, resembling a freshly bloomed cloud. Its delicate fur shimmered with a subtle silver light under the sun's rays. Perched atop its petite head were elongated ears, standing erect, their tips tinged with a faint blush, akin to two petals kissed by the evening glow. The ears twitched gently, as if keenly attuned to every sound in its surroundings. Its eyes sparkled like two radiant rubies, exuding a vigilant glimmer. This light reflected a wariness and unease towards the unfamiliar environment, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, bright yet enigmatic. Surrounding its eyes was a delicate fringe of black fur, accentuating the ruby-like gaze. Its tiny mouth was slightly pursed, revealing two pristine and diminutive incisors, resembling two translucent pearls. Its limbs were light and slender, akin to exquisitely carved white jade pillars. At the ends of its limbs were dainty paws, covered with a layer of soft pads, allowing it to move silently. When its paws touched the ground, it was as if a feather had gently descended, without a sound. Its tail was plump and round, resembling a fluffy pom-pom, swaying gently with its movements, utterly adorable. Every detail of the soft-boned rabbit exuded a sense of vitality and charm, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer, yet its watchful gaze held one at bay. Just as Lin Yu was marveling at the rabbit's appearance, it suddenly seemed to be struck by an overwhelming fright. Its eyes widened, mouth slightly agape to reveal sharp teeth, and it charged towards Lin Yu with astonishing speed. Lin Yu's previously taut nerves were suddenly jolted, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. His breath became rapid and erratic, and his expression was suffused with astonishment and dread. An involuntary gasp escaped his lips, betraying an unmistakable sense of panic. His body instinctively recoiled a step, attempting to maintain distance from the soft-boned rabbit, yet his legs felt as though they had lost all strength, rendering him weak. Beads of perspiration instantly formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. At that moment, Lin Yu's mind was a blank slate, utterly at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before, with only one thought coursing through his mind, to flee this place at once. Yet his body betrayed him, seemingly ensnared by fear, unable to move. Luo Mei glanced back and spoke to Lin Yu in a relaxed tone. "Xiao Yu, there's no need to be so tense. It is merely a soft-boned rabbit. We are currently on the outskirts of the starry forest, where soul beasts over 5,000 years old are uncommon. Even if a 10,000-year soul beast were to appear, I could easily handle it, so you need not be so anxious." She slightly lifted her chin, her gaze brimming with confidence, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if everything was well within her control. However, at that very moment, a shadow suddenly darted from the woods, moving with astonishing speed, and appeared before them in an instant. Lin Yu focused his gaze and discovered that the shadow before him was none other than the husband of the delicate-boned rabbit he had seen earlier. At this moment, it was glaring at them with a fierce intensity, emitting a low growl that suggested it was poised to launch an attack at any moment. Lin Yu felt a sudden tightening in his heart and hastily warned Luo Mei to exercise caution. However, Luo Mei merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by the threat posed by the soft-boned rabbit. "Xiao Yu, do not worry. This creature is merely a millennium soul beast, and I can effortlessly dispose of it," she declared, as a bow materialized in her hand, the flowing bow that was her martial soul, glimmering with an icy radiance. Upon witnessing this, the soft-boned rabbit's eyes flickered with a hint of fear, soon replaced by a surge of anger as it lunged at Luo Mei with astonishing speed, leaving Lin Yu astounded. With a cold snort, Luo Mei drew back the string of her flowing bow, releasing an arrow that shot forth like a flash of lightning, striking the soft-boned rabbit directly. The creature let out a pained cry, its body propelled backwards before crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. In a short while, violet light points began to emerge from its form, coalescing above into a purple millennium soul ring. Lin Yu gazed at the scene before him, a surge of admiration swelling within his heart. He recognized the considerable gap between himself and Luo Mei, understanding that relentless effort was essential to catch up with her. Promptly, Linyu responded, Sister Luomei, I understand. A slight tremor lingered in his voice, as if the residual shock from the soft-boned rabbit had yet to fully dissipate. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, inhaling the crisp air around him as if to anchor his restless spirit. His hands clenched into tight fists, the pressure rendering his knuckles pale, as if he sought to draw strength and courage from this very act. After a moment, he gradually released his grip, and with it, the tension in his heart began to fade. With this release, the nerves that had remained taut since entering the starry forest relaxed. He felt his shoulders ease, his body gradually lightening. A subtle movement of his neck followed, and his gaze once more roamed the surrounding woods, now imbued with a newfound calmness and poise. Chapter 52. The ambush. Luomei furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixed intently on a branch ahead, remarking, Xiao Yu, observe the break in this branch. Her voice resonated with clarity amidst the tranquil periphery of the starry forest. At that moment, an aura of mystery enveloped the woods, sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves to cast a tapestry of dappled light, creating a dreamlike tableau. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves to rustle as if narrating ancient tales. Luomei crouched down, meticulously examining the fracture of the branch. Her eyes were focused and keen, seemingly able to penetrate through all fog. She delicately brushed aside the surrounding fallen leaves, her fingers caressing the break with tender precision, as if uncovering some hidden secret. Her hair danced lightly in the breeze, merging seamlessly with the natural surroundings. Her expression was serious and earnest, akin to one engaged in a significant archaeological excavation. In her eyes sparkled wisdom and curiosity, as she endeavored to piece together the answer to a puzzle. Her breath became steady and profound, resonating in harmony with the rhythm of nature. In this serene forest, time appeared to stand still, save for Luomei, who remained absorbed in her exploration of the unknown. From the jagged wound, it seemed this break had only recently occurred. Luomei's brow knitted slightly as she squinted, leaning closer to scrutinize the fractured branch. Her gaze was penetrating, as if she could see through the wood to witness all that had transpired here. You mentioned that the students from Shrek Academy entered the starry forest yesterday. Thus, this mark is likely a remnant they left behind. She straightened, surveying her surroundings, where an enigmatic yet tranquil atmosphere enveloped the forest. Sunlight streamed through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows akin to golden threads woven upon the ground. The soft breeze caressed the leaves, which whispered the secrets of the forest. With a slight lift of her chin, determination and insight gleamed in her eyes as she continued her analysis. If we follow this trace, we may very well catch up with them. Her voice, steady and resolute, reverberates through the tranquil forest, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. Linyu, I understand, Sister Luomei. Let us hasten our pursuit. My intuition suggests that by following them, there is a substantial possibility of discovering the soul beast I desire. With that, Linyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if he could already envision the soul beast he yearned for awaiting him just ahead. He stepped forward eagerly, the fallen leaves beneath his feet crackling softly, as though cheering him on. Gripping his weapon tightly, he prepared himself to confront any potential danger. His heart raced, blood surged through his veins, and his entire being brimmed with strength and courage. Luomei, observing Linyu's excitement, couldn't help but smile gently. She too sensed the deep longing within him for the soul beast. Nodding in agreement, she followed the traces left behind, venturing into the unknown alongside Linyu. As the sun reached its zenith, its scorching rays illuminated the earth. Linyu and Luomei continued their journey, guided by the remnants left by others, eventually arriving beneath a towering tree. This colossal tree soared into the clouds, standing tall and straight, its lush foliage resembling a grand green parasol, casting shade over the expansive ground. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating golden shafts of light, transforming the scene into a mesmerizing dreamscape. The tree's trunk was immensely thick, requiring several adults to encircle it with their arms. Its bark was rough and sturdy, adorned with the marks of time, bearing witness to the passage and transformation of the ages. Surrounding the great tree, vibrant wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors amidst the dense grass, each vying for attention and exuding enchanting fragrances. Butterflies danced gracefully among the blossoms, their wings shimmering with iridescent hues. Bees busily flitted about, collecting nectar. In the distance, the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard, crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a harmonious symphony. The water trickled over stones, splashing crystalline droplets that infused this tranquil forest with a refreshing vitality. Luomei squinted slightly, scrutinizing the marks on the tree, her fingers brushing delicately against the rough bark. She tilted her head slightly, sunlight cascading like golden threads across her face, highlighting her exquisite features, as if she were a breathtaking work of art. A hint of hesitation flickered in her gaze, a moment of indecision hanging in the air. Xiaoyu, judging by the traces left on the tree. They must have departed only half an hour ago. Luo Mei's voice was soft, akin to a gentle breeze whispering past one's ear. Do you think we should pursue them without pause, or would it be wise to rest here for a while, have lunch, and then continue our chase? Her eyes shifted from the tree to Linyu, filled with inquiry. Sunlight sparkled in her gaze, concealing a multitude of thoughts. She gently bit her lower lip, her slightly furrowed brow revealing her internal conflict. This forest was serene yet mysterious, and the uncertain path ahead compelled her to deliberate with care. The surrounding leaves swayed gently in the breeze, rustling softly, as if sharing their concerns about the decision that lay before them. Linyu gazed upward at the sky, the scorching sunlight piercing his eyes with discomfort. He squinted slightly, reminiscing about the moment Oscar absorbed the soul ring and the appearance of the Titan great ape. While murmuring softly, Sister Luo Mei, perhaps we should take a moment to rest here and recuperate our strength. After all, we have pursued tirelessly from the hotel to this point, which has not only drained our physical energy, but also left us with scarce soul power. If we recklessly engage in a chase now and encounter conflict, the consequences could be dire. As he spoke, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, and his expression revealed profound exhaustion. Linyu slowly sank to the ground, his hands trembling as he retrieved provisions and water from the heart of the stars to distribute to Sister Luo Mei. When he extended the food towards her, his movements became painfully slow and laborious, as if each minute gesture drained him of immeasurable energy. Luo Mei accepted the provisions and water from Linyu without hesitation, eagerly chewing and swallowing them within moments. Leaning against the tree trunk, she closed her eyes, focusing intently on replenishing her physical and spiritual strength. Her actions were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, her gaze revealing a sense of determination and resolve. Linyu gazed at Luo Mei, a sense of admiration swelling within him. He swiftly finished the morsel in his hand and settled on the ground, beginning to channel his soul power to ensure his body received ample rest. His heart brimmed with anticipation, yearning to discover a soul beast that would complement him and elevate his strength. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, their leaves whispering encouragement as if spurring them onward. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled patterns of light that evoked a serene and enchanting ambience. In this tranquil forest, the only sounds were those of the wind and the leaves, instilling a profound sense of relaxation. As time slipped by, both Luo Mei and Linyu immersed themselves in their respective training, acutely aware that restoring their physical and soul energy was paramount to keeping pace and being prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 53. Interception 6. Luo Mei slightly turned her head, her exquisite visage adorned with an expression of concern. Her crimson lips parted as she gently inquired, Xiaoyu, have you rested well? If so, let us continue our pursuit. Her voice, akin to a spring breeze, was soft and warm. Linyu blinked his bright eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, his face radiating enthusiasm as he cheerfully responded, I've had enough rest, Sister Luo Mei. Let us continue our pursuit. No sooner had the words left his lips than he surged forward like a bird eager to escape its cage, swiftly keeping pace behind Luo Mei. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, intently focused on the elusive traces, as if fearing they might vanish. With quickened steps, he pursued with great strides, seemingly endowed with boundless energy and fervor. Before long, a faint sound reached them from ahead, the echo of Oscar's third soul skill, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, soaring at its remarkable speed. Upon hearing this sound, Luo Mei's demeanor shifted instantly. Her ears perked up like those of a vigilant sentinel, and her expression turned tense, her elegant brows knitting together like two crescent moons. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly turned her head, her expression fraught with urgency as she addressed Linyu. Little you, the speaker ahead must be one of the individuals from Shrek Academy that you mentioned, correct? In Linyu's gaze, there was a hint of caution. He instinctively squinted, lowering his voice as he remarked, upon hearing that name, it must belong to someone from Shrek Academy. Sister Luo Mei, be vigilant, lest we be discovered. Luo Mei, upon hearing Linyu's words, was momentarily taken aback, and her previously tranquil heart stirred with a ripple of anxiety. Reflexively, she countered, Xiaoyu, I believe you have it backwards. It is you who should exercise caution and avoid being detected. As she spoke, her face was etched with concern, and her eyes radiated deep care for Lin Yu. Lin Yu offered a gentle smile and softly replied, "I will be fine, Sister Luomei, do not worry. It seems we have caught up with Shrek Academy." Lin Yu's expression was grave, and his eyes radiated a sense of determination as he earnestly explained, "Sister Luomei, I assure you that every word I speak is the truth. You must exercise caution, for my martial spirit, the sword of time and space, possesses an extraordinarily powerful domain. This domain boasts astonishing abilities, significantly diminishing my presence and making it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to detect me. Furthermore, it has the capacity to weaken the strength of my foes. Their speed will noticeably decline, their power will diminish, and their reactions will become sluggish. In contrast, my own abilities will experience a remarkable enhancement, with my speed, strength, and reflexes all greatly amplified. Even more impressively, I can teleport freely within this domain, instantaneously arriving at any location I desire. This is why I have taken the liberty to caution you." As Luomei listened to Lin Yu's explanation, her eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration, her heart silently marveling at the wonders of this domain. She widened her gaze, seemingly intent on imprinting every detail deeply into her mind. Just as Luomei was still lost in contemplation of the marvels of the time-space domain, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from ahead, reminiscent of a colossal creature drawing near. Her heartbeat quickened, and an ominous premonition surged within her. Startled, she swiftly turned her gaze forward, only to behold a gigantic figure violently parting two large trees, appearing menacingly before the crowd of Shrek Academy. The figure was tall and formidable, akin to a moving mountain. Its body was cloaked in a thick layer of fur, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Sharp claws extended from its fingertips, emitting a chilling glimmer. A pair of crimson eyes revealed a cruel and ferocious nature, sending shivers down the spine. With the emergence of this colossal figure, the surrounding air grew heavy, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. Suddenly, a mountain-like figure gradually materialized from the haze, intruding upon the vision of the onlookers. This figure bore a striking resemblance to a gorilla, yet its size was so immense that it left one in awe. Rough estimates placed its height at around 15 meters, resembling a towering hillock. Lin Yu observed that Luomei was staring intently in a certain direction, her lips pressed tightly together, uttering not a sound. A profound sense of foreboding surged within him. Enveloped by an indescribable terror, with a heart laden with trepidation, he nervously followed her gaze. In an instant, a chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, as he gasped in shock at the sight before him. The figure, resembling a gorilla, was none other than the sovereign of the Star Doe Forest, the Titan Great Ape, a creature boasting a cultivation of 100,000 years. This colossal being stood there, emanating an aura of immense power and majesty, as if the entire world trembled before it. It is important to note that the Titan Great Ape is a transcendent existence among soul beasts, akin to a monarch among its kind. Its size is incomprehensibly vast, resembling a moving mountain, each step causing the earth to tremble. Its strength is astonishing, capable of effortlessly tearing apart mountains and obliterating any obstacles in its path. In the realm of soul beasts, the Titan Great Ape reigns supreme, leaving other soul beasts in its wake. It is a being that defies the heavens, able to contend with ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beasts despite its meager century of existence. The disparity in power is almost unbelievable, and contemplating this makes people marvel at its innate gifts and formidable strength. Furthermore, it can effortlessly wield soul skills akin to magical abilities, dazzling and powerful techniques that countless soul masters yearn for yet find utterly unattainable. What is most terrifying is its unparalleled strength, which seems capable of splitting mountains and shattering all obstructions before it. Its speed is breathtaking, akin to a tempest that sweeps by, rendering it nearly impossible to catch even a glimpse of its shadow. The ferocity of its attacks instills fear, each strike imbued with a cataclysmic force. Its defense is astonishing, as if clad in impenetrable armor, making it nearly impervious to any significant harm. It possesses almost no discernible flaws. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a perfect hexagonal warrior. It is precisely due to its awe-inspiring might that countless soul masters covet it, yearning to hunt it down and absorb the precious soul rings it produces. After all, possessing a soul ring from the Titan Great Ape undoubtedly symbolizes the pinnacle of glory and power within the realm of soul masters. However, regrettably, no one has yet succeeded in realizing this ambition. Yet, there is one exception. Rumor has it that only one person has ever successfully hunted the Titan great ape. Who is this individual? What strength and courage did he possess to accomplish such a formidable task? At this moment, Luo Mei was engulfed in confusion, her brow furrowed tightly. Her mind tangled like a ball of yarn, while she warily observed the Titan great ape before her. She pondered internally, how did the Titan great ape come to be here? Logically, they should inhabit the core area of the Douluo forest, not appear on its outskirts. What could be the explanation for this? Her gaze was filled with confusion and unease, and the mysteries within her heart multiplied. Had the ecological balance of the Douluo forest been disrupted? Or was there some unforeseen event that caused these formidable spirit beasts to abandon their habitats? This question echoed incessantly in her mind, leaving her in a state of agitation. However, standing nearby, Lin Yu was acutely aware of the situation. He understood that the Titan great ape had ventured from the core region of the Douluo forest to the periphery because it had caught the scent of Xiao Wu, who had transformed into a human. Originally a 10,000-year spirit beast known as the soft-bone rabbit, even in her human form, she still emanated a unique aura. The Titan great ape had adeptly tracked her trail, racing from the core region to the outskirts. Yet, Lin Yu could not reveal this truth to Luo Mei. As he wished to shield her from the impending crisis, he recognized the complexity of the matter, entangled with numerous secrets and dangers. If Luo Mei were to discover Xiao Wu's true identity, not only would Xiao Wu face tremendous peril, but Luo Mei herself could also become embroiled in the conflict. Therefore, Lin Yu chose to keep this secret, ensuring that no one learned of Xiao Wu's existence. I cannot tell Sister Luo Mei. This situation is too intricate, and I cannot allow her to fall into danger, Lin Yu silently contemplated, his eyes betraying a mixture of determination and concern. He knew he had to protect himself while also ensuring Luo Mei's safety. In the face of such a formidable adversary, he needed to remain composed and devise a strategy. Observing Luo Mei, who stood in shock at the appearance of the Titan great ape, as if frozen in place by an enchantment, Lin Yu furrowed his brow deeply. Anxiously thinking, Sister Luo Mei is in grave danger. He unconsciously quickened his pace, moving towards her like the wind, enveloping her within his protective domain. At that moment, Luo Mei's mind was a whirlwind of chaos, her body utterly paralyzed. Suddenly, she felt a peculiar yet gentle force delicately draping over her like a veil, an indescribable sensation that sent a shiver down her spine. Instinctively, she turned around to see Lin Yu approaching with a grave expression, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as he hurriedly enveloped her in his protective sphere. The emergence of this force stirred an inexplicable sense of security within Luo Mei. She gazed at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with gratitude and reliance. Lin Yu observed as Luo Mei finally regained her composure, and he promptly lowered his voice, speaking with urgency and a soothing tone. Sister Luo Mei, rest assured, as long as we avoid making excessive noise, we shall remain undetected under the shroud of my domain. Upon hearing these words, the anxiety that had lodged itself in her throat finally subsided with a palpable thud, yet soon after, she began to worry about their safety. After all, they were facing the formidable Titan giant ape, a creature of immense power, where even the slightest rustle could attract its attention. Although she understood that Lin Yu's domain could conceal their presence, the prospect of confronting such a mighty adversary filled her with trepidation. In her mind, she silently expressed gratitude for Lin Yu's domain. However, the thought of the Titan giant ape loomed large, causing her unease to resurface. After all, it was the king of the forest, reigning for 100,000 years. If it were merely an ordinary spirit beast of that age, she would have confidence in her ability to ensure a safe escape for Lin Yu, even if she could not defeat it. Yet, the Titan giant ape was no ordinary spirit beast. It was a sovereign among them. In its presence, she felt far from assured of her ability to evade its formidable claws. A moment's misstep could lead them to an irretrievable doom. Luo Mei's heart was a tempest of conflict and uncertainty. On one hand, she yearned to protect Lin Yu. On the other, she was acutely aware of her own limitations and the disparity in strength against the Titan giant ape. In such dire circumstances, she could only hope that Lin Yu's domain would prove effective in keeping them hidden. Simultaneously, she pondered strategies for confrontation, recognizing that if discovery were inevitable, her only recourse would be to fight desperately for Lin Yu's chance at survival. Lin Yu was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Sister Luo Mei's mind at this moment. He was intently focused on the direction where Tang San and the others were situated. He observed Zhao Wujie's anxious demeanor, resembling an ant on a hot skillet. frantically waving his arms as if attempting to communicate with the Titan giant ape. However, not long after, his expression darkened dramatically, akin to a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. Heavy enough to weep. Suddenly, 7 resplendent soul rings materialized around him, radiating brilliance. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he unleashed the dazzling light from his first, second, third, and fifth soul rings simultaneously. Under the immense pressure from the Titan giant ape, he boldly charged forward, employing 4 soul skills without hesitation, shouting, "Tang San, you all must escape. I will hold them off." Yet, Tang San and his companions did not heed his advice to flee. Instead, they appeared resolute, ready to confront the Titan giant ape alongside Zhao Wujia. Dai Mubai clenched his jaw, determination etched in his eyes as he activated his most potent third soul skill, the White Tiger's transformation. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All eyes were fixated on Dai Mubai, eagerly anticipating the prowess of this formidable student. At this juncture, Dai Mubai felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him. Confronted with the formidable Titan giant ape, he knew he had to muster every ounce of strength. Failure was not an option. Before their eyes, Dai Mubai's physique, already robust from his martial soul manifestation, swelled dramatically once more. His muscular contours were sharply defined, each sinew brimming with power. With each breath, his muscles pulsated, exuding an aura that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Simultaneously, a golden sheen enveloped his skin, rendering him as if sculpted from pure gold. His eyes transformed into a striking golden hue, glinting with fierce intensity. In that moment, Dai Mubai resembled a ferocious white tiger, poised for a life-and-death struggle with his adversary. As his transformation concluded, his garments were instantly torn asunder, disintegrating into tatters that fluttered away. His body stood exposed to the air, showcasing his robust and well-defined musculature, as unyielding as steel and brimming with unbounded strength. With a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's, Dai Mubai surged forth like a cannonball, targeting the forelimbs of the Titan giant ape. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's petite figure trembled slightly, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Devoid of retreat, she bit down on her silver teeth, letting out a spirited cry as the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda in her hand burst forth with radiant light, expanding instantaneously. With her melodious voice ringing out, she proclaimed, 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength, the second is speed. Following her declaration, for vibrant beams of light shot forth from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, accurately landing upon Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujia. Their bodies were instantaneously enveloped in a radiant glow, feeling an immense power surging into them ceaselessly. Zhao Wujia's soul power, originally at the 76th rank, now felt as if he had undergone a profound transformation, brimming with boundless strength. Clenching his fists tightly, he reveled in this sudden influx of formidable energy, his eyes gleaming with excitement and an unprecedented confidence swelling within him. In this moment, he felt as though he possessed the offensive might of an 80-level soul master. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companion showed no inclination to retreat. With unwavering determination, Tang San's hands moved rapidly, and he commanded, "Arise, blue-silver grass martial soul." Instantly, the blue-silver grass surged forth from his palm. His eyes widened, and he shouted, "First soul skill, bind." As he unleashed his initial soul technique toward the Titan great ape, he fervently hoped that even a slight restriction of its movement would suffice. Countless strands of blue-silver grass, resembling agile and frenzied serpents, swiftly coiled around the Titan great ape's remarkably robust body. The toxins within the blue-silver grass eagerly flowed toward the Titan great ape, and Tang San, with furrowed brows, anxiously anticipated inflicting even the slightest damage. At the exact moment Tang San launched his attack, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu darted towards opposite sides like lightning. Zhu Zhuqing, her teeth clenched, resolved to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the colossal creature, determined not to falter. Her form was ghostly, her speed so swift that she left only an afterimage. Xiao Wu, with eyes sharp as a hawk, meticulously searched for vulnerabilities, contemplating, as long as there is the slightest opportunity, I can make it suffer. Yet among them, the most cunning was Ma Hongjun, who bore a mischievous grin, hands on his hips, exclaiming proudly, "Behold my might." Standing confidently, he inhaled deeply, poised to showcase his power. With a deep, resonant roar, his body began to transform. Flames erupted from his skin, coalescing into a magnificent evil fire phoenix. The phoenix's wings unfurled, and the blazing fire danced in the air. Once the phoenix enveloped him, The two soul rings on Ma Hongjuan's body shone with dazzling brilliance. His aura intensified, seemingly merging with the phoenix. Fixing his gaze upon the Titan great ape, a cold smile crept across his lips as he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of phoenix flames, as thick as an arm, aimed directly at the creature's vulnerable underbelly. The flame shot forth like a fire dragon, imbued with searing heat and formidable energy, racing toward its target. Ma Hongjuan inwardly reveled, thinking, regardless of the Titan great ape's gender, that area is undoubtedly a critical weakness. Just watch how I subdue you. Suddenly, the Titan great ape emitted a deafening roar that resonated through the skies, its sound waves crashing like tangible tidal waves, sweeping outward in all directions. Zhao Waoqi was suddenly thrust aside like a fragile leaf, crashing heavily to the ground with a painful thud that made him grimace in agony. The blue-silver grass entwined around the Titan giant ape was brutally severed, scattering in a cacophony across the ground. However, the most unfortunate was Ma Hongjuan, whose fiery phoenix flames were reversed by the shockwave of the Titan giant ape's roar. With a pained cry, he found his face charred and his hair singed in several places, looking utterly disheveled, muttering to himself, "What a stroke of bad luck." A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, deafening in its intensity, as if it could shatter eardrums. The Titan giant ape appeared completely incensed, its massive eyes turning a blood red, seemingly capable of spitting fire. Its colossal form surged towards the crowd with a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, creating a tempest that sent everyone reeling. Each step of the Titan giant ape triggered tremors in the ground, raising clouds of dust that obscured its silhouette. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon the onlookers, lifting their hearts into their throats. In this moment of dire peril, the disparity in reflexes among the group became glaringly apparent. The first to respond was Tang San, his gaze sharpening with the acuity of a hawk. He inwardly admonished himself, "This is bad. I must think quickly." Years of honing his skills with hidden weapons had bestowed upon him a remarkable reflex that proved crucial at this juncture. In a flash, he darted forward, seizing Xiao Wu with astonishing swiftness, his arms tensed with latent strength. With a fervent prayer for her safety, he hurled her upwards with all his might, ensuring her escape from the terrifying reach of the Titan giant ape. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick with the speed of lightning, the whoosh of the wind accompanying it as it struck Ma Hongjuan's rear with a force capable of shattering boulders, sending him soaring like a featherweight ball. Leveraging this powerful recoil, Tang San gracefully evaded the lethal threat posed by the Titan giant ape. Despite his rapid reflexes, he could only save two of his companions. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai also responded, his expression grave as if touched by frost, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. His singular thought was to protect Zhu Shiqing at all costs. In a flash, he enveloped her in a gentle yet immensely strong embrace, his hand striking the ground with ferocious intensity as he bellowed, "Open up." The ground erupted with a resounding crash, yielding a cavernous pit of unfathomable depth. Clutching Zhu Shiqing tightly, he leapt into the abyss without hesitation, shielding her with his sturdy back upon landing, as if to convey, "Do not fear, I am here. I will ensure you suffer no harm." Chapter 56. The sudden ambush. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the Titan great ape descended to the ground like a colossal mountain, causing the earth to tremble violently. The unexpected shock disrupted the balance of all present, forcing their bodies to sway uncontrollably. However, as Dai Mubai had anticipated, those in the pit were spared any significant harm. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Phew, thankfully this behemoth hasn't noticed us," his tense disposition began to ease. Yet, his attention was soon drawn to Tang San, whose face was a portrait of despair and fury, tears glistening in his eyes. He unleashed a heart-wrenching scream, a cry filled with anguish. "No, Xiao Wu." The sound seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the world, resonating with boundless sorrow and defiance. Dai Mubai felt a tightening in his chest, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. He turned to gaze in the direction the Titan great ape had departed, an inexplicable fear swelling within him. Could it be that the Titan great ape had taken Xiao Wu? The thought sent chills coursing through his veins, while Tang San's anguished roar struck each heart like a hammer. In a flash, the Titan great ape extended its enormous, fearsome hand with alarming swiftness, effortlessly snatching the airborne Xiao Wu from where Tang San had flung her, much like a chick being seized. Its immense form loomed like a mountain, exuding an aura of invincibility. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's capture, Tang San's eyes reddened with rage, and he descended into a frenzy, losing all semblance of reason. He recklessly charged toward the Titan great ape, screaming in a desperate frenzy, "Release her, you wretched beast!" His voice, laden with fury and despair, evoked profound sympathy from all who heard it. In his frantic state, Tang San hastily retrieved hidden weapons from his waist, his heart ablaze with urgency as he hurled them toward the eyes of the Titan great ape. He resembled a maddened lion, bereft of its cub, willing to sacrifice everything to ensure mutual destruction with his foe. His movements were swift and fierce, each strike imbued with a resolute determination to prevail. At that moment, Zhao Wujing, having landed awkwardly, felt a jolt of alarm at the sight before him. "Oh no, this is bad," he thought, furrowing his brow and gritting his teeth as he hastily summoned his seventh spirit skill, manifesting his martial spirit. His eyes widened, radiating fury as he bellowed, "Martial spirit manifestation." The sound seemed to pierce the heavens. Instantly, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from within him, causing his form to swell dramatically, transforming him into an imposing figure in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a dense coat of brown fur, as hard as iron, rapidly sprouted from his body, presenting a majestic appearance akin to that of a ferocious and formidable giant bear. At that moment, Zhao Wujia exuded an overwhelming aura that was almost suffocating, each of his movements radiating a powerful pressure that inspired a profound sense of reverence in those who beheld him. Upon completing his transformation, Zhao Wujia did not hesitate to stride forward with his robust legs, charging toward the Titan great ape like a cannonball, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly and kicking up clouds of dust. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the Titan great ape, fist clenched tightly as he delivered a fierce blow. With the manifestation of his martial soul, Zhao Wujia experienced a significant enhancement in strength, feeling invigorated as if he could rival the Titan great ape. However, he was acutely aware of the tremendous toll that this transformation exacted on him. Each time he invoked his martial soul, his power would diminish by at least 50%, a state of weakness that would linger for 7 days. Thus, it was rare for soul masters above the soul sage rank to employ their seventh soul skill. Yet, confronted by such a formidable foe, Zhao Wujia had no alternative. He had to give his all to safeguard Tang San and the others. In response to Tang San's relentless barrage of attacks, the Titan great ape merely closed its eyes with disdain, its eyelids resembling heavy gates that effortlessly blocked the projectiles. A series of sharp clinks reverberated as the hidden weapons fell harmlessly to the ground, appearing no more threatening than children's toys before the Titan great ape. Finally, it spoke. "Human, you are far too weak. Do you truly believe you can harm me with such feeble skills?" With that, it reopened its eyes, a cruel glint shimmering within, as if mocking Tang San's audacity. Observing the scattered weapons, Tang San felt a heaviness in his heart, recognizing he faced an unprecedented enemy. Yet, instead of retreating, his fighting spirit ignited. At that moment, the Titan great ape lifted its enormous palm, creating a howling wind as it swung downwards, sending Zhao Wujia flying as if swatting a fly. He soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the ground far away with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater and sending up a cloud of dust, every bone in his body feeling as if it might shatter. Just as the Titan great ape prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zhao Wujia, a desperate cry pierced the air. No, it was Xiaowu. Her voice strained and laced with tears. Upon hearing her plea, the Titan great ape froze mid-motion, glancing back at her with a flicker of confusion and incomprehension. It lowered its gaze to the weeping Xiaowu, her tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes filled with anguish and despair. The Titan giant ape appeared to be affected by Xiaowu's emotional state, its gaze softening as the initial murderous intent gradually dissipated. The Titan giant ape let out a deep, authoritative roar directed at Xiaowu, as if to assure her that everything would eventually be all right. In the blink of an eye, it leapt away, vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a group of onlookers frozen in place. Staring in disbelief at the direction from which the Titan giant ape had departed, the crowd was filled with shock and dread. Zhao Wujia, witnessing the abduction of his student, was overwhelmed with a sense of injustice and fury, unable to contain a furious roar. However, at that moment, he found himself powerless to pursue the formidable Titan giant ape. After all, the force of the ape's earlier strike had shattered the essence of his martial spirit, leaving him in a weakened state, incapable of chasing after the foe. Chapter 57. Interception 10. While Dai Mubai and the others were still reeling from the harrowing battle with the Titan giant ape, secretly relieved to have narrowly escaped the clutches of the terrifying beast, They noticed Tang San slowly approaching Oscar. His steps were heavy and mechanical, devoid of any expression. His eyes vacant and soulless, as if he had lost his very essence. As Oscar watched Tang San draw nearer, a surge of indescribable emotions welled up within him. He intended to speak some comforting words to Tang San in his usual light-hearted manner, but for some reason, the words caught in his throat, as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped it, rendering him voiceless. Observing Tang San's lifeless visage, Oscar felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He understood that no words could truly alleviate the pain Tang San harbored within. Consequently, he silently extended a restorative sausage, carefully placing it into Tang San's hands, hoping it would help him regain his strength while also providing warmth and support. Yet, in response to Oscar's kindness, Tang San seemed utterly unresponsive. He merely accepted the sausage quietly and continued his silence. Oscar sighed, his heart heavy with worry and helplessness for Tang San. He knew that this experience had undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to him, requiring time to heal the wounds. Tang San's expression was so dark it seemed as though it could weep, his gaze hollow and lifeless, resembling a soulless puppet. He mechanically accepted the aromatic restorative sausage from Oscar's hand without a hint of hesitation or pause. His movements appeared somewhat stiff, as if he had lost his sense of agency, merely driven by an unseen force. Without delay, Tang San thrust the restorative sausage into his mouth, chewing vigorously. His actions were rough and hurried, as if he were desperate to ingest the sausage as quickly as possible. With each swallow, the fragments of the sausage slid down his throat, producing gurgling sounds. Then, with a sudden thud, Tang San knelt on the ground before swiftly settling into a cross-legged position. His eyes were tightly shut, as if unwilling to confront the world before him. His brow furrowed deeply, revealing the turmoil and anguish within. His eyelashes trembled slightly, as if narrating the tumult of his heart. At that moment, Tang San was engulfed in an internal tempest. His emotions surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly battering against the fortifications of his soul. He struggled to suppress these feelings, striving to maintain his composure, yet his body involuntarily betrayed his anxiety and inner turmoil. In that instant, Zhao Wujia approached with a weary form, as if laden with lead. His complexion was pallid as parchment, his eyes were bloodshot, his lips cracked, emanating a profound aura of fatigue. As he drew near, Zhao Wujia gazed at Tang San with a face full of remorse, his voice laced with deep self-reproach and regret. Tang San, please accept my condolences. It is my ineptitude that allowed that accursed Titan giant ape to abduct Xiao Wu. Had it not been for my incompetence, matters would not have escalated to this point. I am truly sorry for being unable to rectify this situation. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's body trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold and devoid of warmth, as if all vitality had been stripped away. He regarded Oscar with an expressionless face and, in a voice devoid of emotional fluctuation, chillingly stated, "Xiao Ao, if you still consider me a brother, then grant me a few mushroom sausages." This utterance seemed to emanate from the frigid depths of despair, carrying an air of resoluteness that seemed to freeze the very atmosphere around them. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation, radiating an unassailable authority. Oscar, upon hearing this, immediately comprehended Tang San's intentions. His eyes widened like saucers, and he exclaimed with fervor, "Third brother, have you lost your mind? Are you truly intent on pursuing that terrifying Titan giant ape alone? Do you grasp the peril involved? That creature is the king of the forest. Even if you were to catch up, what could you possibly achieve? With your strength, how could you rescue Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape? It is an entity of tidal Douluo caliber. Its power and speed far exceed our imagination. Such a course of action would only lead to your demise." Oscar's voice trembled slightly as he envisioned the grim fate of Tang San being crushed into pulp by the Titan giant ape. He was unable to fathom why Tang San would make such a reckless decision, perceiving it as a path to self-destruction. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, as if he could hear the blood coursing through his veins. His teeth ground together, producing a sharp sound that echoed in the stillness of the air. Although his voice quivered, the determination within it was unmistakable. He fixed his gaze on Oscar, his eyes gleaming with resolute fire, and declared word by word, "Xiao Ao, I am fully aware of what you say, but you must understand. Xiao Wu is not merely my companion. She is my sister. I once vowed to the heavens that, regardless of the cost, I would spare no effort to protect her. Thus, as long as there remains a glimmer of possibility, even if it is but a mere 1 in 10,000 hope, I shall never relent." Therefore, little Ao, I implore you to assist me. Grant me a few mushroom sausages so that I may hasten to Xiao Wu's side and rescue her." His tone grew increasingly fervent, his eyes ablaze with a fervor and obsession akin to a raging inferno. In that moment, his resolve seemed to transcend the boundaries of life and death, casting aside all fears and hesitations into the abyss. His singular thought was to save Xiao Wu, regardless of the costs involved. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Tang San, who stood before him with eyes wide open, bloodshot and brimming with an intense crimson hue, as if they might bleed at any moment. The determination and madness reflected in his gaze struck terror into Oscar's heart, akin to a heavy blow. And he could not help but silently lament, "What shall I do now?" With a resigned shake of his head and a deep sigh, Oscar looked up at Tang San, his face resolute, and declared, very well, for we are brothers. If that is the case, I shall certainly assist you." With that, Oscar began to recite his rather comical soul incantation, "I have a mushroom sausage." Though his voice was not loud, the reluctance was palpable. As the incantation flowed from his lips, a peculiar mushroom sausage materialized in his hand, emanating an unusual aroma, which he then extended towards Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San seized the mushroom sausage and swallowed it whole, becoming the first to consume it. As the sausage descended into his stomach, Tang San's body remained unchanged, however. 6 ethereal wings suddenly manifested behind him. These wings were not corporeal but composed of condensed energy, appearing as mere phantoms. With vigorous flaps of these 6 wings, a tremendous buoyancy surged within him, lifting him skyward. He spiraled through the air before descending towards the crowd below. When he hovered several dozen meters above the ground, he spotted Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, Zhu Xing, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong approaching him, their faces etched with urgency and concern, evidently intent on dissuading him from acting impulsively. Tang San regarded them, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes, and called out loudly, "Teacher Zhao, Mubai, Xing, Fatty, Rongrong, do not attempt to dissuade me any longer. My mind is resolute. I must seek out Xiao Wu, even if she is met with misfortune, even if she is but a lifeless corpse, I shall bring her back." His voice resonated with unwavering resolve, as if he had made a solemn vow to pursue a course of action, regardless of the daunting obstacles that lay ahead. The onlookers, witnessing the fiery intensity of Tang San's bloodshot eyes, were engulfed by a chilling dread. Within them burned an ardor so fierce it seemed capable of reducing everything to ashes, evoking a sense of trepidation in all who beheld it. They originally intended to persuade him further, but at that moment, their words seemed to be obstructed by a colossal stone lodged in their throats, rendering them unable to express their thoughts, leaving them to swallow their concerns in silence. It was then that Ning Rongrong responded first. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she declared with a clear and resolute voice, "Third brother, since you have made your decision, I shall lend you my support." With that, she swiftly summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower and unhesitatingly activated her second spirit ability. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light erupted from the 7 treasures glazed tower, streaking through the sky like a shooting star, heading straight for Tang San. This radiant light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, illuminating the entire battlefield. Tang San felt a powerful force emanating from behind him, causing a slight shock within his heart. He turned to see Ning Rongrong exerting her spirit ability with all her might to assist him. Grateful, he cast a glance at Ning Rongrong before accelerating forward. With her aid, Tang San's speed surged to a whole new level. At this moment, Zhao Wujin was seething with rage, his already dark complexion turning an even deeper shade of crimson, resembling a liver, with bulging veins on his forehead, exuding an aura of ferocity. He glared at Ning Rongrong and Oscar, bellowing in a voice that resonated like thunder, "Little Oscar, Rongrong, what are you doing? Do you wish for third brother to march to his death in vain?" His voice boomed, causing the leaves around them to tremble and fall, as if intimidated by his wrath. The entire scene fell into a profound silence, with everyone wide-eyed in fear, anxiously watching Zhao Wujin, apprehensive of any impulsive actions he might take. Oscar wore a bitter expression, his heart racing anxiously, unsure of how to respond. His voice trembled with a quivering timbre as he replied, "Teacher Zhao, it's not that I want third brother to perish, but you witnessed his bloodshot eyes and the icy, emotionless tone he used when speaking to me. Even without my assistance, he would likely disregard everything and pursue his goal recklessly, Teacher Zhao. I truly could not turn him down." As he spoke, tears welled in Oscar's eyes as he looked at Zhao Wujin, filled with helplessness and anxiety. His hands fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, as if doing so would alleviate his inner turmoil. Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, Ning Rongrong hurriedly chimed in. Yes. Teacher Zhao, I feel the same way, which is why I chose to support third brother. When I saw him in that state, my heart nearly broke. I simply could not bear to refuse him. Her voice brimmed with urgency and despair, her face pale and hauntingly sorrowful, evoking a sense of compassion in others. Her gaze reflected profound worry and self-recrimination, as if blaming herself for not being able to offer more help. Zhao Wujin, observing this scene, furrowed his brow even deeper, akin to two entangled caterpillars, stirring a sense of irritation within him. He sighed deeply, filled with resignation as he inquired, Very well, little Oscar. How much spirit power do you have left? Is it possible to create a few more mushroom sausages? His gaze revealed a hint of anticipation and urgency, akin to a drowning man grasping desperately at a final straw of hope. Oscar's expression was one of guilt as he lowered his head deeply. His voice sank to a whisper, reminiscent of a mosquito's faint hum. I apologize, Teacher Zhao. I have exerted all my soul power in crafting that mushroom sausage for Sango. At present, I am unable to produce any more. I must first restore my soul power. His tone was laden with regret and helplessness. Zhao Wujie shook his head in resignation, releasing a long, drawn-out sigh. Imbued with profound despair and a sense of powerlessness, alas, perhaps this is the decree of fate. Since Tang San has resolved to seek Xiaowu alone, and we cannot match his pace, we must return to the hotel and await his return. I hope he can successfully rescue Xiaowu. Despite his words, he was acutely aware that once Xiaowu fell into the clutches of the Titan Great Ape, her chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. The most likely outcome would be that Tang San would return only to find Xiaowu's lifeless body. This thought weighed heavily on his heart, as if a massive boulder pressed down upon him, nearly suffocating him. With that, Zhao Wujie, his face marked by sorrow, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, led the remaining few with heavy steps, as if burdened by lead, inching away from the Stardow forest. As he watched Zhao Wujie and the others gradually distance themselves until they vanished from sight, Luo Mei turned her gaze with a serious expression toward Lin Yu. Speaking solemnly, the 100,000-year Titan Great Ape is indeed terrifyingly powerful, with just a single slap. It not only shattered the martial soul manifestation of the immovable King Zhao Wujie, but also left him gravely injured. Had I faced that blow, I too would have fared poorly. Fortunately, your domain is formidable, Xiaoyu. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to fight the Titan Great Ape to the death to secure an opportunity for your escape. By the way, Xiaoyu, shall we pursue Zhao Wujie and his group or chase after Tang San? As she spoke, a flicker of trepidation danced in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. It was evident that the recent events had profoundly shocked her. She had believed herself to be sufficiently strong, yet in the face of a true 100,000-year soul beast, she realized the vast potential for her own enhancement. The emergence of the Titan Great Ape had exposed her to the essence of true strength. At this moment, her heart brimmed with an ardent desire for power, while simultaneously feeling grateful for Lin Yu's protective domain. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Lin Yu's gaze was resolute as a rock, and without a trace of hesitation, he declared, Sister Luo Mei, let us pursue Tang San. My intuition tells me that by following him, I shall uncover the soul beast I seek. His tone was unequivocal, embodying a determination that seemed to have been forged long ago. The brilliance of his bright eyes sparkled with confidence and resolve, akin to the most radiant stars in the night sky. It appeared as though he could already perceive his goal within reach, exuding an indomitable spirit that stirred the hearts of those around him. Luo Mei's expression momentarily tightened, soon softening into a gentle smile. She nodded slightly and responded in a tender yet firm voice, Xiaoyu, since you have made your decision, let us set forth. Her voice was soothing and resolute, warm as a spring breeze. Her gaze was filled with unwavering trust and support for Lin Yu, devoid of any doubt. She believed in his intuition and was willing to accompany him on his quest for dreams. At the moment the mushroom tube lost its efficacy, Tang San had already soared over 3,000 meters ahead. In this instant, Tang San moved with a ghostly lightness, each step taken as if upon the elusive shadows, steadfastly advancing in the direction indicated by his instincts. He was wholly absorbed in the search for Xiaowu, entirely oblivious to the presence of Lin Yu and another soul master trailing behind him. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, but he paid them no mind, his singular focus being to find Xiaowu. Amidst the arduous journey, Tang San gradually sensed that both his soul power and physical strength were waning. If he continued in this manner, he would be unable to muster the strength necessary to protect himself when danger arose. With this thought, Tang San's expression sharpened as he quickly scanned his surroundings for a place to rest. Soon, he espied a towering tree and, without hesitation, dashed toward it. Leaning against the trunk while catching his breath, his chest rose and fell violently, revealing his extreme fatigue. Yet, he did not allow this to halt his progress. Instead, he deftly retrieved food and water from his provisions and consumed them eagerly. Simultaneously, he reminded himself to recover his strength swiftly, eschewing any prolonged delay. As Tang San replenished his energy, a faint rustling sound reached his ears from ahead, reminiscent of something creeping, accompanied by a subtle hissing. Frowning slightly, Tang San turned his gaze toward the source of the noise, speculating that it could be a soul beast, though he remained uncertain of its aggressiveness. Moments later, the grass ahead began to sway, and a dark figure emerged, revealing a massive, grotesque creature before Tang San. It was a human-faced demon spider, its enormous body measuring a staggering 1.5 meters in diameter, with 8 elongated legs extending over 3 meters long, each resembling a sharp spear glinting with a cold light. Its black exoskeleton, as hard as iron, was adorned with bizarre patterns that seemed to echo a demonic totem. A twisted human face flickered into view on its head, the expression twisted in anguish and malevolence, sending chills down one's spine. 2 enormous eyes glimmered with a cruel red light, as if capable of discerning every weakness of their prey. Tang San's eyes widened in an instant, his heart tightening with apprehension. This was dire. He swiftly recognized the creature before him, a spider known as the Nightmare, a life-consuming entity loathed by all soul beasts. A terrifying and malevolent slayer, the faceless demon spider. Judging by its size, this particular specimen was likely over 2,000 years old. At that moment, Lin Yu, who was following closely behind Tang San, also caught sight of the faceless demon spider. Luo Mei raised her delicate eyebrows, her excitement palpable as she eagerly inquired, "Xiao Yu, shall I lend you my assistance in capturing this faceless demon spider?" Her tone carried a hint of exhilaration and urgency, as if she was filled with anticipation for the impending battle. Lin Yu's gaze flickered, his mind quietly contemplating the situation before him. He was acutely aware of Tang San's formidable strength, yet he also recognized the capabilities he and Luo Mei possessed. After a moment's reflection, he spoke solemnly. "Sister Luo Mei, do you have confidence in intercepting Tang San at the precise moment he attempts to slay the human-faced demon spider? If so, we shall wait until both he and the demon spider are gravely wounded before we make our move and reap the benefits. If not, we must act now to prevent any unforeseen complications." His expression was grave, his voice deep, and his brow slightly furrowed as he meticulously calculated various possibilities in his mind. Luo Mei's lips curved upwards, a hint of pride gracing her features as she replied to Xiao Yu with an air of nonchalance. "Oh, Xiao Yu, you truly underestimate me. You must understand that I am at the level of a soul Douluo, while that fellow is merely a trifling great soul master. No, perhaps I should no longer refer to him as a great soul master, for he has indeed broken through to level 30, becoming a quasi-soul sovereign. Nevertheless, even so, he remains incapable of stirring the slightest ripple in my presence." Her words exuded a profound confidence and disdain, regarding Tang San as nothing more than a diminutive insect, utterly incapable of affecting her in any significant manner. This dismissive attitude rendered her particularly arrogant. As the two conversed, Tang San had already engaged in a fierce struggle with the human-faced demon spider. With his eyes wide open, he bellowed, "Blue Silvergrass, arise." His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, deafening in its intensity. In an instant, countless strands of blue silvergrass shot forth from his palm, resembling a multitude of agile giant serpents, swiftly entangling themselves around the human-faced demon spider. These strands constricted tightly, as if seeking to snap its very bones, attempting to firmly restrict its capacity to attack and maneuver. Simultaneously, Tang San's expression grew grave as he swiftly produced a black box from his waist, his hand moving with the swiftness of lightning. This box, entirely obsidian, measured approximately half a foot in length and was adorned with intricate engravings. The front of the box was lined with a series of closely spaced small holes, emanating a mysterious and lethal aura. Indeed, it was the Zhuge crossbow, ranked fourth among the concealed weapons of the Tang sect. Tang San took a deep breath, his hands gripping the Zhuge crossbow tightly as he aimed at the eyes of the human-faced demon spider. He calculated the distance and angle in his mind, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. He understood that only by striking at the spider's vital points could he inflict the greatest harm. The human-faced demon spider seemed to sense the imminent danger, desperately struggling to free itself from the confines of the blue-silver grass. Yet, Tang San's blue-silver grass was remarkably resilient, binding it firmly and rendering it immobile. In that moment, Tang San shouted with fervor, "Die!" and pulled the trigger. A flurry of sharp sounds erupted as the arrows from the Zhuge crossbow rained down upon the human-faced demon spider's eyes like a torrential storm. A piercing and anguished scream escaped the spider as it was struck, writhing in agony as it flailed its 8 long legs in a frantic attempt to escape its bindings. Chapter 60. Interception 13. Immediately thereafter, a small black hammer adorned with mysterious patterns appeared in Tang San's hand. The hammer appeared weighty, seemingly imbued with boundless power. Upon seeing it, Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as he pondered, "I wonder if Sister Luo Mei can recognize this hammer." He turned his head, a smile gracing his lips, and with a tone laced with a hint of challenge, he addressed Luo Mei, "Sister Luo Mei, does this hammer seem familiar to you?" Luo Mei squinted slightly, scrutinizing the object intently, her mind racing. "This hammer," she confidently declared, "Xiaoyu, are you testing me? Judging by the patterns and colors, it must be the renowned Haotian hammer, the first weapon spirit of the continent." Her voice radiated confidence and certainty, her eyes shimmering with a spark of intelligence. Lin Yu gently nodded, a hint of an appreciative smile gracing his lips. "Sister Luo Mei truly possesses a wealth of knowledge and experience." Lin Yu's gaze was fervent, intently fixed upon Luo Mei. His voice tinged with urgency, seemingly brimming with anticipation. Internally, he pondered, could it be that Sister Luo Mei might unearth the crux of the matter through this lead? Luo Mei furrowed her brow, her eyes shimmering with contemplation as she meticulously recalled every detail Lin Yu had shared. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Xiaoyu, you once mentioned that his surname is Tang, and his martial spirit is the Haotian hammer, which aligns with his age. Could he possibly be the son of the youngest titled Douluo, the Haotian Douluo, revered across the continent?" Her voice quivered slightly, as if swept by a chilling breeze, fragile and unstable like a candle flame swaying in the wind. "Lin Yu, Sister Luo Mei, you are indeed correct. He is Tang San, the son of the Haotian Douluo." Lin Yu's countenance remained largely expressionless, yet his voice was as tranquil as a windless lake, though the slight flicker in his eyes betrayed a hint of inner turmoil. "Luo Mei, Xiaoyu, knowing he is the son of the Haotian Douluo, who was responsible for the death of our former pope, why have you not reported this to the pope? It is important to note that the reward for the bounty issued by the Spirit Hall is quite substantial." Luo Mei's voice brimmed with curiosity and urgency, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Yu, seemingly seeking answers within his expression. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, revealing her deep anxiety regarding the matter. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu slowly spoke, "I am, of course, aware of the substantial rewards offered in the bounty issued by the Spirit Hall. Yet I have my own considerations." His voice carried a hint of resignation and resolve, evoking a sense of empathy. Luo Mei furrowed her brows and urgently inquired, "What considerations could you possibly have? Are you not aware of how rare this opportunity is? Capturing Tang San would not only yield a generous reward, but could also elevate your position." Her tone was tinged with reproach and disappointment, clearly struggling to comprehend Lin Yu's decision. "Lin Yu, Sister Luo Mei, even if I report it, who would believe a mere child like me? After all, I possess no evidence to substantiate my claims. Even if the Pope were to learn of it, what would it matter? Tang San is, after all, the disciple of the Pope's first love, Bibi Dong. Thus, even if the truth were to surface, it would likely be suppressed by the Pope. Furthermore, it is rumored that the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, met his demise due to severe injuries inflicted by the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. However, Lin Yu knows that the truth diverges from the rumors. Qian Xuanji did not perish because of Tang Hao, but was instead killed and devoured by the current Pope, Bibi Dong, while he was gravely wounded. From this perspective, Bibi Dong still owes Tang Hao a debt of gratitude. Therefore, considering these 2 points, even if Lin Yu were to report that Tang San is Tang Hao's son, it would likely be suppressed by Pope Bibi Dong. As Lin Yu spoke slowly, he became immersed in profound reminiscence, his gaze transforming into a complex and profound expression akin to an unfathomable abyss, elusive and enigmatic. Memories of events long past surfaced in his mind, those deeply buried recollections gradually clarifying. He recalled the grievances and entanglements between Bibi Dong and Tang Hao from his previous life, as well as Bibi Dong's resolute measures against Qian Sunji. These reflections made him acutely aware that a myriad of connections existed between Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, their fates intricately intertwined and not easily unraveled. Lin Yu took a deep breath, anchoring his thoughts back to reality. He gazed at Luo Mei, a resolute glint illuminating his eyes, and declared, "Therefore, we cannot rely on the Pope to resolve our issues. We must devise our own strategies to confront the threat posed by Tang San. If you doubt my words, Sister Luo Mei, you may report to the Pope and see for yourself." Just as Lin Yu was lost in contemplation, Tang San's eyes widened with fury, his jaw clenched tightly. Veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, "Die!" He swung the Haoyan hammer with tremendous force at the human-faced demonic spider. The hammer seemingly poised to obliterate all evil in existence. Should the hammer strike true, the spider would likely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Luo Mei was the first to react, exclaiming, "Behold my prowess." Her gaze sharpened instantaneously, akin to two piercing beams of light. In a flash, she summoned the meteor bow, its frame radiating a resplendent glow, reminiscent of stars descending to Earth. Her movements were fluid and seamless, with remarkable swiftness. She drew an arrow from her quiver and knocked it against the bowstring, her arms taut with muscle as she pulled the string back to its full moon arc. Aimed at Tang San's Haoyan hammer, she released the arrow with a swift whoosh, the projectile soaring like a shooting star, accompanied by a sharp whistle. The arrow, akin to a bolt of lightning, successfully sent the Haoyan hammer flying. Before Tang San could react, Luo Mei's actions remained unceasing. Her hands moved like phantoms, deftly retrieving 8 arrows from her quiver. Her gaze was focused and keen, seemingly able to perceive the enemy's vulnerabilities through the air. The bowstring sang 8 clear notes, a melodious sound akin to heavenly music, yet for the human-faced demonic spider, it was a dirge of death. With a flurry of swift sounds, those 8 arrows, like 8 furious dragons, accurately targeted the spider's 8 legs. Each arrow contained the formidable power and exquisite skill of Luo Mei, rendering the spider unable to evade. The distinct sounds of breaking echoed as all 8 legs of the spider were ruthlessly shattered. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, losing its balance and collapsing to the ground. Its eyes were filled with fear and despair, seemingly bewildered as to how it had met such a disastrous fate. The human-faced demonic spider was utterly incapacitated. Lying on the ground in agonized struggle, its vitality gradually waned, and the radiance emanating from its body began to dim. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Yu regained his focus and beheld the spider's 8 legs, now rendered useless. At this moment, a single decisive strike would easily slay it and secure its soul ring. Tang San, witnessing the spider's pitiful state, felt a jolt of foreboding rise within him. An ominous thought struck him. Someone was stealthily playing the role of the yellow bird in the old fable of the mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the lurking danger. Instantly, his pupils contracted, every muscle in his body tensed, and he heightened his vigilance to the utmost. With the swiftness of a gale, his hands moved with remarkable dexterity, deftly reloading the Zhuge crossbow with practiced ease. Meanwhile, his gaze darted anxiously and frantically from the waist of the 24 Bridges moonlit knight, trembling fingers extracting the specialized dragon whisker needle. In his heart, a tempest of thoughts raged. It was well known that this dragon whisker needle had once caused the soul sage Zhao Wujie considerable distress. As long as the strength of the hidden assailant did not surpass that of a soul sage, he believed that with these hidden weapons in hand, he could fight desperately and seize a chance to escape. Tang San gripped the dragon whisker needle tightly, prepared to confront any imminent danger. At that moment, Luo Mei emerged slowly from her hiding place, accompanied by Lin Yu. Her gaze was cold and merciless, as if she regarded him as nothing more than an insignificant ant. Initially, Tang San harbored a flicker of defiance, contemplating that even if he could not vanquish the enemy, he would strive for a fatal struggle, hoping for a slim chance of survival. However, when his eyes fell upon the configuration of soul rings at Luo Mei's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, his complexion instantly turned as pale as a sheet. Particularly alarming was the 8th soul ring, a hue of red tinged with black, emanating a terrifying aura. Tang San's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him utterly dazed. He understood the immense power signified by such a soul ring configuration. The disparity compared to his own strength was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. He realized that this battle was devoid of any hope for victory. The gap in their abilities a bottomless abyss that would consume him entirely. Despair and helplessness enveloped him, as if he were ensnared in an endless darkness. Unable to perceive a glimmer of hope, he was acutely aware that individuals like Zhao Wujie, possessing the strength of a soul sage, could effortlessly crush him like an eagle seizing a chick. What, then of the formidable being before him, a powerhouse of the soul Douluo rank. Surely, a mere finger could extinguish his life. Thus, unless this individual's martial spirit was a non-offensive auxiliary type, he had no chance of retaliation. Yet, upon seeing the bow in the person's hand, radiating a chilling aura, he understood that this was no auxiliary soul master, but a formidable and aggressive soul master of immense prowess. With this realization, Tang San's countenance turned ghastly pale, his body beginning to tremble slightly. He hastily stowed away the Zhuge crossbow, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his voice quavering as he stammered, "Esteemed sir, may I inquire what your intentions are?" Though his heart blazed with fury, silently vowing vengeance should he ever grow stronger. He knew that in the face of such overwhelming power, he must feign humility and submission. His heart was a tumult of anger and resentment. Yet reason dictated that this was not the opportune moment for confrontation. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his emotions, burying that seething rage deep within. Luomei, her demeanor haughty, lifted her chin slightly, her gaze exuding an air of superiority. She regarded the youth before her with a condescending attitude, coldly declaring, "Boy, we have every intention of claiming this man-faced demon spider. Do you have any objections?" Her voice resonated with an air of dominance and invincibility, as though she were declaring her authority and strength to the young man before her. Each word dripped with an undeniable arrogance, rendering her presence impossible to overlook. Tang San gazed at the man-faced demon spider he had painstakingly injured, his heart swelling with resentment and fury, akin to the sensation of having one's most cherished possession wrested away by another. His fists clenched tightly, veins protruding from his hands. As he fixated on the man-faced demon spider, his eyes ablaze with indignation and wrath. However, when he turned to glance at the formidable figure beside him, a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. The opponent's strength was overwhelmingly superior, rendering Tang San's efforts utterly insignificant in comparison. Tang San realized that should he persist in his defiance, not only would he be unable to claim the man-faced demon spider, but he might also incite the ire of this powerful individual, inviting further complications upon himself. With no recourse, he suppressed the fury raging within, forcing a stiff smile that barely graced his lips, his teeth grinding audibly as he uttered, "My lord, I harbor no objections. This man-faced demon spider shall remain with you." After delivering these words, Tang San turned to depart, determined to seek out the Titan giant ape and find Xiaowu. His steps were hurried, as if he sought to escape the humiliation of this place as swiftly as possible, each stride burdened with a weight that felt insurmountable. Just as Tang San was about to turn away, Lin Yu, standing behind Luomei, suddenly contorted his face into a grotesque mask of rage, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Sister Luomei, kill him. He must not be allowed to escape." Upon hearing Lin Yu's command, Luomei acted without hesitation, a glint of icy murder flashing in her eyes. She swiftly tightened her bowstring, her right hand exerting force as the bowstring emitted a taut sound. With a resounding twang, a sharp arrow sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Tang San with lethal intent, seemingly poised to extinguish his life. As Tang San heard Lin Yu's voice, a familiar sensation washed over him, reminiscent of something he had encountered before. He struggled to recall, yet his thoughts were a tangled web of confusion. Nevertheless, his body, driven by the instincts honed through years of training, reacted swiftly. He executed the ghost shadow illusion step, his form shifting like a wraith, evading the arrow with astonishing speed and agility. Luomei, surprised that Tang San had evaded her first arrow, registered a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. She had anticipated an effortless hit, confident in her abilities. Yet, the unfolding circumstances left her somewhat taken aback, her mind racing with disbelief. This young man possesses a certain skill. Although that arrow was loosed casually, devoid of any soul technique, its speed and force were formidable, and typically a soul master would find it challenging to evade. To her astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable youth had managed to dodge with such remarkable finesse. Chapter 62, Interception, however. While you may have eluded my first arrow, how will you contend with the second? In her heart, Luomei was secretly calculating, her gaze revealing a hint of ruthlessness and determination. She coldly scoffed, "Humph, let us see how this brat evades me this time." Her exquisite features were now shrouded in frost as she deftly nocked another arrow. Like a shooting star, the arrow soared forth with an unparalleled ferocity, the air around it crackling as if a fierce dragon were poised to mercilessly pierce Tang San. As Tang San beheld the second arrow hurtling towards him, His pupils constricted sharply, a wave of panic gripping his heart, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Instinctively, he sought to evade using the ghost shadow perplexing steps, his feet moving like the wind, weaving left and right in a desperate attempt to shake off the arrow's relentless pursuit. Yet, no matter how fiercely he altered his form, the arrow seemed to possess a sentience of its own, steadfastly locking onto Tang San's figure. His heartbeat quickened, and his breaths became labored, despair and unwillingness flooding his gaze. As he watched the arrow approach swiftly, an overwhelming sense of hopelessness washed over him. Was this how his life was destined to end? His eyes brimmed with bitterness and despair, a tumult of emotions clawing at him. No, I cannot succumb to death just yet. I have yet to see the Tang sect flourish in the Douluo continent. I have not found Xiaowu, nor fulfilled my master's wishes. I am truly unwilling to accept this fate. In that moment, countless images raced through Tang San's mind. Xiaowu's radiant smile, his master's expectations, his solemn vows to the Tang sect, all igniting within him an insatiable yearning for life. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a resonant voice echoed from afar, powerful and commanding as if it were a great bell tolling. Hold your fire. A brilliant blade of light surged forth like lightning, colliding with the arrow with a resounding boom, the force of the impact sending ripples through the surrounding air and successfully deflecting it, thus saving Tang San. Upon witnessing this, hope ignited in Tang San's heart. But who could it be that rescued me? Teacher Zhao? No, it cannot be him. I am well aware of Teacher Zhao's soul skills. He lacks this capability. To deflect the arrow of the person before me, one must possess at least the strength of a soul sage. Yet, aside from Teacher Zhao and Principal Flinder, I am unfamiliar with any other soul sages or higher. A wave of confusion washed over Tang San as he furrowed his brow. Like an unsolvable knot, his eyes filled with curiosity and a quest for his unknown savior. As Tang San pondered the identity of his rescuer, three figures gradually approached. Leading them was a tall, vigorous elder, exuding authority, flanked by a man and a woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her expression tinged with urgency. Luo Mei scoffed derisively, her tone brimming with provocation and disdain. Ah, it is the renowned couple, the dragon and serpent of great fame. What? Do you intend to rescue this little brat from my grasp? Her voice pierced the tranquil air like a sharp blade. The elder, known as the dragon, offered a slight smile, clasping his hands in a courteous gesture, his tone balanced and respectful. Pray tell, how may I address this esteemed friend? His eyes were filled with uncertainty as he scrutinized Luo Mei from head to toe, silently assessing her strength. Luo Mei raised her chin and proudly declared, "In the realm of soul masters, I am known as the meteor Bao Luo Mei." Her tone was brimming with arrogance, as if her name alone could command reverence from all. Long Gong suddenly realized, "Ah, so you are the illustrious meteor Bao Luo Mei. Pray tell, why do you trouble this lad before us? Is there some animosity between you two?" His gaze was inquisitive, yet internally he was calculating the situation, pondering how to defuse the impending crisis. Luo Mei's expression darkened abruptly, resembling a sky thick with ominous clouds, and her icy voice pierced the air. Animosity? Humph. His surname is Tang, and his martial soul is the renowned Hao Yin Hammer. Do you think any enmity could exist between us? Her gaze was sharp as a blade, akin to a biting winter wind that sent shivers down one's spine, as though a mere glance could freeze one's very soul. Meanwhile, she gripped her meteor bow tightly, seemingly poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Long Gong's heart trembled as he contemplated a surname of Tang, possessing such a formidable martial soul, and he appears to be of suitable age. Could this individual be the descendant of the world-renowned Hao Yin Dulo Tang Hao? As this realization dawned upon him, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost gravity and solemnity. Luo Mei's lips curled into a cold smile, laced with a hint of mockery. Hee, it seems you possess some discernment. Indeed, as you surmised. So, do you intend to meddle in the long-standing feud between my spirit hall and the Hao Yin Dulo? As she spoke, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes, and an overwhelming surge of soul power, vast and unyielding as the ocean, surged into her meteor bow. The once glimmering bow now emanated a chilling aura that was almost palpable, as if the very air around them was solidifying into impenetrable ice. Long Gong had initially resolved to let the matter pass without further inquiry, wishing for a peaceful resolution. However, at that moment, Meng Yiran suddenly called out urgently, Grandfather, please save Tang San." Her voice was laden with anxiety and entreaty. Her once pale face now flushed a deep crimson, and her small hands clutched Long Gong's sleeve tightly, as if fearing that releasing her grip would mean losing her last hope. Long Gong, who had intended to remain uninvolved, found his heart stirred by his granddaughter's heartfelt pleas. He gazed at her anxious countenance, mulling over. This child is usually so well-behaved and sensible. Her current distress must indicate that this boy named Tang San holds significant importance to her. With this thought, a subtle smile crept onto Long Gong's lips, barely perceptible. At that moment, as he observed his granddaughter's frantic demeanor, a mischievous impulse to tease her arose within him. He deliberately assumed a stern expression and, with a facade of utmost seriousness, inquired, "Iran, why are you so eager to save this lad? Could it be that you have taken a liking to him?" As he spoke, Long Gong's gaze brimmed with affection and playful teasing. The lines etched upon his face by the passage of time seeming to deepen further with the hint of a smile. Chapter 63. The interception. Meng Iran shot an indignant glare at the old woman and, stamping her petite foot, exclaimed with a huff, "Grandma, look at how Grandpa is teasing me. You must give him a proper scolding when we get home." Her rosy cheeks puffed up in annoyance, resembling an adorable pufferfish. Her small hands unconsciously crossed over her chest, embodying a picture of vexation, her eyes filled with a mix of reproach and endearing charm. The old woman, with a radiant smile adorning her face, resembled a flower blooming vibrantly in the springtime. Leaning slightly forward, she gently reached out to caress Meng Iran's smooth forehead, as if touching a priceless treasure. In a soft voice, she reassured, "All right, my dear granddaughter, whatever you say shall be honored. Once we return home, I shall certainly teach your grandfather a lesson. He shall not enjoy the comfort of his bed any longer. Let him sleep on the cold, hard floor." Her laughter rang out, bright and joyful. However, after her mirth, her tone shifted abruptly, her gaze fixed intently upon Meng Iran, a flicker of concern and curiosity dancing in her eyes. "But, Iran, I must ask you, why do you insist on rescuing this young fellow? You should know he assisted that fellow named Oscar in snatching the rare Millennium Phoenix-tail coxcomb snake from your grasp. By all accounts, you ought to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Could it be, as your grandfather suggested, that you have indeed fallen deeply in love with that lad named Tang San?" As she spoke, the old woman's tones softened further, flowing like a gentle stream, melodious and soothing. Meanwhile, she tenderly combed through Meng Iran's lustrous hair, each movement imbued with boundless affection. Meng Iran, shyly lowering her head, felt a delicate blush tint her fair neck. Her small hands clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her knuckles paling from the pressure, as she bashfully replied to her grandmother, "Grandma, why do you tease me just like Grandpa?" Her voice was as faint as a whisper, tinged with playful reproach and sweetness. With a petulant stomp of her foot, dust rose beneath her, and then, like a startled fawn, she turned away, her back radiating shyness and unease. She resembled a bashful flower, both beautiful and captivating. Her heart raced as if it were a little rabbit, thumping wildly, as if it might leap from her throat at any moment. Her cheeks burned crimson, as if they could bleed, and even the tips of her ears flushed with warmth, the heat making her wish for a crevice to hide within. Long Gong Meng Shu regarded Meng Iran with solemnity, his tone grave yet powerful as he declared, "Iran, if you truly do not harbor feelings for him, I see no reason to antagonize the spirit hall for him. One must understand that rescuing Tang San would undoubtedly impose a significant cost on our family. However, if your affections lie with him, I could arrange for your marriage to him, using that as a pretext to shield him from this impending calamity. What do you think, Yi?" Long Gong's expression was grave, his brow furrowed, and his gaze was filled with concern for his granddaughter as well as a careful evaluation of the situation. His eyes, deep and heavy, seemed to ponder the myriad consequences that this decision might entail. Meng Iran recalled the fierce battle with Tang San, where her spirit power had surpassed his by several levels, yet she had still been bested. From that moment, his resolute gaze, handsome features, and exceptional combat skills had been indelibly etched in her heart. Reflecting on Tang San's striking appearance, formidable talent, and his background that matched her own, she found herself not averse to him. Slowly turning around, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper, shyly addressing her grandfather, "Grandfather, I like him. Please save Tang San." Her eyes flickered with a mix of anticipation and apprehension, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment, betraying her inner tension and unease. Upon hearing this, Long Gong affectionately ruffled his granddaughter Meng Iran's hair, his gaze filled with fondness, and said, I shall inquire whether that Tang San is willing to marry you. After speaking to Ming Yiran, he turned his attention to Tang San, his eyes piercing as he declared with solemnity, Tang San, you have overheard our discussion, so I ask you directly, are you willing to marry my granddaughter, Ming Yiran? If you agree to take her as your wife, I will assist you in overcoming this life and death tribulation today. Should you refuse, then I shall not intervene. And you must find your own way to navigate this peril. Long Gong's voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing through the air with undeniable authority. He straightened his posture, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon hearing Long Gong's words, Tang San's mind erupted into chaos, akin to a tempestuous sea. Two figures materialized in his thoughts. The figure on the left, clad in white, appeared anxious, waving its hands frantically. You cannot marry Ming Yiran. You love Xiao Wu, and you must not betray her. As for the threats from Luo Mei, you can find a way to handle them yourself. The figure on the right, draped in black, wore a fierce expression, shouting vehemently, you must establish the Tang sect and ensure its prosperity on the Douluo continent. Fulfill your master's tenets, but above all, you cannot perish before finding Xiao Wu. As the two figures engaged in a fierce struggle, fists and feet flying, neither yielding an inch, the black figure, fueled by ferocity, mounted the white figure and rained down blows upon it, until the latter was utterly vanquished, dissipating into nothingness. With the black figure emerging victorious, Tang San made a choice, silently uttering within his heart, I'm sorry, Xiao Wu, I forsake our vow. Yet I truly do not wish to perish, for I still harbor an abundance of unfulfilled desires and aspirations yet to be realized. Thus, I must apologize, Xiao Wu. Henceforth, we shall indeed exist solely as siblings. Tang San's gaze was fraught with anguish and resignation, yet predominantly suffused with an ardent yearning for survival. He clenched his jaw tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, his hands instinctively forming fists, the knuckles blanching from the strain. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to inhale the very essence of the surrounding air to quell the tumult within his heart. Gradually raising his head, his eyes shone with determination, albeit tinged with an unmistakable hint of guilt. His lips trembled slightly as he uttered, Senior Long Gong, I am willing to take Miss Ming Yiran as my wife. His voice quivered, akin to a flickering candle flame swaying in the breeze, revealing his inner turmoil. At that moment, his heart was a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, a chaotic tangle of feelings interwoven. Guilt surged like relentless tides, battering his conscience, as vivid recollections of his deep affection and vows to Xiao Wu surfaced, engendering profound self-reproach. However, the desire for survival and the weight of unaccomplished wishes bore down upon him like a colossal boulder, compelling him to make this excruciating choice. His heart raced violently, each beat accompanied by agonizing struggle, yet he feigned a facade of resolve. Still, the tremor in his voice betrayed his inner chaos and unease. Chapter 64. Another failure. Upon witnessing Tang San's resolve, Long Gong's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a profound chasm, his expression grave as though shrouded by leaden clouds. In a heavy tone, he proclaimed, Then come forth. I shall ensure your life remains intact today. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing through the stark emptiness of the space. Each word seemed imbued with immense weight, like intangible shackles exuding an irresistible authority, leaving those present slightly breathless. Hearing Long Gong's declaration, Tang San first shuddered slightly before inhaling deeply, as if to suppress all unease and tension. He slowly raised his foot, each step imbued with a leaden heaviness, laborious and slow, as if each footfall echoed the land's lament. Gradually and painstakingly, he approached Long Gong, every step fraught with hesitation and struggle. His eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. The resignation felt like the cold frost of late autumn, chilling and profound. The guilt weighed upon him like a heavy chain, rendering him nearly unable to lift his gaze, and the trepidation of the unknown crawled within him like myriad insects, leaving his mind in disarray. Secretly pondering, I wonder if Long Gong can truly safeguard me. I hope I do not bring him trouble. With each step, this thought intensified within his mind. Before long, Tang San found himself beside Long Gong. At this moment, Luo Mei silently observed as Tang San approached Long Gong Mengshu, her eyes shimmering unpredictably, akin to the stars in the night sky flickering intermittently. Within those beautiful eyes lay profound contemplation, yet no immediate action was taken. As if she were awaiting the perfect moment, silently calculating, this illustrious couple, renowned in the realm of soul masters. Must be observed to see how they would respond to the current situation. Should they falter even slightly, it would present a splendid opportunity for me. A subtle smile graced her lips, sketching an almost imperceptible arc, as if she had already foreseen the thrilling confrontation to come. Dragon Lord's eyes blazed like burning torches. Sharp and fervent as he appraised Tang San, he repeatedly expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, indeed." His countenance was striking, his physique robust, and his voice resonated powerfully through the air. He then slowly extended his right hand, broad and rough, akin to the weathered bark of an ancient tree. With firm fingers, he grasped Tang San's wrist with resolute determination. Subsequently, he channeled his soul power, which flowed through Tang San's body like a lively stream. "Your meridians are strong, and your bones are sturdy," he remarked. As soon as the words left his lips, he turned towards Meng Iran, calling out, "Iran, are you not going to take your fiancée away?" His voice rang out like a thunderclap, imbued with undeniable authority and urgency. Upon hearing this, Meng Iran's face instantly flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a splendid sunset, her shyness rippling across her features like gentle waves, seemingly capable of drawing tears. Her eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, reflecting a blend of eagerness and bashfulness. With light and hurried steps, akin to a dancing butterfly or a gentle breeze, she swiftly approached Tang San's side. She extended her delicate hand, smooth as fine jade, gently grasping the sleeve of Tang San's garment. This seemingly tender tug concealed a hint of resolve. With a gentle yet irresistible pull, she led Tang San behind Dragon Lord Ming Shu. At that moment, Meng Iran's heart raced like a drum, her breath quickening, as if a small rabbit were nestled within her chest, hopping incessantly. Seeing that Dragon Lord had made his decision, Luo Mei's previously serene visage darkened in an instant, as though a clear sky had been suddenly obscured by storm clouds. Her exquisite features appeared to be veiled in frost. Her brows arched sharply like two gleaming swords, piercing towards Dragon Lord. Her eyes flared with fierce indignation, and she exclaimed, "Dragon Lord, do you truly intend to oppose me in our spirit hall?" Her voice was sharp and piercing, slicing through the tense atmosphere. Each word bore the weight of profound inquiry and wrath, as if it had been squeezed from between clenched teeth, sending chills down the spine. Dragon Lord's expression grew solemn, resembling an immovable mountain, his gaze radiating unwavering determination, as steadfast as granite. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant, as if each word emerged as a sincere truth from the depths of his being. "Miss Luo, your words carry excessive weight." His voice resonated like the very essence of the earth, profound and steady, evoking an irresistible sense of authority. He gently shook his head, revealing a trace of helplessness etched upon his weathered visage. "To speak candidly, I have never harbored any thoughts of opposing you or the illustrious spirit hall. Yet, fate is invariably rife with drama and uncertainty." Subsequently, a deep current of affection flowed quietly through the Dragon Lord's gaze, and his tone softened. "You must have already noticed that my beloved granddaughter, Meng Iran, harbors a profound affection for the young man named Tang San, even going so far as to make the momentous decision to marry him in order to save his life." When he spoke of his granddaughter, the Dragon Lord's eyes sparkled with boundless indulgence and care. "Thus, to spare my cherished granddaughter from sorrow and disappointment, I had no choice but to intervene and rescue Tang San." At this juncture, a resolute glint flashed across his eyes, as if he had resolved to safeguard this bond of kinship and love, regardless of the arduous path that lay ahead. Finally, the Dragon Lord stood tall, unwavering as he gazed directly at Luo Mei, his eyes clear as water, revealing an earnest and sincere emotion, as if he hoped to convey his heartfelt intentions. Moreover, why should the grudges of the previous generation ensnare the innocent next? "Do you find my reasoning sound, Miss Luo?" In that moment, the entire space was enveloped by the formidable aura of the Dragon Lord, instilling a sense of reverence. Luo Mei's lips curled slightly, emitting a disdainful snort, and a fleeting glimmer of fierce ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, akin to a ferocious wolf, poised and watchful over its prey. Clenching her jaw tightly, her facial muscles contorted in extreme fury, she forced out her words through gritted teeth. "Ah, Dragon Lord, who would have thought that to this day? You remain so steadfast in your protection of this boy." Humph. Her tone was chilling and resolute, the fury and resentment within her surging like a flood, threatening to engulf all in its path. Without further ado, Luo Mei laid her stance bare. "Since we have arrived at this juncture, further words are futile. In the realm of spirit masters, We have always upheld the supremacy of the strong, the doctrine of might. Today, I shall test the capabilities of the renowned unmatched dragon serpent. Should you truly prevail against me, then this boy shall be entrusted to your care. Conversely, do not blame this young lady for her mercilessness. Upon finishing her words, she suddenly raised her voice, transforming her originally melodious tone into a sharp and piercing sound, akin to a sword thrusting into the heavens, reminiscent of a thunderclap shattering the sky, laden with undeniable provocation. In Chapter 65, after another failure, as she spoke, the meteor bow in Luo Mei's grasp erupted with a dazzling brilliance, its radiance shining like the brightest star in the night sky, akin to a blazing sun. Its splendor utterly breathtaking and difficult to behold. Simultaneously, the sixth spirit ring upon her form flickered slightly, releasing an eerily extraordinary glow. This light was cold and profound, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine, evoking a sense of dread. At this moment, Luo Mei's feet were as steadfast as two colossal pillars, deeply rooted in the earth beneath her, immovable as Mount Tai. Her delicate hands gripped the bowstring with unwavering resolve, exerting all her strength to pull it back. As she did so, the muscles in her arms swelled rapidly, veins bulging like coiling dragons, showcasing unparalleled strength, as if with just a modicum more force. She could effortlessly snap the resilient bowstring. Yet, her previously ethereal visage was now shrouded in a layer of frost, her icy gaze fixated unwaveringly upon the formidable couple, the dragon and snake. There was no trace of hesitation or pity in her demeanor. Then, her eyes narrowed, and all her power converged upon her arm, before she abruptly released the bowstring. In an instant, an arrow shot forth like a wild stallion breaking free, its speed astonishing, resembling a dazzling comet streaking across the sky. At the very moment the arrow launched, it appeared as though enchanted, swiftly splitting apart, transforming into thousands of delicate yet sharp arrowheads in the blink of an eye. These arrowheads were tightly clustered, forming an impenetrable rain of arrows. They surged forward like a ravenous swarm of locusts, relentlessly advancing towards the dragon and snake couple. Accompanied by a cacophony of shrill, piercing whistles, this barrage approached its target with the force of a tempest. The sound was deafening, akin to a multitude of terrifying demons howling in unison, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill and an aura of dread. Each arrow shimmered with a cold light, as if imbued with boundless power, intent on annihilating everything in its path. The entire sky seemed engulfed by this ominous downpour of arrows, the once bright sunlight completely obscured, plunging the world into darkness. This formidable pressure weighed down like a mountain, suffocating and foreboding, as if the end of days had arrived. Upon witnessing this scene, the dragon and snake couple's expressions shifted abruptly, their faces becoming grave, as though enveloped in a thick layer of frost. The two individuals swiftly exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in the air, filled with unwavering determination and resolute courage, akin to a roaring flame, intensely passionate and steadfast. The formidable hands of the dragon lord, as unyielding as iron pincers, clutched the dragon-headed staff tightly. His fingers had turned pale from the exertion, while the muscles in his arms bulged, resembling coiling dragons with their intricate veins. Simultaneously, the serpent matriarch gripped her serpent staff with equal fervor, which now seemed to possess a soul of its own, quivering lightly in her grasp, emanating a chilling aura of danger. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a monumental battle was on the brink of erupting. In unison, they unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated like a clap of thunder, threatening to tear the very heavens apart, leaving a ringing in the ears that nearly dulled the senses. At that moment, a vast and formidable soul power surged from their bodies, akin to tumultuous waves crashing violently, relentless and overwhelming, as they executed their sixth soul skill together. Two immensely powerful forces intertwined, resembling two colossal dragons entwining in the sky, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent, resplendent barrier. This shield radiated a dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of ethereal auroras illuminating the darkened night, a kaleidoscope of colors that captivated the eye. In an instant, a storm of arrows descended like a locust swarm, with an unparalleled ferocity crashing down upon this indomitable soul barrier. A cacophony of sharp, ringing sounds erupted, echoing continuously as if a tempest were battering against solid metal. Countless sparks erupted, resembling brilliant fireworks illuminating the night sky, casting a vivid glow that clearly outlined the expressions of those present, a mix of tension and unwavering focus. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Mei's countenance grew increasingly grave, resembling an unyielding iceberg. Her once vibrant and meticulously sculpted visage now appeared as if encased in a thick layer of ice, exuding an extreme chill, devoid of warmth. Her crimson lips parted as she coldly articulated, "Indeed, the renowned dragon and serpent have effortlessly withstood my sixth soul skill. Now, it is my turn to unleash my full might." Her voice resonated with an eerie chill, reminiscent of whispers from the underworld, instilling dread and causing shivers to course through the spine. With that, the eighth soul ring, a deep crimson tinged with black, blazed to life upon her form. Its brilliant light as striking as blood, piercing the eyes with its intensity. Concurrently, a long arrow, as dark as ink, gradually materialized upon the meteor bow she firmly held. The long arrow, entirely black and gleaming, emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits wailing in unison, or innumerable resentful souls lamenting their fate. It was truly a sight that instilled dread and terror. The veins on Lomira's arms throbbed, standing out like contorted worms, as her limbs trembled slightly, seemingly expending all her strength for this single shot. The intensity of her quaking increased, revealing the immense pressure she bore. The bowstring of the shooting star bow was gradually drawn into a perfect arc, taut to the utmost degree, as if it might snap at any moment. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow was released, soaring forth like a bolt of black lightning. In an instant, it vanished, as if transcending the confines of space and entering an unknown dimension. The surrounding air vibrated with the arrow's overwhelming power, humming like a swarm of bees buzzing fervently around. A fierce wind surged, howling as it swept through, kicking up dust and debris, plunging the world into chaos, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Chapter 66. The Dragon and Snake Convergence. The formidable couple, the dragon and snake, sensed the might of the arrow, feeling as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible giant hand, constricting with a sudden chill that surged from their feet to their heads. Beads of sweat sprang forth on their foreheads, glistening in the sunlight with an unsettling luminescence. They exchanged panicked glances, their eyes reflecting tension and gravity, as if the apocalypse were imminent. The Dragon Lord's expression was one of utmost seriousness. Every wrinkle on his face appeared frozen, rigid with apprehension. His voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment, as he uttered, "My dear, it seems we have no choice but to resort to that technique. Truly, the shooting star bow wielded by Lomira possesses formidable power." His voice was laced with deep trepidation and resignation, the quivering inflection revealing the fears and uncertainties within. Upon hearing this, the snake lady turned pale as a sheet. Devoid of any color, her lips quivering uncontrollably like leaves caught in an autumn breeze, she responded with great difficulty, "It appears we have no other option." Her voice was weak yet resolute, imbued with a sense of desperation. Following this, the Dragon Lord clenched his teeth tightly, as if on the verge of shattering them, the veins on his forehead bulging like sinuous worms. He grasped his dragon-headed staff firmly, lifting it high, its surface glinting coldly in the sunlight. Then, with a vigorous motion, he struck it down forcefully against the ground, a swift and potent action imbued with boundless fury and determination. The moment the staff met the earth, it produced a thunderous sound, echoing like a cataclysmic event, as if the very heavens were collapsing. The ground split open, revealing a gaping chasm that resembled a fearsome maw, ready to devour everything in its path. Countless clods of earth and stone erupted, cascading like a torrential downpour, scattering in every direction, a spectacle both breathtaking and terrifying. Meanwhile, the snake lady closed her eyes tightly, her expression taut, as if enduring immense suffering. She raised her snake staff high, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, a testament to the gravity of the moment. She murmured incantations with astonishing rapidity, akin to a tempestuous gale, rendering her words indecipherable to those nearby, who could only perceive an atmosphere thick with mystery and tension. As she chanted fervently, a torrent of potent spiritual energy surged relentlessly into the weapon, akin to a mighty river in full flood, overwhelming and majestic. Her arm trembled slightly under the fierce onslaught of the spiritual force. Muscles taut as each quiver seemed to struggle against the formidable power. Beads of sweat, the size of mung beans, cascaded from her forehead, splattering onto the ground, only to evaporate instantaneously. Then, as if sharing an unspoken connection, the two of them crossed their staffs in synchrony. Their gazes were resolute and unwavering as they bellowed in unison, spirit fusion, the celestial dragon and serpent. Their voices pierced the heavens, imbued with boundless determination and strength. In an instant, a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, dazzling like a fireworks bloom, so intense that it almost blinded the onlookers. Within this radiant glow, the figures of the Dragon King and Serpent Matron vanished, replaced by an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with meticulously combed white hair. He stood silently yet exuded an undeniable air of authority, his snow-white locks shimmering with a mysterious luster in the light, though his face was etched with deep, intersecting wrinkles. As if time had carved profound ravines upon it, his complexion was as rosy as that of a newborn, radiating a vibrant health that indicated his extraordinary vitality. With eyes wide and ablaze, resembling a fierce inferno, he thundered, "Dragon and serpent strike." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, capable of penetrating the heavens and shattering the firmament. In that fleeting moment, two phantasmal dragons and serpents howled forth, entwining one another as they surged towards the arrows aimed at them with a devastating momentum. The spectral forms writhed and twisted, as if yearning to break free from earthly constraints, a colossal force swirling around them, distorting the air with a hissing sound, threatening to rend the very fabric of existence and instill dread in all who beheld it. Like wild stallions unleashed, the dragon and serpent phantoms collided with the black arrow with a thunderous force. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake, a sound so powerful it seemed capable of dislodging souls from their corporeal vessels. The sheer impact unleashed a cataclysmic wave, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, radiating outward with the ferocity of a tidal wave. Surrounding trees, fragile against this onslaught, were uprooted and sent soaring through the air. Earth and stone shattered, flying like cannonballs, leaving chaos in their wake. In the midst of this extreme clash, time appeared to stand still. After a brief stalemate, the dragon and serpent phantoms successfully intercepted the arrow, dissipating into specks of light that vanished into the ether. Witnessing this, Luo Mei's exquisite features darkened instantaneously, her eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of perilous intent. A mocking smile crept upon her lips, a chilling grin that bore the frost of disdain, sending shivers down the spine of those who beheld it. She spoke coldly. As expected of the unparalleled dragon and serpent, a mere tidal Douluo like myself cannot withstand such a strike. I did not anticipate your ability to endure the previous arrow, but can you withstand this one? Her voice was frigid and piercing, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, brimming with provocation and skepticism. With that, she unleashed her eighth soul skill once more, her hands gripping the bow tightly as she drew back the string with great force, producing a creaking sound reminiscent of anguished moans. The muscles in her arms tensed, sharply defined like forged steel. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, her gaze akin to that of a starving wolf fixating on its prey, filled with unwavering determination and a cruel intent to kill. Witnessing this, the dragon and serpent couple clenched their jaws tightly, the sound echoing as if they might shatter their teeth. Their expressions darkened to the point of dripping water, their demeanor reminiscent of storm clouds gathering before a tempest, oppressive and heavy. They executed their joint dragon and serpent strike once more. The elder gripped his crossed staff with hands like iron claws, his arm muscles bulging with pronounced veins. With a mighty swing, he resembled a flaming torch, shouting, "Stop it!" His voice carried the resolve of a do-or-die mentality and an unstoppable momentum. A powerful force surged from the staff, successfully intercepting Luo Mei's eighth soul skill. However, following this execution of the dragon and serpent strike, their forms visibly became more transparent, like ethereal bubbles swaying precariously in the wind. Their outlines were blurred, appearing as if they could shatter and dissipate at any moment, on the verge of vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 67. Dragon and Serpent Strike 2. Luo Mei observed this, her brows knitting into a deep furrow. Her once graceful arch now appeared particularly fierce. A hint of impatience flickered in her eyes, as if regarding two oblivious ants. She urged once more, "Dragon and serpent couple, do you truly wish to oppose the spirit hall?" Her voice rose slightly, laden with a palpable threat. "Surrender Tang San now, and I shall let the past be bygones." Pausing, her gaze swept over the two like a knife. "Otherwise, you shall all perish here." Each word was as sharp and cold as ice shards squeezed from clenched teeth. Upon finishing, she raised her hand again, her slender fingers tightly gripping the bowstring, drawing it back with force. A cruel smile curled at the corners of her lips, reminiscent of a devilish grin that sent chills down one's spine. Then, with a release of her fingers, a deadly arrow whistled forth, imbued with the essence of death, hurtling directly towards the dragon and serpent couple. After intercepting the lethal arrow once more, their forms grew increasingly transparent, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, its feeble light swaying, ready to extinguish. As disintegration seemed inevitable, their breath became erratic, like a dilapidated bellows, gasping for air with labored breaths. Their chests heaved violently, each inhalation appearing to be an arduous task. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, trickled down their cheeks, splattering onto the ground, only to evaporate instantly on the scorching surface. Their bodies trembled slightly, their legs feeling as heavy as lead, clearly burdened by immense pressure, having reached the limits of their endurance. Long Gong's heart plunged into a profound struggle, akin to being ensnared in a dark, bottomless abyss from which he could not extricate himself. Inwardly, he lamented, "It seems I shall disappoint my granddaughter this time." Every thought pierced his heart like a sharp dagger. It was all due to his insufficient strength. How else could he have found himself in such a perplexing predicament? A tide of regret and self-reproach overwhelmed him. Was he truly to gamble the lives of his family for Tang San? This question incessantly circled in his mind, like an inescapable nightmare. His countenance grew increasingly grim, shrouded in a heavy gloom that rendered it difficult to gaze upon him directly. His eyes were filled with pain and turmoil, the anguish akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, and the entanglement of his thoughts resembled a knotted mass, impossible to unravel. Every nuance of his expression conveyed the torment and helplessness within him. Just as Long Gong was about to voice his intention to abandon Tang San in order to preserve his family's lives, a clear and urgent call echoed from behind. "Teacher Zhao, we have found Tang San. He is just ahead." It seemed that someone had attempted to strike him. Yet the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, had shielded him and were now engaged in battle. This voice was akin to a beacon of hope, instantly dispelling the darkness that enveloped Long Gong's heart. Upon hearing it, the image of his granddaughter's earlier words surfaced in his mind. Her team leader was the indomitable Zhao Wujia, a soul sage of immense power. A wave of joy surged within him, akin to the welcome relief of rain after a long drought. Perhaps there was still a chance. If he could just hold on a bit longer, he might be able to save Tang San, and his family as well. This thought ignited a flicker of hope within him, rekindling the nearly extinguished flame of his aspirations. Thus, the words of surrender that had been poised on his lips were forcefully swallowed back, and he immediately dismissed the notion of sacrificing Tang San for the sake of his family's survival. His gaze regained its resolve, as if he had made a solemn decision, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Luo Mei also heard the voice from ahead, her elegant brows knitted tightly, resembling two intertwined ropes, as she inwardly cursed, "Damn it, Zhao Wujia and his group have arrived." The prospect of killing Tang San before their arrival now seemed utterly impossible. The once enchanting light in her eyes now flickered with a malevolent glint, akin to a predatory wolf prowling in the dark night. Her gaze icy and fierce as it bore down upon Tang San, seemingly capable of piercing through him in an instant. She bit down hard on her lower lip, the pressure so intense that her lips drained of color, turning an almost translucent pale, and they trembled slightly, revealing her profound anger and unwillingness. She had only the time to release one arrow. To slay Tang San, she would need to strike down the dragon and serpent couple simultaneously with that single arrow. Otherwise, there would be no other recourse. Yet it seemed that Long Gong and she still possessed sufficient strength for another blow, making it clear that fulfilling Xiao Yu's directive was beyond her reach. As Luo Mei contemplated these thoughts, her expression grew increasingly somber. The more she pondered, the more her anger escalated. Her exquisite visage flushed crimson like a ripened apple, her breaths becoming rapid and labored, each exhalation heavy and trembling. Her bosom rose and fell violently, embodying a tempestuous fury akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, poised to unleash a torrent of molten lava that would lay waste to everything in its vicinity. Regrettably, were it not for the presence of others, she could easily vanquish Tang San and the formidable couple, the Gale Dragon and Snake. However, with Xiao Yu in the fray, should the Gale Dragon and Snake ensnare her, the immovable king of wisdom, Zhao Wujia, would effortlessly dispatch Xiao Yu. Such a pity, truly a lamentable situation. At this juncture, Luo Mei's heart felt as though it were being gnawed upon by a myriad of ants, an intricate web of resentment and fury binding her tightly. Her fists clenched, the pale knuckles of her fair hands turning white from the exertion, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood seeping forth. Yet she remained oblivious to the pain, as if the torment of her body paled in comparison to the anguish of her spirit. With a heart full of indignation, she lowered her meteor bow, emitting a fierce snort at the Gale Dragon and Snake couple, her voice slicing through the air like a sharp icicle across frozen terrain, sending chills down the spine. "You are fortunate," she hissed with venom, If Zhao Wujie had arrived 2 minutes later, I surely would have slain you with this arrow. Your luck is remarkable. Her tone brimmed with ire, resentment, and profound dissatisfaction, each word seemingly forced through gritted teeth, imbued with an icy malice. Her beautiful countenance contorted with rage, her eyes ablaze with a fierce fire, as if they could incinerate everything before her into ashes. At that moment, Long Gong straightened his back. Resembling a proud and towering pine, his demeanor exuding arrogance, his chin slightly raised, revealing an unmistakable pride as he declared, "Miss Luo, it appears the game is mine to win. I shall take Tang San with me." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, clear and resolute, each word falling like a heavy hammer, powerfully proclaiming his victory, filled with undeniable confidence and authority. Chapter 68. Zhao Wujie to the rescue. While the two were engaged in their discourse, Zhao Wujie and his companions hastened forth, breathless, arriving beside Meng Aran. Oscar appeared tense, akin to a taut bowstring, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He swiftly recited a soul incantation, his hands dancing like phantoms. The speed so dazzling it was almost blinding, murmuring, "I possess a mighty sausage." As he moved with urgency, he swiftly crafted several fragrant restorative sausages. Oscar dared not delay for a moment, hurriedly extending the sausages towards Tang San, his eyes brimming with concern and eagerness, as though fearing to waste even a second. Tang San quickly accepted the sausages, a flicker of urgency flashed in his eyes like lightning. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and devoured the sausages in a few swift bites, his actions crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Subsequently, he settled into a cross-legged position, resembling a meditating Buddha. With his eyes tightly shut, he instantly severed himself from the clamor of the outside world, his hands forming intricate seals, fingers intertwining with practiced precision. His expression was as tranquil as still water, yet exuded an undeniable focus, as if the entire world had narrowed down to himself and the soul power circulating within him. At this moment, Tang San began to restore his strength with full intensity, the air around him pulsating in rhythm with his breath, an invisible force gradually coalescing around him. As Tang San exerted himself to recover, Zhao Wujing appeared anxious, his feet moving with swiftness, taking 3 steps in 2, akin to a rushing gale as he approached the figure transformed from Dragon King and Snake Lady. A radiant smile of gratitude instantly adorned his face, blooming like a flower. His tone exceedingly sincere, tinged with a hint of deference. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for protecting Tang San." He slightly bent forward, his eyes filled with sincerity and respect, his voice trembling with urgency. "This act of noble assistance, Zhao shall remember deeply, and I vow to repay it in the future." The Dragon King raised his chin slightly, his weathered face assuming an expression of utmost seriousness, akin to a 1,000-year-old unmelting iceberg. A hint of pride gleamed in his gaze, as if he were surveying the entirety of the world from above. With a cold snort, a deep sound emerged from his nostrils, and he replied, "There is no need for gratitude, the immovable king. My protection of Tang San is solely because he has promised to marry my granddaughter. Otherwise, even if he were to perish before my eyes, I would remain indifferent." His words were delivered with a slightly raised chin, his tone rigid and resolute, each syllable seemingly forced out through clenched teeth, imbued with undeniable conviction. "I, Dragon, act solely based on self-interest. Had it not been for this marriage proposal, Tang San's life or death would be of no concern to me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing could not help but ponder inwardly. This is indeed human nature. Were I in the Dragon King's position, I might make the same choice. After all, as a sole master in this brutal realm of the strong devouring the weak, it is true that no one would willingly undertake a task without benefit. His thoughts raced swiftly, his brow slightly furrowing, his gaze betraying a flicker of understanding and agreement. While he contemplated this, his face remained adorned with a respectful smile, that expression firmly affixed like a mask, revealing no hint of discontent. He maintained a beaming visage, his eyes nearly squinting, and humbly expressed his gratitude to the Dragon King. "Esteemed Elder Dragon King, your timely assistance has left me profoundly grateful. Regardless of the circumstances, you have safeguarded Tang San, and this debt of gratitude shall not be forgotten." The couple, the great dragon and the serpent, found themselves embroiled in this fierce and terrifying confrontation solely due to Tang San. After expressing his gratitude to them, Zhao Wujie turned abruptly, his demeanor resembling that of an enraged lion. His eyes ignited with a fierce intensity, as if they could unleash flames, fixating intently on Luo Mei. His expression darkened in an instant, akin to a sky shrouded in ominous clouds, and with a tone as unyielding as steel, laced with a hint of suppressed fury. He implored, "Miss Luo, I beseech you to spare my student." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of menace flashing through the narrow slit, resembling a viper poised to strike. He intensified his tone, warning, "Otherwise, the young man behind you may not survive the Douluo forest." His voice was deep and gravelly, each word seemingly extracted from between clenched teeth, imbued with a palpable aura of malice that sent chills down the spine. His body was taut, muscles coiled as if ready to unleash violence at any moment. In response, Luo Mei's fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Her eyebrows arched sharply, resembling two slender swords, her eyes ablaze with an inferno of rage as she thundered, "Zhao Wujie, are you courting death? How dare you threaten me?" Her voice pierced the air like a thunderclap. Simultaneously, her hands clenched into tight fists, the delicate joints turning pale from the pressure, faint veins visibly throbbing. Her body quivered slightly, clearly incensed by Zhao Wujie's words, her emotions surging like a tempest within her. Zhao Wujie remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness akin to a majestic mountain, impervious to the howling winds around him. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight, sardonic smile, a blend of disdain and fearlessness concealed within. He spoke leisurely, "Miss Luo, you must comprehend that this is not merely a threat. You are undoubtedly aware of Tang San's identity, and you should also recognize that should he perish in the Douluo forest, I, as his supervising teacher, would face dire consequences." Pausing momentarily, he locked his gaze onto Luo Mei with electric intensity before continuing, "It won't be long before the Haotian Douluo takes action against me. Therefore, not only is it due to my role as Tang San's mentor, but also because of the threats posed by his father, I implore you to spare his life." His voice was steady and powerful, each word articulated with clarity and conviction, exuding an undeniable aura that demanded compliance. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's blend of softness and firmness, Luo Mei's fury ignited, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, the seething magma within threatening to consume her reason. She cursed him vehemently in her mind. "Damn Zhao Wujie, how dare you threaten me? Just wait until I find my opportunity, I shall not hesitate to eradicate you." She bit her lip fiercely, her pearly teeth pressing deeply into her flesh. Blood seeping forth as she pondered the current predicament, it appeared Zhao Wujie was determined to protect Tang San at all costs. Infuriating. It appears that this time, it is impossible to eliminate Tang San. I must acknowledge that I lack the confidence to protect Lin Yu while simultaneously defeating Tang San in the presence of a soul saint and the formidable duo of Dragon King and Serpent Lady. Only upon attaining the rank of title Douluo would I possess such strength. Contemplating this, her expression darkened further, as if shrouded in a thick veil of gloom, rendering her once beautiful visage somewhat menacing. Yet, she understood that the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable, forcing her to suppress the anger boiling within. After several deep breaths, she endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions, though her slightly trembling form betrayed her inner discontent and rage. Chapter 69. The acquisition of the second soul ring. Though the fury within Luo Mei surged like a tempestuous tide, threatening to engulf the last remnants of her rationality, a profound and formidable willpower deep within her emerged at this critical juncture. It resolutely quelled her nearly uncontrollable urge to resort to violence. Clenching her teeth tightly, her pearly whites seemed on the verge of breaking through her lips, and the muscles of her face twitched violently from the intensity of her wrath. Each tremor was akin to a testament of her anger raging within. Her eyes widened, radiating a fiery wrath capable of incinerating all before her. Through gritted teeth, she issued a chilling command, each word dripping with venom. "Leave, take Tang San and vanish from my sight immediately, or I cannot predict what I might do." Her voice, cold as ancient ice, bore a penetrating chill that sent shivers down the spine, gripping the heart with an invisible dread. Upon hearing Luo Mei's words, Zhao Wujie maintained an unruffled demeanor, as tranquil as a bottomless abyss, untouched by any waves of humiliation. In stark contrast, Ning Rongrong, standing beside him, was a picture of indignation. As the cherished daughter of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she had been regarded as a precious gem by the school's Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo since childhood, nurtured amidst boundless affection and protection, thus cultivating a fearless disposition. Witnessing Luo Mei audaciously humiliate Zhao Wujie ignited a furious crimson upon her delicate face, resembling a ripe apple, almost as if it could bleed. Her lively eyes blazed with indignation, ready to reduce everything before her to ashes. Her cherry-red lips parted and closed, gasping for breath as she prepared to vehemently counter Luo Mei, resembling an enraged lioness poised to leap into battle against her foe. In this moment of utmost peril, it was Zhu Zhuqing who decisively took action. She moved with a ghostly swiftness, so rapid that she seemed almost untraceable. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly to Ning Rongrong's rear. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a swift chop, its speed akin to lightning, striking Ning Rongrong's neck with a fierce gust of wind. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Ning Rongrong's vision, a wave of intense dizziness swept over her, and her body weakened, as if all strength had been drained in an instant, causing her to lose consciousness and collapse softly to the ground. Oscar, witnessing this, displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. His gaze was steady and resolute, and with a swift stride akin to an arrow released from its bow, he gracefully caught Ning Rongrong from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp. His arms bent slightly as he cradled her delicately, treating her as if she were the most precious and fragile treasure in the world, fearful that even the slightest negligence might cause her harm. Zhao Wujia, observing the scene, merely furrowed his brow, a crease forming in the center of his forehead. Yet, he said nothing further, his steps brisk and resonant as he strode purposefully toward Tang San. Upon reaching Tang San, he bent slightly, his tall frame appearing somewhat hunched. He gently patted the recovering Tang San, his expression grave, akin to a sky heavy with storm clouds. His voice, low and hoarse, brimmed with urgency and helplessness as he uttered, "Tang San, we must leave the Stardow Forest for now. As for Xiaowu, I regret that I am powerless to assist." Each word seemed laden with a profound sigh and heavy pressure, tightening the heart of anyone who heard it. Upon hearing this, Tang San pressed his lips into a straight line, as if forged from steel, his brow furrowing tightly, the two sharp lines of his eyebrows resembling tightly twisted dough. A flicker of unwillingness and anger flashed in his eyes, the flames of indignation burning fiercely within him. He parted his lips, his throat constricting, wanting to voice something to Zhao Wujia in a bid for advocacy. However, when his gaze fell upon Luo Meisher, whose expression was dark and foreboding, her demeanor fierce as if she were ready to unleash violence at any moment, Tang San's heart sank, akin to a heavy hammer striking it, awakening him to reality. He contemplated silently, acknowledging Zhao's words. The current situation was gravely unfavorable for him. He realized he must prioritize his own survival and seek justice only after gaining strength in the future. Otherwise, this time next year could very well mark his demise. Moreover, he could not be so selfish as to drag Zhao Wujia and the others into his own demise for the sake of his own obsessions. With this thought, Tang San took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, as if attempting to draw in all his unwillingness and anger. He suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within him, akin to a raging tide, yet held back by the dam of his resolute will. Zhao Wuji received a solemn nod, the gesture imbued with an overwhelming sense of resignation and compromise, each nod seemingly burdened with the weight of countless unspoken struggles. This tacit acknowledgement signified his acquiescence to Zhao Wuji's proposal. Just as the group was preparing to depart, a shadow emerged leisurely from the nearby thicket, swaying gently like a specter gliding towards them. Instantly, their nerves tightened like a bowstring, the tension palpable, as their bodies instinctively braced for confrontation. Each pair of eyes brimmed with vigilance and wariness, their gazes sharp as blades, intent on dissecting the approaching shadow. Their pupils constricted in alarm, unwaveringly fixated on the dark figure drawing nearer, muscles coiled like steel, ready to unleash their utmost strength in the face of impending peril. The group dared not display a hint of complacency, their faces etched with tension and solemnity. They summoned their martial spirits. In an instant, brilliance erupted, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling array of martial manifestations. Their eyes remained locked onto the shadow in the woods, their stares as fierce as blazing flames, determined to pierce through the darkness that enveloped it. Breathing quickened and grew heavy, hearts pounding like war drums. Should the slightest anomaly arise, their formidable soul power would converge like a surging tide, unhesitatingly launching toward the shadow to deliver a decisive blow. As the shadow drew closer, a sense of dread seized them, their hearts leaping into their throats as if to escape. Breaths became rapid and erratic, reminiscent of an old bellows struggling to draw air. The sound echoing in a disarrayed rhythm. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down their foreheads, each droplet rolling down their cheeks, leaving glistening trails that sparkled in the sunlight. Tension and anxiety were etched on every face, Yet their focus remained unwaveringly fixed on the encroaching shadow, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. Before long, the shadow became increasingly distinct, and as they peered intently, it revealed itself to be Xiao Wu, the girl previously abducted by the formidable Titan Great Ape. A jolt of astonishment coursed through them, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of disbelief across their hearts. None could fathom how she had evaded the clutches of such an immensely powerful and fearsome beast. It was a mystery beyond comprehension. Yet, upon witnessing her safe return, radiant smiles erupted on Tang San and his companions, their joy as vibrant as blossoms in full bloom on a spring day. Even Tang San, whose complexion was originally as pale as paper and devoid of color, suddenly appeared much more vibrant, as if infused with a powerful surge of vitality, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Just as Tang San and his companions opened their mouths, their tongues lightly touching the roof of their mouths. Eager to inquire how Xiao Wu had escaped the Titan Great Ape, Zhao Wujie, akin to a tempestuous gale, swiftly interjected, "Now is not the time for questions. Once we have left the Stardow Forest, you may ask whatever you wish. Our foremost task is to exit the Stardow Forest. For none can predict whether Lu Xinggong Luo Mei will recklessly attack us." Zhao Wujie's voice was urgent, reminiscent of the beating of war drums, stern as the biting winds of a frigid night, imbued with an undeniable authority. His tone bore the weight of a life-and-death command, each word resonating with gravitas, compelling obedience and instilling a fear that disobedience would lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, although Tang San and the others were besieged by insatiable curiosity and profound confusion, their brows knitted tightly, resembling two deep ravines, their eyes betraying an unmistakable urgency and reluctance. Yet they comprehended the pressing nature of their circumstances, which allowed for not even a moment's delay. Thus, they bit their lips firmly, their mouths pressed together like a fine line, refraining from immediately questioning Xiao Wu about her escape. Instead, they quickened their pace, each step generating a subtle ripple of air. Together with Xiao Wu, they moved like the wind, hastening to keep up with Zhao Wujie's tall and resolute figure. Their forms were akin to arrows released from a bow, racing towards the perilous and unknown exit of the Stardow Forest, their urgency suggesting that countless ferocious beasts were in pursuit. Luo Mei watched as Zhao Wujie and the others gradually receded from view until they became mere indistinct specks, finally releasing a great sigh of relief. Her taut nerves relaxed instantly, leaving her feeling as if all strength had been siphoned from her body, rendering her soft and powerless. Her legs buckled, and with a thud, she sank to the ground like a puddle of mud, trembling slightly and gasping for breath, each inhalation seemingly exhausting her entire being. It turned out that Luo Mei had been forcing herself to converse with Zhao Wujie. In reality, her soul power had been greatly depleted during the previous battle, nearly extinguished. Had a confrontation truly ensued then, the outcome would have been utterly unpredictable. After a brief period of recovery, Luo Mei slowly opened her eyes and lifted her gaze to Lin Yu. The once radiant features now bore a mask of guilt, and as she parted her lips, her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "I am sorry, Xiao Yu. I could not fulfill your wish to eliminate Tang San." Her voice was laced with fatigue, as though she had just endured a long and arduous journey, each word emanating a sense of weariness. Simultaneously, there is a profound sense of helplessness, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire from which one cannot escape. Her tone is imbued with a deep-seated remorse, as if all the failures are solely her burden to bear. Lin Yu seated inwardly, contemplating. Tang San is indeed the fated child of Douluo continent, exceptionally difficult to eliminate. Despite meticulously laying traps in the village where Shrek Academy resides, I believed my plan to be flawless. Yet I failed to kill him and was instead thwarted by an intervention from one of Shrek Academy's instructors. In this Stardow Forest, with Sister Luo Mei's formidable strength, there should be no one capable of hindering my attempt to slay Tang San, save for the terrifying 10,000-year-soul beasts and the most powerful titled Douluos. Yet, at the critical moment when Sister Luo Mei aimed to strike down Tang San, the legendary couple, the dragon and serpent, wielding their martial soul fusion technique to attain tidal Douluo strength, intervened to save him. Their excuse for interference was absurdly linked to Meng Yiran's affection for Tang San, who consented to Dragon Lord's condition to marry her. How ridiculous! Meng Yiran has only met Tang San once. How could she possibly be so infatuated as to provoke her grandfather against the martial soul hall for him? This is utterly ludicrous, if not for the strange fortune that surrounds Tang San. How could she jeopardize her ties with the most formidable and fearsome soul master organization on the continent for someone she has barely seen? This is simply a farce. However, if I methodically seize Tang San's opportunities, step by step dismantling his good fortune, it surely won't be long before I can shatter that vexing aura of luck surrounding him and eliminate him for good, ensuring he poses no further threat. This moment serves as a powerful validation. Initially, during this expedition to Douluo Forest, Tang San not only broke through to the 30th level of soul power, but also absorbed the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider, over 2,000 years old, gaining the enviable external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. But now, Tang San's soul power level is merely 28, and he has lost the 8 spider lances. This is ample proof that fate is not immutable, nor is it unchangeable. As long as I am diligent enough, ruthless enough, and clever enough, I will surely break the shackles of Tang San's destiny, plunging him into an abyss of no return. Chapter 71. The acquisition of the second soul ring. Though the tumultuous thoughts surged through his mind like wild horses, each one crashing against his consciousness, he feigned nonchalance and said, "It's all right, Sister Luo Mei. Since we failed to kill Tang San this time, we can seize another opportunity next time." Lin Yu's voice appeared remarkably at ease, as if this failure were insignificant, merely a trivial interlude. Yet, his tightly clenched fists, the whiteness of his knuckles, the bulging veins, and his slightly trembling body betrayed the fury and resentment he struggled to suppress within. His gaze shimmered with a resolute and sinister light, akin to 2 razor-sharp daggers, exuding a chilling aura, seemingly poised to launch forth and rend Tang San into 1,000 pieces. Sister Luo Mei's expression was anxious as she hurriedly urged, "All right, Xiaoyu. Let us first deal with the man-faced demon spider. Otherwise, if it dies later, we will have wasted this soul ring." Her tone was hurried, laced with an unmistakable urgency. Her voice trembled slightly, imbued with profound concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression instantly transformed into one of profound gravity, as if cloaked in a thick layer of frost. He gradually raised his hands, murmuring incantations under his breath, and in an instant, a radiant glow erupted as the sword of time and space materialized from thin air. The blade shimmered with an inscrutable brilliance, reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. He advanced with heavy yet resolute steps, each stride imbued with the weight of 1,000 junctures, steadily approaching the human-faced demon spider. The sword of time and space emanated a chilling aura, a frost-like mist that sent shivers down one's spine. His gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon the creature, and without hesitation, he wielded the sword's inherent sharpness, his arm sweeping forward in a motion as swift as thunder. A sharp, slicing sound rang out, piercing the air like the tearing of fabric, and in that moment, the head of the human-faced demon spider was severed, rolling across the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Before long, one could observe a scattering of purple lights emerging from the spider's body, resembling ethereal fireflies, flickering with delicate grace. They danced whimsically, akin to playful sprites, gradually converging upon its form, coalescing. Slowly, a resplendent purple millennium soul ring manifested, its radiant glow seemingly infused with boundless mysterious power, captivating the heart and soul. Lin Yu took a deep breath, as if to draw in all the surrounding air into his chest. He then closed his eyes tightly, preparing to channel the soul power within him, ready to absorb the soul ring. As soon as the soul ring made contact with his body, the dark purple radiance surged forth like a torrent that had found its outlet, recklessly flooding into Lin Yu's being with an almost frenzied intensity. The light resembled a wild stallion set free, or a flood that had breached its banks, overwhelming and unimpeded. Seeing the dark purple glow envelop Lin Yu entirely in an instant, Luo Mei's concern deepened, casting a shadow over her countenance akin to a gathering storm. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, her eyes wide open, reflecting the mysterious and perilous light. Her hands clenched involuntarily, knuckles turning pale from the strain, while beads of sweat formed in her palms. Her heart raced to her throat, as if it might leap from her mouth at any moment. For the formidable presence of the humanoid spider was indeed terrifying, its potent aura chilling to the bone. As the focal point of this ordeal, Lin Yu felt the impact even more profoundly. Under the overwhelming infusion of the humanoid spider's soul power, he sensed that every cell in his body was subjected to extreme heat and pressure, on the verge of explosion. The agony was akin to countless razor-sharp blades recklessly stirring within him, seemingly intent on shredding his very organs to pieces. With a sudden outburst, Lin Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, which gushed forth like a crimson fountain. The blood traced a striking arc through the air before cascading to the ground like rain, staining the earth in a vivid scarlet. In a brief moment, he found himself shrouded in a faint reddish mist, dense as a heavy curtain, obscuring his form from view. It was crucial to note that this mist was not a manifestation of soul power, but rather a coagulation of blood seeping from Lin Yu's body. This alone signified the unbearable suffering he was enduring, a torment comparable to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart and a myriad of insects gnawing at his bones. Witnessing this, Luo Mei's heart raced with urgency, akin to an ant on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. She longed to rush forward and alleviate Lin Yu's suffering, yet could only silently pray. Even with her considerable strength, she found herself unable to interrupt Lin Yu's absorption of the soul ring, left helplessly watching, pacing back and forth in a frenzy, frustrated yet powerless. At this moment, Lin Yu felt as though he were ensnared in an abyss of torment, where every inch of his skin and each nerve was subjected to a relentless and excruciating agony, akin to being cruelly sliced by 1,000 blades. This suffering transcended mere physical pain, delving deep into his very marrow, as if it were a shadow that would not depart. Even his internal organs seemed to be ensnared by an invisible hand, tightly gripping and ruthlessly tearing at them as if attempting to extract them from his body. This heart-wrenching pain nearly rendering him unconscious, just as Lin Yu believed he had overstepped his bounds. Despairing at the notion that absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider would herald his demise, memories of his parents' unwavering love flooded his mind. Their warm smiles, reminiscent of the gentle sun in spring, and their kind words, flowing like a babbling brook, played vividly in his thoughts. He also recalled the promises made with Luo Mei, the beautiful dreams they had envisioned together, and the solemn vows exchanged, each unfolding like a vibrant tapestry within his heart. Recalling these cherished moments rekindled a fervent desire for life within Lin Yu, a yearning that blazed like an inferno, fiercely and passionately igniting his spirit. Bolstered by this unwavering conviction, Lin Yu clenched his teeth, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness, his eyes wide and bloodshot, veins bulging with strain. He resolutely withstood wave after wave of pain crashing upon him like an unrelenting tide, even as his body was drenched in blood. Resembling one who had just emerged from a pool of crimson, he continued to confront the formidable energy of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, vowing never to bow down or yield. As time slipped away silently like grains of sand in an hourglass, Lin Yu's bones emitted a series of chilling cracks, the sound piercing the eerie silence like a demon's whisper from the depths of darkness, foreboding and fearsome. Beside him, Luo Mei felt as though an unseen and immensely powerful hand had gripped her heart, squeezing it until she could scarcely breathe. Her complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, and her lips trembled involuntarily as she murmured, "What can be done? Lin Yu, you must not come to harm." Her voice was barely a whisper, a manifestation of her inner trepidation, her eyes wide with deep concern and boundless fear, as if she were on the brink of being consumed by her dread. "What can be done? Lin Yu must not come to harm," Luo Mei repeated anxiously, her voice quivering and sharp, laden with palpable terror and unease. Her brow furrowed deeply, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, a testament to her overwhelming anxiety. Her eyes were wide open, as if the orbs themselves were about to leap from their sockets, filled with profound anxiety that resembled thick ink, impossible to dissolve. There was also an unending fear, akin to a monstrous beast with clawed limbs, ravenously gnawing at her innermost being. Her hands were tightly entwined, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure, and her body trembled uncontrollably, like a leaf teetering on the brink in a tempest. Furthermore, Lin Yu's skin appeared as though it had been mercilessly pierced by countless sharp needles, ceaselessly oozing droplets of blood. As soon as these droplets emerged, they eagerly converged into thin rivulets, flowing down his body like serpents twisting and writhing, a sight both shocking and difficult to behold. Accompanied by the overwhelming and unstoppable energy of the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, Lin Yu was being recklessly manipulated by this terrifying force that threatened to engulf him entirely, as if it sought to reshape every sinew and reconfigure every vein within him. Lin Yu clenched his teeth tightly, his facial muscles contorting in anguish. His body trembled incessantly, yet he valiantly endured the overwhelming force that threatened to crush him. "I must hold on. I cannot succumb," Lin Yu silently screamed within, each word seemingly torn from the depths of his soul. His jaw was clenched with astonishing intensity, causing his gums to bleed, the crimson mingling with the beads of sweat, cascading down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. His hands were balled into fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, oblivious to the pain. His eyes widened, bloodshot and resolute, exuding an unwavering spirit as if to declare to this cruel fate, "Do not think you can easily defeat me." At last, before Lin Yu's unyielding and indomitable spirit, the ferocious energy of the soul ring resembling a monstrous spider began to subdue, transforming from a rampant beast into a tamed entity. The violence gradually diminished, yielding to a semblance of tranquility. At this moment, Lin Yu's skin ceased to ooze blood, and his once mangled body began to regain a semblance of calm. Witnessing this, Luo Mei, whose heart had been suspended in anxiety, felt as if a heavy stone had finally descended, cautiously and slowly easing her tension. "How wonderful! Lin Yu should be able to endure," Luo Mei whispered softly, releasing a sigh of relief, her top body relaxing slightly. She silently expressed her gratitude, hoping for a smooth continuation, wishing for Lin Yu's safe completion of the soul ring absorption. A glimmer of joy, akin to a survivor's relief, sparkled in her eyes. Yet it remained laced with lingering worry, her gaze never straying from Lin Yu. However, just as Luo Mei believed the worst was over, confident that Lin Yu would successfully absorb the soul ring, a piercing scream erupted from him, reminiscent of a dying beast. That sound seemed to shatter the darkness, sharp enough to send shivers through one's very soul. It echoed from the depths of the abyss, laden with endless pain and despair, chilling her to the bone, leaving her with goosebumps and a tingling scalp. His upper body arched violently, contorted in a grotesque manner as if bound by invisible chains of a merciless demon, ruthlessly pulling at him. Lin Yu's body shook uncontrollably, every muscle spasming in excruciating torment, resembling one subjected to the most brutal of punishments. Seeing this, Luo Mei's momentary reprieve vanished, her heart leaping to her throat as if gripped by a powerful hand, teetering on the brink of escape. Her breath quickened, becoming erratic, each inhalation heavy with profound fear and concern. "Lin Yu, you must hold on." In her heart, she fervently prayed, her voice tinged with a weeping tone. Laden with endless supplication, she pressed her hands tightly against her chest, as if to contain the heart that threatened to leap from her throat. Panic filled her gaze, and her body involuntarily leaned forward, as though she wished to rush forth and share in Lin Yu's inexorable suffering. Just as Luo Mei was consumed by worry, restless as an ant on a hot stove, she witnessed a startling and terrifying force suddenly burst forth from the fabric covering Lin Yu's back. With a sharp sound, the material shattered, disintegrating into fragments like clouds scattered by a tempest. The torn fabric danced erratically in the air, seemingly narrating the heart-stopping drama unfolding before her. At that moment, it felt as if something ferociously fierce and grotesquely monstrous was eager to break free from its last constraints, desperately striving to emerge. And the palpable sense of oppression made the surrounding air feel almost solid. Luo Mei's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils constricting sharply, as her heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a colossal hand, rendering her breathless in that instant. Chapter 73, External Soul Bone. Luo Mei's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, her heart racing wildly, each thump echoing in her ears like an urgent drumbeat. Tension gripped her entire being, her muscles taut as a drawn bowstring. She soon realized this was no mere figment of her imagination. She beheld 4 fist-sized protrusions emerging violently from either side of Lin Yu's spine, trembling with fervor like a volcano on the brink of eruption or an enraged beast. They pulsated and swelled, as if gathering an unfathomable and terrifying power, poised to explode at any moment, shattering everything in their wake. Luo Mei clamped her mouth shut, striving to suppress the scream that threatened to escape in her overwhelming terror. Her legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath her, yet she fought to remain upright, her gaze fixed on the eerie and horrific protrusions on Lin Yu's back. Meanwhile, Lin Yu appeared to endure the most brutal and merciless punishment this world could inflict. The agony felt like countless searing blades mercilessly stirring and slicing through every inch of his skin, every bone, every cell. The immense suffering contorted his features into a grotesque mask, his once handsome visage now transformed into something fearsome. The skin, which had just ceased bleeding, began to ooze once more, the crimson liquid flowing forth like a torrential flood unleashed. He trembled like a lone leaf in a storm, on the verge of being torn to shreds by the gale. The sound of his teeth grinding echoed ominously in the silence, a chilling reminder of his desperate attempt to withstand the excruciating pain that threatened to tear his very soul apart. From deep within his throat, a guttural roar emerged, a lament that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, filled with despair and defiance. His hands clutched the ground tightly, fingertips already worn and bloodied, staining the earth beneath him. Suddenly, the protrusion on Lin Yu's back erupted violently with a muffled yet piercing sound, a cloud of crimson mist bursting forth, thick and acrid, enveloping the air in a chilling haze. This sanguine fog was as dense as congealed ink, shrouding the surroundings in a gruesome and terrifying atmosphere. 8 purplish-black entities surged forth like bolts of lightning from the ruptured mass, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Their speed was so blinding that their precise forms were nearly imperceptible. After the emergence of these entities, Lin Yu's expression softened slightly, but this relief was merely a contrast to his previous excruciating agony. His upper body continued to tremble. Resembling a desolate branch assailed by biting winds, each shiver exuded a sense of helplessness that was heart-wrenching. His body swayed slightly with the tremors, akin to a solitary tree at the mercy of a tempest, ready to collapse at any moment. Luo Mei watched in horror, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands. Her eyes wide with fear, tears welling in her gaze but silenced by the dread of disturbing Lin Yu's absorption of the soul ring. Under her terrified yet rapt attention, the purplish-black entities grew at a bewildering pace, swiftly reaching a length of 1.5 meters. At this juncture, they paused momentarily, seemingly gathering strength or undergoing some enigmatic transformation. Then, a joint-like protrusion slowly emerged, grotesque and twisted, emanating an unsettling aura. Following this, the growth resumed at an astonishing speed, akin to a frenzied vine with no sign of abating. Luo Mei held her breath involuntarily, her eyes fixated, her heart racing in her throat. Only when the entire entity exceeded 3 meters did it finally cease its wild expansion, leaving Luo Mei drenched in cold sweat, her legs feeling as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Upon witnessing the complete form of the entity, she was jolted as if struck by a thunderbolt, her body trembling uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. This is not the leg of a human-faced demon spider, is it? She stammered, her voice laced with profound shock and terror. Her eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets, as if her very orbs longed to escape their confines. Her face was a canvas of disbelief, every wrinkle etched with astonishment, frozen in an expression of utter incredulity. Her mouth was agape, wide enough to accommodate an egg, unable to close, as if she had witnessed the most astonishing and absurd spectacle in existence. Luo Mei stood there, dazed, her mind a blank slate. It felt as though her thoughts had come to a standstill, leaving only a heart full of shock and bewilderment. Just as Luo Mei remained in utter astonishment, her brain clouded. As if petrified in place, she beheld 8 spider legs plunging unhesitatingly into the hard earth, accompanied by a chilling series of sounds that echoed ominously. The ground was instantly breached, the spider legs driving deep, kicking up a cloud of dust. With remarkable ease, those 8 spider legs hoisted Lin Yu's entire body into the air, their movements swift and decisive. In that moment, Lin Yu appeared as though he had gained 8 robust and grotesque arms, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. His distorted form swayed in midair, the spider legs subtly adjusting with his movements, as if they possessed a will of their own. The horrifying scene evoked a vision of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an aura that was utterly chilling. Luo Mei trembled at the sudden turn of events, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. Her lips quivered, attempting to articulate something, yet her throat felt constricted by an invisible hand, rendering her voiceless. An hour passed, then another. Time seemed to stand still, with each moment stretching out agonizingly. The sky, once bright, gradually succumbed to an impenetrable darkness, as if it had been mercilessly coated with thick ink, enveloping the entire world in shadows. Luo Mei remained rooted in place, never anticipating that Lin Yu's absorption of the soul ring would take such an extended duration. Her gaze remained fixed on him, unwavering, as her anxiety deepened, like heavy clouds accumulating in her heart, nearly suffocating her. Her heart raced within her chest, as if striving to break free from its confines. Why was it not over yet? Lin Yu, you must hold on. She silently pleaded, her thoughts resonating with tremors of desperation. That anxiety shadowed her, knitting her brows tighter, deepening the furrows upon her forehead, as if time had etched profound marks upon her in that moment. Chapter 74. External Spirit Bone 2. As the energy of the human-faced demon spider soul ring surged forth like an unstoppable tide, Lin Yu, once shrouded in confusion, began to gradually extricate himself from the unfathomable, abyssal darkness that had enveloped his consciousness. He slowly awakened, the process reminiscent of a long-slumbering giant beast gradually opening its formidable eyes. Various acute sensations flowed back into him, unthawing like streams rejoicing in their return. Every sensation felt as if it were a lively sprite, exultantly cheering and leaping, eagerly yearning to embrace his body once more. Each cell within him seemed to revel in jubilant celebration, as if partaking in an unprecedented, exuberant carnival. They danced and laughed with abandon, enveloping Linyu in an extraordinary euphoria. Yet, it felt as though an unbearable weight, heavy as a mountain, rested upon his back, suffocating his breath and rendering him uneasy. At that moment, two ethereal, resplendent violet soul rings, akin to mysterious sprites, spun tirelessly around Linyu. The light emitted by the soul rings dazzled with a brilliance that was almost disorienting, as if it could ensnare the very essence of one's soul. Behind him, 8 spider legs, sharp and spear-like, protruded abruptly. These legs were elongated and sturdy, their sleek lines imbued with an aura of danger. The glinting tips radiated a chilling light, seemingly proclaiming their inviolability to the world. Merely casting a glance upon them sent an icy shiver surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. As his consciousness grew clearer, Linyu, filled with suspicion, furrowed his brows and began to scrutinize his surroundings. His gaze was filled with confusion and intrigue, his thoughts entangled in a chaotic web he could not unravel. However, in the moment his eyes shifted. He was struck with astonishment as he noticed a staggering alteration in his perspective. The difference was so pronounced that it felt as though the entire world had undergone a radical transformation, causing his heart to plummet. It seemed that his line of sight had risen significantly, a startling realization that was unequivocally affirmed the instant he turned his gaze towards Luo Mei. Indeed, Linyu was certain that his perspective had elevated considerably. Previously, when he looked at Sister Luo Mei, he had to tilt his head back in reverence and admiration to behold her visage fully. Yet now, as he glanced at her, it felt as though he was looking down from a higher vantage point. What could possibly explain this? Linyu pondered with a frown etched deep upon his brow, his mind swirling with perplexity, as if ensnared in an intricate riddle. He then took a deep breath and unleashed the domain of time and space. Subsequently, he held his breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated to the utmost, meticulously sensing every subtle change within his body. Every inch of skin, every muscle, every bone, he attentively felt, leaving no minute anomaly unnoticed. Finally, a moment of clarity struck him, as if a brilliant flash of lightning had illuminated his mind. To his astonishment, he realized that spider legs had inexplicably sprouted from his back. These legs were as hard as iron, brimming with a formidable power. It is precisely these powerful spider legs that elevate themselves to such heights, resulting in a dramatic shift in perspective. Could it be that he has successfully intercepted the external spirit bone originally belonging to Tang San? Linyu's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, brimming with a blend of exhilaration and surprise. This excitement surged through him like a flood breaching a dam, instantly engulfing his heart. Linyu felt a stirring within, silently encouraging himself. I must seize this power. He focused intently, attempting to harness this unfamiliar yet formidable force. As soon as his thoughts took form, the spider legs on his back seemed to comprehend his command, obediently retracting back. However, in that fleeting moment as the legs withdrew, Linyu felt his body suddenly plummet, losing balance in an instant. At that moment, it was as if an invisible hand had violently seized his heart. He felt like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest, utterly defenseless, unable to react as he fell from the air like a shooting star. His mind was a blank slate, with only the howling wind echoing in his ears, mocking his helplessness. Desperately, he flailed his arms, trying to grasp something to halt his descent, but it was all in vain. He could only surrender to gravity's relentless pull. Luo Mei's expression instantly paled, her beautiful visage etched with panic and fear. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she cried out in a shrill voice, "Xiao Yu, be careful." The sound pierced the air like a tear through the sky, urgent enough to seem as though it could break through the clouds. Filled with profound concern that could penetrate one's very soul. Before her words had fully dissipated, Luo Mei surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards Linyu. Her movements were so swift that they were nearly imperceptible, unhesitatingly spreading her arms wide. Her actions were both fierce and resolute, devoid of hesitation or retreat. Her gaze was filled with determination, as if she intended to forge an impenetrable barrier for Linyu with her delicate frame. Just as Linyu was about to meet the ground, she expertly caught him in her embrace. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. and everything around them faded into insignificance, with only her firm hold on Lin Yu remaining. Gazing at the dazed Lin Yu in her arms, she noticed his vacant expression, eyes wide and unresponsive. Seeing this, a melodious laugh escaped her lips, bright and clear like a stream breaking the ice in spring, enchanting to the ear. Her laughter reflected both an abundance of affection for Lin Yu, as if she were gazing upon an innocent child, filled with nurturing care. Yet it also held a teasing undertone, as if she were playfully provoking him. "Shall you? Haven't you noticed something amiss?" Her tone rose slightly, the end of her words drawn out, imbued with a hint of playfulness and cunning. At this moment, Lin Yu's mind was engulfed in a haze. His thoughts tangled like a chaotic mass, leaving him in a state of confusion. His gaze was vacant, and he remained immersed in the turmoil of recent events. Yet, he instinctively murmured, "Sister Luomei, I haven't noticed anything amiss." His voice was muddled, as if it were echoing from a distant realm. Just as Lin Yu was absent-mindedly responding, a piercing, frigid wind suddenly swept in, resembling a ferocious beast mercilessly lunging at him. The wind struck him with a ferocity that felt like icy daggers, causing his skin to sting painfully. Goosebumps erupted all over his body, overwhelming him and prompting an involuntary shiver. It was then that Lin Yu felt as though he had awakened from a dream, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his entire being jolted into awareness. He abruptly realized he was completely unclothed, laid bare to the chilling air. In that fleeting moment, his face flushed crimson, embarrassment and shame crashing over him like a tidal wave. "Oh no!" Lin Yu exclaimed, his face swelling like a ripe apple, the vibrant hue appearing as though it might bleed. Flustered, he sprang from Sister Luomei's warm embrace like a startled rabbit. His hands moved frantically, attempting to cover his vulnerable areas, the movements hurried and clumsy. At that moment, his face was aflame, even his neck tinged with a deep blush. As he stammered to Luomei, "Luomei, please turn around. How can I change clothes with you watching?" His voice quivered, brimming with embarrassment and urgency, his eyes pleading for her to avert her gaze, desperate to escape the utterly mortifying situation. "Haha, little Yu has grown up and now knows shyness," Luomei chuckled, covering her mouth as a series of melodious laughs escaped her lips. Her bright eyes sparkled with playful teasing, yet beneath the jest lay genuine delight. She narrowed her eyes slightly, their corners curving into an enchanting crescent shape, and continued in a light-hearted tone, "I remember when you were just a little tyke. Now you're all bashful." Lin Yu's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, as if it were about to bleed. In his agitation, his feet rhythmically stomped against the ground, causing it to tremble slightly beneath him. Embarrassed and infuriated, he exclaimed, "Sister Luomei, stop mocking me. Turn around quickly. I need to change my clothes." As he shouted, he pressed his hands tightly over his crucial areas, his eyes brimming with urgency and bashfulness. His heart raced like a frantic little rabbit, pounding so loudly that it seemed almost deafening to his own ears. Why has Sister Luomei turned around yet? This is unbearable. He fretted inwardly, filled with both embarrassment and anxiety. At that moment, all he wished for was for Luomei to quickly turn away so he could extricate himself from this exceedingly awkward predicament. With a playful smile curving her lips, Luomei remarked, all right, I won't look. Besides, which part of you haven't I seen before? I practically raised you when you were little. I was the one who bathed you every time. I know your body better than you do." Her tone was casual and light, her gaze warm with familiarity. Despite her carefree words, Luomei obediently turned her back to Lin Yu, her movements both gentle and swift. Yet, in her heart, she mused, this boy has really grown up. He has learned to feel shy. How time flies, transforming him from a little child into a young man. A wave of nostalgia and fondness washed over her, memories of their past companionship flooding her mind. Once Luomei had turned away, Lin Yu became flustered, resembling an ant on a hot pan, spinning in frantic circles. He hurriedly reached into his heart of stars, his actions frantic and hasty, quickly retrieving a set of clothes. His fingers trembled slightly, like leaves rustled by a chilling breeze. As he clumsily donned the garments while anxiously muttering, "Sister Luomei, you mustn't turn around suddenly to peek." His voice carried a hint of tension and unease, as if fearing she might break her promise. After a rustling sound, Lin Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with relaxation as he declared, "Sister Luomei, you can turn around now. I've finished changing." Upon hearing this, Luomei was filled with curiosity akin to a child eagerly anticipating the unwrapping of a long-awaited gift. Slowly turning back, when her gaze fell upon Lin Yu, now dressed, Her eyes widened in astonishment, as if beholding the most extraordinary sight in the world. A spark of surprise flickered in her eyes, dazzling like a shooting star across the night sky. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, she swiftly approached Lin Yu, her steps light and urgent, as if fearing she might miss this beautiful moment. Gently running her fingers through his hair, her touch was as tender as a spring breeze caressing willow branches. Radiating warmth, her smile was bright, and with a voice as melodious as a nightingale's song, she exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, you look so handsome. I wonder how many hearts you will capture in the future." Lin Yu, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, scratched his head, his hand appearing somewhat awkward, and a rosy hue crept upon his ears. His heart swelled with joy, akin to cradling a jar of honey, sweet and delightful. Yet he felt a hint of shyness, as if his heart oscillated between elation and timidity. He lowered his gaze slightly, avoiding Luo Mei's penetrating stare, and said, "I'm not that handsome, Luo Mei. You're exaggerating." His tone bore a touch of bashfulness, yet it could not conceal the subtle joy lurking behind his words. Luo Mei, with her arms crossed over her chest, adopted a pose that seemed rather serious. Her expression was as earnest as if she were elucidating a matter of utmost importance. Her gaze unwavering and focused on Lin Yu, her tone resolute as a mountain. "I am not exaggerating. You truly are handsome now. Otherwise, you can take a look for yourself." She raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes filled with an undeniable certainty, as if her steadfast demeanor were meant to instill belief in each word she uttered. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu furrowed his brows in skepticism, slowly retrieving a mirror from the heart of the stars to gaze upon himself. In that fleeting moment, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a man of imposing stature, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his figure reminiscent of a proud pine tree, every contour exuding strength and resilience. He possessed strikingly handsome features, his chiseled visage sharply defined, with a straight nose and subtly pressed thin lips. The very essence of his being radiated an innate majesty, as if he were born with an undeniable aura of authority. His profound gaze sparkled with a clarity akin to water, resembling an unfathomable abyss, capable of reflecting the cosmos itself, vast, encompassing, yet shrouded in mystery. An air of gallant elegance enveloped him, each movement exuding boldness and an ethereal quality, akin to a celestial being untouched by mortal concerns, standing apart from the world. No wonder Sister Luo Mei remarked on my handsomeness. It seems that absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced spirit spider has transformed me in ways I had not anticipated, Lin Yu mused, his thoughts flitting like drifting willow fluff. Previously, he could only claim to possess a modest charm, which paled in comparison to his current appearance. One could hardly recognize him if they were unfamiliar with his former self. This realization filled his heart with a quiet joy, akin to a gently flowing spring, warming his spirit. His lips involuntarily curved upward, revealing a radiant smile that mirrored the sun breaking through the clouds at dawn, bright, dazzling, and brimming with confidence and delight. His eyes shimmered with brilliance, as if they harbored myriad stars, emanating an irresistible charm and luminosity from within. Chapter 76. The effect of the second soul skill. Luo Mei playfully seized Lin Yu's hand, shaking it with enthusiasm, her voice soft and sweet as she coquettishly implored, "Oh, come on, Xiaoyu. What is your second soul skill? Please tell me quickly." Her bright, large eyes widened with anticipation, filled with eagerness and curiosity, her fervent gaze seeming to penetrate Lin Yu's very soul. She resembled an eager young girl, desperate to uncover a secret, her rosy lips pursed and brows slightly furrowed, her face radiating impatience. Lin Yu, with a sense of resignation, tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint, bitter smile. He then cautiously and gently extricated his arm from the soft yet firmly grasping hands of Sister Luo Mei. His face was a canvas of helplessness, with his brows slightly furrowed as he said, "All right, Sister Luo Mei, please refrain from acting like a little girl. I shall now explain the effects of the soul skill." Meanwhile, he silently mused to himself, why does Sister Luo Mei still behave like a child? This thought scurried through his mind like a mischievous little mouse, evoking both exasperation and amusement within him. Lin Yu took a deep breath, gently closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, and then opened them, his gaze resolute and earnest as he spoke. "The name of my second soul skill is quite simple. It is called Pierce. However, its effects are tremendously powerful, capable of enhancing the piercing capability of the sword of time and space by 50%. Not only is it applicable now, but it will also remain valuable even as my strength grows. After all, this is a percentage increase, not a fixed damage value." He paused, his expression grave, and continued. Consider the soul masters above the soul sage level. They seldom employ their first or second soul skills unless those skills are particularly unique. Indeed, a casual strike from a soul master of that caliber would likely surpass the potency of their initial abilities. Just like you, Sister Luome, when facing opponents of equal rank. Would you resort to your century-old soul skill? As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, moving them gracefully through the air as if sketching intricate patterns. Striving to convey his ideas to Luome with greater clarity. His expression was focused and eager, beads of perspiration forming on his brow as he intently observed Luome's reaction, hoping she would fully grasp his explanation. Upon hearing this, Luome's beautifully shaped eyebrows furrowed slightly, creating a delicate crease. Her gaze became distant as she fell into a moment of contemplation, time seeming to stand still in that instant. After a brief pause, she nodded gently and remarked, "You are correct, Xiaoyu. When confronting soul masters above the soul sage level, I would, at the very least, need to utilize a millennium soul skill. Aside from picking on the weak, I rarely employ century-old skills. It seems you have indeed acquired a remarkable soul skill. This ability will enhance your strength even when you ascend to the rank of title Douluo." As she spoke, she patted Lin Yu's shoulder, her tone imbued with both affirmation and a hint of weariness. "All right, Xiaoyu, I won't keep you any longer. It is getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow we shall return to the Spirit Hall. I still need to report to the Pope about the clues regarding Tang Hao." Her voice was slightly hoarse, and a trace of fatigue flickered in her eyes, revealing the toll of the day's endeavors. Upon hearing Sister Luome's words, Lin Yu was suddenly engulfed by a wave of speechlessness. "Alas, it seems that Sister Luome still harbors doubts about my statements." He sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the thought that Sister Luome would not relent until she faced the bitter truth, nor would she turn back until she collided with the wall of reality. Let her be. I too am curious to see how the Pope will address this matter. Enough of these thoughts. I shall retire early. For tomorrow I must return to the Spirit Hall. As Lin Yu silently contemplated these thoughts, he shook his head in resignation, his movements resembling the rhythmic swaying of a rattle drum, his expression replete with helplessness and acquiescence. Subsequently, he trudged forward with a somewhat heavy gait, turning towards his bed, each step seemingly laden with profound fatigue. "Xiaowu, how did you escape from the Titan giant ape? Are you injured?" Upon returning to the hotel where they had stayed before entering the Stardow forest, Tang San darted towards Xiaowu with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow, his face flushed crimson with acute anxiety, his brows tightly knitted together as if entwined in an unsolvable knot. Beneath those furrowed brows, his eyes bulged with worry, nearly protruding from their sockets. Fixated on Xiaowu with profound concern, his voice trembled like leaves caught in a brisk wind as he urgently called out. His hands, seemingly devoid of control, grasped Xiaowu's shoulders with a force that rendered his knuckles pale, resembling iron claws, as if he sought to firmly ascertain her well-being through this somewhat rough yet caring gesture. Seeing her elder brother's expression of tension and fear, Xiaowu felt a surge of warmth and gratitude within her heart, as if a gentle stream flowed through her. She thought to herself, though she understood that the Titan giant ape would not harm her, her brothers were unaware of this, and she must not let them worry excessively. With this in mind, her gaze softened and solidified, and she responded in a voice as gentle as the spring breeze, recounting how, after being captured by the Titan giant ape, a sudden bellow resonated through the air. Upon hearing it, the once fearsome visage of the Titan giant ape transformed into one of panic, as if a heavy, ominous cloud had suddenly descended. It discarded her as if she were a scalding hot potato, its movements frantic and hasty, fleeing in the opposite direction of the bellow as if it had seen a ghost, limbs flailing in terror of the sound-producing soul beast. As she spoke, she animatedly gestured, mimicking the Titan giant ape's fierce expression and then illustrating its panicked escape, striving to convey the vividness of that moment. Her lively demeanor and expressive gestures seemed to transport everyone back to that tense instant. Upon hearing her account, Tang San's brows furrowed deeply, resembling a chasm capable of crushing a fly. His mind whirred like a high-speed machine, meticulously sifting through the vast expanse of memories. He recalled the knowledge imparted by the master, his lips pressed into a straight line, as if glued in place, projecting an air of rigidity and seriousness. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. A bellow that could frighten the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, must belong to the sky blue bull python. His tone was imbued with an undeniable uncertainty and gravity, his voice low and deliberate, as though each word had been weighed with careful consideration. His gaze revealed profound contemplation, as if his eyes transcended time and space, envisioning a breathtaking scene within the recesses of his mind. He was completely immersed in an atmosphere of tension and focus. Chapter 77, Communication. Third brother, you are truly remarkable. To discern the type of soul beast merely from a sound and the Titan giant ape's reaction is astonishing. Xiao Wu exclaimed with exuberance, bouncing in front of Tang San, her face radiating admiration. Her bright, star-like eyes sparkled with delight and reverence, resembling the most resplendent star in the night sky. Unconsciously, her hands tightened around Tang San's arm, the grip imbued with an uncontrollable excitement as she exclaimed, "Third brother, you are simply incredible. I was so frightened my heart raced, yet you managed to arrive at the answer so swiftly." Xiao Wu's voice was clear and melodious, akin to a joyful brook gurgling through the mountains, each word infused with deep respect for Tang San. "It's not that impressive. It's all thanks to our teacher's excellent guidance," Tang San replied, reaching back to touch the nape of his neck, a faint blush blooming on his cheeks, reminiscent of the soft hues of twilight. His gaze flickered, avoiding the adoring look in Xiao Wu's eyes, feeling a bit bashful as he thought to himself. Her praise makes me somewhat embarrassed. Her sincere and fervent gaze leaves me at a loss. His fingers curled slightly, and he subconsciously shifted his feet, appearing somewhat restless. "By the way, Xiao Wu, third brother, I have some good, bad news to share with you." Just as Xiao Wu opened her mouth, Tang San's voice echoed simultaneously, their words merging like overlapping musical notes. As soon as they spoke, they exchanged a glance and promptly said in unison, "You go first, Xiao Wu, third brother." Xiao Wu blinked her lively eyes, tilting her head slightly as she said, "Third brother, I shall go first." A playful smile danced on her lips. At that moment, Daimubai could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Xiao Wu, you and little San are truly in sync. Even your speech is harmonious." Daimubai grinned, his face adorned with his signature teasing smile, imbued with a hint of mischief and jest. His deep-set eyes flitted between Xiao Wu and Tang San, sparkling with a conspiratorial glint, as if he had uncovered an intriguing secret. He continued, "The degree of understanding between you two is indeed enviable." Upon hearing Daimubai's words, both Xiao Wu and Tang San felt as if their secrets had been exposed, their heads bowing in embarrassment. Their faces instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripe apples, the color creeping to their ears. Both were momentarily at a loss, and the atmosphere became subtly charged. It was Tang San who broke the brief silence. Gradually lifting his head, his gaze soft and warm as he looked at Xiao Wu, speaking in a gentle and soothing tone, "Xiao Wu, you should go first." Tang San's voice carried a note of encouragement, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, instilling an overwhelming sense of comfort and reassurance. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's face instantly radiated with a triumphant expression, bounding towards Tang San like a jubilant fawn. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she proudly declared, "Third brother, not only did I escape from the Titan giant ape, but I also discovered a millennium-old soft-bone rabbit in the forest, securing a 1,000-year spirit ring." As she spoke, excitement coursed through her, her gestures animated as she mimicked her frantic escape and the astonishment of finding the soft-bone rabbit, vividly recreating the thrilling and tense moments, exuding vitality and pride. However, upon hearing this, Tang San's expression shifted to one of acute anxiety, his brow furrowing deeply, muscles tensing visibly. He abruptly grasped Xiao Wu's hand with an intensity that suggested he feared she might vanish at any moment, urgently inquiring, "Xiao Wu, did you sustain any injuries?" As he spoke, his hands moved like a whirlwind, meticulously examining her, his gaze sharp and focused, akin to two piercing beams of light, leaving no potential injury overlooked. His fingers gently traced her arms, shoulders, back, and even the hem of her clothing, continuously murmuring, "Is there anything here? What about here?" Only after confirming that Xiao Wu bore no wounds did the weight upon his heart finally lift, and he exhaled in relief, his entire being seeming to lose its strength. Trembling slightly, seeing her third brother so anxious for her well-being filled Xiao Wu's heart with sweetness, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, her lips unable to suppress a smile. She then reassured him, "Third brother, there's no need to worry so much. I wasn't injured while hunting the soft-bone rabbit. It was dazed by the Titan giant ape's aura, so I dispatched it effortlessly, easily obtaining my third spirit ring." As she spoke, her hands danced with excitement, as if reliving the ease of the moment. "Oh, and let me share a secret with you." She leaned closer to Tang San, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "My third spirit ability is instant teleportation. Her voice brimmed with excitement and pride, the melody of her words light and buoyant, radiating a glow of confidence. Instant teleportation? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, eyes wide as if they were two luminous pearls. He could scarcely believe his ears. That is quite a rare spatial spirit ability. He promptly followed up with a question, his tone urgent and filled with curiosity. Xiao Wu, what is the range of your spirit ability? His eyes sparkled with intrigue and anticipation, as if he were trying to draw the answer from the depths of her heart. With a cheerful laugh, Xiao Wu replied, her voice as clear as a silver bell. Third brother, I can use it freely within a 100-meter radius. As Xiao Wu spoke, she playfully winked, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, exuding an undeniable charm. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been standing idly by, aimlessly shifting his gaze, felt a spark of curiosity ignite within him upon witnessing Xiao Wu engrossed in an enthusiastic conversation with Tang San. With an invigorated step, he hastened over, his somewhat plump figure surprisingly agile. Upon arriving, Ma Hongjun quickly caught wind of Xiao Wu recounting the origin of her third soul ring and the effects of her soul skill. A look of profound interest blossomed on his round face, his eyes widening in rapt attention as he eagerly yearned to learn more. When he heard Xiao Wu elaborate on how she obtained her third soul ring and the resulting soul skill, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fifth sister, your luck is truly remarkable." His booming voice reverberated through the air, causing the ears of those nearby to ring. A mixture of envy and astonishment adorned his face, his eyes bulging in disbelief and his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. In the meantime, Zhu Zhuqing and the others, who had been engaged in lively conversation, found the previously relaxed atmosphere abruptly halted by Ma Hongjun's loud proclamation. Their curiosity surged like a tidal wave, igniting a fervent desire for inquiry in their eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, lips pressed together, moved swiftly like the wind, her graceful form hastening toward Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, slightly lifting her skirt, bore an expression of eager anticipation, her steps quick and urgent. The others followed suit, their expressions hurried, as if fearing the loss of some significant revelation. In no time, they fervently approached Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing, with an astonished countenance, wore her typically cool demeanor now suffused with disbelief, her brows furrowed tightly together like two entwined crescent moons. Her autumn-like eyes widened, and her voice trembled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, your fortune is extraordinary. Not only did you escape from the terrifying Titan giant ape, but you also stumbled upon a 1,000-year-old soft bone rabbit along the way. The soul skill you acquired from the soul ring is a rare space-type skill, teleportation. This is simply incredible. It's a miracle beyond miracles. I can scarcely believe it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu gently raised her hand to touch her ear. A hint of luck reflected in her expression. Her lips moved slightly as she murmured, "I was indeed fortunate this time. Otherwise, not only would I have failed to acquire the third soul ring, but another person might have lost their life in the encounter." She pondered inwardly, recalling the perilous situation she had faced. The Titan giant ape's immense form and terrifying aura sent shivers down her spine even now. Had fortune not favored her, she might have long since become a ghost beneath its grasp. Recalling the scene from that time, her body involuntarily trembled, still haunted by lingering fears. Ning Rongrong and the others hurriedly echoed, "Indeed, we are grateful you returned safely. Otherwise, we cannot fathom how frantic Sengu would become for you. He might even resemble a frenzied lion, rampaging about and committing acts of sheer madness that would leave us all astounded." As Ning Rongrong spoke, her hands instinctively clasped together over her chest, her face a canvas of relief intermingled with concern. The others nodded in agreement, chattering in unison, "Yes, yes. We have all witnessed Sanji's devotion to you. If anything were to happen to you, he would surely lose his mind." Little Wu, wearing a puzzled expression, furrowed her delicate brows, resembling two crescent moons drawn together in confusion. Her eyes brimmed with incomprehension as she inquired urgently, "By the way, Rongrong, how did you all end up there? We had taken the 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake from that snake woman. Why would she and the man by her side assist Sengo? This is utterly perplexing. I simply cannot wrap my head around it." As she spoke, she unconsciously tapped her fingers lightly against her head, striving to untangle the threads of this mystery. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong paused momentarily, a flicker of hesitation crossing her exquisite features. She then pressed her rosy lips together, her gaze evasive and tentative as she replied, "Little Wu, I'm not entirely certain either. This matter remains rather unclear to me. You should ask Sanggood." He is the one involved and has experienced every detail. He should know the reasons behind it best. With a gentle sigh, Ning Rongrong fidgeted with the corners of her clothing. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San's expression darkened, as if an invisible weight pressed heavily upon his heart. He slowly raised his head, his gaze filled with anguish and turmoil as he spoke. Little Wu, the bad news I must share with you is related to this matter. In my desperate quest to find you, I employed Xiao Ao's mushroom spear to relentlessly pursue the Titan great ape. On that eerie stretch of road, I was unexpectedly intercepted by the ferocious, face-devouring spider. My mind was solely focused on finding you, and without a second thought, I engaged it in a fierce battle, pouring every ounce of strength into wounding the beast. But at that moment, Luo Mei, wielding a meteor bow, suddenly appeared to block my path. Behind her stood a youth, his face contorted in a grotesque snarl, resembling a demon arisen from the depths of hell, demanding she kill me. Just as I teetered on the brink of death, feeling the shadows of demise enveloping me, the unparalleled dragon and serpent couple descended like celestial warriors to rescue me. To gain the power to save you and to survive in order to continue my search, I reluctantly acquiesced to their demands and promised to marry Mangyuran. You are all likely aware of what transpired thereafter. As Tang San spoke, his face was etched with helplessness and guilt, deep remorse knitting his brows into a tight knot, his lips quivering slightly. Upon hearing his words, little Wu's face, once as rosy as peach blossoms, turned pale as parchment, devoid of any trace of color. Her delicate figure trembled slightly, akin to a flower shivering in the cold wind, her eyes quickly reddening as tears swirled within them. It felt as if a tangled mass of chaos ensnared her heart, impossible to sever, and she exclaimed, her voice quivering with disappointment and anger, "Brother, have you forgotten our promise?" No sooner had the words left her lips than she abruptly turned and strode swiftly toward her room. Her footsteps were frantic and hurried, the hem of her skirt billowing in the air, as if fleeing from the heart-wrenching reality. Her hands clenched into tight fists, her body slightly hunched in agitation. And that fragile silhouette appeared so solitary and helpless. Tang San, upon hearing the promise mentioned by Xiao Wu, momentarily froze, his mind blank as if struck by a thunderbolt. When he regained his senses, Xiao Wu had already vanished into her room like a gust of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San felt a burning urgency in his heart, as if it might leap from his throat. He sprinted after her, his speed kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. Before long, he arrived at the door of Xiao Wu's room. He first knocked lightly but hurriedly, the sound echoing his inner turmoil. Then, with an urgent voice tinged with a hint of pleading, he called out, "Xiao Wu, let me in. I wish to explain." His voice trembled, suffused with profound anxiety and unease, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His eyes filled with an earnest longing to rush in and clarify everything to Xiao Wu. Chapter 79. Explanation. Xiao Wu pressed her entire body against the door, her heart a tumultuous sea, waves crashing in turmoil. It felt as if countless invisible hands were tugging at her heart, her thoughts a chaotic mess. She listened to her brother's incessant, urgent knocks on the door. Each thud was heavy and rapid, like a hammer striking her fragile heart. His anxious and sincere voice broke through the fog like sunlight, continuously imploring, "Xiao Wu, open the door, let me explain, please." His words were laden with desperation, akin to a drowning person grasping for the last lifeline, or a lost lamb desperately seeking the way home. Each word seemed to carry a searing warmth, yearning to penetrate the closed door and reach the depths of Xiao Wu's heart. Xiao Wu bit her lip, leaving faint marks on her tender petals, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment, her knuckles paling from the strain. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes quivering as if resisting the enticing and pleading voice from beyond the door. This stirred an unsettling wavering in her previously resolute heart, her emotional lake rippling as if a stone had been cast into it. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, like countless bees buzzing chaotically. Should I listen to his explanation? What if he is merely making excuses? How can I trust him so easily? Yet another voice echoed within her. But, Brother San has always treated me so well. Upon hearing Tang San's voice, filled with urgency and almost pleading, it seemed to tug at her heartstrings with a relentless pull. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted away, recalling the meticulous care and affection Brother San had shown her in the past. Vivid scenes of warmth flashed through her mind like a film reel. She remembered the time she fell ill, with Brother Sin vigilantly by her bedside, sleepless throughout the night, constantly changing her damp cloth and administering her medicine, his eyes brimming with worry and tenderness. She recalled how he always stood resolutely behind her in moments of peril, willing to sustain injuries himself to protect her. She reminisced about his thoughtful gestures in daily life, preparing her favorite meals, engaging her in conversation to dispel her boredom. Each of these tender moments shone like radiant beams of light, illuminating her currently bewildered heart. Finally, she bit her lip, her delicate teeth lightly sinking into her rosy flesh, as if she were in a silent contest with herself. With a quiet resolve, a glimmer of determination and anticipation sparkled in her eyes. No longer stubbornly resisting the door, the tension that had gripped her seemed to dissipate in an instant. Her hand trembled as she extended it, her slender fingers quivering in the air, as if hesitating. Yet ultimately, she slowly made contact with the doorknob. She gently turned it, the soft click echoing distinctly in the tranquil atmosphere. As the door creaked open, her heart raced to her throat, uncertain of the explanations and outcomes that awaited her. Yet she resolved to grant Brother San another chance to explain himself. Upon seeing the door ajar and catching sight of Xiao Wu standing in the doorway, a flicker of surprise flashed in Tang San's eyes, a brilliance akin to fireworks bursting in the night sky, dazzling and luminous. The weight that had long been suspended in his heart lightened slightly, as if a heavy stone had shifted just a bit. He thought with trepidation, how wonderful. Xiao Wu was willing to hear my explanation. Had she refused to open the door, I truly would not have known what to do. This thought darted through his mind like a bolt of lightning, too swift to grasp. Instinctively, his body moved without hesitation, swiftly entering the room with the grace of the wind, as if fearing this hard-won opportunity might vanish in an instant. Once inside, he promptly closed the door behind him, the resounding thud echoing his anxious and eager heart. He could hardly contain himself as he grasped Xiao Wu's delicate hands, as soft and warm as the finest silk, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. With a sense of urgency and resolve, he strode quickly to the bedside. All the while, his breath came in rapid, disordered gasps until he finally halted. Tang San's gaze was focused and tender, and with utmost sincerity, he began to explain to Xiao Wu. His voice was deep and resonant, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 promises. Xiao Wu, rest assured, my heart has always belonged to you alone. In this lifetime, I shall take no other as my wife, without a doubt. As he spoke, his gaze was firmly locked on his Xiao Wu, his fervent eyes brimming with an undeniable resolve, as if he were pledging an eternal vow. Upon hearing Tang San's heartfelt and resolute words, Xiao Wu felt a sweetness enveloping her heart, akin to honey flowing from within, saturating her entire being with bliss. Yet, before this sweetness could fully unfold, a threat of worry descended upon her like ominous clouds. With her eyes cast slightly downward, her delicate teeth gently biting her lower lip, she hesitated for a moment before. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "Brother, what will happen to your engagement with Mengyuran? Are you truly going to break it?" Her voice carried an undertone of apprehension. Her clear eyes filled with concern and unease, fixated on Tang San, seemingly awaiting a response that would bring her complete reassurance. Upon hearing her, Tang San's brow furrowed instantly, resembling two profound ravines, a flicker of determination flashing through his gaze, as if he had resolved upon a significant decision. He declared, "The Geisher dragon and snake couple have coerced me with my life, insisting that I marry Mengyuran. I shall never acknowledge this engagement. Their arrogance is utterly intolerable. However, I will find a way to repay their life-saving grace. I have received news of my father from the meteor Douluo. Xiao Wu, you are unaware that my father is the youngest title Douluo of the Douluo continent, the Haotian Douluo. I believe that as long as I invite my father to negotiate and offer some benefits to the Geisher couple, they will surely release me from my engagement with Mengyuran. If they are ungrateful and refuse to comply, HM." At this point, he snorted coldly, a trace of malice flickering across his face, transforming his typically handsome and gentle demeanor into one of chilling ruthlessness, as if shrouded in a thick veil of frost. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles paling from the exertion, the veins in his arms bulging like serpentine worms. His body trembled slightly, as if struggling to contain the surging fury within, as though he were on the verge of rushing out to confront them. "I will implore my father to annihilate them. When they are gone, the debts will vanish, and this absurd engagement will cease to exist." He gritted out, his fierce countenance starkly contrasting with his usual gentleness. Chapter 80. Thoughts. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu felt as if she had been struck by a bomb of ice and fire, instantly igniting a tempest within her. Half of her was enveloped in sweetness, the flavor reminiscent of a spilled honey jar, thick nectar flowing copiously, saturating her heart and making it quiver with delight. Each heartbeat seemingly singing a joyous melody of happiness. The other half, however, was laden with profound worry, akin to a colossal and heavy lead weight, mercilessly pressing upon her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her brows unconsciously knitted together, the elegant tips of her brows seemingly bearing an unbearable burden. Deep within, two starkly contrasting emotions clashed violently, plunging her thoughts into disarray. The sweetness lay in Tang San's unwavering, resonant declaration, "My heart holds only myself. I shall only take myself as my wife." Each heartfelt confession seemed to embody the essence of life itself, with every word dancing and laughing like a gentle spring breeze, tenderly caressing her heart. Where this spring breeze traversed, blossoms flourished, and verdant grasses carpeted the earth, filling her spirit with boundless joy and fulfillment. Yet, a shadow of apprehension loomed, as she feared that her brother's pristine and noble qualities might become tainted by even the slightest blemish. This concern enveloped her heart like a somber cloud, causing her brow to furrow tightly, as if she could crush a fly with her intensity. Her eyes shut firmly, her mind flooded with a myriad of distressing scenarios. She dreaded that this unexpected engagement might mar her brother's reputation, leaving him unable to hold his head high among others. Her heart trembled, as if an invisible hand were gripping it tightly, constricting her breath. With her arms wrapped protectively around herself, she curled inward, as if to shield him from potential harm and slander. She tilted her head slightly, her swan-like neck forming an elegant arc gently biting her lip. The soft petals of her mouth were pressed by her pearly teeth, revealing a tempting pale hue. After a moment of hesitation, as if grappling with an inner turmoil, she finally steadied herself and spoke. "Brother, I believe in you." Her voice, though as soft as a breeze upon the lake, resonated with an undeniable resolve. The brilliance in her eyes sparkled like stars, burning fiercely as if bestowing upon Tang San an inexhaustible strength. This luminescence was imbued with profound affection and trust, capable of piercing through the darkest shadows and illuminating Tang San's path ahead. Her gaze was steadfast and focused, aimed directly at Tang San, as if imprinting this trust deep within his soul. Upon hearing her words, Tang San felt his heart explode in a cascade of vibrant fireworks, illuminating his inner world with a brilliance akin to daylight. Waves of joy surged through him like a relentless tide, engulfing him in a sea of happiness from which he could not escape. His hands trembled involuntarily, the subtle quivering reflecting the tempest within. A radiant smile blossomed upon his face, as bright as the sun, dispelling all gloom, each crease in his smile overflowing with unending delight. He declared, "Xiao Wu, when I see father next, I will surely bring him to meet you, and I will ensure he acknowledges you." His tone was urgent and fervent, like a blazing fire that demanded attention. Each word sprang forth from his heart, laden with desire and determination. The steadfast light in his eyes suggested he could already envision that beautiful moment, longing to transform this cherished vision into reality, granting Xiao Wu peace of mind and illuminating their future with clarity and beauty. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu felt her heart skip a beat, as if a colossal stone had plunged into the lake of her heart, stirring up tumultuous waves. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had plunged into an unfathomable icy abyss, a piercing chill surging from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her utterly aghast. Her pupils dilated sharply, and her formerly bright eyes were now filled with terror. Her breath quickened, her chest heaving violently, trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. In her heart, she mused, being a soul beast of 100,000 years yet still unripe, if her third brother's father were to discover her true identity, he would undoubtedly confine her, awaiting the moment when her brother could absorb the 100,000-year soul ring to eliminate her and seize her essence. With each potential outcome she contemplated, her heart sank deeper, as if she were ensconced in a shadowy abyss, devoid of even a glimmer of hope. Fear clung to her like a shadow, tightly entwining around her, causing her body to quiver involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Despite the tempest raging within her, Xiao Wu maintained a composed facade. Striving to appear unfazed, she clenched her teeth, summoning all her strength to control her expression, and slowly uttered, "It's nothing, third brother. Since uncle is often absent, it signifies he has pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps it would be best not to disturb him." Her voice was as steady as a windless lake, yet her slightly trembling fingers swayed like willows in the breeze, betraying her inner turmoil. Though she spoke thus, her heart screamed in defiance. No, absolutely not. She could only present herself before her uncle once she matured, thereby concealing her identity as a soul beast. Within her, a trapped beast thrashed violently, yearning to break free from this cage of fear. Each collision within her heart brought excruciating pain, yet she could only suppress it fiercely, preventing any trace of her dread from surfacing. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat, cold sweat cascading down her spine, soaking her garments. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San was profoundly moved, as if engulfed by a warm torrent. His eyes moistened instantaneously, tears swirling within their confines, akin to lustrous pearls poised to spill. His throat tightened with emotion, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and he spoke, his voice tinged with a slight quiver. Xiao Wu, how can you be so considerate, always thinking of me? Each word was imbued with deep affection and sentiment, his trembling tone narrating the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He endeavored to voice his gratitude and love, akin to a river in full flood. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Xiao Wu gently nudged him out of the room. His steps faltered, his gaze filled with reluctance and longing. Yet he was powerless to resist, surrendering to the gentle yet resolute force of Xiao Wu as she ushered him through the doorway. At the moment the door was about to close, his gaze remained fixed upon Xiao Wu, as if he wished to imprint her figure deeply in his mind. Chapter 81. The Haotian Douluo. While Xiao Wu engaged in conversation with Tang San, Zhao Wujin was, on the other hand, gravely discussing matters concerning Tang San with the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. Zhao Wujin's brow was furrowed, his two eyebrows twisted together like an inextricable knot, and his face bore a frown that resembled a sky laden with dark clouds, weighing heavily upon his countenance. With a hint of anxiety that was difficult to conceal, he spoke, "Senior Long, what shall we do about the engagement between your granddaughter Meng Iran and Tang San?" As he spoke, he nervously rubbed his hands together, which resembled two restless creatures in a state of distress, ceaselessly fidgeting against one another. His gaze was intensely fixed on Long Gong, his eyes brimming with concern and urgency, as if he awaited a reassuring answer. He leaned slightly forward, as though this would lend greater weight to his words and more effectively convey his inner turmoil. Upon hearing this, Long Gong's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils seemingly ready to leap from their sockets. He raised his voice, speaking with an assertiveness that brooked no opposition. "What shall we do? We shall proceed as planned. Let Tang San marry my granddaughter. He himself has agreed to it." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, causing the air around them to quiver slightly. He crossed his arms over his chest, his posture resembling an immovable mountain, with his facial muscles taut, exuding an air of determination. His chin was raised high, and his gaze conveyed an undeniable dominance, as if the matter were already settled beyond contestation. A slight, disdainful smirk played at the corners of his mouth, seemingly mocking Zhao Wujin's unnecessary inquiry. Zhao Wujin frowned deeply, the furrows on his forehead forming several pronounced creases, as if capable of trapping a multitude of flies. He took a deep breath, his chest rising as he gathered courage and strength, suppressing the dissatisfaction that threatened to burst forth. He countered, "Senior Long, while it is true that Tang San agreed to the engagement, it was under circumstances that left him no choice. This feels akin to taking advantage of a misfortune." His voice trembled slightly, clearly striving to maintain his composure. "Even if you save Tang San's life, you cannot exert such pressure upon him. The reason he consented was due to your coercion. If the Haotian Douluo were to learn of your insistence on forcing Tang San to fulfill the engagement, it would not bode well." Zhao Wujin's voice grew increasingly thunderous, initially laced with a hint of restraint, but culminating in a near roar that resonated like a thunderclap, causing dust to rain down from the beams above. His eyes brimmed with fury, a blazing inferno threatening to consume all before him, intertwined with a profound sense of resentment. His pupils bulged round, veins pulsing on his forehead, and the arteries in his neck stood out, transforming him into a lion poised for battle, ready to pounce at any moment. The atmosphere between the formidable couple, Long Gong and Shifu, and Zhao Wuji became increasingly tense, akin to a powder keg on the verge of ignition, suffused with a stifling air of oppression and peril. Long Gong suddenly swung his sleeve with great force, summoning a gust of wind as powerful as a tidal wave of soul energy that surged through the space, instantly saturating the environment. He bellowed, "Zhao Wuji, do not mistake my hospitality for weakness." His voice boomed like thunder, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes wide with rage, as if his fury could erupt from his very sockets, exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled fear. Zhao Wuji, undeterred, widened his eyes, flames of wrath igniting within. His soul energy surged, radiating like a brilliant light around him, forming an ethereal shield. With feet planted apart and fists clenched, he adopted a combative stance. Muscles taut like a coiled cheetah ready to spring. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "You think you can threaten me? It won't be so easy." The air thickened. A clash of titans imminent, as the tension quickened the heartbeat of all present. Just as this confrontation was on the brink of eruption, a weary man unexpectedly emerged from the second floor. His footsteps were heavy, each thud resonating like a hammer striking the earth, as if imbued with immense force, causing the floorboards to tremble slightly. He descended the staircase slowly, his posture slightly hunched, yet emanating an intangible authority. His gaze was as cold as frost, chilling enough to freeze the very air around him. His lips were pressed tightly, corners turned down in a clear expression of discontent and rage. In a low, gravelly voice that reverberated like distant thunder, he declared, "You two, a mere loach and a small snake, think you can coerce my son?" Each word carried a weight that made the eardrums thrum with intensity, imbued with a bone-chilling aura reminiscent of a demon's whisper from the abyss, wielding an irresistible power that sent shivers down the spines of all present, instilling an instinctive fear. As he spoke, a radiant light began to flicker around him, initially faint but gradually becoming blinding. Soul rings emerged in a mysterious and regal manner, one after another, manifesting with an air of majesty. The emergence of the soul rings appeared to be gradual, yet each fleeting moment delivered a profound psychological impact, as if weighed down by an undeniable sense of oppressive gravity, rendering one nearly breathless. Especially the final scarlet soul ring, akin to a roaring inferno, leapt and rampaged with remarkable prominence, its radiance seemingly capable of devouring all in its path. This was undeniably the fearsome 100,000-year soul ring. Merely gazing upon it allowed one to perceive the boundless power and majesty it contained. As the soul ring fully manifested, the cloaked figure arrived before the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. His gaze was as sharp as a sword forged of the finest steel, seemingly able to pierce through the very soul of anyone it met, effortlessly perceiving all truths. He regarded them with a chilling stare, the coldness in his eyes capable of freezing the very air around them, immersing anyone within in an icy abyss. Under such scrutiny, the Dragon King and the Snake Lady felt their bodies involuntarily tremble, as though ensnared by an invisible force, unable to break free. Upon witnessing the appearance of the cloaked figure, Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a paralyzing spell, standing frozen in place. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, awe and terror flooding his countenance like a tidal wave. His pupils constricted sharply, as if he had beheld the most terrifying sight imaginable, his heart tightening as though gripped by an unseen hand. In a flurry of panic, he hastily retracted his martial soul, his movements frantic and unsteady, lacking the usual composure he possessed. Bowing his head like a child who had committed a grave error, his voice trembled with guilt as he implored, "Your Majesty, I have failed to protect your son. Please, punish me." Each word quivered with profound dread. At this moment, his inner turmoil resembled a tempest, a cacophony of self-reproach and unease intertwining to form a terrifying storm. Despair washed over him. What a calamity, the arrival of the Haotian Douluo. He would surely be displeased with me. How could I have failed to safeguard Tang San? If he were to unleash his wrath upon me, what would become of me? Such fearful thoughts raced through his mind, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead like pearls strung loose. Chapter 82. Haotian Douluo too. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao slightly turned his head, casting a cold glance with his icy peripheral vision at Zhao Wujie, scoffing, "We shall discuss your matter later. First, I must address the engagement forced upon my son by the Dragon King and the Snake Lady." His voice was frigid, as if it could freeze the very atmosphere surrounding them. Following this, his brows furrowed deeply, etching profound lines upon his forehead, and a flicker of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes, akin to a sharp blade cutting through the night. Abruptly and without warning, he unleashed a formidable pressure, akin to a tsunami that surged with an overwhelming force, as though it sought to consume the entire world. An invisible force surged forth with a tremendous momentum, relentlessly pressing towards the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress. As it advanced, the very air emitted a mournful crackle, as if unable to withstand the dreadful pressure. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, a jolt of fear pierced their hearts, akin to the resounding toll of a colossal bell echoing within. Their mouths slightly parted, ready to protest. Yet before a word could escape, the terrifying weight of Haotian Douluo descended upon them like a mountain. This pressure was unfathomably potent, resembling an endless abyss of darkness poised to engulf them wholly. In that fleeting moment, they felt as if a towering mountain had descended upon them. Their chests constricted as if crushed by boulders, rendering each breath an arduous endeavor, extracting every ounce of strength. Their faces paled to the color of parchment, devoid of vitality, as if all life had been drained from them. Beads of sweat, large as pearls, cascaded down their foreheads, only to be shattered into countless droplets by the overwhelming force. The Dragon King trembled involuntarily, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, while the Serpent Empress clasped her chest with both hands, her eyes filled with dread and despair. This is dire. The Dragon King thought, his countenance darkening like stormy waters, his jaw clenched tight as if to shatter his own teeth. With hands moving in swift, phantom-like motions, he bellowed, "Resist with all your might." His voice resonated with determination and defiance, reminiscent of a cornered beast's final roar. The Serpent Empress, too, felt no inclination for hesitation. Her eyes widened in terror and anxiety. Her soul power surged fiercely, coursing through her veins like a torrent, as she summoned her spirit rings, their brilliance illuminating the darkness. Striving to withstand the crushing pressure, upon successfully repelling this wave of force, the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress exhaled in relief, their bodies trembling slightly as the tautness in their nerves began to ease, albeit imperceptibly. Yet, at that moment, Tang Hao's voice cut through the air, laced with contempt. "You possess some strength to withstand 50 of my soul pressure. However, let us see if you can endure my full might." His tone was chilling, reminiscent of a frigid wind blowing from an abyss. Each word imbued with a sense of foreboding that swept mercilessly through the hearts of the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress. The Dragon King felt his heart plummet from the clouds. The muscles that had just begun to relax tensed anew, and fresh beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. The Serpent Matron trembled violently, her pupils constricting sharply. The fleeting sense of relief that had just emerged vanished without a trace, replaced by profound dread and despair. She murmured, "What are we to do now?" Their hearts, which had only just begun to settle, were once again suspended in uncertainty, as though gripped tightly by an invisible hand, swaying precariously in the air, unable to find peace. As she spoke, a surge of soul power, more potent and ferocious than before, roared forth like a tumultuous wave, crashing down upon the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. This soul power seemed to carry the force to obliterate all, akin to the infernal fury of hell, blazing with an unquenchable fire, exuding an inviolable majesty that displayed a resolute ferocity, intent on utterly crushing them, reducing them to mere dust under its terrifying weight. Tang Hao stood with arms crossed, his posture erect as a pine tree, his gaze as frigid as a millennium-old glacier. His cold eyes betrayed no hint of emotion, merely watching the unfolding scene as if appreciating a preordained defeat. The corners of his mouth curled slightly downward, revealing a disdainful smile, seemingly mocking the couple's hubris. Convinced that they would be powerless against such overwhelming soul pressure, destined to await their inevitable demise. The dragon and serpent, who had barely managed to withstand half of the soul pressure, now appeared as pale as parchment, devoid of color, as if all vitality had been siphoned from them. Beads of sweat, large as soybeans, cascaded down, glistening yet instantly scattered into countless droplets by the overwhelming pressure. They exchanged a glance, and in that moment of eye contact, each beheld the depths of helplessness and resolution reflected in the other's gaze. The Dragon King internally lamented, "This Haotian Douluo is truly terrifying. How can one withstand such soul pressure? Am I to meet my end here today?" His heart was suffused with fear and despair, as if plummeting into an endless abyss of darkness. The Serpent Matron clenched her jaw tightly, her once rosy lips now devoid of color, contemplating, "Very well. We shall fight with all our might. After all, we are doomed to die. It is better to give it our all." They exchanged another glance and spoke in unison. "My dear, it seems we have no choice but to employ that ultimate technique." Their words carried a tone of resoluteness and tragic valor, their voices trembling like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. With that, they once again unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. In an instant, a brilliance erupted like a supernova, dazzling to the point where it was difficult to keep one's eyes open, illuminating the surroundings as if it were midday. The figures of the two vanished in an instant, as though consumed by the light. In their place stood a towering figure gripping the dragon and serpent staff, exuding an air of mystique and overwhelming power. However, simultaneously with this apparition, the immense pressure released by Tang Hao surged forth like a collapsing mountain, bearing down upon him with thunderous might. The pressure bore down like an invisible giant hand, wielding a devastating force that offered no respite. Under the weight of the soul power, his once formidable frame seemed to crumble as if struck with immense force. And the solid contours began to fade into a spectral haze, flickering in and out of visibility like a phantom shrouded in thick fog. His face contorted in a frenzy of muscle spasms, features twisted into a grotesque mask of terror. The might of Tang Hao was truly formidable. This oppressive force felt as though it could shatter his very soul. Fear surged within him like a relentless tide, nearly engulfing his sanity. Yet he persisted, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he bore this suffocating pressure, struggling to articulate. Indeed, you are the Haotian Douluo, capable of nearly dispersing my fusion technique, which holds the power of a tidal Douluo, merely with your soul pressure. Truly, you are the one who, upon breaking through the tidal Douluo, managed to inflict grave injuries upon 3 tidal Douluos while successfully escaping their encirclement. The former pope, Qin Xuanji, perished due to his injuries. Each word was extracted with excruciating difficulty, laden with suffering and hardship. With a resigned sigh, he exhaled a breath steeped in despair, as if mocked relentlessly by fate. Alas! It seems you and Tang San are destined to be apart. Under the Haotian crown, let the engagement between my granddaughter Meng Iran and your son Tang San be dissolved. For the sake of having saved Tang San's life, I implore you to show us mercy. His voice was imbued with desperation, his bowed head and trembling form betraying his current humility and timidity. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's lips curled slightly, a smirk betraying an unmistakable disdain and contempt. As if regarding 2 inconsequential ants, he replied coldly, "At least you know your place." His words were frigid and piercing, akin to the bitter winds of the polar regions, carrying an air of inexorable authority and oppression. With a decisive wave of his hand, the previously overwhelming soul pressure, which had seemed capable of annihilating all, receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. So swiftly it was as though it had never existed. The surrounding atmosphere returned to calm. Yet the hearts of those present remained in a state of disarray, struggling to regain their composure. As Tang Hao lifted the pressure, the couple, the conqueror dragon and the serpent, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, exhaling deeply in relief as they hastily dispelled their martial soul fusion technique. The moment it was lifted, the weaker snake lady became as pale as a sheet, her complexion colder than the first snow of winter, devoid of any color. As if every drop of blood had been instantly drained from her body, leaving her a mere shell of her former self. She trembled violently, akin to a solitary vessel adrift in turbulent waters, bereft of any support. The intensity of her shivering suggested that she might collapse at any moment. The frail figure swayed precariously, akin to withered branches and fallen leaves on the verge of succumbing to a tempest, fragile to the point of being utterly defenseless. The serpent matriarch's eyes were tightly shut, her brows furrowed in a deep frown, and her lips quivered incessantly, as if she were valiantly enduring immense physical torment. Her hands hung limply at her sides, yearning to rise yet finding themselves powerless, allowing her body to tremble incessantly, as if engaging in a final struggle against fate. Fortunately, the Dragon Lord reacted swiftly. His pupils dilated suddenly, and he lunged forward like a bolt from a crossbow, moving with astonishing speed that stirred a gust of wind. His arms, akin to iron clamps, swiftly encircled the waist of the serpent matriarch, wielding a strength that seemed capable of crushing steel. His movements were imbued with boundless urgency and profound concern, veins protruding on his forehead, and the muscles of his face contorted with tension. His eyes widened in alarm, fixated on the serpent matriarch, panting heavily, as if in that moment, she alone inhabited his world. Had he not acted with such rapid decisiveness, she would surely have tumbled to the ground like a kite severed from its string, potentially sustaining grave injuries. At that moment, the Dragon Lord's heart raced, his mind fervently praying for the serpent matriarch's safety. Tang Hao, witnessing the dire state of the Dragon Lord and the serpent matriarch, furrowed his brow slightly, the creased skin resembling 2 closely adjacent hills, somber and grave. A flicker of complex emotions crossed his gaze, contempt, pity, and a barely perceptible irritation. He then pressed his lips together tightly and spoke in a cold, unyielding tone. "Even if you have saved my son's life, you cannot coerce him into marrying your granddaughter out of gratitude." His voice seemed to emanate from the depths of a chilling abyss, each word imbued with a biting coldness that sent shivers down the spine. "Moreover, even if you had not intervened, my son would not have come to harm. After all, I have always been by his side. How could I allow him to perish before my very eyes?" As he spoke, Tang Hao's gaze sharpened, piercing like a razor's edge aimed directly at the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch, his authoritative look rendering one unable to meet his stare. As if any mere glance could be engulfed by his formidable presence. Continuing, Tang Hao slightly lifted his head, then exhaled a heavy, prolonged sigh. The sound resonating with a sense of resignation and acceptance. He spoke slowly. Very well, though your intervention was not requisite. You did indeed save my son's life. I, Tang Hao, am not devoid of reason. Thus, let this ancient bone of the Mandragora, aged 5,000 years, serve as your reward for your assistance. With that, Tang Hao, his demeanor as cold as unmelting ice, expressionless, extended a mysterious left arm bone emanating an enigmatic emerald glow towards the Dragon Lord. As the radiant essence of the soul bone flowed, it exuded an intangible pressure, akin to the weight of a colossal mountain bearing down, instilling a sense of trepidation that rendered even the act of breathing a meticulous endeavor. Tang Hao's arm extended steadily, devoid of any tremor, yet his gaze remained fixed not on the soul bone, but rather coldly upon Long Gong, as if the precious artifact held no more significance than an ordinary object in his eyes. Long Gong, witnessing this, was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming surge of humiliation and fury, akin to a volcano erupting within him. His chest heaved violently, as though a furious beast raged within. This was nothing short of an affront to our illustrious dragon snake lineage. He silently fumed. However, beneath the formidable pressure that Tang Hao exerted, he could only grit his teeth, the sound of grinding teeth echoing in the tense silence, while the muscles in his jaw tightened from exertion. He struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions roiling within him, akin to a fragile vessel striving to remain upright amidst a tempestuous sea. His hands trembled ever so slightly, the quivering so subtle yet vividly revealing the turmoil within his heart. Gradually, he extended his hands, the movement slow and burdensome, as if each inch required immense effort. He cautiously accepted the soul bone, which Tang Hao had offered with an air of indifference, his eyes brimming with unyielding resentment. That resentment burned like a fierce flame deep within his gaze, yet he dared not allow Tang Hao to perceive the flicker of anger within his eyes. Lowering his eyelids, he averted his gaze, fearful that a moment's lapse could provoke Tang Hao's wrath even further. After accepting the soul bone, Long Gong inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling dramatically, seemingly attempting to swallow down all the indignity and helplessness that accompanied that breath. He endeavored to keep his voice steady, yet it betrayed him, quivering slightly as he spoke. In that case, Your Highness Haotian, we shall not intrude any longer. The engagement between your son and my granddaughter is hereby annulled. Upon uttering these words, he cast a complex glance at Tang Hao, a mixture of resentment, fear, and an ineffable sense of helplessness reflected in his eyes. Subsequently, he carefully assisted Snake Lady toward the room on the second floor. Each step he took was heavy and slow, as if burdened by an immense weight, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. His frame hunched, as if an invisible mountain had been his spine. As he walked, he inwardly lamented, "How shall I explain this to my granddaughter? This truly is a vexing predicament. Alas, I have failed miserably in my ambitions. I had intended to take advantage of the absence of the Haotian Douluo to solidify our connection with him, only to end up in such a dismal situation." His brows knitted tightly, the lines on his face deepening, as a cloud of worry enveloped him. Tang Hao's expression was as cold as a frozen abyss, his voice resonating with an icy command. Zhao Wujia, step forward. Every word pierced like a frigid arrow, aimed directly at Zhao Wuji's heart. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhao Wuji's heart contracted violently, as if struck by a colossal hammer, resonating with an agonizing thud, as if it might shatter into pieces. He dared not hesitate, his feet moving with the swiftness of a tempest, hastening towards him in a flurry. His complexion was ashen, devoid of any color, resembling a specter that had just escaped the underworld. His voice trembled like leaves in a chilling breeze, quivering as he implored, "Your Excellency, please quell your anger. I failed to protect Tang San, and instead allowed him to be coerced into a betrothal by the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent." Within Zhao Wuji's heart, anxiety festered like a rabbit frantically leaping, causing his thoughts to spiral into disarray, utterly apprehensive. Would the dignified and wrathful Douluo truly take his life in a fit of rage? He fervently wished to avoid an untimely demise, praying earnestly for divine mercy. Tang Hao's gaze burned with intensity, fixating on Zhao Wuji's panicked and terrified demeanor, his brows furrowed deeply as if capable of crushing a fly. His thoughts surged tumultuously, akin to a tempestuous sea. Zhao Wuji's ineptitude merited severe reprimand. Yet, he recognized the necessity of Zhao Wuji's protection of Tang San within the academy. Thus, he resolved to spare him this time. As he contemplated, the seething fury that had threatened to erupt within him was gradually extinguished, much like a torrential downpour dousing a raging fire. His expression became solemn, resembling a statue in a temple, as he spoke with a tone of gravitas. Very well. The occurrence of this incident cannot solely be attributed to you. Had I intervened sooner, it might have been averted. Although you have faltered, your previous efforts in safeguarding Tang San merit recognition. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you this scroll, which contains the cultivation experiences from Spirit Sage to Spirit Douluo. With a wave of his arm, the scroll floated gracefully towards Zhao Wuji's trembling hands, as if cradled by an invisible force. Zhao Wuji's hands shook uncontrollably, filled with trepidation as he gingerly accepted the scroll from Tang Hao. His eyes widened with excitement, glowing like two blazing orbs of fire, radiating warmth and brilliance. Eagerly, he addressed Tang Hao, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall henceforth be more vigilant and devoted in protecting Tang San." Each word tumbled from his quivering lips, imbued with unwavering resolve and reverence. Without delay, he unfolded the scroll before Tang Hao, his fingers clumsy with excitement, nearly losing his grip. After merely a cursory glance, he was profoundly astonished. Zhao Wuji's heart marveled. Truly, the insights of the Haotian Douluo are extraordinary. The intricacies contained within this scroll surpass imagination. Even these fleeting glimpses have revealed elusive gaps in my usual training. How could I have overlooked these before? It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure indeed. His heartbeat raced with an urgency that felt as though it might leap from his throat. Zhao Wuji struggled to calm the tumultuous emotions surging within him, akin to a wild stallion ready to break free. His chest heaved violently, as if concealing a volcano on the verge of eruption. Drawing a deep breath that felt as frigid as the ocean's depths, he sought to extinguish the fervent flames igniting his heart. Furrowing his brow, filled with perplexity, he inquired, "Your Excellency Hao Yin, why did you not take action before the Dragon King and the Serpent Matriarch struck? Had you intervened then?" Tang San would not have been compelled to forge an engagement with Meng Yiran. His voice trembled slightly, imbued with confusion and urgency, as his gaze remained fixed on Tang Hao, yearning for an answer. Tang Hao tilted his head slightly, his visage momentarily enveloped in an enigmatic glow. His eyes were profound, reminiscent of an infinite starry sky, drawing one and yet remaining elusive. Gradually, he spoke, "Zhao Wuji, you are unaware." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing like the toll of ancient bells in the air. At that moment, I intended to eliminate the meteor Bao, Luomei, and the child behind her. However, just as I was about to act, I keenly sensed a subtle yet lethal aura locking onto me. It felt as if I were being targeted by a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, where any misstep could lead to a fatal blow. He paused, his expression grave, and continued, "Had I engaged them, the hidden adversary would undoubtedly have struck without hesitation at both myself and San. I am confident in my ability to withstand the attack." But San would stand no chance. Tang Hao's tone was laden with helplessness and concern, a deep-seated worry for Tang San's safety. Just as I resolved to endure the hidden assailant's strike to save San and make a swift exit, the Dragon King and Serpent Matriarch appeared. Had they not intervened, even with my formidable strength, I would have inevitably sustained some injuries in my effort to rescue San. After all, the hidden foe's power is unfathomable. Their aura obscured and profound, like a colossal beast concealed in darkness, making it difficult to navigate. To emerge unscathed is no simple task, as I might face their fierce and cunning assaults that could overwhelm me. Yet, for San's sake, I would willingly endure injuries and confront the unknown risks that lie ahead. Throughout my life, I, Tang Hao, have never wavered in my resolve to protect those who matter most. Chapter 85. Acknowledgement. It was precisely their appearance that spared me from the potential injuries of acting impulsively. Thus, I bestowed upon the illustrious dragon snake couple the 5,000-year-old Mandala serpent's left arm bone. Otherwise, their coercion of my son into an engagement with their granddaughter would have ignited a fury within me that could not be contained, compelling me to annihilate them. Tang Hao's expression was as somber as the sky before a tempest, dark and foreboding. He clenched his teeth, forcing the words from between his lips, his tone imbued with a fierce, burning wrath and an unwavering resolve. His eyes bulged like brass bells, seemingly ablaze with two infernos, threatening to incinerate everything in their sight. Each word emerged as if wrenched from his very being, imbued with relentless ferocity and determination. The mere recollection of that incident ignited a desire within him to rend the dragon and serpent couple to pieces. Zhao Wujie mused inwardly, so it is. I had thought that with the formidable and unyielding nature of the Haotian Douluo, he would have eradicated the dragon and serpent duo who coerced Tang San and Meng Iran into an engagement, yet he had instead bestowed upon them a soul bone. It is worth noting that during Tang San's entrance examination, I had merely inflicted a slight injury upon him, only to be wounded myself by his dragon whisker needle. Thus, I found myself utterly humiliated that night, battered and bruised. The dragon and serpent couple must have been extraordinarily fortunate. Had they dared to pressure Tang San at another time, they would have likely faced the wrath of Tang Hao that very evening, obliterated by his furious vengeance. How could they have expected any favors? However, my own fortune seems to have turned. I had anticipated severe retribution from Tang Hao, akin to a storm's fury, yet unexpectedly, I received a reward instead. Thoughts flashed through Zhao Wujie's mind like lightning, his heart pounding like a war drum, threatening to leap from his throat. Yet, he dared not betray his feelings. Maintaining an air of respectful attentiveness, leaning slightly forward, his gaze unwavering, scarcely daring to breathe. Then, Tang Hao took a deep breath. As if to suppress the tumultuous thoughts within, his gaze becoming resolute and profound. He furrowed his brow, seemingly striving to master his emotions. Gradually, he spoke, Zhao Wujie. There is one more message for you to convey to Tang San. Tell him that I approve of Xiao Wu. He will understand my meaning. His voice was low and powerful, suffused with a sense of unwavering determination. However, his gaze appeared somewhat distant, as if lost in deep reminiscence. Unbidden, memories of the tender exchange between Xiao Wu and his son surged forth in his mind, each word indelibly etched into his heart, fostering a deeper understanding and connection to the girl. A faint smile graced his lips as he contemplated. Perhaps this is the design of fate, he mused. He trusted in his son's judgment and was willing to grant them both greater space and freedom, hoping they would nurture this genuine affection as they tread the path ahead. Tang Hao's heart grew heavy with contemplation. Ayin, is this not the cycle of destiny? Our son Tang San has also fallen for someone he ought not to love. Just as we once did, he also fell in love with a woman transformed from a 10,000-year spirit beast. A sentiment that was destined to be scorned by the mundane world, unless he could ascend to the ranks of formidable rulemakers. Initially, I intended to confine her, waiting for the moment when the third party required a 10,000-year spirit ring to slay the beast and procure the ring. However, recalling the promise made with you, I abandoned that notion. To my utter astonishment, she became romantically involved with the third party, who was resolute in his desire to marry her. The girl named Xiao Wu, despite her immaturity, dared to venture into the world alongside the third party. Had there been a spirit master of higher rank within the Balak Kingdom, they would have likely been exposed by now. Nevertheless, Ayin, rest assured, even at the cost of my own life, I will lay a smooth path for our child in the shadows, even if it demands the ultimate sacrifice. I will do everything in my power to assist him in becoming a revered strongman step by step. As Tang Hao spoke, his gaze gradually softened and solidified, as if piercing through the fabric of time and space, envisioning his son standing at the pinnacle of glory, radiant and resplendent. His fists tightened unconsciously, as if silently vowing to exert every effort for his son's future. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks like pearls from a broken string. His body trembled involuntarily, and he hurriedly approached with small, quick steps, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, distorted nearly to the point of obsequiousness, as he inquired in a tone bordering on servitude, Your Grace, the Haotian, will you not meet with Tang San in person? Within Zhao Wujie's heart, anxiety fluttered like a startled deer, his pulse racing, and he silently lamented, if only Tang Hao would speak directly, I would be far more at ease, without the constant dread of missteps that might displease this formidable figure. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes as he gazed earnestly at Tang Hao, yearning for a satisfactory response. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's previously dreamy and distant gaze, immersed in memories, abruptly sharpened like a cold star, capable of piercing through any fog. He swiftly extricated himself from the whirlpool of reminiscence, regaining his usual clarity and chill. Resembling an unfathomable ancient cold pool, his countenance seemed to don an unyielding mask of ice, devoid of any emotion, resembling a frigid statue. His tone was so frigid it felt as if it could instantly freeze the surrounding air into shards of ice. As he slowly articulated, now is not the time to meet with the third party. Zhao Wujie, remember this, You must relay my words to him verbatim." Though his words were gentle as a whispering breeze, they bore the weight of a heavy hammer, each syllable infused with undeniable authority, exuding an irresistible pressure. His gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced directly into Zhao Wuji's being, making him feel as though he were pierced by 1,000 arrows, his very blood threatening to congeal. Tang Hao's voice echoed through the air, resembling invisible shackles that tightly bound Zhao Wuji's very essence, rendering even the act of breathing a formidable challenge. Chapter 86. Wounds. Seeing that he could not persuade Tang Hao, Zhao Wuji let out a resigned sigh, his face etched with helplessness and sorrow. Bowing his head, his expression pained, he trembled as he spoke. "Understood, Your Highness Haoyan. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall faithfully relay your words to Tang San." Tang Hao, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes slightly, his demeanor exuding indifference. With an air of nonchalance, he raised his hands. Though seemingly casual, his movements were astonishingly swift, akin to lightning slicing through the night sky. His fingers delicately brushed over the slightly wrinkled fabric, a result of the pressure from Long Gong and Shi Pa. Each subtle gesture flowing with unparalleled grace, as if honed through countless trials. The act of adjusting his attire was executed with precision, devoid of any unnecessary delay. Emanating an innate aura of dominance, it was as though his mere motion could cause the surrounding air to quiver. Without a backward glance, he resolutely strode forward. His steps firm and powerful, each footfall akin to a heavy hammer striking the ground, causing the dust around him to stir. Having just departed from the modest town where the inn was situated, Tang Hao suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by an unseen force. In an instant, the color drained from his face, rendering him pale as parchment, resembling a canvas stripped of all hue, devoid of vitality. With a sudden rush, he felt a coppery sweetness in his throat, and a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, surging forth like a deluge breaking through a dam. The crimson liquid carved a shocking arc through the air, akin to a tragic red silk, descending with despair and agony. Frowning deeply, his brows knitted tightly. He closed his eyes, his facial muscles contorted in extreme pain, each line etched upon his visage narrating the torment he endured. He murmured weakly, "Damn it. The injury has worsened. Little San, I do not know how much longer I can protect you. You must grow quickly." His voice, frail and trembling, was laden with helplessness and profound concern. As he spoke, he struggled to open his eyes, which no longer bore the former majesty and might. Instead, they were filled with unwavering determination and resilience, akin to two blazing flames refusing to be extinguished in the darkness. He braced himself against the encroaching collapse, his gaze frantic, desperately scanning his surroundings, akin to a drowning man searching for a lifeline. At last, he spotted a relatively clean patch of ground not far off. His steps were unsteady, each movement seemingly sapping the last of his strength, his form swaying precariously, as though he might collapse at any moment. After slowly settling down, his hands swiftly formed seals, and a torrent of soul power surged violently within him. This power raged like a tempestuous hurricane, causing his body to tremble slightly as he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the onslaught. Surrounding him, the soul energy roiled like tumultuous waves, shimmering with erratic brilliance, fluctuating in intensity like a flickering candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment, tightening the heart of anyone who beheld it. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, cascaded down his forehead, resembling a string of broken pearls, plummeting to the ground and instantly transforming into a pool of moisture that swiftly spread outward. He clenched his jaw, the sound of his teeth grating together echoing like two hard metals clashing violently, an eerie symphony that sent chills down one's spine. Low, guttural groans occasionally escaped through the gaps of his clenched teeth, reminiscent of a wounded beast howling in agony, infused with boundless fury and defiance. Each breath felt unbearably heavy, as though a colossal weight bore down upon his chest, suffocating him. Every attempt to suppress his injuries felt like a desperate battle for survival against the specter of death. His body was taut, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limits, every muscle quivering, every vein bulging, as if they might burst through his fragile skin. Finally, as a glimmer of light appeared in the sky, at the break of dawn, Tang Hao resembled a trapped beast, having struggled in darkness for an eternity, now catching a glimpse of hope and releasing a long-held breath. That breath seemed to emerge from the depths of his tormented soul, laboriously squeezed out. Laden with the weight of endless weariness and sorrow, he slowly raised his hand, the movement sluggish and burdensome, as if each inch required tremendous effort. Gently, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, the fabric trembling ever so slightly upon contact with the blood, as if quaking in sympathy for his suffering. His fingers gripped the sleeve tightly, the joints turning pale from exertion, his whole being resembling a flickering candle in the wind. On the verge of collapse, Tang Hao's gaze was filled with profound sorrow and pain, an anguish that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. As if an abyss of unending darkness sought to engulf him entirely, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that unbearable past, ensnaring him in a whirlpool of memories from which he could not escape. He silently reflected, "The world knows me, Tang Hao, as the youngest title Douluo of the Douluo continent, with a ninth spirit ring that is 100,000 years old. When I first broke through the title Douluo, I managed to escape the siege of the former Pope Qiang Sunji and the title Douluos, Zhu and Gui, inflicting fatal injuries on Qiang Sunji, leading to his demise. While both Zhu and Gui were severely wounded, they only see my glorious achievements, only perceive my outward splendor, yet remain oblivious to the endless suffering and sorrow that lie beneath." His heart roared with indignation, his fists clenching involuntarily, nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he felt nothing. What a brutal battle it was! That scoundrel Qiang Sunji, beneath his resplendent attire, concealed a malicious heart, when his martial soul, the six-winged angel, unfolded. Its brilliance dazzled the eyes, yet bore a lethal threat. The splendid and beautiful chrysanthemum Douluo's extraordinary mushroom, though appearing resplendent, has petals that resemble sharp blades, mercilessly assaulting me. The ghost Douluo, akin to a phantom, drifts unpredictably, striking with lethal force at the most unexpected moments. Despite my unparalleled bravery, I, Tang Hao, expended every ounce of my strength, nearly exhausting the last vestiges of my soul power, in a desperate bid to break free from the encirclement. Visions of those harrowing battles incessantly surfaced in my mind, causing my body to tremble uncontrollably. A profound sorrow etched itself upon my face, distorting my features, each wrinkle narrating tales of unending grief. I continued to reminisce, unaware that my 100,000-year soul ring was a sacrifice made by my beloved wife, Ain. Her heartbreaking gaze resembled shattered stars in the night sky, brilliant yet steeped in despair. That soul-wrenching cry echoed in my ears like the mournful call of the cuckoo, each note laced with blood, still reverberating, piercing my heart like a relentless blade. Chapter 87. The origin of the injury. At this thought, my body shuddered. Reminiscent of a leaf falling in the wind, isolated and helpless, my fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on my arms, knuckles whitening from exertion as if I were attempting to crush bone. My teeth ground together, releasing a pained growl through clenched jaws. Ain. In my mind, scenes replayed like a nightmare. Ayin's exquisitely beautiful face was streaked with tears as she gazed at me, her eyes filled with reluctance and deep affection. Gradually, her form dissipated, transforming into a radiant light that merged into my soul ring. With each flicker of that light, it felt as though my heart was struck anew by a heavy hammer. Why? Why must fate treat us thus? I roared to the heavens, my voice brimming with grief and indignation. My eyes, bloodshot, seemed to blaze with fire, threatening to incinerate this world. Though I had brought about the demise of the three-titled Douluo, Thousand Chases, and Chrysanthemum, and inflicted severe injuries upon two, I myself bore grievous wounds that penetrated deep into my very bones, wounds difficult to heal. I spoke slowly, my voice low and hoarse, as if each word were painfully extracted from my lips. The agony tormented me incessantly, rendering existence a torment worse than death. My gaze was hollow and lifeless, as if I had plunged into an abyss of endless darkness. Every moment, that excruciating pain shadowed me, akin to a myriad of venomous insects gnawing at my marrow, or a blazing fire searing my soul. My body quivered slightly, muscles twitching in response to the torment. Even so, I found myself resorting to alcohol to numb the pain. My voice grew heavier, laden with profound despair. The fiery liquid coursed down my throat, and only in that haze of inebriation could I momentarily forget everything, achieving a fleeting sense of peace. My hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning an ashen hue. Yet, upon regaining sobriety, the pain surged back like a relentless tide, drowning me once more, leaving me with no refuge. He gazed skyward with a profound sigh, his voice laden with boundless sorrow and helplessness, as his lament echoed through the vast expanse of heaven and earth, lingering long after, as if it were a poignant indictment against the injustices of fate. After years of recuperation, his injuries had somewhat healed. Tang Hao furrowed his brow and spoke heavily, yet in recent days, he had clashed with a shadowy adversary whose cunning and treachery were matched only by the viciousness of his strikes, each aimed directly at my vital points. His eyes blazed with fury, as if the nefarious scene were vividly replaying before him. This scoundrel struck like a venomous serpent lurking in the darkness, launching a sudden attack when I was least prepared. Each of his assaults was imbued with lethal intent, mercilessly relentless, leaving me defenseless. Tang Hao's voice trembled slightly, revealing his deep-seated hatred for that lurking foe. Then, he faced the formidable duo of the dragon and snake, whose seamless cooperation proved to be quite troublesome for me. Gritting his teeth, the muscles in his jaw taut, he described how the dragon was both fierce and domineering, while the snake was subtle and treacherous, each flanking him in a relentless dance of combat that left him overwhelmed. These trials had exacerbated injuries he had once managed to suppress. A flicker of anger and indignation flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he suddenly swung his fist, stirring a gust of wind. Never had he felt so constrained. Yet for the sake of the third party, he must endure. His chest heaved violently, breath quickening. Ain, may you bless our child to grow strong and become an unparalleled warrior, he murmured, standing transfixed, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as if striving to pierce the endless void to reach that distant unknown. His lips quivered, like leaves caught in the wind, fragile and helpless, as he whispered softly. His voice as gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake, rippling with layers of hope and deep affection, as if it were an outpouring from the depths of his soul. He slowly closed his eyes, each line on his face etched with longing and nostalgia, as if confiding his innermost desires to a beloved far beyond the horizon. Ain, I truly miss you. If only you were here, how wonderful it would be. The third party now faced the tempests of this world alone, each step a formidable struggle. My heart, oh, it aches for him constantly. I only hope he can grow stronger swiftly, no longer to be oppressed, nor to endure hardships. Ain, if you can hear my heart's plea, please guard him from the unseen realms. Tang Hao's voice dwindled, nearly choking with emotion, his body swaying slightly as if on the verge of collapse. Yet his unwavering resolve held him steadfast. It seems the time has come to reach out to the four great families. I wonder if young Wudi possesses the means to heal my wounds. If even he cannot restore me, I may have no choice but to seek the owner of the nine-leaf begonia martial soul to see if she holds the solution. Upon finishing his words, a glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, as if he had resolved upon a significant decision. He slowly lifted his body, each movement deliberate and burdened, as though invisible shackles constrained him, and each action seemed to tug at the deep-seated agony within him, akin to a rampaging demon. His brow furrowed tightly, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly, clearly betraying the immense pain he endured. Tang Hao inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling violently, as if he sought to draw in all the surrounding air into his lungs. He gritted his teeth, the sound of their grinding echoing his inner determination and endurance. Subsequently, he resolutely made his way toward the stronghold of the four great families. His strides were firm and rapid, each footfall landing heavily upon the ground, producing a dull thud that sent the surrounding dust swirling into the air like startled birds. In the fading light of the setting sun, his solitary figure elongated, appearing ever more desolate and resolute. He resembled a fearless warrior, charging headlong into the unknown without a care for the consequences. The waning sunlight cascaded upon him, yet it failed to warm his cold and steadfast heart. His silhouette was imbued with a sense of tragic nobility and indomitable spirit, evoking both awe and admiration. At this moment, within the starry forest, the dense foliage fragmented the sunlight into delicate shards that danced upon the ground. Luo Mei and Lin Yu hurriedly made their way toward the Soul Master City. Luo Mei moved with the swiftness of the wind, her hurried steps stirring up a few fallen leaves. As she walked briskly, she quickly turned her head to glance at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with eager curiosity and anticipation, as if a restless little rabbit resided within her heart. Her breath came in quick bursts, and her voice trembled slightly with urgency as she asked, Xiaoyu, after absorbing the soul ring, what level is your soul power now? Chapter 88. Homecoming. Lin Yu slightly raised his chin, his face radiating an aura of confidence as he declared with a resonant voice, Sister Luo Mei, I have transcended my age and absorbed over 2,000 years of soul rings. My soul power now stands at approximately level 25. A hint of pride tinged his tone, his voice crisp and vibrant, as if proclaiming his achievements to the entire world. Yet amidst this pride lay a deeper yearning for the future, his eyes gleaming with fervor, as if envisioning the magnificent scene of himself becoming a formidable figure in time to come. Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, Luo Mei abruptly halted her steps, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, akin to flowers unfurling in the warmth of spring, enchanting and vibrant. She excitedly grasped Lin Yu's shoulders, her gaze filled with admiration. Her voice slightly elevated with exhilaration. "Xiao Yu, you are truly remarkable. When I was your age, I certainly did not possess the strength you have now." Her eyes swept over Lin Yu, as if admiring a rare and exquisite treasure. A faint blush crept across Lin Yu's face as he shyly smiled and softly replied, "Sister Luomei, you flatter me. My abilities still fall vastly short." However, within the depths of his mind, he lamented, "Alas. When I think of my predecessors who traversed this realm, many of whom began their journeys as titled Douluos or divine beings, not to mention those endowed with golden fingers or system advantages, their ascent to power is astonishingly swift. Here I am, merely a great soul master, utterly ashamed to bear the title of a transmigrator. No, I cannot allow this to continue. I must strive doubly hard and not lag behind." For a moment, his eyes reflected a glimmer of disappointment and despair, but it was swiftly replaced by a blazing resolve. As if the flames of determination would incinerate all traces of hesitation and retreat, leaving only an unwavering will to forge ahead. Days later, Lin Yu and Luomei, their weary bodies burdened by numerous arduous challenges, finally arrived at the Soul Master City. Lin Yu's eyes widened to a perfect circle, as if the very pupils were on the verge of escaping their confines.